Yi Tianlong travels back to the Hong Kong film world of the 1980s and 1990s. Accidentally bound to the zero-yuan purchase system. Starting with an AK, sweeping the streets, luxury car dinners, and top-notch weapons are all available for free. Loyal henchmen are always on call, as conspiracies in the dark alleys, hidden battles in the martial arts world, and financial and military disputes approach step by step. Ghost Brother, Dragon Gate Master, Hong Kong Island Underworld Emperor, every step is full of killing intent. From a robber to a mafia boss, he started with zero cost. Breaking financial historical records, building the world's largest arsenal and most mysterious organization. In the end, he established his own heavenly dragon empire. Control the entire Hong Kong island, interweaving passion and darkness, shocking the whole city. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1, Professional Alignment. Is it reasonable to increase your salary a bit? Sim Sha Sui, inside the tea house. In the living room, a burly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes is drinking tea. At this moment, a charming young woman walked over and said in a delicate voice, "Brother, who look at this big apple." "How big of you?" The man smiled faintly and said meaningfully, staring at Apple. At this moment, a young man with sword eyebrows and starry eyes walked in with great strides, sitting casually on a chair with a resentful tone. "Tiger brother, what's so urgent? You should know that he just finished his job last night and was exhausted both physically and mentally. His name is Yi Tianlong, a traveler who has traveled through the 21st century. For the past 6 months, he has been thriving in the martial arts world by calculating with others and seizing a considerable amount of resources." Send Jianghu Flower, named Ghost Brother. Seeing that Yi Tianlong had no sense of superiority or inferiority, Wang Hu's gaze turned cold. These days, there have been multiple clashes between Prince Hongxing and the Ni family, with some dead and some injured. The prince has asked us to smash the Lai Fu Hotel of the Ni family. The Ni family has a great influence and cannot be easily offended. But this time the crown prince gave a lot, 300,000 yuan. It's still the old rule. I'll take 3 and you 2. The rest will go to the club's account. Is that okay? The Ni family. Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. As a seasoned Hong Kong film enthusiast, he naturally knows that this power comes from infernal affairs. In Sim Sha Sui, it can be said that it is a first-class local power with a very profound foundation. The Ni family's leader is Ni Kuan, a famous gang leader. There are many elite generals below, among whom the Black Ghost, Wen Zheng, Han Shun, Gandhi, and Guohua are the leaders with huge power. Covering half of Sim Sha Sui, it's a true local snake. Although the Dragon God Gang is a group of clubs formed by De Quan Zai. But I dare not have too much collision with the Ni family on weekdays. It's not worth offending the Ni family for 300,000 yuan. Suddenly, in the next second, a drip-by-drip sound echoed in Yi Tianlong's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the zero-yuan purchase system. As long as you engage in prostitution for free, you can receive zero-yuan purchase points, and there is also a chance to receive rare rewards. Zero-yuan purchase points can be used to exchange various resources, such as AK, Big Black Star, bulletproof vests, Apache-armed helicopters, and even powerful film and television characters for your own use. Yi Tianlong was excited for a moment, and the long-awaited Tongzi finally arrived. And as long as you engage in prostitution for free, there will be rewards? Surprisingly, there is such a good thing. As a big kid in the industry, I specialize in zero-yuan purchases, which seems a bit appropriate for this profession. Ding! Zero-yuan purchase initialization. Give away a big gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a storage space of 100,100,100 cubic meters, which can be stored and retrieved at any time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a steel ball. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God of War seal and Xiao, 100 loyalty and top-notch strength. Steel light mass. Fuse with the body to obtain the characteristics of steel and increase the strength of the body by 1,000 times. Without much hesitation, Yi Tianlong's consciousness touched the steel ball of light. In the next second, a powerful force born out of thin air directly penetrated his entire body, from the inside out, from genes to blood, bones, and skin, all of which were modified. The whole person is like being torn apart, filled with indescribable pain. The visible bulging of veins on the forehead. Fortunately, this process only lasted for 30 seconds, and Yi Tianlong gritted his teeth to endure it. The fusion of steel power made Yi Tianlong feel terrifyingly strong now, and his whole body was filled with strength. I dare not say that one punch can kill 10 cows, but pulling a willow tree upside down should be an easy task. What? Ghost brother, are you scared? This isn't like you. The woman leaning against Wang Hu deliberately said. Afraid? It doesn't exist. However, I will split all the funds 50 to 50, and I won't do anything less. Yi Tianlong let out a deep sigh and said lightly. Having absorbed the steel light mass and powerful henchmen like Feng Yuxiu, he is full of confidence. Besides, it's just going to rob a hotel. Keep it hidden and there's no problem. The hesitation just now was just thinking about the issue of chips. In the past 6 months, he has been able to take the position of the second head of the Dragon God Gang. Basically, it's all about using one's brain, and the dividends will be reduced as much as possible. But now it's different. With his strong military strength, he naturally no longer fears Wang Hu. Income should naturally be mentioned, especially when he is facing the Ni family this time. He might even lose his life. Taking such a big risk, at least score half. Is it reasonable to have strength and a raise in salary? The woman was about to say a few words when Wang Hu gently pushed her away and stared meaningfully at Yi Tianlong. Okay, no problem. By the way, be careful not to expose. Otherwise, you should know what to do. I know. Yi Tianlong nodded and got up to leave. After all, most of the members of the Dragon God Gang are illegal immigrants from the north, and most of them do not have ID cards, so their business cannot see people. If exposed, commit suicide, run away, choose one or the other. This is the rule of Big Circle. Tiger brother, this kid is becoming more and more unruly, the woman said unhappily. Wang Hu is notorious for his explosive temper. He is cruel to the outside world, but he will not be lenient towards the inside world. Anyone who does not obey him will basically sink into the sea. Yi Tianlong even haggled over a task now, and Wang Hu even agreed. Ridiculous. Watching Yi Tianlong's departing figure, Wang Hu sneered and said, he won't survive until tomorrow. Chapter 2. The God of War and the Sealing of Yoshio. Robbing the hotel. Yi Tianlong returned to his residence and immediately activated the summoning device to manifest Yoshio. Just then, a knock echoed from the door, followed by the jovial entrance of 5 individuals. Upon seeing Yi Tianlong, they respectfully greeted him, Brother Ghost. Brother Ghost. Brother Ghost. The individuals before him were all formidable figures from the north, whom Yi Tianlong had taken under his wing. Each possessed considerable strength and had been following Yi Tianlong for 2 months. Though injuries were common during their missions, the rewards Yi Tianlong provided were equally substantial. The group consisted of Wang Jiangwo, Wang Jianjun, Brother Mark, Adong, and Ba Zhong. Brother Ghost, Wang Jiangwo remarked, eyeing Yoshio with caution, even drawing out his firearm. For those who lived on the edge, their minds were perpetually on high alert, even in slumber. Moreover, Yoshio was a stranger, which inevitably bred hostility among them. Yi Tianlong stepped forward, reassuring them. This is Yoshio, whom I brought from the north. You can trust him completely. At his words, the tension in the room eased, and the firearms were holstered. Hello, Yoshio, I am Adong. Adong was the first to step forward, wearing a warm smile. The others followed suit, eager to introduce themselves to Yoshio. In mere moments, camaraderie blossomed amongst them. Please, have a seat. Yi Tianlong gestured for everyone to sit down, then recounted the task assigned by Wang Hu. As he finished, a collective frown crossed their faces. Robbing the Ni family's hotel? Brother Mark immediately interjected, Brother Ghost. While the Ni family is powerful, the reward of 150,000 is worth the risk. Moreover, there is a substantial amount of money in the Laifu Hotel. Wang Jianjun concurred. Absolutely. The others echoed their agreement. They were outlaws, and for them, even a reward of 100,000 would be worth the endeavor. Such was the life of the underclass. Very well, the greater the storm, the larger the catch. We shall proceed with this operation. Prepare yourselves, we act tonight. Yi Tianlong declared upon seeing their unanimous consent. That evening, the bustling streets of Temple Street and Simsha Sui were as lively as ever, with a constant flow of vehicles and pedestrians engaged in lively banter. Yi Tianlong and his companions arrived in a van, parking 50 meters from the Laifu Hotel, which belonged to the Ni family and was managed by Han Chun, one of the 5 heads under the Ni family. The establishment thrived, raking in at least 5,000 Hong Kong dollars daily. Before long, Brother Mark, tasked with gathering intelligence, returned to the vehicle. Brother Ghost, I've gathered the information. There are only a few security personnel inside. They are unarmed and lack any substantial combat capability. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlong discarded his cigarette, but, grab your weapons, follow the usual protocol. Wear masks, do not reveal your identities. If possible, avoid taking lives. We shall steal what we need and cause destruction where necessary. Let us resolve this within 10 minutes. With that, the group disembarked, and the operation was set in motion. Their weapons were not particularly formidable. Each was equipped with a basic firearm, and Yi Tianlong had procured a specially crafted iron rod, akin to a police baton, which could be retracted and utilized as nunchaku. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianlong and his companions stormed into the lobby, swiftly incapacitating the security personnel. A gunshot rang out as Yi Tianlong fired into the air, startling the surrounding staff and guests. Pointing his weapon at the crowd, he surveyed the area coldly, commanding, everyone, crouch down and cover your heads. Anyone who dares to stand will be killed. Faced with the firearm, the crowd obediently complied. With the situation under control, Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo exchanged glances and promptly stationed themselves at the entrance to guard it. Yi Tianlong then advanced swiftly, seizing the general manager by the collar and coldly demanding, "Bring out all the money immediately." The general manager blinked, forcing himself to maintain composure. "Brothers, which faction do you belong to? This is the NI family's territory. You cannot act against us. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences." Bang! Yi Tianlong fired a shot that pierced the manager's shoulder blade. It was not fatal, but undoubtedly painful. "Hurry. Otherwise, the next bullet will be aimed at your head." Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes and delivered a blow with the butt of his gun to the manager's head. Yi Tianlong was no stranger to such scenarios. He feared no formidable opponents, for no one's resilience could withstand the penetrating power of his firearm. Indeed, this approach proved effective. The manager, in the face of imminent death, frantically rushed toward the safe. As the safe opened, stacks of cash were revealed. Yoshio swiftly leaped over the counter, seizing a suitcase and beginning to fill it. At that moment, a group of men in black suddenly appeared at the top of the stairs, all armed with firearms. Both parties were taken aback. Yi Tianlong frowned. Too pressed for time to ponder, he immediately opened fire while deftly maneuvering. As blood mist filled the air, most of the men at the staircase fell. "You take the money and leave. I will go check upstairs." Yi Tianlong instructed Yoshio and the others before charging up the stairs. Brother Mark had already surveyed the entire hotel, and logically, there should not be any significant issues. However, since trouble had arisen, it was essential to investigate further. Upon reaching the second floor, Yi Tianlong spotted a tall, lean man attempting to escape through the window. There was no time to ascertain the identity of the individual. Yet, as he cast a glance, his expression turned grave. On a chair, partially visible through a crack in the door, an elderly man had been shot in the head. Yi Tianlong recognized him instantly. He was the notorious underworld leader, Ni Kowloon of the Ni family. Just then, three figures burst forth, unleashing a hail of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Tianlong adeptly dodged the gunfire with his agile physique and chose to leap through the window to escape. Simultaneously, several police cars blared their sirens as they arrived on the surrounding streets. Fully armed members of the major crimes unit swiftly disembarked, quickly surrounding the Laifu Hotel. The leader was none other than the well-known head of the major crimes unit at the West Kowloon police station, Huang Ziqing, often referred to as Huang Dog by netizens. Alongside him was Chief Inspector Chen Qichang. "Surround this area, not a single fly shall escape." Upon exiting the vehicle, Huang Ziqing carefully gripped his firearm, commanding the officers. "Yes, Sir Huang." The officers nodded and immediately dispersed, advancing cautiously. Within a minute, they had cordoned off the Laifu Hotel so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. 50 meters away, a van was revving its engine. Inside, Yi Tianlong glanced at the time on his watch, looking towards the police officers that were emerging. His brow furrowed slightly. It had only been 8 minutes since the robbery commenced. As a seasoned robber, he had calculated the time. The West Kowloon police station was at least a 20-minute journey away. How could they have arrived so swiftly? Chapter 3, Surrounded and Assassinated. One man against 2 AKs. Unless this group of police officers had prior knowledge of the robbery or were aware of the assassination of Ni Kowloon, lying in wait to catch him off guard. Upon reflection, Yi Tianlong had indeed come to a conclusion within his heart. In light of the intricate plot of infernal affairs, if the figure he glimpsed on the second floor bore an 80 resemblance to Lu Jianming, then the simultaneous occurrence of these two events could not merely be coincidental. It might very well be a calculated attempt to frame him, Yi Tianlong. However, this still required his verification. With this thought, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Yi Tianlong's gaze. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the Fortune Hotel through zero-cost purchase and received 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, qualifying for the freebie reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100,000 cost purchase points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a rare reward. Master level Bagua steps. Master level Tai Chi waist. Master level Xingyi fist techniques. Automatically merged. In the next instant, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. Tai Chi flows like water. Xingyi stands firm like a mountain. Bagua dances like the wind. 3 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Amidst the bead-sized drop of sweat that fell from Yi Tianlong's forehead, the enlightenment concluded, and he had seamlessly integrated the essence of the 3 great techniques. This process of enlightenment was not as agonizing as the merging of steel, for it transformed his internal practices rather than his physical techniques. In that moment, Yi Tianlong's strength experienced a substantial enhancement. It is worth noting that these were indeed the 3 foundational methods of internal martial arts, all at the master level. Their caliber speaks for itself. The treasures preserved by ancestors are not to be taken lightly. Yi Tianlong was immensely satisfied. He was now the epitome of internal and external cultivation, a formidable force to be reckoned with. Had he possessed these 3 master-level internal methods earlier, evading bullets would not have been such a daunting task, even within 7 steps. He could have effortlessly executed a counterattack. Ghost brother, it seems the police are surrounding us. Feng Yuxiu's gaze turned icy as he urgently alerted. This exclamation jolted Yi Tianlong out of his reverie. He cast a sweeping glance through the crowd and swiftly zeroed in on one individual. It was indeed Lu Jiaming. This fellow had changed his attire with remarkable speed. Just moments ago, he was cloaked in black, and now he had transformed into a police officer. Whispering furtively before Huang Go, while the surrounding police appeared to be encircling the Fortune Hotel, a substantial number of them were, in fact, organized and scheming to converge upon their location. Ghost brother, Wang Hu is a problem. He may have betrayed us. He could even be colluding with the police. They intend to wipe us out completely. Mark's eyes narrowed as he spoke succinctly, his tone understated yet brimming with suppressed fury. Surely not. That seems implausible. Adong expressed his bewilderment. With masks and hoods firmly in place, Yi Tianlong gazed ahead and promptly utilized 10,000 cost purchase points from the system to acquire 8 AKs, accompanied by 8,000 rounds of ammunition. This meant that each AK merely cost 1,000 cost purchase points, equating to just 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. As Yi Tianlong pulled out the AKs from beneath the seat, the expressions of Wang Jianjun and the others turned to one of astonishment. They had prepared themselves for a fierce confrontation with the police, knowing full well that they were all desperate men, anticipating this day. Engaging in this underworld life inevitably comes with a price. Naturally, none wished for death, but their firepower was lacking. While the big black star was satisfactory, it fell short against the police's might. However, possessing AKs altered the equation entirely. Their fear of inadequate firepower dissipated. Ghost brother, AKs. What splendid weapons. I thought we would never escape today. Ba Zhong exclaimed, his voice quivering with joy as he fondled the AK. No one is devoid of the fear of death, especially someone like him, who had clandestinely crossed over from the northern coastal regions. Though they called themselves provincial Hong Kong soldiers, it was merely a self-bestowed title. Their arduous journey to Hong Kong Island was solely for the pursuit of greater wealth, to return home in glory. Ghost brother, it's you once again. You always manage to leave us a way out. If we survive this, my life will forever belong to you, Wang Jiangwo said earnestly, his face serious. The others nodded in agreement, signifying their concurrence. All this time, they had perceived their relationship with Yi Tianlong as one of mere collaboration. Yet, after enduring numerous life and death experiences together, they recognized Yi Tianlong's capabilities. Moreover, Yi Tianlong had treated them generously. Typically, when they shared a bounty of 10,000, Yi Tianlong, as the mastermind, risked his life, yet took the least share. Enough of this chatter. Let us remain vigilant. If anything goes awry, do not let our brothers suffer. Yi Tianlong remarked, his gaze fixed on the encroaching police from all sides, his tone calm and resolute. This was no time for sentimentality. Charge. Wang Jianjun nodded, flooring the accelerator and hurtling forward. The others gripped their AKs tightly, ready for battle. Ultimately, the van was just a van. It had barely covered 30 meters before the police shot out its tires. However, this assault was not without consequence, as it resulted in the demise of 3 police officers. Though they were law enforcement, at best, they were merely the dogs of the foreign devils, also referred to as the Lao. They were not worthy of pity. As the van door swung open, Yi Tianlong emerged, wielding 2 AKs, his gaze unwavering and fearless, one hand steadying the weapon. With a barrage of gunfire, the scene devolved into a chaotic battlefield. Damn, are these guys from a gang? Huang Ziqing, taking cover behind a police car door, stared incredulously at Chen Qichong. AKs. And multiple ones at that. Their firepower is undeniably fierce. Despite their numerical advantage, they were merely issued the basic big black stars. The disparity in firepower was glaring. Who do you expect me to ask? Chen Qichong retorted, his scalp tingling in response to the overwhelming firepower, his heart racing, more frightened than when he encountered a lover. Humph. Once this is over, I will make sure to eliminate Wang Hu. Huang Ziqing vowed silently, feeling infuriated and betrayed. Wang Jiangwo, Wang Jianjun, Mark, Ba Zhong, Adong, and Feng Yuxiu were already formidable fighters. Armed with AKs, they became even more reckless. In the blink of an eye, they had collectively dispatched a significant portion of the police officers. The remaining officers either cowered behind walls or took cover around vehicles, not daring to show their faces. For exposing themselves would mean instant death. Amidst the overwhelming firepower from Yi Tianlong and his companions, several police cars were blown to smithereens. The thunderous explosions reverberated throughout the street, akin to a tempest. Some officers were left with ringing ears from the blasts. Following the explosion, Police vehicles plummeted from the sky like a rain of death, crushing several officers on impact. Witnessing such carnage, Chen Qichong gritted his teeth and promptly led a bewildered Huang Zhiqing and others to flee. Indeed, they were escaping, for as Yi Tianlong, gripping 2 AKs, swept his fire in their direction, remaining stationary would surely result in their demise. The only option was to fight and run, striving to minimize casualties while awaiting rescue. Chapter 4. Escape. Bloodbath at the Dragon God Gang. Seeking retribution. However, Yi Tianlong had no intention of lingering any longer. Upon receiving the directive, Wang Jingwo promptly set ablaze a vehicle parked by the roadside, departing elegantly with Yi Tianlong and the others. Meanwhile, the stumbling Huang Zhiqing, upon witnessing their departure, erupted in a torrent of curses, discharging his weapon into the sky, filled with discontent. The escape of Yi Tianlong and his companions signified a potential exposure of his own precarious position. The crux of the matter was that even though he recognized the masked figure as Yi Tianlong, he lacked the justification to apprehend him. This group was exceedingly formidable. Reminiscent of the gangsters, yet bearing the hallmarks of organized crime. One could only ponder their affiliations. Chen Qichong lit a cigarette, his gaze deep and perplexed. Gangsters typically did not possess such an arsenal. Conversely, organized crime syndicates would not deploy such heavy firepower merely for the heist of a moderately sized hotel. After all, firearms are strictly prohibited in the island's jurisdiction. Should they be discovered, the repercussions would be dire. In other words, not even the AK-47s, nor even the infamous Big Black Star, would be casually displayed by any major syndicate. My informant has relayed that this is the handiwork of the Longshan Gang. Huang Zhiqing hesitated before accepting the cigarette, pondering aloud. The Longshan Gang, you say? Chen Qichong blinked, his expression growing graver. He was well aware of the Longshan Gang, a clandestine organization that thrived in tumultuous times, shunned by the light of day. Their overall strength was modest, merely comprising around 300 members, specializing in petty robberies. How could such a gang muster so many AKs? The situation was becoming increasingly convoluted, leaving Chen Qichong bewildered. Report, sir. The Lai Fu Hotel has been robbed of 100,000 in cash, and we have discovered. An officer rushed over to deliver the news. What? Chen Qichong exhaled a plume of smoke, his voice laced with disbelief. Ni Kuan, the leader of the Ni family, was shot dead. The officer swallowed hard, stammering. As members of the police force, they frequently interacted with organized crime. How could they not be familiar with the notorious name of Ni Kuan? Upon hearing this, the entire group, including Chen Qichong, fell momentarily silent. What? Ni Kuan is dead. Their incredulity was palpable, even bordering on shock. However, a flicker of something unusual crossed Huang Zhiqing's face, and his previously tense demeanor visibly relaxed. This was it. Sim Sha Sui was destined for chaos. Chen Qichong deeply exhaled a ring of smoke. Gazing at the decaying vibrancy of the street, he sighed, as the saying goes. When a whale falls, myriad creatures thrive. With the demise of Ni Kuan, Sim Sha Sui is sure to descend into turmoil. His 5 subordinates, Han Chun and Wen Zheng, are hardly paragons of virtue, and with the likes of the Hongxing prince lurking, they will undoubtedly create considerable trouble for the West Kowloon police station. Given that the incident had transpired, as the adage goes, one must brace oneself for the onslaught. Huang Zhiqing's gaze flickered, and he patted Chen Qichong on the shoulder before striding toward the hotel. Wang Jianjun and his companions evaded the police, arriving at a seaside location to cleanse themselves of blood and grime. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlong sat upon a stone, reflecting on the events that had just unfolded. Brother Ghost, we have a problem. Wang Hu is an issue. The police's appearance cannot be mere coincidence. There must be premeditation involved. Wang Jingwo approached with an air of indignation. The sting of betrayal was bitter, particularly since they were toiling for Wang Hu. What a fine display of ingratitude. Armed and resolute, he declared. Let us wash the Longshan Gang in blood tonight. Yi Tianlong discarded his cigarette, but, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The original owner of this body had crossed paths with Wang Hu during their perilous journey from the north. Though they were not the closest of allies, they had shared life and death together. Little did he expect that Wang Hu would desire his demise. Those who kill shall themselves be killed. Indeed, Brother Ghost. The Longshan Gang. At that moment, Wang Hu was indulging in revelry with a voluptuous woman, his behavior far from decorous. Yet the woman neither resisted nor hesitated to reciprocate his advances. A phone call interrupted their liaison, and the third boss, after gleaning the situation, approached Wang Hu, whispering, Brother Hu, Ni Kuan is dead, but Yi Tianlong and his crew managed to escape. This lad is quite the troublemaker. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu burst into hearty laughter, a flicker of dark intensity dancing in his eyes. Ha ha, indeed, he possesses considerable skill, befitting the second boss of our Longshan Gang. He immediately dialed Yi Tianlong. inquiring about his whereabouts, instructing, "Send your men to eliminate him. Be cautious not to leave any traces that could implicate our Longshan gang in Ni Kuan's death. Go." With that, Wang Hu downed a glass of 53 proof liquor in one swift motion, the quantity substantial. "Brother Hu, your capacity for drink is impressive tonight." The woman's enthusiasm heightened his already buoyant spirits. The third boss stepped outside, retrieving his large mobile phone to contact Yi Tianlong. Suddenly, a cold gun barrel pressed against his temple. As he raised his gaze, he felt a chill run through his body, involuntarily shivering. Yi Tianlong stood before him, dragging a half-conscious lackey along. Most of the surrounding individuals lay sprawled on the ground. They were no match for Feng Yuxiu and his crew. In the darkness, the shadows of Feng Yuxiu and others were faintly discernible. "Ghost, Brother Ghost, you have returned. Marvelous. Brother Hu has been waiting for you. You are all right. I was so worried about you." The third boss fawned, his demeanor shifting with alarming agility. The Longshan gang's current stature could be attributed to three principal figures. The boss, Wang Hu, endowed with prodigious strength, barely edging out the Hongxing prince. The second boss, Yi Tianlong, cunning and adept at subterfuge, notoriously ruthless, known as Brother Ghost. And the third boss, the current individual, primarily engaging in securing business deals for the gang, possessing a silver tongue and a knack for social maneuvering, aptly dubbed Old Slick. In contemporary terms, he would at least hold a deputy manager's position. "Is that so? I am quite the conundrum." Yi Tianlong replied coldly, his tone laced with a chilling resonance. With a swift motion, he tightened his fist and landed a punch squarely on Old Slick's mouth, causing half of his teeth to shatter. Brother Ghost, please, I was mistaken. I realize my errors." He whimpered, tears streaming down his face. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Old Slick understood that Yi Tianlong was already privy to certain truths. Rather than feign innocence, he opted for supplication. "Humph," Yi Tianlong sneered, lifting an AK-47 and kicking open the door, striding inside. As the door slammed against the table, the laughter of the women abruptly ceased, recognizing something was amiss. Wang Hu leapt up, drawing a big black star and aiming it at Yi Tianlong. "A ghost, what is your intent?" Bang, bang, bang. Yi Tianlong unleashed a volley, obliterating the sumptuous dishes on the table, while the woman beside Wang Hu collapsed amidst the pool of blood. "You have acted unjustly. Why question my righteousness? I shall grant you an opportunity. Reveal the truth. Otherwise, the fate that befalls this woman will be yours as well." Chapter 5. The Truth Revealed. The young godfather returns to Hong Kong. "Brother Ghost, I do not comprehend your words." Wang Hu feigned composure. Faced with the AK, he was genuinely intimidated. However, he too bore arms and possessed confidence in his hand-to-hand combat skills. He was not intimidated by Yi Tianlong in that regard. Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes, discarding the AK and tossing a cigarette towards him. "Brother Hu, I must remind you of Huang Zhiqing." Upon hearing this, Wang Hu's robust physique trembled slightly as he gazed at the incoming Wang Zhangwo and his companions. He promptly placed the great black star upon the table, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. In truth, the individual who assigned us this task was not the crown prince, but Huang Zhiqing, who provided me with 300,000 and promised to furnish us with legitimate identification. Thus, I conspired with him in orchestrating this incident. The ultimate objective was to frame Ni Kuan's death upon you. Yet, I never anticipated. Yi Tianlong flicked the ash off his cigarette. "I never anticipated that I would leave the Laifu Hotel alive, that Huang Zhiqing's plot to frame me would fail, and your plan to eliminate me would come to naught. Am I right?" In fact, at the moment Yi Tianlong witnessed Ni Kuan's murder and saw Huang Zhiqing and his associates arrive at the hotel, he deduced the truth. He even connected the dots to Wang Hu. Yet, Yi Tianlong was reluctant to admit it. The reality remained. As a smuggler hailing from the north, life in Hong Kong was fraught with hardship. The journey of a smuggler across the river was akin to a dance with death. Furthermore, in Hong Kong, one lacked legal identification and a safe haven. At all times, one faced the specter of mortal peril. Everyone struggled, let alone the establishment of the Longshan gang, which, albeit modest in scale, was a product of several individuals' blood, sweat, and tears. A brother for a day is a brother for life. Half a year of camaraderie binds one in life and death. Yet now, we find ourselves at odds. Wang Hu managed a bitter smile and continued to draw on his cigarette. In this moment, he experienced an unexpected sense of tranquility. Yi Tianlong inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke, then fixed his gaze on Wang Hu, speaking solemnly. "Brother Hu, once you finish this cigarette, it's time to depart. Extend my regards to the brothers." Truthfully, he could have spared Wang Hu's life. However, Ni Kuan's demise necessitated a scapegoat. Since Huang Zhiqing was the instigator, he would surely send someone to tidy up the mess. After all, once a life is extinguished, silence becomes paramount. particularly with Wang Hu. One can evade the initial threat, but not the inevitable conclusion. Death is certain. Ha ha, you rascal. I fondly recall our days of violence and chaos. By the way, the password to my safe is my birthday. Within lies what you seek. Wang Hu took a vigorous drag of his cigarette and stated, as one approaches death. Their words often turn benevolent. Very well. Yi Tianlong nodded. Wang Hu flashed a grin, then picked up a bottle from the ground and took several hearty swigs. Refreshing. He then seized the gun from the table, aiming it at Yi Tianlong. In this moment of crisis, Feng Yuxiu drew the great black star and fired a shot into Wang Hu's forehead. Throughout this, Yi Tianlong remained utterly still, for he understood that Wang Hu had not intended to kill him. Rather, he was offering himself a dignified exit. Wang Jiangwo and Wang Jianjun, take all the assets. The rest prepare for cleanup. Anyone we encounter tonight must be eliminated without mercy. Yi Tianlong stood, casting a glance at Wang Hu's lifeless body before turning to Old Slippery. Old Slippery, as a brother, I shall personally see you off. Come now, make it swift. Old Slippery closed his eyes. With a resounding bang, the bullet pierced the night, entering Old Slippery's skull. Within 3 minutes, the entire courtyard was cleansed, with no soul left unscathed. Merely 5 minutes after Yi Tianlong's departure, Huang Zhiqing arrived with a multitude of police officers. Upon witnessing the carnage and bloodshed, even seasoned officers, accustomed to tumult, felt a chill run down their spines. One word echoed in their minds: bloodbath. Upon discovering Wang Hu's death, Huang Zhiqing could not muster joy, for he was uncertain whether Wang Hu had divulged his involvement. Furthermore, who was the perpetrator of Wang Hu's demise? Immediately, secure the scene. Gather evidence. We must identify the murderer. Huang Zhiqing gritted his teeth and spoke gravely. Subsequently, a throng of officers sprang into action. In matters such as this, they were adept, having frequently cleaned up after the syndicates. Their proficiency was undeniable. Upon returning to their residence, Yi Tianlong and his companions retrieved a videotape, inserting it into a VCD player. Soon, the contents emerged, an explicit recording of Huang Zhiqing and his lover Mary entangled in a passionate embrace, alongside their clandestine conversations. From their discourse, it became apparent that the mastermind behind N.I. Cohen's assassination was not Huang Zhiqing, but rather Mary. At this point, the truth was nearly unveiled. In this affair, Yi Tianlong was but a scapegoat for the duo's conspiracy to eliminate N.I. Cohen. Nevertheless, it must be noted that while Wang Hu appeared coarse, his cunning was evident, for he had procured this recording. It seemed he feared becoming a target for Huang Zhiqing and had thus prepared this talisman in advance. However, these individuals had calculated every possibility but failed to account for Yi Tianlong's survival and his subsequent assault on the Longshan gang, even familiarizing himself with their schemes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Longshan gang at zero cost, along with 3 million Hong Kong dollars, qualifying for the freebie reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 3 million freebie points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the White Phantom. Yi Tianlong felt a surge of joy within. Unintentionally, he had scored again. He had not anticipated the zero-cost system to be so generous. If he were to exploit it at gold shops, police stations, and various enterprises, he could surely soar amidst this chaotic world. Yet, given his current capabilities, he could only procure minor ventures for free. Let us keep pushing forward. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Wealth and prosperity are not mere dreams. The following day, news erupted regarding the Laifu Hotel robbery, the death of N.I. Cohen, the patriarch of the N.I. family, and the bloodbath at the Longshan gang's stronghold, sending shockwaves throughout the underworld. Speculation ran rampant regarding the identity of N.I. Cohen's murderer, the masked assailants from the Laifu robbery, and those responsible for the massacre of the Longshan gang. In Tsim Sha Sui, at the N.I. family estate, several direct relatives gathered in the ancestral hall, each bearing grave expressions. The eldest sister, N.I. Yongli, had long married out and seldom heard news of the N.I. family. Next was N.I. Yongren, whose timid nature kept him away from family affairs. Following him was N.I. Yongxiao, who had been sent abroad for further education by N.I. Cohen. Upon his death, he returned directly to Hong Kong. He was meticulous, composed, yet ruthless. At this moment, Han Shun and his companions arrived at the hall, greeting N.I. Yongxiao and taking their seats. Have we discovered who the murderer is? N.I. Yongxiao asked with a somber countenance. The others fell silent, afraid to speak. Chapter 6. The Underworld in Turmoil. The Dragon Gate emerges. The path to redemption is the goal. How could the three of you fail to protect my father? The eldest sister, N.I. Yongli, rushed forward, seizing Luo Ji's collar and unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. She even struck him repeatedly, the sound echoing throughout the hall. Luo Ji and the other two, who were N.I. Cohen's bodyguards, expressed no anger despite the blows. We apologize, miss. It was our failure to safeguard the patriarch. Though they were struck, Luo Ji and his companions maintained their composure. You useless fools. Ni Yongxiao slammed the table in anger, casting a cold glare at Han Chun and the others. Investigate. Immediately begin the investigation. We must uncover the murderer. I will have him torn apart and fed to the dogs. Issue a bounty. Reward 1 million for any clues and 5 million for the head of the culprit. Hongxing, the top-tier syndicate in Hong Kong. Sham Shui Pe, Zhang's villa. Upon emerging from the gym, Jiang Tianxing was immediately apprised of the news. Goodness gracious. Ni Kowloon has been killed, the Leif Hotel has been robbed, 10 police officers have been gunned down by an AK, and the Longshan gang has been bloodily eradicated. Which formidable dragon has unleashed such fury? As Jiang Tianxing spoke, he approached the hot spring, igniting a cigarette and fixing his gaze on Chun Yao. As a leader of the underworld, he was always the first to know about significant disturbances. In this realm, it is a tight-knit circle. Only by understanding both oneself and one's adversaries can one survive the myriad battles in this chaotic era. It remains unclear, as the police currently possess no evidence. The only known facts are that 7 masked individuals carried out the robbery at the Leif Hotel, and the upper echelons of the Longshan gang have been entirely wiped out. With the exception of their second-in-command, Ghost Brother Yi Tianlong, whose whereabouts remain unknown. I suspect that it is Yi Tianlong who orchestrated these events, Chen Yao remarked, glancing at Fong Ting, who was nestled against Jiang Tianxing. The majority of robbers hail from the larger circles, and the Longshan gang, being the most prominent organization in Tsim Shui, is naturally under suspicion. Moreover, Yi Tianlong is the only one still alive. No, your thinking is too simplistic. There must be deeper issues at play. The Longshan gang, no matter how powerful, would dare to rob Ni Kowloon's Leif Hotel and kill police officers. But they wouldn't be foolish enough to assassinate Ni Kowloon himself, thereby destroying their own foundation. Besides, with the Longshan gang also decimated, it's possible Yi Tianlong was deliberately allowed to escape, serving as a scapegoat. Jiang Tianxing's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he confidently stated. A valid point. Chun Yao nodded in agreement, yet his gaze lingered on Fong Ting, lost in thought. One could only say that the elder sister-in-law was simply too captivating. As for Jiang Tianxing's assertions, he could hardly be bothered to comment. After all, it was none of his concern. Regardless of the turmoil in Tsim Shui, they had their crown prince to shield them. As the strategist, he had no jurisdiction over such matters. Immediately, he issued orders for the gang members to refrain from provoking the Ni family during these times. Moreover, instruct the crown prince to stay put, without my command. He is not to engage in this unrest. Jiang Tianxing stated nonchalantly. With Ni Kowloon's death, Tsim Shui is bound to descend into chaos. All they need to do is wait to reap the benefits. Very well. Chen Yao withdrew his gaze from Fong Ting and turned to leave. Wow, Brother Sheng. You should have seen the way Chen Yao was staring at me just now. It was quite terrifying. Fong Ting stood up, stretching languidly as she feigned complaint. No worries. Who could blame him for finding you so enchanting? It's only natural to steal a glance, Jiang Tianxing replied, narrowing his eyes with a casual tone. Tsim Shui, the Crown Princess boxing gym. The Crown Prince, while practicing his martial arts, received the full report. Ni Kowloon is dead. The Ni family is a veritable treasure trove. Wiping the sweat from his chiseled abdomen, he could not conceal the elation on his face. I heard the Ni family has even placed a bounty of 5 million to uncover the culprit. Let us investigate who is in charge. Brother, I just checked, it's Ni Yongxiao. His subordinate promptly replied. Ni Yongxiao? That unassuming little fellow? How intriguing. The Crown Prince chuckled dismissively. In his estimation, the mastermind should have been one of Han Chun, Gandhi, or the other 5. He never anticipated it would be a mere kid just returned from abroad. This certainly makes the Ni family a laughingstock in the underworld. Besides, which of those old geezers like Han Chun wouldn't desire to ascend to Ni Kowloon's throne, to have a brat suddenly emerge and usurp their ambitions? How could they possibly accept it? Brother, should we not intervene and seize a few streets for ourselves? The younger brother was brimming with excitement. No, it is not the right time. The moment has yet to arrive. Responding to Chun Yao's command, the Crown Prince stifled his inner fervor. At this moment, every major faction in Tsim Shui is eager to carve out their share. However, the Ni family, having been a long-standing force for decades, possesses profound roots. Even Han Chun and his ilk are not to be trifled with. If the internal situation is thus, the external dynamics are even more precarious. To put it plainly, everyone covets Ni Kowloon's throne. Wouldn't it be delightful for our crown prince to reap the rewards like a fisherman? At the West Kowloon police station, the previously domineering officers had grown significantly more subdued following the deaths of 10 of their colleagues. Most notably, they felt utterly humiliated. They had originally set out to achieve merit, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by overwhelming firepower. This failure had even attracted the ire of the higher-ups. The foreign superiors did not mince words, hurling a barrage of expletives at Huang Jiqing and Qin Shichong, their scorn palpable. Yet, the two could only silently wipe the spittle from their faces, enduring the humiliation. Do not be deceived. While they were prominent figures in the West Kowloon Police District, in the eyes of their foreign superiors, they were mere dogs. And dogs can be replaced at their owner's whim. Within 3 days, the case must be solved. Furthermore, beyond identifying the perpetrator, they must also silence the media and prevent chaos from erupting in Tsimsha Tsui. Otherwise, prepare to guard the water reservoir. Get out. The foreign officer, clad in a white uniform, slammed the documents down before them, barking his orders. Yes, sir. Swiftly. The West Kowloon Police Station established a special task force dedicated to this incident. Tsimsha Tsui was placed under strict martial law, with officers scouring every corner of the underworld. The underworld figures found themselves like mice in a maze, with everyone being targeted. Chaos ensued, complete and utter chaos. Meanwhile, the NI family was unwilling to be outdone, vigorously pursuing any suspicious individuals and leads. Particularly, Yi Tianlong, the sole survivor among the Longshan gang's leadership, who was also a notable figure in the underworld, frequently engaging in robberies. Given that the Leif Hotel had been robbed, he was certainly a prime suspect. However, Yi Tianlong adopted a stance of righteousness, boldly appearing at the Longshan gang and proclaiming its rebranding as Longmen. He also abolished all the previous rules set by Wang Hu, allowing not only the elite of the underworld but anyone with ambition, capability, or strategy to join Longmen after passing a selection process. Of course, the most crucial change was the transformation of Longmen's identity. To put it simply, Longmen could either operate like the Hongxing faction, seizing territory and establishing dominance, or function like Helian Sheng, engaging in legitimate business ventures, such as flower trading. Otherwise, whenever Longshan gang or Longmen was mentioned, it would merely be regarded as a band of robbers, lacking any dignity. Nevertheless, Yi Tianlong's vision was to steadily guide Longmen onto the path of legitimacy. After all, the path of the underworld is fraught with peril. Those with wisdom understand that after becoming strong, one must eventually cleanse one's reputation. Chapter 7. The Underworld. The police arrive. Greet them with respect. With Yi Tianlong's emergence and the news of his control over the Longshan gang, now rebranded as Longmen, spreading outward, various factions grew restless. They sharpened their knives, ready to make their move. Leading the charge were the members of the NI family. At the forefront were Gandhi, Han Shun, Black Ghost, Wen Zheng, and Guo Hua, accompanied by hundreds of their subordinates, surrounding Longmen, leaving no avenue for escape. Brother, the 5 hounds of the NI family have arrived, and they are outside with a significant number of followers. Their intentions are far from benevolent. Should we confront them directly? A subordinate rushed in, breathless. No rush, let us talk first. If negotiations fail, then we shall see. Yi Tianlong flicked his cigarette butt aside and rose to meet them. Soon, the two parties faced each other. Yi Tianlong, you're quite swift. Wang Hu's memorial hasn't even passed, and you've already rebranded the Longshan gang. How interesting. Gandhi squinted his eyes and, with a face full of wrinkles, spoke pointedly. Uncle Gan, Wang Hu is my elder brother. I will certainly handle his funeral with great ceremony. However, the Dragon God gang is his lifelong endeavor, and I cannot allow my brother's hard work to go to waste. In response to Gandhi's mockery, Yi Tianlong replied nonchalantly, you keep insisting that the Dragon God gang is your brother's creation, yet you're changing its name? Guo Hua immediately scoffed, a playful expression crossing his face. Let me put it this way, with the death of Big Brother and I, there will inevitably be a successor. If one of you steps up, will you still call yourselves the NI family? Yi Tianlong toyed with the jade ring on his finger, fixing his gaze on Gandhi and his 5 associates. Although the storyline ultimately had Ni Yongxiao at the helm and Han Chun reaping the benefits, with Yi Tianlong present, anything was possible. You're asking for trouble, Yi Tianlong. I warn you, one can eat recklessly and chase after women without restraint, but one must not speak carelessly. I was in the kingdom of Siam when Big Brother and I died. Guo Hua's face flushed with anger as he spoke, with so many eyes upon them. If anything inappropriate were to leak, he would be in dire straits. While the others suspected Yi Tianlong, they were acutely aware that they themselves were the prime suspects. A single misstep could plunge them into a life-and-death predicament. All right. It was merely a casual remark. No need to take it to heart. You're a guest. Why not come inside and have a seat? Yi Tianlong chuckled lightly as the conversation reached this point. These individuals aimed not only to save face, but also to shift the blame onto him, which was rather simplistic thinking. No, let me ask you. Where were you last night? Upon hearing Yi Tianlong's sharp words that thrust them into the spotlight, Gandhi felt a twinge of guilt. He quickly attempted to change the subject. My brothers and I were drunk, asleep at home. Is that so, Uncle Gan? Do you suspect that I killed my brother? Or that I murdered Big Brother and I? Do you really believe I have any motive for that? Yi Tianlong spoke candidly, fully aware that suspicion loomed over him from all sides. Yet he held firm to the belief that a clean conscience fears no shadow. The police had no evidence linking him to the crime, and the NI family certainly could not uncover anything at this stage. The truth of the matter was likely known only to Huang Ziqing, Mary, Lu Jianming, and himself. Well then, I wish you great fortune and success. With that, Gandhi departed with his entourage. This fellow is more troublesome than we anticipated. Keep an eye on him and report any developments immediately. Han Chun and the others instructed their trusted subordinates as they stepped outside. Among the five, Han Chun, although the least powerful, was the most loyal to Big Brother Ni and the Ni family, for the simple reason that Ni Kuan had saved his life. Little did he realize that all that transpired last night was orchestrated by his lover, Mary, paving the way for him. After bidding farewell to those fools, Yi Tianlong returned to the hall with a calm demeanor. However, yet another group of uninvited guests arrived. Unlike Han Chen's group, who adhered to some semblance of the code of the underworld, this new assembly forced their way into the hall, clad in uniforms. The atmosphere in the tea room grew exceedingly tense. Officer, what does this mean? Do you have a search warrant? Upon seeing the aggressive Chen Qichang and Huang Ziqing accompanied by a throng of officers, Yi Tianlong remarked nonchalantly. He had anticipated their arrival. They had come merely to put on a show, to exert their authority. You are hardly respectable, and you think you need a search warrant, Huang Ziqing retorted, seething with anger. While others may not have known the details of last night's events, he was well aware. He had initially intended to pin the blame on Yi Tianlong at the Laifu Hotel, but to his astonishment, Yi Tianlong not only evaded capture, but also killed 10 of his colleagues. What baffled him most was the death of Wang Hu. While it could be seen as a blessing, it indicated that someone was privy to the underlying truths, and that individual was undoubtedly Yi Tianlong, although, due to his position as a police officer, he could not openly express this suspicion. All right. Yi Tianlong exhaled a puff of smoke, concealing his smile. Officer, regarding your earlier comments, I will say this only once. Last night I was drinking, and my brothers can vouch for me. I am unaware of anything else. He refused to accept being blamed for the robbery, Big Brother Ni's death, or even Wang Hu's demise. Yi Tianlong was not someone to be easily manipulated. Yi Tianlong, you better come with us right now, or I have 100 ways to make your life a living hell, Huang Ziqing said coldly. They were merely a group of thugs who had smuggled themselves from the north, lacking even the most basic legal identification. How could he, as a serious homicide unit leader, not manage them? If you think you can take me down, then come at me. Yi Tianlong stood up, and at that moment, Feng Yuxiu and his companions moved forward. At Yi Tianlong's command, they would charge fearlessly into the fray. Don't move. All the officers drew their weapons simultaneously, pointing them at Yi Tianlong and his entourage, each one trembling with anxiety. No one doubted the brutality of these thugs. They were notorious for being even more ruthless than local gangs, a well-known fact. Therefore, despite the Dragon God Gang's small size, their ability to maintain a presence in Sim Sha Sui spoke volumes about their strength. Do you know what it means to threaten a police officer? You could face several years in prison. Just so you know, it starts at 3 years. Chen Qichang stood before Yi Tianlong, his tone icy. And do you know the consequences of crossing me, Yi Tianlong? Just so you know, if I say your whole family will die, they will die. If I say you want to survive until dawn, you want to live to see the third watch. We can bet on it. Yi Tianlong pressed the burning cigarette, but into Chen Qichang's waistline, then glanced at the numerous defiant young officers around him. If you have evidence, produce it. I'll accompany you to the police station. If not, get lost. Chapter 8. AK at the waist, robbing a jewelry store. Sim Sha Sui, a storm brewing. Dark currents stirring. You, my friend, are even more ferocious than Wang Hu. I will certainly find evidence to bring you to justice. Huang Ziqing stepped forward, his voice icy as he issued a warning. Well, with Big Brother Ni dead, Sim Sha Sui will descend into chaos. Instead of wasting time here with me, why not go after the real culprit? Right, Officer Huang? Yi Tianlong fixed his gaze on Huang Ziqing, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. You. Huang Ziqing's expression shifted immediately, his conviction only strengthened. This meant that the other party had leverage over him, perhaps even knowledge of Lu Jianming's existence. This was a grave matter. If exposed, not only would his career be over, but he could also end up in prison. Thus, Yi Tianlong had to be eliminated. With that thought in mind, Huang Ziqing gritted his teeth. You wait. Withdraw. After these two groups departed, others soon followed, primarily to issue warnings. This was a customary social practice, and Yi Tianlong could hardly be bothered to engage. He left it to Feng Yuxiu and the others to handle. Meanwhile, he remained deep in thought about the future. The Dragon Gate has now been established. However, its foundation remains precarious. Not only is the business within the organization limited in scope, but its origins are also dubious, and the remuneration is scant. If this situation persists, while it may sustain the basic operations of the Dragon Gate, Aspirations for growth and transformation, particularly in terms of cleansing its reputation, seem utterly fantastical. To remedy the current predicament, the imperative lies in acquiring funds. Money, money, money. At this juncture, positioned between the 1980s and 1990s, although the island is chaotic, there are numerous avenues for quick monetary gain. Ventures such as flower production, adult magazines, robbery, casinos, horse racing, filming adult films, smuggling, arms dealing, and finance are all viable options, albeit fraught with risk. Yet, the greater the tumult, the more valuable the catch. Thus, one must take action. Among all potential businesses, Yi Tianlong has resolved not to engage in the flower trade. Such a morally reprehensible endeavor, even if profitable, would rob him of sleep at night. One may lack conscience, but one cannot lack a sense of moral integrity. Among these enterprises, Yi Tianlong's foremost interest lies in finance, arms dealing, and filmmaking. Of course, he must not forget his roots. Robbery remains an option. In truth, these ventures could create a closed loop. The ill-gotten gains from robbery and arms dealing are considered dirty money, necessitating laundering before they can be utilized legitimately, especially given the vigilance of the Independent Commission Against Corruption established by the colonial government. This calls for a channel, and filmmaking can serve to resolve this issue. Money laundering through film production is a commonly employed method. For instance, a film with a box office of 3 million can be inflated through various means to report earnings of 4, 5, or even 10 million. Hypothetically, if the figure stands at 10 million, wouldn't that effectively launder the money? The laundered funds can then be reinvested in finance for further profit. As a time traveler, he inherently possesses an advantage, such as the historical significance of the Kowloon warehouse battle, the oil price surges triggered by multiple conflicts in the Middle East, the issues surrounding the Federal Reserve during the financial crisis, the soaring price of gold, and the collapse of the bubble economy in Japan leading to the depreciation of the yen. With sufficient initial capital, Yi Tianlong could easily engage in any financial endeavor and reap substantial rewards. After contemplating all this, the crux remains the need for initial capital. Without startup funds, all is mere conjecture. Thus, he can only revert to his original line of work. That night, Wang Hu's funeral concluded with great pomp. At 1 o'clock in the deep of night, Yi Tianlong gathered Feng Yuxiu, the White Phantom, and others to share his thoughts. Brother Ghost, are we really going to act tonight? There are many eyes on us outside, Ba Zhong cautioned, touching his nose. The events of the day were witnessed by all, and both the underworld and law enforcement had stationed numerous individuals around the Dragon Gate. Any slight movement from them would be closely monitored. In summary, this was not the moment for rash actions. No, the chaos lies with the police and the NI family, not with us. In fact, this turmoil presents a favorable opportunity for us to act, Yi Tianlong replied calmly. From the unfolding narrative, it was clear that tonight, as NI Yongxiao returned to the island, the night would be rife with turmoil, particularly as various factions, especially the West Kowloon police, were focused on the NI family's affairs. Moreover, tonight marked the 14th of the month, the designated day for Han Shun and his 4 associates to settle accounts with the NI family. With the demise of the family patriarch, these 5 individuals harbored their own agendas. To put it bluntly, they were all veterans. How could they submit to NI Yongxiao? The position of head of the NI family would surely reach a resolution tonight. At this juncture, Yi Tianlong could seize the opportunity amidst the chaos and directly target the largest gold shop in Tsimsha Sui. Let's do it. Seeing Ba Zhong still wanting to say something, Adong readily agreed. The rest nodded in agreement. Let us move. After briefly outlining key points and precautions, Yi Tianlong rose and led the group through the secret passage. Actions must be swift, and postures must be striking. Before long, the 8 of them arrived at the gold shop. On this street, all other establishments had closed, except for a few food stalls still illuminated in the red and green glow, and this gold shop remained lit. 6 security personnel stood at the entrance, 3 armed with guns, along with batons and riot shields, an impressive configuration. This establishment was under the protection of the NI family, while the owner was a foreign investor, seemingly of Japanese nationality. Besides the gold shop in Tsimsha Sui, he owned properties in other bustling areas of the island, such as Central and Causeway Bay, indicating significant influence. Yi Tianlong had meticulously researched these details and had long desired to execute this heist. After all, for a major player in the underworld, there is no quicker way to generate profit than by robbing a gold shop. Unfortunately, previous lack of strength had left him merely a spectator. But now, the situation was different. With a mask on his face, an AK slung at his waist, and explosive grenades strapped to his chest, alongside formidable brothers like the White Phantom, a mere gold shop was no match for them. Prepare yourselves. We strike at exactly 2 o'clock. Yi Tianlong squinted, gazing ahead. At 2 o'clock, human fatigue reaches its zenith. This is the opportunity. Simultaneously, Gandhi, Guohua, Wenzheng, Black Ghost, and Han Shun gathered at a hot pot restaurant, debating whether to settle accounts. After all, they had allegiance to the late Ni patriarch, not to the Ni family per se, and certainly not to Ni Yongshao. Now that the patriarch was gone, these veterans of the Ni family were reluctant to report to a younger generation who would acquiesce to that. At the Ni family estate, Ni Yongshao had spent the day gathering leverage on Han Chun and the others. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed their numbers. Meanwhile, Huang Jiqing, Chen Qichong, and the entire West Kowloon police were lying in wait around the hot pot restaurant, prepared to prevent any conflict from erupting in Tsim Sha Tsui that night. Similarly, factions akin to the princes were covertly observing as well. In essence, the gaze of all significant forces in Tsim Sha Tsui was fixed on the hot pot restaurant and the Ni family estate. Whether the balance of power in Tsim Sha Tsui shifts hinges upon the turmoil within the Ni family. It was destined to be an extraordinary night. Chapter 9. The AK-masked man's inferno. Ni Yongshao pacified Tsim Sha Tsui. At precisely 2 o'clock, Yi Tianlong opened his piercing eyes, fixated ahead. 6 security guards. Eliminate them immediately. Should any members of the Ni family appear, show no mercy. If the police arrive, show no mercy. If any brothers encounter trouble, do not hesitate to protect them. With that, Yi Tianlong donned a hood, hoisting 2 AKs as he exited the vehicle. Given his current physical capabilities, whether he could withstand bullets was uncertain, but evading them was well within reach. The White Phantom, armed with a katana, melted into the shadows, stealthily advancing to clear the way. The others were tasked with providing covering fire to prevent any unforeseen incidents. I'm so tired. I'm going to catch a quick nap. Tonight should be uneventful. The security captain yawned. Clearly, he was aware of the internal strife within the Ni family. In such turmoil, who in their right mind would attempt to rob a gold shop? Go on, go on. The other security personnel leaned against the wall, feigning casualness as they dozed off. The security captain stepped aside to relieve himself. In the blink of an eye, the White Phantom materialized like a specter, the cold, merciless katana ruthlessly slicing through his throat. Immediately thereafter, the White Phantom pressed against the wall and continued onward. The slaughter had commenced. The silenced AK erupted with sparks in the darkness. And after a few precise shots, the remaining security personnel lay dead. Soon, several individuals entered the jewelry store, where a female attendant and a counter manager were present. Yi Tianlong cast a glance, finding no reason to linger further. He thrust the AK against the manager's forehead. There's no need to keep your clothes on. Open the counter at once, or the bullets won't discriminate. Thus, a man and a woman, under the influence of the emperor's new clothes, began to unlock safes. Simultaneously, Feng Yuxiu and his companions entered, pushing a prepared cart inside. No unnecessary words were exchanged. While smashing the glass of the counter, they shoved gold into the cart. Yi Tianlong approached the safe, his eyes gleaming. Bars of pure 24K gold and scattered coins awaited him. Big brother, it's all here. Please, don't harm me, pleaded the counter manager, wearing an expression more sorrowful than one who had just swallowed excrement. After all, he had finally managed to woo the most beautiful girl in the store, hoping for a passionate romance, only to encounter robbers. Such was his misfortune. Yi Tianlong paid him no mind, and simply took the safe and walked away. Pack. Too troublesome. It's not as if I lack the strength to carry it. A feat of extraordinary prowess, he effortlessly lifted the 200-kilogram weight with one hand. The counter manager was utterly flabbergasted. However, in the next moment, Feng Yuxiu knocked him unconscious with a single punch, and the woman beside him received the same treatment. Within a minute, the group had filled 2 vehicles. One could not deny, this was indeed the largest jewelry store in Tsim Sha Tsui. There was quite a bit of treasure. Nevertheless, Yi Tianlong had underestimated the capabilities of the Ni family. Over 20 thuggish individuals armed with knives and sticks surrounded them in the streets. To dare rob our Ni family's territory, you lot must be tired of living, commanded the leader, clearly yet to grasp the severity of the situation. Yi Tianlong and his companions were no ordinary robbers. Run, damn it. As they approached the 2 vehicles, suddenly 7 or 8 AKs emerged. The leader slammed on the brakes, his face quivering in terror, exclaiming loudly. The sound traveled swiftly, but the AK, a battle-tested assault rifle, was equally swift in its delivery of death. As bullets pierced through the veil of night, blood stained half the street. The leader was the first victim, riddled with at least 20 bullet holes. In the blink of an eye, half of the over 20 thugs lay dead, while the other half fled. Fools. Feng Yuxiu remarked coldly, blowing on the hot barrel of his gun. Let us go. The commotion is a bit too loud. Yi Tianlong surveyed the 10-plus corpses and immediately ordered everyone to get in the vehicles and leave. Soon, news of the robbery reached the ears of Chen Qichong, who was monitoring a hot pot restaurant. Damn it, not again with the AKs. Who dares to be so reckless as to rob a jewelry store at this hour? Chen Qichong angrily tossed aside his cigarette, but, glaring at the hot pot restaurant, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Just as one crisis calmed, another arose. Nearby, Huang Zhiqing furrowed his brow and promptly took out his phone to inquire with the officers monitoring Longmen. However, the answer he received was unacceptable. Yi Tianlong and his crew were still at the hall drinking? Then who were those robbing the jewelry store? At that moment, he was utterly bewildered. Monkey, go take some people to the jewelry store and handle the situation. Huang Zhiqing inhaled deeply, retracting his gaze from the hot pot restaurant, and spoke through gritted teeth to the nearby officer. Yes, sir. The officer named Monkey immediately set off for the jewelry store. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlong had already cleared the traces of the robbery and returned to the hall. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the jewelry store at zero cost, along with 10 million Hong Kong dollars worth of gold, qualifying for the freebie reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 10 million free purchase points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a rare reward, mastery of firearms, dual-wielding rapid-fire, hip-fire, and automatic blending. The following day, Sim Sha Sui remained remarkably calm, contrary to expectations. Clearly, N.I. Yongxiao lived up to his reputation as a godfather of the underworld, effortlessly resolving the internal conflict within the N.I. family. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost the previous night. I am TVB reporter Hai Mimi, bringing you live coverage. At precisely 2 a.m. last night, on Berlin Avenue in Sim Sha Sui, a heinous robbery occurred at a jewelry store involving AKs, resulting in the deaths of 6 security personnel, and a clash with the local gang, leading to 12 fatalities. The masked assailants made off with over 10 million worth of gold. It is reported that this group of AK-wielding masked men previously robbed the Laifu Hotel, their actions being extremely reprehensible. And we hope the police will swiftly bring them to justice. Lastly, we invite the head of the case, the chief of the West Kowloon Police's Major Crimes Unit, Huang Zhiqing, to say a few words. Hai Mimi handed over the microphone, and Huang Zhiqing finished with a stern remark. With the television news report, the concept of the AK masked assailants began to take shape in the public's consciousness. Robberies. They had become commonplace on Hong Kong Island. However, a robbery executed entirely with AKs was indeed rare. What kind of audacious criminals were these, so fierce? Yi Tianlong watched the television report, his expression utterly indifferent. These were mere trifles. In the future, there would be even more sensational heists. Nonetheless, the spoils from this endeavor were undeniably abundant. The gold from last night was worth at least 10 million. Yi Tianlong calculated his assets, totaling roughly 15 million. But the source was too dubious and dark. It needed to be laundered. He immediately thought of one person, N.I. Yongxiao. This young godfather of the underworld was exceptional in every regard. However, cooperation would require leverage. Coincidentally, Wang Hu's videotape served as just that. Surely, N.I. Yongxiao would be eager to learn the truth behind his elder's demise. Chapter 10. The Savior's Death. Yi Tianlong's Fury. Longmen in a deadlock. While Yi Tianlong was leisurely going about his business, the outside world was in turmoil. The West Kowloon police station was sullen, berated by foreign nationals. The N.I. family had experienced internal turmoil the previous night. Although the overall situation had calmed significantly, as the owners, they were held accountable for the security of the jewelry store and faced demands for compensation from the wealthy individuals from Sakura country. The external environment was challenging. Merely the mention of the AK-masked assailants sent shivers down the spines of those who encountered jewelry stores. They would go out of their way to avoid them. 3 days passed, and Sim Sha Sui had quieted considerably. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlong utilized the power of money to secure legitimate identification for the White Phantom and others, ensuring that whenever Chen Qichong and his associates came knocking, they would require a search warrant. At the same time, Yi Tianlong established a company, Longmen Film Industry. Currently, it was merely in its infancy, limited to producing low-quality adult magazines and films rated below 3 stars. Akin to the operations of Qian Kuan International Film Production Company under Hong Xing's Liang Kuan. All related business was entrusted to Guzi. Guzi, formerly a clever underling of a third-tier member of the Longshan gang, had learned plenty of tricks, making him well-suited for managing such lowbrow enterprises. It is likely that the N.I. family, the police, and various major factions are keeping a close watch. A significant number of individuals within the Longmen organization have chosen to depart. In light of this situation, Yi Tianlong made no objections. After all, Longmen is a large triad organization, distinct from other societies. Unlike the Hongxing and Dongxing gangs, once one has pledged allegiance and entered the roster, it is not so easily possible to withdraw. In Longmen, one can leave at any moment. However, should they do so, the organization would dwindle to merely 100 members. This news quickly reached the ears of the various factions in Sim Sha Sui. It is well known that the triad organization is despised by all parties. Their conduct is ruthless, devoid of reason, and they are notorious for their lack of familial ties and chaotic methods, which have long incited public outrage. Nonetheless, the once formidable Dragon God Gang, boasting over 300 members, still commanded a degree of respect. Now, however, the opportunity to obliterate Longmen has presented itself. That evening, Yi Tianlong hurriedly made his way from the Tsim Sha Sui Hall to Kowloon City. Inside a modestly sized shop, various items lay in disarray, clearly having been deliberately vandalized. Fresh blood, visible to the naked eye, adorned the background wall like snowflakes upon the peaks of the Himalayas. An aura of coldness emanated from Yi Tianlong as he stepped inside, then knelt down. At that moment, White Phantom switched on a flashlight. And as the beam illuminated the room, Yi Tianlong's pupils constricted violently, a murderous aura surging within him, as if he were on the brink of madness. An elderly woman cradled the lifeless body of an aged man, and tears unexpectedly streamed down Yi Tianlong's face. Having traversed into this realm just 6 months prior, he had fortuitously encountered the original owner during a perilous smuggling journey, enduring a storm of bloodshed before finally reaching the shore. As a man of the 21st century, having frequently been assaulted by human traffickers, Yi Tianlong could not endure this indignity. Thus, a conflict ensued. Although the trafficker met his demise, Yi Tianlong was shot as well, his life hanging in the balance. To ensure their own escape, Wang Hu and the others had no choice but to abandon Yi Tianlong. When he regained consciousness, he found himself rescued by the elderly woman. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude, especially when it involves saving a life. Yet, Yi Tianlong was acutely aware of the treachery of human hearts. Thus he had refrained from visiting the elderly woman personally, fearing he might bring her harm. Little did he know that their initial farewell would turn out to be their final goodbye. Ghost brother, White Phantom, they anxiously called out. Something is amiss. Guzi is in trouble. Though Yi Tianlong was engulfed in rage, his reason prevailed. The only individuals who knew of the elderly woman's residence, aside from himself, were Guzi. Often accompanying the cunning old fox on business, Guzi would occasionally visit Kowloon City, prompting Yi Tianlong to discreetly provide him with funds to improve the elderly woman's living conditions. Contemplating this, an ominous feeling surged within Yi Tianlong. To murder one's benefactor was beyond Guzi's courage and rationale. He was likely betrayed and bought off. Now, many wished for his demise. With Huang Guzi at the forefront, followed closely by the Ni family. Return to the hall immediately, Yi Tianlong declared, clutching the elderly woman's corpse, and swiftly boarded his vehicle. Meanwhile, within Longmen, chaos reigned, the numbers decimated. With only around 50 individuals struggling to hold the fort, they faced a dense throng of at least 200 adversaries. Wang Zhangwo and Wang Jianjun exchanged glances, gripping their machetes. As Wang Zhangwo addressed the 50-odd remaining members without a trace of fear, "Brothers, as humans, we shall not succumb to mediocrity. We are indeed smuggled immigrants. But our dignity must be forged through our own efforts. If we emerge victorious today, our name shall resonate throughout the martial world. Moreover, Ghost Brother has treated us well. Longmen stand strong, so what shall we do? Kill, kill, kill." The 50-odd members, their eyes filled with tears and blood, bore numerous injuries, yet their spirit remained indomitable. The northern folk may lack various abilities, but they possess an unwavering tenacity. Their strength is uncertain, but they grow stronger when faced with adversity. Furthermore, having endured countless brushes with death to reach Hong Kong from the north, and remaining steadfast in the Dragon God Gang despite its troubles, they were resolute in following Yi Tianlong against all odds. Each one of them possessed unyielding spirit. A solitary figure loomed before the two factions, brandishing two machetes, bloodied with the remnants of Longmen's members. The rhythmic dripping echoed like a mournful lament, sending chills down spines. This individual was none other than Wu, the second in command of the number gang, known as Brother Cash. Let it be known, we accept payment for services rendered. Today, the number gang demands Yi Tianlong's life. Wu glanced at his watch. He will not return. You are all men of loyalty, should you wish. I can make an exception and welcome you into the number gang, ensuring you thrive better than in Longmen. Just then, a vehicle riddled with bullet holes and stained with blood rolled down the street. Yi Tianlong, clad in leather shoes and wielding a machete, stepped out. His gaze as cold as ice. White Phantom and the others appeared in unison, filled with battle fervor. Upon witnessing this, Wu's pupils constricted, realizing their plan had been a feint. Even the interceptors had deployed a powerful force, yet they failed to eliminate Yi Tianlong. Your boss is already dead. Now it is your turn. Yi Tianlong raised his eyes, fixing a chilling glare upon Wu as he uttered a single word: kill. In a narrow confrontation, the brave prevail. Despite being outnumbered 4-1, Yi Tianlong showed no fear. This valley of despair was merely a pit stop on his ascension to greatness. Chapter 11. The God of Death, Yi Tianlong, faces 100 foes, vanquishing the number gang and purging the traitors. Yi Tianlong led the charge, swinging his machete from the left to the right with speed and precision, blood splattering in his wake. This opening move epitomized the essence of the Triad: brutality, bloodlust, and mercilessness. In gang confrontations, momentum and numbers typically dictate the outcome. Yet, in this moment, those advantages crumbled before Yi Tianlong. Though he did not wield an AK-47 this time, his very being, fused with steel, combined with his mastery of Tai Chi, Bagua, and Xingyi martial arts, transformed him into an unstoppable force. In the blink of an eye, he incapacitated 5 diminutive thugs, leaving them sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath and moaning in agony. He truly embodied the essence of God blocks, kill God, Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. In a display of 1 against 100, he instilled fear in many of the number gang members. In a flash, Yi Tianlong surged forward again, his movements as swift as thunder, executing a side slash with his blade. The knife descended like a phantom, severing one thug's weapon, and blood erupted from his chest like a torrential downpour. Before the nearby number gang members could react, Yi Tianlong was already before another, piercing their shoulder blade with his sharp blade. With a cold glare, Yi Tianlong sidestepped and parried a lethal strike, channeling all his strength into the hilt of his knife. Delivering a slight shake, the attacker's expression morphed to one of sheer terror as he realized he could no longer grip his weapon. The force transmitted through the blade shattered his grip, and in the next moment, he could hold on no longer. What awaits him next is the ruthless strike of Yi Tianlong. This blow does not directly seek his life. Yet the myriad wounds crisscrossing his chest are sufficient to render him incapable of living in peace for the rest of his days. The method of punishing an individual does not solely lie in extinguishing their life. Rather, it is to make them endure a ceaseless existence filled with terror and torment. Goodness, is this what the Big Circle Gang is like? Indeed, they are a group of fearless individuals, wagering their lives against others. No wonder no organization dares to recruit them. On any given day, should their tempers flare, even the leaders would be doomed. The hundreds present at the scene were thus awestruck by Yi Tianlong's formidable ferocity. Their astonishment was intrinsically linked to their own positions. In the underbelly of Hong Kong, the small-time thugs merely seek to flaunt their power, play the part of a tough guy, and perhaps earn a little on the side. When truly confronted by a remorseless, fearless murderer, very few would remain unafraid. However, for individuals like Yi Tianlong in the Big Circle, survival necessitates a willingness to barter their lives. My goodness, one cannot provoke the Big Circle Gang. They are simply too fierce. This reckless approach to combat makes me want to withdraw. Indeed, I too wish to retreat. It is a matter of life and death. If I leave, my wife will belong to another. In an instant, some members of the numbered gang began to reconsider their involvement. This trepidation is precisely why so many are reluctant to engage with the Big Circle. Had it not been for the recent exodus of over 200 members from Longmen, leaving merely around 100, they might not have participated in this conflict at all. What are we afraid of? Let us kill. A group attacking a single individual. Can we not succeed in vanquishing him? If anyone dares to flee today, I will kill their entire family tomorrow. I stand by my word. Ah Wu, having similarly emerged from the crucible of life and death, quickly regained his composure and shouted loudly. Under Ah Wu's intimidation, even though fear gripped them, the others could only brace themselves and charge forward. For no one would doubt the veracity of Ah Wu's claims. The White Phantom and his companions were equally unyielding, swiftly plunging into the fray. In an instant, both sides clashed. The sounds of wails, screams, and the dripping of blood intertwined, forming a symphony of life's artistry. As time ticked away, despite the ongoing skirmish, the already weakened numbered gang found themselves steadily retreating against the relentless onslaught of Yi Tianlong and his allies. One was a gang of fearless warriors, while the other was a band of aimless thugs. There was simply no comparison. With a shadow flitting past, a dull thud followed. And even the battle-hardened Ah Wu could not withstand the physical assault of Feng Yuxiu's martial prowess. Ah Wu's body resembled a bent bow, frozen in midair. Upon closer inspection, one could see the pain etched on his face, his eyes bulging, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, his body uncontrollably soared through the air, crashing heavily against a van on the roadside. Coughing violently, Ah Wu spewed forth a copious amount of steaming blood. This startled the driver of the bus who had brought the members of the numbered gang, flooring the accelerator and fleeing the scene, merely seeking a little extra cash. It wasn't worth risking his life. The capture of Ah Wu left many members of the numbered gang in shock. Ah Wu was akin to a deity among them. Yet here he was, reduced to a near lifeless state by a cripple, with their leader in such dire straits, and their lack of commitment to the cause. Many began to flee, while some surrendered in fear. This conflict concluded with a victory for Longmen. Feng Yuxiu, like a child carrying a chick, brought Ah Wu before Yi Tianlong. Simultaneously, Mark and his companions had arrived, dragging Air Guzzi by the collar. Yi Tianlong wiped the blood from his body with a cloth, then lit a Marlboro, inhaling and exhaling. The thick smoke swirled around, creating an atmosphere that was both eerie and profound, tinged with an unsettling chill. Wu understood that while negotiations could be held with gang members, facing someone like Yi Tianlong meant encountering an inescapable demise. Just moments ago, his arrogance had been overwhelming. Now, it was replaced by sheer terror. Brother Ghost, I'm sorry, I realize my mistakes. Please, I beg you, spare my life. Guzi, bruised and battered, with his tendons severed by Mark, wept profusely, his fear reaching its zenith. Guzi, we both hail from the north. We can consider ourselves compatriots. Moreover, you have aided me in secret while following that cunning old fox. I remember your kindness. Yet, you should not have revealed the whereabouts of my savior. Yi Tianlong inhaled the smoke, speaking each word deliberately. I'm sorry, Brother Ghost. I acknowledge my wrongs. If you ever return, please tell my mother that I am sorry. Upon seeing Yi Tianlong's calm demeanor rather than rage, Guzi realized his end was nigh. Very well, brother, may you rest in peace. Yi Tianlong stepped forward, casting a glance at Guzi's bloodied feet, his gaze momentarily wavering. He then pressed his hand upon the boy's head, and with a gentle motion, Guzi departed this world peacefully. Yi Tianlong calmly declared, take him back to the hall and give him a proper burial. Mark nodded, cradling Guzi's lifeless body as he made his way back to the hall, step by step. Others may not grasp the depth of their bond, but they were brothers who had shared life and death. Any prior grievances vanished in the face of death, and some matters deserved to be handled with dignity. Chapter 12. In the name of Yi Tianlong, establishing longmen. Ni Yongxiao enters the fray. Your boss is dead, yet the numbered gang still exists. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Tianlong turned, his words laden with significance. What do you mean? Wu's eyes flickered. In the north, we have a saying, a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. You are still young, with a bright future ahead. You can continue to earn substantial wealth and enjoy the company of countless beautiful women. Yet all of this hinges on your survival tonight. Yi Tianlong said lightly. Upon hearing this, Wu's expression shifted, and he immediately grasped the implication. With the hope of life presented and the prospect of advancement, his heart ignited with fervor as he looked up at Yi Tianlong and inquired, can you truly let me go? Do you have any other options? Yi Tianlong replied coldly. Very well, I trust your integrity. Otherwise, so many would not be willing to risk their lives for you. Wu took a deep breath. The one who bought your life this time is Officer Huang from the West Kowloon police station. How much did they offer you? Yi Tianlong squinted. A policeman's salary is not high. To enlist the numbered gang's help would require a considerable sum. 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Wu answered honestly. That is something. Yi Tianlong nodded. Do you know any other information? I only know this much. Wu shook his head with a bitter smile. Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes. There must be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes, and Yi Tianlong could easily guess who it was. Mary is a pivotal figure. The lover of Han Chun, the mastermind behind this affair, remaining concealed in the shadows. Huang Go has been entangled with her for quite some time. Getting her to part with 2 million is hardly an issue. As for Ni Yongxiao and the prince, there is no need for them to expend 2 million for Longmen. After all, who does not know that Longmen's predecessor, the Dragon God Gang, was utterly destitute? Yi Tianlong fixed his gaze upon Wu and remarked, by the way, I neglected to inform you that the numbers gang shall, from this evening onward, belong to Longmen. If you are amenable, I can offer you a position. If not, I shall not hesitate to add another soul to my tally. Initially, he had intended to eliminate Wu. Yet with Longman's precarious situation and his desire to fortify the numbers gang's strength, he deemed this course of action necessary. Wu, curling his lip, recognized that Yi Tianlong would not so easily relinquish his hold over him. After a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced, no problem. Brother Ghost, the area has been cleared, reported Ba Zhong as he approached. Excellent. Feng Yuxiu, Bai Yuling, Wang Zhangwo, you three, gather your men and the truth, and assist Wu in seizing control of the numbers gang. Should anyone oppose, let them taste a bullet of truth. With that, Yi Tianlong departed, his mood darkened. Huang Go and Mary were destined for a gruesome end. Meanwhile, Huang Go sat in a vehicle surveying the scene. Upon witnessing Yi Tianlong's unharmed arrival and the numbers gang's defeat, rage surged within him, yet he felt utterly powerless. After all, he was the mastermind behind this debacle. Deploying the police force could very well lead to his own downfall. Furthermore, with no one having reported the incident, there was no necessity for police intervention. Such was the unwritten law of the underworld. A bunch of useless fools, damn it. As his temper subsided, Huang Go, Huang Zhiqing, promptly dialed Mary, the lover of Han Chun. Before long, they met at a hotel. Huang Go anxiously recounted the events of the night. Mary, shedding her outer garment to reveal her exquisite figure, lit a cigarette, and said, "What is the rush? It's merely Long Min. What of it? You are the head of the major crimes unit. I'll have a word with Han Chun, and he shall eradicate Long Min. At her words, Huang Gou's spirits lifted. Ah, you are indeed my treasure. I shall reward you handsomely tonight. The following morning, Yi Tianlong busied himself with the arrangements for the matriarch's funeral. Meanwhile, chaos erupted outside. As news of last night's events spread through Tsim Sha Sui, and it would not be long before the entire underworld was aware. Longmin's 100 against the numbers gang's 300 ended in a bloody confrontation, yet Longmin's victory against the odds showcased the terrifying strength of the Dequanzi, catapulting their reputation to new heights. Yi Tianlong, at the onset of the conflict, single-handedly dispatched 10 diminutive foes, carving a path of bloodshed. Kill anyone who stands in my way. I am a demon of this world. This clash compelled various factions to no longer underestimate Longmin. Yi Tianlong's name became synonymous with recognition, marking Longmin's debut in the public eye. Many were eager to join Longmin in hopes of securing a better future. At the Ni family estate in Tsim Sha Sui, Ni Yongxiao scrutinized Yi Tianlong's dossier, his expression unperturbed. Though Yi Tianlong had gained notoriety to the Ni family, he was merely a jester, worthy only of fleeting attention. However, the emergence of a capable individual was something he could exploit. Currently, many streets lay under the control of Han Chun and his 4 associates. Though he was the head of the Ni family, he lacked the ability to directly subdue them. The rise of Longmin might very well be fate's design. In due time, the clash of dragons and tigers would inevitably lead to bloodshed. Han Chun, go deliver a gift to Yi Tianlong, and publicly declare that the Ni family shall support Longmin. Ni Yongxiao adjusted his glasses and spoke coolly. Understood. Han Chun nodded and took his leave. In times of chaos, heroes emerge. The saying proved true. This lad had indeed toppled the numbers gang, possessing quite the skill. The prince, embracing 2 ladies, remarked, by the way, Prince brother, the Ni family has announced their support for Longmin. At this, the prince furrowed his brow but quickly grasped the underlying implications. Ni Yongxiao could suppress Han Chun and his 4 associates, but he could not completely control them. This meant that Ni Yongxiao's position as head of the family was perpetually precarious, always at risk of being undermined. At this juncture, the prince opted not to involve himself. Yet in all of Tsim Sha Sui, aside from him, only Longmin seemed worthy of attention. Should Longmin grow powerful, the Ni family would face peril. And Ni Yongxiao could easily employ Han Chun and his associates against Longmin. What a bold move. At this moment, the prince felt a headache coming on. 2 younger generations, each more formidable than the last, and both possessed of keen intellect. Leave them be. I shall continue to observe, for I sense a storm is brewing. The prince rose, leading the 2 lovely ladies upstairs. In the dead of night, Yi Tianlong returned from the matriarch's grave to the hall. Brother Ghost, last night we secured 10 million from the numbers gang, and this morning, brought 400 men to join Longmin. However, after screening, only 100 passed. Additionally, many others have come from various places to join Longmin. After screening, another 100 made the cut. Our ranks now boast a total of 250. Wang Zhengwo reported eagerly. Very well, I understand. I am weary and shall take my rest. You all manage the affairs here. Yi Tianlong replied nonchalantly. Yi Tianlong saw through Ni Yongxiao's little schemes at a glance. However, given the current advantageous position for Longmin, he deemed it unnecessary to comment. Meanwhile, Huang Gou discreetly conveyed to Ni Yongxiao details of Yi Tianlong's robbery of the Lai Fu Hotel. Yi Tianlong, you are undoubtedly doomed. Huang Gou glared at the brightly lit Ni family estate, his voice cold and resolute. Chapter 13. Longmin Film Industry opens, recruiting Yi Yuqing. Yi Tianlong is ambushed. Mary, upon seeing Han Chun return home, eagerly approached him to remove his outer garment. Brother Chun, finally, you have deigned to return. After a few days apart, he seemed increasingly charming and captivating. Gazing at Mary, who was now so close, Han Chun felt a sudden surge of excitement. It was truly the lover's charm that invigorated him. Little did he know, someone was merely bearing the burdens for him. Brother Chun, wait a moment. I have something to discuss, Mary said, holding back Han Chun's wandering hands. Now that old Ni is dead and Ni Yongxiao has taken over the Ni family, everyone is discontent. Today, he has openly allied with Longmin, clearly intending for you and your associates to clash with them while he reaps the benefits. Are you suggesting that? Han Chun inquired, wrapping his arms around Mary. He had reached his current position largely thanks to Mary's support, so he was inclined to heed her counsel. We must eliminate Yi Tianlong to avert future troubles, Mary stated icily. Huang Gou had already divulged much information to her. In essence, Yi Tianlong was perhaps the only person, alongside her and Huang Gou, who knew the true cause of her leader's death. This individual could not be allowed to live. If Ni Yongxiao were to discover this. Han Chun hesitated. Who in the world did not know of his unwavering loyalty to the Ni family? At this juncture, Betraying Ni Yongxiao was beyond his capacity. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Mary interjected, "Brother Chun, the intentions of Ni Yongxiao are well known. Gandhi, Guohua, Wang, and He Gui are likely already conspiring on how to eliminate Yi Tianlong to prevent future issues. If you were to collaborate, would Ni Yongxiao dare to utter a single word?" Han Shen narrowed his eyes, hesitating. Such actions would be a betrayal to Boss Ni, as Ni Yongxiao is his child. At that moment, a call from Gandhi came in. Just as Mary had mentioned, they were all conspiring on how to eliminate Yi Tianlong. The following morning, Yi Tianlong arrived at Longmin Film Industry early. This venture was his sole legitimate means of laundering money at present, and it needed to be set in motion without delay. Despite the overwhelming promotional efforts over the past few days, some women still approached, harboring dreams of stardom, eager to join the company and participate in the grand endeavor. "Come in," Yi Tianlong declared, assuming the role of interviewer, addressing the individual at the door. "Hello, my name is Yi Yuqing, and here is my information," the woman said, her voice slightly youthful. "Yi Yuqing." Yi Tianlong lifted his gaze, studying her intently. She was a goddess-level figure, possessing a devilish figure and an angelic face. Known for her performances in several iconic adult films. "Have you made up your mind? Filming adult movies requires you to sacrifice your purity on camera." Yi Tianlong set down the materials, lighting a cigarette as he spoke nonchalantly. Although the other party had worked in the performing arts troupe for 6 years, filming adult films demanded a willingness to shed one's inhibitions. Most ordinary women would lack the courage to do so. Of course, I do not regard adult films as a vulgar path. Their existence is justified, and they are equally a part of the performing arts, Yi Yuqing replied with poise. During her 6 years in the troupe, she had come to understand that following the conventional route would not allow her to carve out her own niche. It required connections and sacrifices, such as companionship, which she, as a wealthy girl, was reluctant to offer. Thus, she chose to take a risk, using adult films as a medium to gain visibility and ultimately realize her dreams. All right, feel free to showcase your talent. Given the remarkable talent before him, Yi Tianlong had no reason to let her slip away. In the next moment, Yi Yuqing rose, instantly transforming into the persona of a courtesan from ancient times. Her posture, expression, gaze, and even her manner of walking changed dramatically. She approached Yi Tianlong, whispering, "Young master, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. Why don't I assist you in changing?" Her gentle voice, warm breath, delicate fingers, and voluptuous figure, along with every word and gesture, evoked the essence of a woman of the night, transporting Yi Tianlong back to the brothels of yore. "Well done." Yi Tianlong interrupted Yi Yuqing's performance. To be frank, as a man, he found it somewhat difficult to maintain composure. It must be said, her acting was truly commendable. If infused with the essence of adult films, she would surely achieve fame across the land. "Very well, young master." Yi Yuqing covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She had not anticipated that the dashing and aloof Yi Tianlong would exhibit such an awkward demeanor. "All right, come to work tomorrow. I will ensure the script is ready for you today." Yi Tianlong inhaled deeply as he spoke. "What? You'll have the script ready today?" Yi Yuqing was taken aback. Though adult films may not compare to authentic cinematic works, they still required meticulous crafting. "Rest assured, the script will surely meet your expectations." Yi Tianlong offered no further explanations. He was already well acquainted with Yi Yuqing's trilogy of fame. All right, Yi Yuqing rose to leave. Shortly thereafter, Yi Tianlong interviewed several others. While their abilities did not match Yi Yuqing's, they were still actors worthy of development. Subsequently, Yi Tianlong penned the script, which he handed over to the director, who was inexplicably sourced by Guzi. The director was a chubby fellow named Wang Jing. That evening, as Yi Tianlong departed from Longmin Film Industry, 300 individuals suddenly emerged on the road back to Longmin's headquarters. Leading them was Han Chun, the head horseman of Guohua, and others, who did not reveal themselves. In the blink of an eye, they occupied a street stretching 100 meters. Although this was a conspiracy, the police, the Ni family, and the heir of the Hongxing Triad had all received word. Their gazes were fixated on the scene. Only Yi Tianlong and the entire Longmin remained in the dark. It was evident that Longmin had been isolated, a consequence of their past as notorious gangsters. Integrating into Hong Kong Island is both an easy and challenging endeavor. Unless one becomes powerful, the weak will always be kicked around. Yi Tianlong, Bai Yuling, and Feng Yuxiu stepped out of the car with calm expressions. The ratio of their numbers was 1 to 100. Feng Yuxiu and Bai Yuling gazed at the densely packed crowd ahead, devoid of fear, only brimming with an overwhelming fighting spirit. For the two of them, they had no other preferences but to kill. Only the warmth of blood ignited their fervor. Whoever kills Yi Tianlong will be rewarded with 100,000. Han Shen's subordinates, the various heads of his faction, brandished their weapons, their eyes filled with disdain. They had long declared the trio's demise. Yi Tianlong squinted, deliberating whether to employ the AK. For once he did, he would be exposed. At that point, he would face not only the NI family, but also the police. The special task force established by the West Kowloon Police Department had yet to be disbanded. Kill. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Tianlong grasped his blade, charging forward alongside by Yuling and Feng Yuxiu. Chapter 14. A blood battle with the NI clan. The banquet of NI Yongxiao. Yi Tianlong leaped forward, his toes barely touching the ground before he soared into action, his blade cleaving downwards, instantly sending a short thug to his demise. Following that, his brutal knife techniques, infused with overwhelming power, sent several men flying while simultaneously claiming the lives of 3 or 4 others. The name of the god of killing was not merely for show. Bai Yuling's 3 blades were akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe, piercing into the crowd, mingling the sounds of screams with the spray of blood. The sheer number of thugs offered no advantage, merely serving as souls claimed by his blade. Feng Yuxiu proved even more savage, crushing a short thug with his bare hands and delivering a punch that sent Han Chen's top horseman sprawling, licking the blood from his lips. He transformed his palm into a claw, embodying the essence of Wolverine. Anyone he touched was left grievously wounded. What was the use of numbers when their strength was not even on the same level? As the saying goes, in a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. And the trio demonstrated what it meant to be an unstoppable force against a multitude. Wow, I don't recall the gangsters being this formidable. On the street, at a residence belonging to Feng Jie, the prince, cigarette in mouth, observed the scene below with astonishment. As the only dual flower red stick of Hongxing, he pondered whether he could contend with the 3. The answer was that unless faced with a life or death situation or under special circumstances, he would never be foolish enough to provoke Yi Tianlong and his companions. Indeed, brother prince, if they survive today, they will undoubtedly shake the world. I can only imagine how many will extend olive branches to them. A younger brother, embracing Feng Jie, squinted in awe. In the face of such top-tier combat prowess, he even believed that the prince, as a dual flower red stick, should step aside. The prince nodded, standing tall. Although he felt displeased that someone displayed greater combat strength than him, he had to acknowledge the truth. It could be said that if Yi Tianlong survived, the rise of Longmen would be unstoppable. In a park 100 meters away from the impending clash, a police car was parked at the roadside, with Huang Go and Chen Qichong smoking one after another. We all underestimated this kid. They say he is the most pathetic strategist of the Dragon God Gang. Yet he continues to dig deeper. Not only is he clever, but his strength is also formidable. Chen Qichong exhaled a thick plume of smoke, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Tianlong, who was ruthlessly slaughtering amidst the chaos of the crowd. With each slice of Yi Tianlong's blade, Chen Qichong felt a prickling fear rise within him, dispelling any disdain or skepticism he had harbored. Huang Go remained silent, his eyes now radiating an even more chilling intensity. In that moment, he contemplated drawing his service weapon to eliminate Yi Tianlong with a single shot. The members of the 14K gang, those loyal and honorable, as well as the associates of Lianxing, were all taken aback by the horrific scene unfolding before them. During the previous battle for dominance at Longmen, rumors had circulated that Yi Tianlong was an unstoppable force, but they had dismissed it as mere embellishment of the underworld. Witnessing it firsthand today, they understood the truth of those claims. Such extraordinary talent was not something to be compared to the likes of a mere double flower red stick. He was someone to be courted. The gunfight raged on, and Yi Tianlong and his 2 companions appeared as demons risen from the depths of hell, their bodies drenched in blood, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Despite their small number, they instilled such fear in the remaining 200 onlookers that none dared to approach, their bodies trembling in terror. This was no mere skirmish. It was a deadly game of survival. In just 30 minutes, they had lost at least 80 men, all lying in pools of blood, with the sewer drains wrapped in a layer of darkening gore. The relentless ticking of time echoed within the very souls of each individual present. A fierce wind swept through, enhancing the macabre tableau. Continue. I am far from finished. You. Step forward. Feng Yuxiu bared a sinister grin, arrogantly beckoning the crowd. At his words, none dared to respond. Perhaps it was Feng Yuxiu's brazen manner, or perhaps it was the trio's fearless disposition that instilled genuine fear. But soon someone stammered, "Let us get out of here. Anyone who wishes to die can stay. I certainly won't be collecting any appearance fees this time." With that, a throng of people turned and fled. Once the first person broke ranks, a second and a third followed, and before long, half of them had disappeared, leaving only 100 behind. At that moment, a silver Rolls-Royce glided into view from afar. "Mr. and I." The remaining 100 recognized the vehicle and immediately spoke with deference. In Simsha Sui, only NI Yongxiao could afford such a luxury. Though they were affiliated with Han Chun and the others, they ultimately remained under the thumb of the NI family. Such respect was obligatory. As the window rolled down, Ai Yongxiao lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Yi Tianlong. In that mutual stare, there was no fury or fiery sparks, only a sense of calm. Mr. Yi, my subordinates have acted thoughtlessly. I owe you an apology. Please, get in the car. I would like to treat you to some barbecue. Ai Yongxiao said with a gentle squint, his demeanor refined. All right. Yi Tianlong accepted without hesitation, climbing into the vehicle clad in blood-stained attire. Just then, a multitude of police officers arrived on the scene. Ai Yongxiao furrowed his brow and coldly addressed those present. This is your own affair. Do not involve anyone else. Following that, the Rolls-Royce departed with the roar of its engine echoing in the air. At the Silver Restaurant, having changed into fresh attire, Yi Tianlong and his companions arrived. Ai Yongxiao set down his wine glass, fixating his gaze on Yi Tianlong, his eyes brimming with admiration. Please. Sit. Yi Tianlong cast a glance around. Every table was occupied by members of the Ni family, all loyal to Ai Yongxiao. It was evident that this gathering resembled a banquet of fate. Surprised to see Yi Tianlong take a seat across from him with such composure in the face of such a grand setup, Ai Yongxiao recognized the man's exceptional character. After all, this was a banquet he had specifically arranged for Yi Tianlong. This establishment was my father's South favorite place to unwind after work. The cuisine is delightful. Do give it a try? Ai Yongxiao said, picking up a piece of grilled beef and savoring its flavor. Mr. Ai, feel free to speak your mind. There's no need for subterfuge. Yi Tianlong lit a cigarette. I've been informed that you are the robber from the Fortune Hotel. Is this true or false? Ai Yongxiao's words plunged the room into silence. The Ni family members around them were already poised to draw their knives, some even resting their hands on their belts, ready to unleash their weapons at a moment's notice. And if it is true, what then? If it is not, what then? Yi Tianlong exhaled smoke, his tone nonchalant. I demand answers. Ai Yongxiao's gaze turned icy. What if I refuse? Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes, his demeanor unyielding. He had never been one to be easily intimidated. Information has its price. State your conditions. Ai Yongxiao remained calm, taking a sip of his drink. Let your men leave. I wish to converse privately. Yi Tianlong glanced at the Ni family members around them. Without hesitation, Ai Yongxiao raised his hand, and the Ni family members withdrew. The tent now housed only the two of them. As the tension escalated, it felt as if blades flashed above their heads. I possess 10 million in gold and 5 million in dirty money that I need you to launder. Yi Tianlong's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as he spoke deliberately. So, you are the leader of the AK masked men? Ai Yongxiao suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes glinting with malice. It was common knowledge that the AK masked men had been exceedingly bold in Tsimsha Sui in recent days. First, they robbed the Fortune Hotel and even killed Ai Kuan. Then, they targeted a jewelry store, showing no regard for any faction. You may interpret it that way, but I can assure you, I did not kill Old Master Ai. Yi Tianlong replied, unfazed by Ai Yongxiao's madness. He had come here with the means to leave. Otherwise, he would not have entered Ai Yongxiao's vehicle. Why should I trust you? Ai Yongxiao's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Yi Tianlong, his fists clenched tightly. If I had indeed killed Old Master Ai, you would not be alive today? Yi Tianlong remarked casually. No wonder you hail from the north. You possess remarkable courage. Do you believe I could make your longmen vanish from Tsimsha Sui by nightfall? Even the usually composed Ai Yongxiao was enraged. If that is the case, I assure you, you will be the first to die tonight. Yi Tianlong retorted defiantly. Yi Tianlong revealing his identity as an AK masked man served two purposes, to instill fear in Ai Yongxiao, and to convey that only he, Yi Tianlong, knew who had truly murdered Ai Kuan. I can help you launder the money, but the value must be commensurate. I need you to divulge the entire truth of the matter right now. Gazing into Yi Tianlong's earnest eyes, Ai Yongxiao felt a twinge of apprehension. He could not afford to gamble. Although he was the head of the Ni family, Han Shun and his associates were watching his position closely. In his heart, he was more suspicious of Han Shun and his 5 accomplices than of Yi Tianlong. I do have evidence, but I cannot share it with you at this moment. The timing is not right. Yi Tianlong was no fool. Revealing the information would only endanger his own position and potentially lead to the downfall of longmen. Ai Yongxiao appeared harmless, yet his methods were ruthless. The youngest mafia godfather on the island was not merely a figurehead. When will you be ready to disclose it? Ai Yongxiao inquired, urgency creeping into his tone. First, you must launder my money. That is the prerequisite. Second, your Ni family has extensive dealings, not only in flour but also in several arms smuggling routes. I need your assistance in selling arms. When the time is right, I will provide you with the most direct evidence. Yi Tianlong laid out his demands plainly. After all, longmen had only recently been established and required time to grow. Confronted by the predatory ambitions of various formidable factions, he must fortify and expand his influence in the shortest time possible. Leveraging the deeply entrenched resources of the NI family is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. This strategy may hold little significance for others, yet it is remarkably effective against NI Yongxiao, for the NI family places paramount importance on familial bonds. As a gesture of goodwill, I am willing to share a piece of information that pertains to those around you. However, given your current unstable foundation, I advise you to consolidate your position before proceeding. Yi Tianlong inhaled deeply, exhaling smoke as he continued. His remarks undoubtedly referred to Luo Ji and his two personal bodyguards, the three closest protectors of the NI patriarch. Very well, I trust you. I hope you do not let me down. Otherwise, come heaven or earth, I shall ensure your demise. NI Yongxiao hesitated briefly but ultimately acquiesced. After several days of investigation, no direct evidence of the assassination of the NI patriarch had been uncovered. At most, suspicions lingered around Han Shun and his 5 associates, as well as the currently embattled Yi Tianlong. It was evident that the depths of this situation were far murkier than he had anticipated. Were it not for his desperation, he would not be engaged in such discussions with Yi Tianlong. All right, tomorrow I will have someone connect with you, Yi Tianlong reminded as he watched NI Yongxiao as retreating figure. Upon returning to the entrance of Longmen, Yi Tianlong activated the zero-cost purchasing system, exchanging 13 million points for 13,000 top-tier AKs along with various ammunition. Presently, a quality AK commands a price of around $500 in the market, significantly higher in the black market. Yi Tianlong could procure one for merely 1,000 points, equating to 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. And since these points were acquired at no cost, they were essentially free. To put it plainly, selling one AK would yield Yi Tianlong $500, equivalent to 3,000 Hong Kong dollars, with an exchange rate of 6:1. A profit margin of 6-fold. This was swifter than robbing a bank. Subsequently, Yi Tianlong retrieved the gold and substantial cash stored in his spatial storage. Pack it up, we shall deliver it to the NI family estate tomorrow. Yi Tianlong instructed Feng Yuxiu and the others. Calculating the time, the showdown between the shipping magnate and one of the 4 major trading houses, Jardine Matheson, was imminent. This presented a golden opportunity for profit. It should be noted that old Li Jiaqing, ascended through this very opportunity. Yi Tianlong was equally eager to partake. However, a lack of initial capital had hindered his entry. Otherwise, he would have long since engaged. The following day, news of the fierce battle fought by Yi Tianlong and his companions spread through the underworld like wildfire. Yi Tianlong's name achieved legendary status. Various factions sought to approach him with offers of alliance, all of which he dismissed outright. The Big Circle boys would always be just that. Even if they integrated into a gang, their lives would likely remain miserable. Rather than serve as a subordinate, it was far better to be a leader. On this matter, Yi Tianlong was acutely aware. As a month passed, while NI Yongxiao sought evidence, he simultaneously provided assistance to Yi Tianlong. A total of 15 million Hong Kong dollars had been thoroughly laundered and legally circulated through investments in Longmen film industry. Concurrently, the AKs were selling remarkably well, with European nations and the Eagle Empire clamoring to purchase. All 13,000 units vanished within a month. This was due to the superior quality of Yi Tianlong's AKs, which rectified the inherent flaws of the weapon, boasting penetrative power that surpassed ordinary models, as well as exceptional accuracy and reliability. At the same price, 2 tiers of firearms made it nearly impossible for them not to succeed. The sale of 13,000 units amounted to $6.5 million, valued at 39 million Hong Kong dollars. However, the source of these funds remained questionable, necessitating further laundering, which would require time. Simultaneously, as Longmen's reputation grew, a throng of eager newcomers flooded in. Despite various trials, many still emerged victorious. Currently, Longmen's ranks had swelled to 1,000 members, though not numerous. Each individual had been meticulously selected. A larger membership implied greater spatial requirements. Otherwise, sustaining them would be unfeasible. Thus, Longmen had been expanding its territory over the past month. In Tsimsha Sui, conflict erupted. The White Phantom led his team to dominate the streets controlled by the prince, while Feng Yuxiu directed his men against Han Shun and his 5 associates. Victorious in every encounter, Longmen had now seized 1/3 of Tsimsha Sui, establishing itself as the 3rd largest force in the area, resulting in a triadic power structure. Yi Tianlong's remarkable achievements within a month stemmed primarily from the upper echelons of Hongxing suppressing the prince, eager to claim a stake amidst the chaos, or rather, to take advantage of the discord to secure Tsimsha Sui. Meanwhile, the NI family, preoccupied with internal power struggles and the investigation into the assassination of the NI patriarch, found themselves unable to exert their full strength against Longmen's encroachment, thus becoming victims of circumstance. This elucidates the age-old adage that heroes emerge in times of turmoil. In essence, each party held their own clandestine motives, and the rise of a minor faction like Longmen scarcely registered on their radar. By the time they realized the threat, Longmen had already ascended to a significant height. Chapter 16. The Strengthening of Longmen. The prince issues a challenge. Having acquired so many streets, it was only natural to take over numerous businesses, such as collecting protection fees and docking fees. Yi Tianlong thus unwittingly amassed over 20 million in funds. Furthermore, he could continue to collect protection fees from various streets monthly, representing a substantial ongoing income. This was far more lucrative than robbing a bank. It was akin to having a steady influx of zero-cost points in the purchasing system daily. The experience of zero-cost purchasing was exhilarating. Yi Tianlong contemplated the notion of annexing other factions, recognizing it as a commendable strategy. After all, the existence of various factions indicated a level of capability. Particularly, some larger organizations possessed financial strength rivaling that of conglomerates. However, given that these organizations were often composed of underworld elements, who would dare to encroach? Others might hesitate. But Yi Tianlong harbored such ambitions. In the Jiang family villa, Jiang Tiansheng, the prince and others concluded their meeting and gathered for tea. The prince appeared burdened with worry. His losses in Tsim Shui, having surrendered several streets, resulted in incomplete monthly figures, leaving him subject to ridicule from Liang Kuan and others. Additionally, outsiders, particularly those from Lianxing and Dongxing, were deriding him, indicating that he, as Hongxing's sole double-flower red stick, had become merely ornamental. The prince was acutely aware that as Hongxing's figurehead, the loss of face would jeopardize future alliances. These matters weighed heavily on the prince's mind. Nevertheless, regarding the struggle for interests in Tsim Shui, Jiang Tianxing's intention was to let Longmen and the Ni family destroy each other, allowing him to reap the benefits as an opportunist. Furthermore, Longmen had significantly bolstered its strength this month, with its subordinates exhibiting formidable prowess, particularly by Yuling, Wang Jiangwo, and others, who possessed the ability to take on 10 foes single-handedly. Additionally, with Yi Tianlong, the harbinger of death, often causing many subordinates to lose their resolve before a fight even began, a combination of factors had led to the current situation. Prince, you must make up for this month's losses next month. I have fully grasped the situation regarding Tsim Shui. Since Longmen is oblivious to its impending doom, then let us act. Jiang Tiansheng declared coldly, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Have we not already faced setbacks? Upon hearing this, the crown prince furrowed his brow, speaking in a tone tinged with displeasure. It was you, Jiang Tiansheng, who claimed there would be no confrontation, yet it is still you who advocates for battle. Had this been a month prior, he could have easily maneuvered against Longmen. However, the current Longmen has established a formidable reputation, expanding in both scale and influence. Akin to a ferocious tiger, should a confrontation ensue, victory remains uncertain, but mutual destruction is inevitable, which would only benefit the Ni family. Presently, Yi Tianlong has garnered almost mythical status within the martial world. Is he not a formidable fighter? Crown Prince, surely you can handle this scoundrel in a one-on-one duel. Jiang Tiansheng was acutely aware of the Crown Prince's grievances, suggesting an alternative approach. Mr. Jiang is right. A violent clash would only result in mutual destruction, benefiting the Ni family, a loss for both sides. A one-on-one challenge is the most prudent choice. Chen Yao chimed in from the side, renowned in the martial realm. The likes of Hongxing and the Eastern Stars. Hongxing is notorious for its reliance on brawls and violence, adept at resolving issues through sheer force. Now, the esteemed twin flower of Hongxing has been bullied by a mere small gang. If they do not reclaim their honor promptly, anyone might dare to trample upon Hongxing's reputation in the future. Upon hearing this, the crown prince rubbed his nose, hesitating. The scene of Yi Tianlong single-handedly facing 300 members of the Ni family remained vividly etched in his memory. Yi Tianlong is immensely powerful. If it were a one-on-one duel, the crown prince assessed it would be at best a 50-50 chance. In plain terms, he harbored no certainty of victory. A defeat would bring disgrace, while a victory would be seen as dishonorable for overpowering a lesser opponent. Even a 50-50 scenario would invite gossip. Nevertheless, as the sole twin flower of Hongxing, he was now thrust into the limelight. This was not merely a personal contest of honor, but a matter of restoring the gang's reputation. Crown Prince, you are our Hongxing's war god. Noticing the usually arrogant and brazen crown prince's silence on this matter, Chen Yao spoke with a weighty significance. Let it be known, this month's stakes will be backed by my boss B, but you must restore our Hongxing's dignity. Boss B stated directly. In his eyes, Longmen was merely a minor gang. Could the vast Hongxing not manage such a triviality? A mere brat was hardly worth mentioning. In the past, when they reigned supreme in the martial world, Yi Tianlong was still playing in the mud. Very well, no objections. Seeing the atmosphere reach a boiling point, the Crown Prince could no longer refuse without violating the principles of the martial world. He reluctantly agreed. Qin Yao, you must immediately announce this matter to the public. Let everyone know that our Hongxing's name is not merely for show. Jiang Tianxing instructed Qin Yao. His intention was straightforward, to leverage the Crown Prince's reputation as a war god and twin flower to create a stir. The martial world has been saying that Hongxing fears Longmen. The challenge has already been issued. Whether to accept it is Yi Tianlong's decision. If he accepts, Yi Tianlong is certain to lose. If he declines, Hongxing's reputation is salvaged. It is a win-win strategy. Excellent. Ghost Brother. The Crown Prince has declared his intention to challenge you. The loser must vacate the venue and leave Tsimsha Sui. The news had already spread through the martial world. As Feng Yuxiu entered, speaking nonchalantly, Crown Prince, that fellow in the corner, the so-called Hongxing war god, hardly regards him with any esteem. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlong exhaled a puff of smoke, a playful smile gracing his lips. Let them set up the challenge. They seem eager for everyone to know. As if they fear others might remain unaware. They merely wish to reclaim Hongxing's lost face. But can they truly recover it? If they desire to gamble, I shall accept. Yi Tianlong declared, releasing another cloud of smoke. One does not simply refuse land that is handed to them. At the Ni family estate in Tsimsha Sui, Han Shun and several others were engaged in discussions with Ni Yongxiao, particularly focused on the matter of their territory being usurped by Longmen. Han Shun and his companions were feeling quite frustrated. After all, Ni Yongxiao had previously announced an alignment with Longmen, leaving these elder members of the Ni family unable to confront Longmen directly. Furthermore, they had to keep an eye on one another while also being wary of Ni Yongxiao, which hindered their actions. Consequently, when faced with Longmen's invasion, all five suffered considerable losses, and they could only swallow their grievances in silence. Ni Yongxiao was keenly aware of this situation and was indifferent to their plight. Mr. Ni, the Crown Prince has publicly declared his intention to challenge Yi Tianlong. Wagering various venues. Yi Tianlong has accepted. Luo Ji rushed in to report. Oh, interesting. Ni Yongxiao adjusted his glasses, somewhat surprised by Yi Tianlong's choice. After all, the Crown Prince was universally recognized in the martial world as the twin flower of Hongxing, bearing the title of war god. While Yi Tianlong was formidable, the challenge of a duel involved not just life and death, but also strength and experience. In these two domains, the Crown Prince, who had navigated the martial world for years, surpassed Yi Tianlong by a significant margin. Moreover, with the colossal backing of Hongxing, should Yi Tianlong lose, it would merely mean he would pack up and leave. But if he were to win, would Hongxing easily relinquish Tsimsha Sui? Meanwhile, Han Shun and his companions bore expressions of delight. Finally, the Crown Prince could no longer tolerate the situation. If Longmen continued to act with impunity, they feared that before they could deal with Ni Yongxiao, Yi Tianlong might eliminate them instead. Go. Announce that my Ni family is betting on Yi Tianlong for an entire street. Ni Yongxiao said thoughtfully. Since Yi Tianlong dared to gamble, so too would he. Winning would not only yield an entire street, but also bolster his prestige within the Ni family. Conversely, should he lose, it would weaken Han Shun and his associates, diminishing their power. Regardless, this deal was advantageous. Han Shun and his companions attempted to voice their concerns, but a single glare from Ni Yongxiao silenced them, for they each held certain leverage over him. Chapter 17. The bosses make their entrance last. Whispers of intrigue circulated through the martial world of Hong Kong. Discussions erupted among the martial community regarding this news. Many seasoned veterans scoffed at the announcement, their disdain palpable. The older generations within various factions could not help but mock. These young upstarts truly lack respect. Indeed, the tides have turned. Every manner of fool and hothead abounds. In the world of martial arts, who does not know that the Crown Prince is recognized as the twin flower of Hongxing by over 3 factions? He has established his notoriety through sheer force, conquering Tsimsha Sui and multiple territories. His exploits are numerous, famously marked by a night at the nightclub where the dazzling neon lights illuminated his back, displaying his legendary dragon tattoo all night long. Over the past decade, he has participated in 30 arena matches, his championship banner remaining unchallenged. Countless challengers have sought to dethrone the Crown Prince, yet all have met with failure. Ultimately, the Crown Prince has swept through the arena, unmatched and unyielding. However, few have had the audacity to issue a challenge to him directly. They assumed Yi Tianlong was merely a flash in the pan. Upon reviewing Yi Tianlong's profile, they were certain he would not accept the challenge. Yet, to their astonishment, Yi Tianlong did indeed accept. Yi Tianlong. What a joke. A harbinger of death? He is hardly worthy to carry the Crown Prince's shoes. What nonsense. When the Crown Prince first made his name in the martial world, Yi Tianlong was still a nobody. The comparison makes it abundantly clear who is superior and who is inferior. That evening, at the Hongxing headquarters, Feng Yuxiu and the White Phantom arrived, heading directly to the entrance. People of Hongxing, listen up. Tomorrow's duel will have an additional reward of 3 million. Will you accept it? The audacity. How dare they stir trouble at our Hongxing headquarters? A crowd of Hongxing's young brothers quickly gathered, encircling the two, with the leaders spouting invective. Feng Yuxiu's gaze turned icy as he drew the iron rod crafted by Yi Tianlong, striking the speaker on the head. The young man, as expected, succumbed to slumber almost instantly. The rest were momentarily taken aback, but quickly remembered they were at the Hongxing headquarters and dismissed their fears. At that moment, Chun Yao and Brother B emerged, witnessing the scene, and upon learning the details, Brother B scoffed. 3 million? I'm not trying to belittle you, but your Dragon Gate, a mere street gang, can truly afford that? What a laugh. I was hoping to wager 10 million. What's the matter, scared? Feng Yuxiu stepped forward, a wry smile on his lips. Scared? Tell Yi Tianlong that my prince accepts. And remember to bring that 3 million tomorrow. The prince sauntered over, cigarette in hand, speaking nonchalantly. Good. Receiving a definitive answer, Feng Yuxiu and his companion departed. Damn it, this group from Dragon Gate has truly become lawless. They even dare to act brazenly at our headquarters. Brother B spat on the ground in frustration. All right, Prince, make sure to rest well tonight, tomorrow evening. We await your celebration feast, Chun Yao remarked, wrapping an arm around the prince. Sure. The prince nodded and left in a vehicle. The next day, at the Tianlong Boxing Gym, a recognized venue for boxing matches and a favored spot for various gangs to establish their presence. The reason is simple. It is officially sanctioned. A grand octagonal cage built with hefty investments by some foreigner from the Hong Kong government, with the scent of uncleaned blood permeating the tiles. Death here is merely routine. Only funeral homes with substantial backgrounds can collaborate with this place. Even the janitor at the entrance might possess significant clout. Thus, gang members generally dare not act too recklessly here. Today, however, the Tianlong Boxing Gym was abuzz with excitement, as various factions purchased tickets to enter, creating a fervor. The prince had already shed his shirt, revealing his muscular physique adorned with a striking dragon tattoo across his shoulder, eagerly preparing for the match. Where's Yi Tianlong? Is he too frightened to show up? He sneered, surveying the area and noting that only Feng Yuxiu and the White Phantom were present to hold the fort. With no sign of Yi Tianlong, Brother B immediately raised his voice, eager for all to hear, as if fearful that others might not be aware. With Brother B leading the jeers, the entire venue erupted in similar taunts, mocking Yi Tianlong and Dragon Gate. Feng Yuxiu remained silent, merely casting a frigid glance at Brother B. Just as Brother B was about to continue his posturing, Yi Tianlong strolled in through the entrance. Brother B promptly rallied Chun Haonan and others, cigarette in mouth, eyes brimming with arrogance. TSK, just a second away from being late. What? Have you thought long and hard about it? Ha. If you're afraid, just admit defeat. Yi Tianlong exhaled a smoke ring, looking down at Brother B. Those who are true leaders are always the last to enter. Is there a problem with that? Not only did Brother B fall silent, but those around him were also taken aback. How audacious. Even Zhang Tianxing has never openly claimed to be a leader in the underworld. And here is Yi Tianlong, a mere upstart with a bit of fame, presuming to elevate himself? Yi Tianlong turned to Chun Yao, tossing 300,000 in his direction. Chun Yao, unwilling to be outdone, ordered someone to bring out 300,000 in cash. At this moment, the boxing gym's manager approached to verify the funds. Both parties passed without issue. Everyone, please remain calm. No one is permitted to cause a disturbance, or we shall enforce the rules. The manager of the Tianlong Boxing Gym stated coolly. Now, with the Tianlong Boxing Gym as the house, the odds are set. Enjoy your betting. With that, the surrounding ruffians eagerly began to wager. 2 betting tables were established, one for Yi Tianlong and the other for the prince. On the prince's side, the betting box was overflowing with Hong Kong dollars. Meanwhile, on Yi Tianlong's side, despite the high odds, his betting box was completely empty. Even the Tianlong Boxing Gym set the odds at 1-3, believing Yi Tianlong would not win. No one is foolish enough not to discern where to place their bets. After all, no one's money is easily come by. As the saying goes, gambling carries risks. Bet wisely. At that moment, Ni Yongshao placed a wager of 1 million on Yi Tianlong. Madness. The crowd gasped in astonishment at this spectacle. Betting 1 million on Yi Tianlong at this juncture was not merely a wager. It was a clear declaration of allegiance. However, the Ni family, being influential and longtime adversaries of the prince, made this move seem normal. Yet, it did somewhat irk the Hongxing members. As I have stated, my Ni family stands by Dragon Gate. For reasons of sentiment and rationale, this 1 million cannot be less. If we lose, we can only blame Yi Tianlong for his lack of skill. Ni Yongshao declared after a moment of contemplation, as Chun Yao and the others fixed their gaze upon him. One must say, Ni Yongshao's remarks were quite astute. In just a few words, he managed to support Yi Tianlong while not offending Hongxing. Upon hearing this, the Hongxing members ceased their protests. As the betting concluded for the younger brothers, it was time for the leaders of various gangs to place their bets. "I'll bet 5 million on myself," Yi Tianlong declared, directly tossing 2 boxes onto his betting table. In the disbelief and shock of the crowd, Yi Tianlong stepped onto the arena. My heavens, betting 5 million on oneself while wagering 300,000 against Hongxing, totaling 800,000? Is this lad out of his mind? They had never encountered someone so brazen. To them, this was a trivial sum compared to the stakes at Simsha Sui. Yi Tianlong clearly understood he was destined to lose and was merely putting on a show before them. Once he loses, he will surely be the one to weep. Immediately, some in the audience began to voice their interpretations, enlightening many who were previously perplexed. If he is going to lose anyway, why not put on a facade? It made perfect sense. As Yi Tianlong stepped onto the stage, the lights atop the octagonal cage blazed to life, showcasing the prince's champion banner before all. Chen Haonan looked on with envy. Yi Tianlong and the prince locked eyes, their gazes sparking with intensity. Below, Chen Haonan and others rallied in support of the prince. In an instant, the voices supporting the prince reverberated throughout the venue. Bolstered by the crowd's cheers, the prince's confidence soared. Yi Tianlong, just admit defeat, lest you embarrass yourself later. Chapter 18, The Prince's Defeat. A secret meeting at the Ni family estate. The word defeat does not exist in my vocabulary. Yi Tianlong leisurely exhaled a plume of smoke, discarding the cigarette, but, and raising 3 fingers, stating flatly, "Come on, you're too weak." The prince's eyes narrowed. Taking 2 steps forward, his fists tightening with each stride, reaching a peak of power by the time he stood before Yi Tianlong. He did not underestimate his opponent. After all, he had witnessed the brutal combat of Yi Tianlong firsthand, and he was no ordinary individual. Although he exuded confidence, buoyed by the praises of Hongxing's underlings and recognized as one of the twin flower-red sticks of the martial world, it was evident that someone who had navigated the treacherous paths of society for so long could not be lacking in intellect. Mere empty accolades. Yi Tianlong raised his gaze, merely glancing once, and immediately discerned the prince's flaw. With a swift motion of the bagua step, he evaded the lethal strike at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, simultaneously executing the Xingyi boxing technique. A simple sidelong elbow strike sent the prince crashing to the ground. The entire octagonal cage fell into an eerie silence. "Ha. Is this all you Hongxing underlings are capable of?" The crow remarked coldly, his voice devoid of any attempt to muffle its volume, for all present could hear him. However, no one dared to speak. After all, it was not yet the final act. Anything was still possible. "Damn it, you scum." The prince's previously placid demeanor erupted into fury. The humiliation of being struck down had cost him his pride. In the underworld, one could not afford to disregard reputation. Otherwise, he would not have been pushed onto the arena by Jiang Tianxing today. The prince steadied himself and then charged at Yi Tianlong with the speed of a sprinter. Just as he was about to reach him, the prince suddenly leaped into the air, retracting his fist while delivering a sweeping kick. The powerful gust of wind created a sound akin to a breaking barrier, resonating throughout the arena. Everyone watched the scene with bated breath. Some held their breath for Yi Tianlong, while others eagerly anticipated witnessing him being sent flying. Yet, Yi Tianlong remained motionless, raising his right hand to firmly grasp the prince's leg and forcefully slam him to the ground. The prince was drenched in sweat from the pain. In the next moment, Yi Tianlong approached, raising his foot to strike the prince's chin. The prince executed a pull-up motion, flying off the arena and spewing blood before losing consciousness. The god of war of Hongxing? The twin flower-red sticks of the martial world? Yi Tianlong mocked softly. His voice was not loud, but it was painfully piercing, nonetheless. No one dared to speak up at that moment. The evidence lay starkly before them. This scene completely astonished the onlookers, especially considering the previous moment, when the prince's leg had struck as if against steel, and Yi Tianlong had remained utterly unyielding, countering with lethal precision. If one had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely believe it. It is said that rumors cease with the wise. But should the wise come to witness this, they would likely slap themselves in disbelief. How is this possible? Chen Haonan was left utterly dumbfounded. As a red stick of Hongxing, his idol was the twin flower red stick prince. In his eyes, only the prince held the qualifications to compete with him in terms of martial prowess. But what had he just witnessed? The prince had been effortlessly subdued by Yi Tianlong. Chen Haonan, what is impossible? Look at your face. If you're not convinced, go avenge the prince. The crow boldly provoked from the side, relishing in the unfolding drama. Chen Haonan had intended to respond, but was suddenly struck speechless. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would have certainly challenged Yi Tianlong. Yet, the reality was laid bare before him, leaving little room for argument. Chen Yao, the prince has been knocked out. Within a week, ensure he withdraws from Simsha Sui. Otherwise, We of Longmen shall shatter his Prince's boxing gym, Yi Tianlong declared as he stepped down from the arena, striding over the prince's body, pulling out a cigarette to light. All right, no problem. Chun Yao gritted his teeth in agreement. This was indeed a challenge issued by Hongxing. In front of the public, he had to safeguard Hongxing's basic reputation. However, this time, they had truly suffered a heavy loss. Not only had they failed to restore Hongxing's honor, but they also had to cede their territory in Tsimsha Sui, and worse, they had been soundly slapped by Yi Tianlong, leaving them utterly humiliated. It was akin to losing a wife and still having to pay for the house. The most crucial part was that they had to swallow their pride without the ability to retaliate. Ignoring the murderous gazes of the Hongxing members, Yi Tianlong approached the counter and fixed his gaze on the staff. I expect 18 million. Is that acceptable? No problem. We have prepared it for you. Please verify, replied the staff promptly, bringing forth several boxes. Let us go. Yi Tianlong could not be bothered to check. He instructed Feng Yuxiu and others to carry them away. The urgency stemmed from the fact that Causeway Bay was Hongxing's territory. A delay would increase the risks. Once back in Tsimsha Sui, on his own turf, any intruders would be dealt with mercilessly. Big Boss B, with a grim expression, pressed down on Shan Ji's head and whispered, "Go, gather the men immediately. If you can stop him, do so. Don't let him leave Causeway Bay." One must understand, he was the hall master of Hongxing in Causeway Bay. If today's events did not make Yi Tianlong pay a price, it would be a significant loss of face. In truth, his face had already been lost. Intercepting others was certainly feasible, but Yi Tianlong was a major player, possessing absolute confidence in his route design. The police could not trace his movements. A group of dim-witted mules attempting to create trouble for Yi Tianlong? It was a foolish dream. That night, Yi Tianlong appeared at the Ni family estate. What do you think of my earlier proposal? Yi Tianlong leisurely lit a cigarette and inquired. You mean to help me eliminate Han Chun and his 5 men? Ni Yongxiao's gaze flickered. Why should I cooperate with you? They are members of my Ni family. Their deaths would be a tremendous loss for us. Yi Tianlong exhaled a plume of smoke. If they perish, you can rightfully take control of the entire Ni family. I am assisting you, am I not? The prince won't leave. Ni Yongxiao narrowed his eyes, shifting the topic. We are currently in a 3-way stalemate. He can use the prince and Yi Tianlong to restrain Han Chun and his 5 men. If I were to collaborate deeply with Yi Tianlong, whether we could eliminate these 5 remains uncertain, and with the prince still in play, it is not worth breaking this deadlock. The prince is not to be feared. If he does not leave within 7 days, I will certainly wash the prince's boxing gym in blood. You know I have that capability. Yi Tianlong replied impatiently. The situation in Tsimsha Sui had reached a boiling point. Whether the prince would leave within a week was Hongxing's affair. Once the prince departed, it would be a battle between Yi Tianlong and Han Chen's 5 men. At that time, Ni Yongxiao could simply reap the benefits. Rather than wait until then, it was better to proactively collaborate with Ni Yongxiao and extract some benefits. The Kowloon warehouse was now ripe for investment. Seizing the moment to enter was optimal, yet lacking sufficient funds was a hindrance. Thus, he immediately approached Ni Yongxiao for collaboration. Chapter 19, Laundering 1. 6 billion. Investing in the financial market. Observing Ni Yongxiao's hesitation, Yi Tianlong directly unveiled his trump card. As a show of goodwill for our cooperation, once the funds arrive, I will provide you with what you desire. In essence, Yi Tianlong's proposal was straightforward. It was merely an advance on the engineering funds for their collaboration. AK was selling exceptionally well abroad, leading to a scarcity of supply. Originally priced at 500 each, it had now surged to 1,000. Even at this price, acquiring one was challenging, as only 13,000 units had been sold thus far. Now, Yi Tianlong directly used the remaining 20 million to exchange for 20,000 AKs, prepaying the project funds to Ni Yongxiao at a price of $1,000 each. The total value amounts to $20 million, which translates to 1.2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Adding the previous 39 million, the total comes to 159 billion Hong Kong dollars. Moreover, this 159 billion Hong Kong dollars must be legally funneled into the Longmen film account through legitimate channels, while others may lack the capability. The Ni family's deep-rooted connections and influence can undoubtedly facilitate this process in a short span of time. After all, the Ni family's enterprises have been operating for decades, boasting not only profound foundational strength, but also legitimate businesses in Tsimsha Sui and other areas of Hong Kong. The existence of these businesses serves no other purpose than for the Ni family to launder their own illicit funds. In simple terms, difficulties are inevitable. However, as long as Ni Yongxiao is willing to open the family safe, it is entirely feasible for him to advance the project funds to Yi Tianlong. The only drawback is that such an action would significantly diminish the visible cash in the Ni family's accounts by 80%. This is precisely why Ni Yongxiao has been seeking excuses. Yet, Yi Tianlong remains indifferent to such matters. embodying the mantra of a monk who remains unfazed by poverty. Really? Ai Yongxiao took a deep breath and inquired. Indeed, I have the video, Yi Tianlong retorted. Moreover, to be frank, you are quite incompetent. I have already informed you that there are issues with those around you, and you still cannot uncover them. Do you really think you can track down your father's murderer? Dream on. At these words, Ai Yongxiao's eyes turned crimson, bloodshot, and the calm demeanor he once exhibited in front of outsiders vanished entirely. Fine, 159 billion. No. I will give you 100 million. Within 3 days, 1.6 billion will appear in Longmin Films' account. Let me remind you, Sim Sha Sui currently belongs to the Ni family. If I find out you are a fraud, I will not only kill you, but also travel north to unearth your family's ancestral grave. Just prepare the money. Yi Tianlong flicked away the ash from his cigarette and walked away, entirely unconcerned with the harsh words Ai Yongxiao had just uttered. What Yi Tianlong had mentioned regarding assisting Ai Yongxiao in eliminating Han Shun and his 5 associates was merely a ruse. For once the video was handed over to this young man, Han Shun would undoubtedly not survive for long. Once Han Shun is dead, Gan Di and the other 4 would certainly grow wary, leading to an inevitable rift with Ai Yongxiao. At that point, would Yi Tianlong even need to intervene personally? To put it plainly, the one poised to reap the benefits is not Ai Yongxiao, but Yi Tianlong himself. Days passed, and Sim Sha Sui fell into an eerie silence. No faction stirred up trouble, a peaceful atmosphere prevailed. Simultaneously, the funds Ai Yongxiao had promised indeed arrived. The business dealings between both parties proceeded smoothly without hindrance. As they were both legitimate businessmen, no clues were uncovered. With the funds secured, Yi Tianlong, brimming with joy, did not forget to send Ai Yongxiao the video of Mary and Huang Go colluding to murder the old boss, Ai. As for what would transpire next, Yi Tianlong was utterly unconcerned. He was, however, certain of one thing. Upon viewing this video, Ai Yongxiao would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. Around 2 o'clock, Yi Tianlong arrived at a bond trading center and met with the head of the company, who happened to be a woman. She was impressive in every aspect, voluptuous and charming, exuding the beauty of a mature woman, exactly Yi Tianlong's type. He believed that aesthetics reigned supreme. Coincidentally, Yi Tianlong recognized this woman as Huang Yihua, played by Chun Min in Tang Xian Storm. She possessed formidable financial acumen and a sharp business mind. At this juncture, she was undoubtedly a rare talent worthy of being recruited to alleviate and resolve issues. Mr. Yi, here are the Kowloon warehouse documents you requested. Huang Yihua, clad in work attire, sat across from Yi Tianlong, smiling as she inquired. Yi Tianlong reviewed the documents thoroughly, finding them perfectly aligned with the historical timeline. The stock price of Kowloon Warehouse had risen to 13 Hong Kong dollars. If his memory served him correctly, General Li of Blue Star had seized this opportunity, laying the groundwork for his consecutive reign as Asia's richest man according to Forbes. Yi Tianlong could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. He decided to invest all available funds into Kowloon's stock market, covertly acquiring shares while striving to avoid any fluctuations in the market. After contemplating the situation, he fixed his gaze on Huang Yihua and stated, a direct injection of 2 billion into the financial market will undoubtedly trigger some fluctuations. Moreover, old Li's insight is not something to be underestimated. He may have already made his move before me. With both parties entering the market covertly, it's possible that someone may slip up at any moment, thus necessitating cautious action to ensure we reap the rewards. At this moment, Kowloon Warehouse appeared unremarkable on the surface. However, beneath the surface, currents of change were stirring. The reasons are simple. First, Kowloon Warehouse is one of the subsidiaries under Jardine Matheson, one of the 4 major trading houses in Hong Kong, possessing immense economic value. They would never relinquish this lucrative asset. Second, Kowloon Warehouse holds a central position in Hong Kong, controlling vast land resources and several ports. This situation poses a significant challenge for the shipping magnate, who undoubtedly has his eyes set on Kowloon Warehouse. Over the past year, the stock market of Kowloon has experienced turmoil, with prices consistently remaining below 20 Hong Kong dollars. Now it has plummeted to 13 Hong Kong dollars. This undoubtedly constitutes the best opportunity for him to seize Kowloon Warehouse, and the shipping magnate would not let it pass by. This foreshadows an intense battle between the shipping magnate and Jardine Matheson, famously known as the Battle of Kowloon Warehouse. However, neither party has yet revealed their true intentions. Although Yi Tianlong merely wishes to partake in the spoils, prudence is still of the utmost importance. Absolutely. Huang Yihua nodded in agreement. Chapter 20. The distinction between seizing and taking. Huang Go is dead. A great vengeance must be avenged. Ai Yongxiao's ambush and warnings. Upon returning to the entrance of Longmen Hall, Yi Tianlong received a call from Ai Yongxiao. His tone icy. I have already identified the instigator behind the attack on your hall by Han Shun and his associates. Tonight, at 8 o'clock, at the Red Gate building. I invite you to witness a fireworks display. The moment he viewed the contents of the video earlier that day, and Yongxiao had clarified many things. He finally understood why Yi Tianlong had confidently claimed he would eliminate Han Shun and his 5 associates. It was merely a game of verbal sparring. Yi Tianlong had long anticipated that once Yongxiao learned the video's contents, he would not easily let Han Shun and the others escape, and action was inevitable. Moreover, Han Shun and his 5 associates had to be eliminated simultaneously. Otherwise, merely killing Han Shun would alert the others, and the remaining 4 would certainly be prepared. As for Yi Tianlong, he merely needed to sit back and reap the benefits. Not only could he leverage his influence to eliminate Han Shun and the others, but he would also secure a clean sum of 1.6 billion. Repeatedly being manipulated and coerced by Yi Tianlong left Yongxiao feeling incredibly stifled. Thus, tonight he would provide Yi Tianlong with a complimentary fireworks display. Very well, I shall be there punctually. Yi Tianlong hung up the phone, a smile gracing his lips. Everything was within his control. The reason he had refrained from taking action against Huanggo, despite learning from Ah Wu that he was the instigator, was to wait for this moment. Sometimes, one need not dirty their hands in the act of killing. Yet, some vendettas must be avenged. Casting a glance at the time. With 2 hours remaining until 8 o'clock, Yi Tianlong summoned by Yuling and the others to the hall. Brother Ghost, please take a seat. Today, I have summoned you primarily to revive our former endeavors. Yi Tianlong exhaled a cloud of smoke as he spoke. The opportunities for zero-cost purchases have virtually evaporated. Moreover, the funds in our accounts have largely been invested in Zhejiang. If we do not pursue zero-cost purchases and seize a few freebies, we will soon find ourselves in dire straits. It is not as though we expect meat at every meal, but at the very least, we should have kanji with every sitting. Brother Ghost, I have set my sights on several affluent women, adorned in gold and jewels, driving luxury cars, frequently indulging in lavish spa treatments. They are not only beautiful, but also wealthy. Tut. Do you not possess a shred of rationality in that mind of yours? Affluent women, indeed, have money. Enough of this talk about robbing the wealthy. How absurd. A gaggle of indecisive women. I would sooner rob a beggar. Enough of this. Whether it's rich women or beggars, it lacks sophistication. If it were up to me, we should target the richest tycoon in Hong Kong for a grand heist. Instantly, a multitude of suggestions poured forth from the crowd. No, tonight we shall target the syndicate. Yi Tianlong smiled faintly. Target the syndicate? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What a novel concept. The syndicate, after all, operates in the shadows, and the police seldom intervene. Does it truly warrant the term robbery? Yet, it is indeed a brilliant idea. Black-on-black dealings occur daily in Hong Kong. Not only are the police disinterested, but the syndicates themselves are often preoccupied. Thus, the risks diminish substantially. Even if our identities were to be exposed, at worst, it would result in a showdown to determine who has the greater numbers. As long as we keep the disturbance manageable, the police would hardly bother. Brother Ghost, who shall be our target? Wang Jingwo inquired. The syndicates in Hong Kong are numerous, ranging from the large to the small. The formidable ones are not to be trifled with, while the smaller ones have limited resources. Wang Baogang. Yi Tianlong replied nonchalantly. Yao Ma Ti, Sim Sha Sui, and Mong Kok collectively refer to the area of Yao Ma Ti, the smallest among them, merely a minor district. The streets are few, leading to limited opportunities. Thus, there are not many syndicates, with Wang Baogang reigning supreme. Wang Bao boasts audacious claims, asserting that during the night, he calls all the shots in his territory. Indeed, the police dare not tread lightly here, which only serves to bolster his arrogance. However, this bravado pales in comparison to Yi Tianlong. Immediately inform everyone in Longmen to convene by 11 p.m. We shall storm Yao Ma Ti and take down Wang Baogang. Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. Huh, are we not robbing? Wang Jingwo was momentarily stunned. Expand your horizons and elevate your thinking. We are no longer mere hooligans. We are a syndicate. Seizing his territory is no different from a robbery, is it? Tonight, I intend to dismantle Wang Baogang. Yi Tianlong tapped Wang Jingwo's forehead with exasperation. His actions, driven not only by financial desperation but also by a desire to guard against Yongxiao, were clear. To put it bluntly, when Yongxiao clears away his obstacles, it will be the day he turns his sights upon Longmen. Given Longmen's current state, it is indeed insufficient to contend with the family. Only by continually expanding our territory and bolstering Longmen's strength can we hope to secure our position. Understood. Wang Jingwo inhaled sharply, his expression transforming to one of realization. Goodness, to speak of robbery in such a unique manner. No wonder you are Brother Ghost. After meticulously arranging various details, Yi Tianlong drove an ordinary Santana to Redgate building ahead of schedule. Just then, he spotted Huanggo ascending the stairs alone. Shortly thereafter, a young man followed suit. Yi Tianlong recognized him immediately as Lu Jianming, who served under the notorious Ni Lauda. Before long, Han Shen arrived. A Rolls-Royce then appeared on the street, coming to a halt behind Yi Tianlong's vehicle. This series of events, aside from the incongruity of Ni Yongxiao's appearance with respect to cinematic narratives, remained largely unchanged. After approximately 10 minutes, a lifeless body plummeted from above, crashing heavily onto a taxi parked by the roadside. The body was that of Huang Go, his demise gruesome. His bones were grotesquely contorted, blood cascading from the roof of the vehicle to the ground, his eyes wide open, clearly unable to find peace in death. He could never have imagined that he would meet his end at the hands of his dear brother Han Shen. However, after having toyed with another's lover for so many years, Huang Go perhaps met his end in a manner befitting his life of transgressions. Yi Zong, what is your assessment? Ni Yongxiao inquired over the phone from a distance of a car's length. What a spectacle indeed. Not only is it bloody, but it possesses a vivid visual impact. I wonder, was this a warning to me, an act of vengeance on your behalf, or perhaps a reprisal for your father? Yi Tianlong held a cigarette, his gaze unwavering and composed. All of the above. Ni Yongxiao replied, lifting his gaze, his tone frigid. Ni Zong, the underworld is not merely about violence. It is a realm of human emotions and social intricacies. What purpose does killing Huang Go serve? Do you even know who truly orchestrated the assassination of your leader? I suspect that Mary, Han Shen's wife, has yet to divulge the truth to you. As vehicles began to encircle them, the lead car, bearing the gaze of Luo Ji and other members of the Ni family, shot daggers at Yi Tianlong. Maintaining his composure, Yi Tianlong remarked, if he dares to come, he must have anticipated everything. Moreover, he possesses the ability to manipulate Ni Yongxiao. The underworld may label him a god of death. Yet they conveniently forget he also bears the moniker of Brother Ghost. Ha! Ni Yongxiao burst into laughter. He was not mad. Rather, every word from Yi Tianlong resonated with truth. Mary was indeed in the Ni family's custody and remained unyielding. Otherwise, how could Han Shen have managed to eliminate Huang Go? The true source of his amusement lay in the sense of control Yi Tianlong exuded, which irked Ni Yongxiao. How can you possess such intellect? You truly opened my eyes. As a highly intelligent individual returned from abroad, Ni Yongxiao had never regarded anyone in Hong Kong with respect. His arrogance was palpable, as few in the city's syndicates matched his acumen or intellect. Many syndicates were filled from top to bottom with utter ignorance. As for the hooligans from the north, they were an even more dismal lot. Hong Kong, as one of Asia's four little dragons, still harbored such ignorance. One could only imagine the state of education and capability in the north, which was even worse than Hong Kong. Moreover, who among the capable would risk crossing over from the north? As the saying goes, gold will shine wherever it is found. Hence, he had always looked down upon others, including Yi Tianlong. Yet, Yi Tianlong had imparted several lessons to him. Well then, Ni Zong, you have much on your plate. It is not worth our time to linger here. Furthermore, you have arranged for people. Do you think I have not made my own arrangements? Or do you wish to experience the firepower of an AK? Yi Tianlong flicked the ash from his cigarette out the window, speaking with an air of indifference. All right. Upon seeing Han Shen emerge from the staircase, Ni Yongxiao hesitated briefly before ultimately allowing Yi Tianlong to depart. There would be other opportunities to eliminate Yi Tianlong. However, at this moment, the priority lay in extracting the identity of the true murderer from Han Shen's lover, Mary. Chapter 21. Assault on Yao Ma Ti. The battle against Wang Bao Gang. On the most bustling street of Yao Ma Ti, an array of individuals flitted to and fro, as members of Wang Bao Gang permeated the thoroughfares. Some were indulging in barbecued delicacies, some engaging in flower transactions, others peddling vice, and some gossiping quietly. Each appeared remarkably at ease, utterly unfazed by the looming risks. For in this realm, after midnight, Wang Bao's word was law. Thus, none dared to act brazenly here. Would you claim their dealings to be illicit? Would the police dare to utter a word against it? You claim that the Wang Bao Bang lacks humanity. And who dares to uphold justice? Yet, on this bustling street, a sudden influx of unexpected guests arrived. They came to enforce justice on behalf of the police. Several buses and vans arrived in an orderly fashion, and figures such as the White Phantom, Feng Yuxiu, Au, and Wang Zhengwo emerged onto the street. Clad uniformly in suits and ties, wielding identical weapons, reinforced steel, they exuded a distinctly gangland aura. Their numbers were neither too few nor too many, precisely 500, swiftly enveloping the entire street. To confront merely the Wang Baobang was sufficient to mobilize the entirety of Longmen, especially considering the presence of the Ni family in front and the crown prince behind, necessitating caution. As soon as they disembarked, a few of Wang Baobang's lowly thugs were already felled by the Longmen members. Witnessing this scene, the Wang Baobang's men appeared somewhat taken aback, their faces displaying expressions of shock and bewilderment. Who the hell didn't know this was Wang Baobang's territory? To dare to cause trouble here was to invite certain doom. Brothers, we have some fools seeking death. Onward, shouted an elderly man, rising and spitting onto the ground, his tone laced with a hint of excitement. After all, it had been quite some time since they had wielded blades and firearms. Some tools, when left idle, needed to be used, otherwise they would rust and lose their agility. Responding to the call, the surrounding Wang Baobang lackeys quickly gathered, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 had amassed, with more arriving in succession. The speed of this gathering was astonishing. No wonder so few dared to cause trouble. Ordinary gangs truly could not withstand such force. The leader brandished a cleaver, pointing it at the White Phantom and his companions, demanding loudly, "We of the Wang Baobang do not engage in conflict with nameless organizations. Announce your names. We have come to collect for you." Feng Yuxiu merely uttered a few words before charging forward alone. Kill. The White Phantom followed closely behind, and chaos erupted on the street. Under the leadership of the White Phantom, with swift strikes, some would surely lose their organization. With Feng Yuxiu at the forefront, it was a complete display of overwhelming force, each punch sending a little thug flying. The members of Wang Baobang were predominantly young, youthful exuberance favored them, and each strike silenced their opponents. Just moments ago, they had been boasting, only to be struck by fear the next second, though the scene depicted a clash of thousands. The combat capabilities of both sides were not on the same level. 10 minutes passed, and both factions had largely assembled. The skirmish escalated to a fever pitch. Soon after, witnessing the heated situation, the head of Wang Baobang arrived with a group of men. "Brother Bao, these people are formidable. Even the ordinary thugs can take on 2 opponents. And those leading them are even stronger. They seem to be from Longmen," a young lackey reported, trembling with fear. "Longmen? Are you certain? A small gang dares to run rampant on my territory?" Wang Baohu's eyes widened, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the battle scene, tinged with doubt. Longmen, he had heard of them before, yet it was clear they were not a significant organization. "Brother Bao, it is indeed Longmen. That person is Feng Yuxiu. I have seen him." Aji stepped forward, fixating on Feng Yuxiu, who was amidst the slaughter. Last time, when Han Chun and others surrounded Longmen, he was present. He immediately recognized both Feng Yuxiu and the White Phantom. "Is Longmen that newly emerged gang from Tsimsha Sui? I recall they were once called the Dragon God Gang." Wang Bao squinted, seemingly piecing together a revelation, his gaze icy. "Wang, who never dared to utter a word before me. Who would have thought the current Longmen, having changed their name, would dare to stir up trouble on my turf?" It must be noted that this was his territory, with an army exceeding 2,000 men. Excluding those who could not attend and nominal members, summoning 1,000 men tonight would be no issue. Only the entry fee would be a tad steep. His influence was such that even major gangs like Hongxing and Dongxing would hesitate to provoke him. What was a mere Longmen to him? Sensing Wang Bao's fury, Aji wasted no time and charged forward with the newly arrived 300 men. In an instant, the battlefield swelled to over 1,000 participants, marking one of the largest gang confrontations in recent years. "Damn, they are so strong." Aji was knocked back by the White Phantom's blade, his eyes filled with trepidation. His earlier disdain had long since dissipated. "Aji, Uncle Long, Uncle Bai are all dead." A lackey reported urgently upon seeing Aji. "Kill. We must hold the line." Aji was acutely aware of the battle's difficulty, yet perseverance was imperative. The White Phantom surged forward like an apparition, and Aji had no choice but to face him with a short blade, bracing himself. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiu launched a punch that sent a thug flying. His gaze fixed on Wang Bao as he advanced step by step, bloodlust boiling within him. "Still a cripple?" Wang Bao, seeing Feng Yuxiu approach, squinted and remarked, even questioning his own reality. A cripple dared to come and provoke him? Did he truly believe that his bulk rendered him invulnerable? Damn. Feng Yuxiu was inherently a man of few words, resembling a dragon as he lunged forward. His fists, akin to iron drills, unleashed a brutal force that crashed down upon Wang Bao. Initially dismissive, Wang Bao sensed the sheer ferocity of Feng Yuxiu's strength, his demeanor shifting to one of alertness as he instinctively raised his arms to defend. Alas, the force behind Feng Yuxiu was insurmountable. It crushed Wang Bao's arms while simultaneously propelling his over 100-kilogram frame into the air. Minutes passed, and as Wang Bao managed to trade blows with Feng Yuxiu, the latter exhibited palpable excitement. In his life, he had shown little interest in women, solely pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. Having been in Hong Kong for so long, Wang Bao was currently the only opponent he deemed worthy of his attention. However, it was merely a fleeting notion. Having discerned the opponent's capabilities, it was time to conclude this tedious duel. Feng Yuxiu's expression hardened, revealing a bloodthirsty visage, his body brimming with explosive energy. The two collided once more. With each impact, a series of dull thuds reverberated. Wang Bao, unable to withstand the onslaught, trembled as he felt his body uncontrollably kneel upon the ground. A mouthful of warm blood swirling in his throat. In your next life, do not be so arrogant. Be a decent, ordinary person. Feng Yuxiu approached Wang Bao, who still clung to life. Subsequently, a piece of reinforced steel pierced Wang Bao, decisively concluding his wicked and arrogant existence. Chapter 22. Longmin does not harbor idlers. Yao Mati, all in uniform. The Hongxing conference, the big boss B, is about to step in. It's over, the boss is dead. Wang Baobang is finished. A lackey, witnessing Wang Bao's demise at the hands of Feng Yuxiu, cried out in despair. The others turned to see their leader lying in a pool of blood, their hearts shuddering. In an instant, many chose to surrender. In this life of gangs, it was all about providing for one's family. Without a leader, there was no source of income. Who would foolishly continue to serve? Soon, the surrounding individuals began to scatter in a frantic bid for survival. The White Phantom and others swiftly moved in to take control of Wang Baobang. By the following dawn, the White Phantom and his companions returned to the Longmin headquarters to report their conquests. The fall of Wang Baobang was an established fact. According to the conventions of the Underworld, a territory seized must be held for 3 days and nights to be recognized as part of the Dragon Gate's domain. Yi Tianlong harbors no fear regarding this stipulation. Having successfully taken control, he possesses the confidence to maintain it. This time, the gains are considerable. Not only has he incorporated Aji and numerous subordinates from the Wang Bao gang into his ranks, thereby further expanding the scale of the Dragon Gate, but he has also acquired $1 billion in funds without cost. Among this sum, a portion consists of illicit money, while another part has been laundered. Furthermore, he has procured some weapons and flour. Yi Tianlong has specifically set aside the weapons and flour for Ni Yongxiao to sell. Although he does not engage in the flour trade, he cannot afford to let such easily attainable resources go to waste, for doing so would squander millions, which is contrary to his interests. Despite the numerical advantage of the Wang Bao gang, its members are merely mediocre. You shall continue to sift through them. Only those who pass the assessment may join the Dragon Gate. As for the rest, settle accounts accordingly. Remember my words, the Dragon Gate does not harbor idlers. Moreover, within 3 days, Yamati must be thoroughly cleansed. Upon observing that everyone had reported, Yi Tianlong scanned the faces of Ao, Aji, and the others before stating calmly, understood. Ghost brother. The group nodded in agreement. In the outside world, the news of Yi Tianlong's swift conquest of the Wang Bao gang reverberated through the martial realm. Although Yamati may not offer substantial profits, the Wang Bao gang is by no means weak. Prior to establishing a foothold in Yamati, they were a fourth-rate gang. Over the years, they have at least reached third-rate status, only slightly weaker than the Ni family. It is astonishing that they have been subdued by a mere Dragon Gate. Reflecting on the Dragon Gate's earlier incorporation of the Number Gang, their direct confrontation with the 5 major leaders of the Ni family, and their subsequent triumph over the Hongxing War God and Prince, which garnered them widespread fame and the title of War God. It is now evident that they have once again vanquished the Wang Bao gang in a single night. All major gangs are left astounded. As the Dragon Gate grows ever more powerful, many gangs await the stance of Hongxing and the Ni family, keenly observing the unfolding drama. Particularly concerning is Hongxing, whose prince has been severely wounded, leading to a tarnished reputation, compounded by the necessity of relinquishing control of the venue in Tsimsha Sui. With only 4 days remaining until the prince must vacate, the Hongxing headquarters convened. All 12 hall leaders gathered, their expressions not as grave as outsiders might expect. Each wore a smile, engaging in discussions about women and money, as though the external discourse bore no relevance to them. Only the prince appeared sullen, like a brooding monkey. With Jiang Tianxing's arrival, the meeting commenced. Prince, is your injury all right? Jiang Tianxing inquired, fixating on the prince. Mr. Jiang, I am much better. The pale-faced prince responded with a wry smile. He now finds himself at the center of attention, facing the impending deadline to relinquish Tsimsha Sui, which fills him with resentment. Yet, refusing to comply would jeopardize both his and Hongxing's dignity. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would never have consented to Jiang Tianxing's request to negotiate with Yi Tianlong. Jiang Tianxing squinted as he surveyed the room. A few days ago, I sent someone to negotiate with the Dragon Gate, but the outcome was unsatisfactory. They outright refused. While Tsimsha Sui may belong to the prince, he is a revered leader of Hongxing, representing us in the outside world. It is unacceptable for a mere Dragon Gate to humiliate us. We must reclaim our honor. Moreover, we cannot easily relinquish Tsimsha Sui. Since they refuse to negotiate, we shall resort to force. Jiang Tianxing paused here, observing the reactions of those present. He is acutely aware that although Hongxing is a first-rate gang, it is internally fragmented and lacks unity. This is particularly true for Liang Kuan, whose ambitions to seize control have long been evident, and who has grown increasingly dismissive of him in recent years. In blunt terms, he holds sway as the leader, yet lacks a loyal following. relying on alliances with various hall leaders to solidify his position. Were it not for the fact that Hongxing was founded by his father, Jiang Zhun, he might have been ousted long ago. Consequently, only a handful of these hall leaders genuinely support him. The only visible allies are Chun Yao, Dalao Bi, and the prince, while the rest remain largely neutral. In such circumstances, for reasons both emotional and rational, he cannot allow the prince to lose Tsimsha Sui. Everyone. Chun Yao interjected, Mr. Jiang is correct. Typically, how you choose to play is your own affair, but this pertains to the reputation of our organization. I urge you to set aside any grievances and work together to restore our glory. Noticing the murmurs of deliberation among the group regarding the pros and cons, Chun Yao spoke directly. Mr. Jiang, Brother Yao, please dictate our course of action. Dalao Bi, as Jiang Tianxing's foremost sycophant, naturally sought to lend support. Is there anyone willing to seek justice for the prince and uphold Hongxing's honor? Chun Yao declared. I'll do it. I'll take down the Dragon Gate. Dalao Bi slammed the table in fury. Jiang Tianxing wished to support the prince, and Dalao Bi was eager to follow suit. Furthermore, if he could lead the charge against the Dragon Gate, he would undoubtedly gain prestige within Hongxing and in the outside world. In summary, the benefits are numerous. As for the Dragon Gate, he genuinely does not regard it as a threat. All right, as per usual, each of the remaining hall leaders will contribute 500,000. Is that acceptable? Chun Yao immediately stated. No problem. Liang Kuan and the others agreed, eager to contribute. It could not be better to have someone take the lead. Otherwise, drawing lots would be unsatisfactory for anyone, given the significant costs associated with the confrontation. The expenses for the appearance of subordinates, compensation for the deceased, and the scrutiny from law enforcement are substantial. Unless absolutely unavoidable, the usual approach is to negotiate first. Upon hearing this, Dalao Bi inhaled sharply, feeling his position growing untenable. With everyone reluctant to contribute, he found himself in a difficult spot. Initially, he merely wished to impress Jiang Tianxing and demonstrate his loyalty. After all, in previous instances, such matters were typically resolved by having each of the 12 hall leaders contribute a few individuals to cooperate. Why is it that this time the rules seem to have changed? Chapter 23. Establishing the Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps. Eliminating Hanshun. Bi brother, let me take the lead. Dalao Bi had more to say. But Jiang Tianxing immediately interjected. It is settled. A.B. If you manage to restore the prince's honor, you will have your monthly dues reduced by 20 for an entire year. He understood Dalao Bi's current intentions, yet the arrow was already knocked, and there was no turning back. Moreover, at this moment, only Dalao Bi could rival Liang Kuan within Hongxing. Assisting Dalao Bi is tantamount to aiding Jiang Tianxing himself. A monthly saving of 20 amounts to over 1 million in a year. Divided among them, that would be 500,000 each. Does that not sit well? Furthermore, this opportunity allows Dalao Bi to achieve a notable accomplishment. Many hall leaders were quite displeased with Mr. Zhang's decision. However, at this juncture, which hall leader would dare voice dissent? In truth, Jiang Tianxing was correct. Even if he openly provided Dalao Bi with an advantage, no one expressed dissatisfaction. Liang Kuan remained silent, and the others were even less inclined to speak up. Prince, ensure your men fully cooperate with AB. Understood, Mr. Jiang. That evening, after assessing the spoils of this venture, Yi Tianlong returned to the hall in high spirits. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Wang Bao gang at no cost and obtaining items valued at over 1 billion, qualifying for the free acquisition reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring $2 billion purchase points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a rare reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30 million Hong Kong dollars, clean, verifiable, rationalized, and seamlessly integrated into the world. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Ultimate Agent Deluxe package. Ultimate Agents, the soul of the team, Sand Ketch, portrayed by Vin Diesel. He possesses remarkable combat skills and exceptional leadership abilities. Augustus Gibbons, played by Samuel L. Jackson, is an agent of the Eagle Empire's Security Bureau. He is the mastermind behind the team's operations and strategies. Serena, portrayed by Deepika Padukone, is not only powerful but also a stunning beauty. Adele Wolf, played by Ruby Rose, is a formidable sniper with a record of headshots, an absolute embodiment of icy allure. This time, the rewards are extraordinarily abundant. Ultimate Agents. Not a single member is mediocre, and they form a team with terrifying comprehensive strength. Furthermore, their expertise extends beyond mere combat. They are all professional agents, proficient in every conceivable skill. Soon, Yi Tianlong conceived a brilliant idea. He accessed the $0 purchase mall in exchange for an organization known as the 18 Riders of Yanyun, comprising top-tier warriors. The 18 Riders of Yanyun, in conjunction with the Ultimate Agents, could undoubtedly forge a formidable organization. Subsequently, Yi Tianlong equipped everyone with sniper rifles, demolition gear, bulletproof vests, and combat uniforms, arranging for their discreet transport from Hong Kong Island. Additionally, Yi Tianlong designated a team name for them, the Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps. The reasoning behind this name is quite simple. It represents the auspicious beast of the northern countries. It certainly sounds far more appealing than Blackwater Company. Their sole objective on the international stage is to establish a reputation while also earning money. It is essential to understand that whether mercenaries or assassin organizations, despite their differing roles, once they gain notoriety, they will attract a plethora of collaborations. A single contract could easily amount to billions. This is because the targets that these financiers wish to eliminate are often high-profile figures, and the average person cannot achieve the desired assassination effect, making such professions highly lucrative. 3 days passed, during which Yi Tianlong visited Longmen Film and Television to investigate the filming progress of Involuntary. It must be said that Wang Jing's capabilities are commendable. He has perfectly replicated Yi Tianlong's vision from the 80s, and it has all come to fruition. According to Wang Jing, Involuntary will soon wrap up filming. Yi Tianlong is quite satisfied. After all, Longmen Film is a newly established company, and the staff requires time to acclimate. To produce a Category 3 film in just over a month is quite impressive. Once they become familiar with each other, both the output and quality of Longmen Film will undoubtedly improve. Simultaneously, Ni Yongxiao devised a plan to eliminate Han Chun and his associates, requesting Yi Tianlong's assistance in its execution. Yi Tianlong agreed, albeit partially, to assist Ni Yongxiao in eliminating Han Chun and Mary. This decision is crucial, as the time is drawing near for the Crown Prince's departure from Tsim Sha Sui. Given Hongxing's temperament, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. Yi Tianlong is not foolish enough to exhaust his resources in assisting the Ni family. Furthermore, at this pivotal moment, Ni Yongxiao's sudden desire for collaboration raises suspicions of ulterior motives. There is a distinct possibility that Longmen could face simultaneous attacks from both factions. As for eliminating Han Chun, Yi Tianlong decided to leave that to the Wang Jingwo brothers. That evening, Boss B and the Crown Prince led their men directly to Longmen. They had anticipated catching Longmen off guard. However, upon breaching the scene, they quickly realized they were ensnared like fish in a barrel. For every venue associated with Longmen, there were operatives stationed in every alley and lane. Both sides were fully prepared. The impending clash between Longmen and Hongxing has drawn the attention of various factions. With the Crown Princess withdrawal from Tsim Sha Sui only a week away, Hongxing could no longer restrain themselves. Should Hongxing emerge victorious, Longmen would be obliterated, and the Crown Prince would cease to exist in Tsim Sha Sui. Conversely, if Longmen were to triumph, the Crown Prince would be expelled from Tsim Sha Sui. After many years, this represents yet another significant reshuffling in Tsim Sha Sui. Many are eager to seize a piece of the action at this moment. In addition to the underworld forces observing, personnel from the West Kowloon police station are also attentive to the situation, albeit hesitant to make their presence known. In the face of such a large-scale conflict, their sole responsibility is to maintain order. While they may indulge in the revelry, they are not inclined to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of outsiders. At Longmen's main gate, this is the primary battleground for both factions. All personnel have arrived in full force. Leading the charge are Boss B and the Crown Prince, accompanied by over 1,000 men, with Chun Haonan, Shanji, and others prominently featured. Each one of them, cigarette in hand, tilts their heads back, exuding an air of bravado, showcasing the quintessential rebellious spirit of the Triads. Simultaneously, from Longmen's side, numerous individuals emerged from the halls and surrounding shops. In contrast to the casual demeanor of Chun Haonan and his crew, Bai Yuling and others exhibited a more composed demeanor, yet their eyes betrayed an undeniable fervor for battle. Whereas Yi Tianlong, having come forth, Chun Haonan will teach him a lesson. After surveying the area and finding no sign of Yi Tianlong, Chun Haonan stepped forward, brandishing a machete at Bai Yuling and the others. Yi Tianlong is undoubtedly formidable, and he is well aware of this fact. However, when out in the open, one must project an appropriate intensity. Kill. Bai Yuling narrowed his eyes and coldly commanded. The 400 members of Longmen surged forward, facing Hongxing without a single coward among them. This is not to say that their loyalty is unwavering, but rather that Yi Tianlong has provided them with ample incentives. In the underworld, it is widely known that anyone who passes the vetting process to join Longmen receives a fixed monthly salary. Not to mention that their appearance fees are several times greater than those of other organizations. Under such circumstances, how could they refrain from fighting? In the 21st century, laborers are willing to toil for 12 hours for a meager hourly wage of $12. Yi Tianlong's compensation is significantly more generous. The members of Hongxing, being impetuous youths, charged forward as well. The two sides clashed head-on. Taking Bai Yuling as an example, upon encountering the Crown Prince, The already injured crown prince was swiftly silenced with a single cut to the throat. By comparison, Bai Yuling's technical prowess eclipsed even that of the formidable Luo Tianhong under the banner of the loyal and righteous dragon. The crown prince clutched his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief, emitting a gurgling sound before finally uttering a single word, dying in resentment. For years, he had roamed the underworld, earning the title of war god under the moniker of the twin flower red sticks, known to all in the Jianghu. Yet, in the end, he became merely a stepping stone for Yi Tianlong, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Bai Yuling. Life is a series of dramatic ups and downs, filled with both joy and sorrow. This scene had a profound demoralizing effect on the members of Hongxing. Upon witnessing the crown prince's death, they silently redirected their focus towards other adversaries. They were not there to risk their lives. They were merely there to get by. To survive, one must adopt the demeanor of a survivor. As for Boss B, although he rarely took matters into his own hands, today he surprisingly chose to engage directly. Old but still vigorous, he scanned the crowd, searching for a suitable opponent. Though he was fierce, he still possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Until he encountered Feng Yuxiu, who was being besieged by a crowd. He immediately rushed over with a knife in hand, shouting, "Everyone, stand aside. Let me handle this. If we can't defeat a young man, can we not prevail over a disabled person?" Chun Haonan and a few others, including Shan Ji, had also set their sights on Aji and the others. At the same time, a chilling cry echoed through the crowd. Chapter 24, Boss B and the Prince meet their demise. Once again, clandestine discussions ensue, seeking redemption and a fresh start. TSK. It seems that Long Min will emerge victorious once more. Crow, perched in the car, gazing at the chaotic scene, exclaimed in astonishment. Crow, are you overly confident in that lad Yi Tianlong? I admit he possesses some capability, but against Boss B, the Prince, and Shen Haonan. Wu Jiwei's words were abruptly silenced as he witnessed Boss B being sent flying by a kick from Feng Yuxiu. Following closely, Feng Yuxiu descended with a black steel rod, mercilessly crashing down upon Boss B's head. Boss B, the leader of the Copper Rooster Bay and one of the 12 heads of Hongxing, had fallen. Scanning the scene, despite the numerical advantage of Hongxing, they found themselves at a disadvantage against the onslaught of Long Min. Goodness, the rise of Long Min is unstoppable, Wu Jiwei exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Not necessarily. This time the difficulties faced by Long Min are even more severe. Crow squinted, countering Wu Jiwei's assertion, his gaze revealing a glimmer of wisdom. With the deaths of the Prince and Boss B, two of Hongxing's leaders, how could Jiang Tianxing simply let this go? The once triadic balance in Simsha Sui now only consisted of the Ni family and Long Min. In such circumstances, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Of course, this all hinges on Long Min's victory. Brother B, Chun Haonan cradled the lifeless Boss B, his bloodshot eyes filled with profound grief, transforming sorrow into strength. Chun Haonan picked up a watermelon knife from the ground, fixing his gaze on the fray involving Feng Yuxiu, ready to charge. At that moment, Baopi and Shan Ji rushed over, restraining the irrational Chun Haonan. Brother Nan, don't be impulsive. However, Chun Haonan paid no heed, breaking free from their grasp and charging towards Feng Yuxiu. Feng Yuxiu swung the steel rod, and instantly, one unfortunate thug collapsed. With another swing, he efficiently dispatched 3 more thugs in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, upon seeing Chun Haonan barreling towards him like a madman, Feng Yuxiu revealed a sinister expression. The two clashed. Despite Chun Haonan being a formidable red stick, he was merely a clown in the presence of Feng Yuxiu. In less than 3 exchanges, a lethal crisis loomed over Chun Haonan, when suddenly, Baopi, fueled by an unknown courage, stepped forward to shield him with his own body. Bang! The sound of steel colliding with bone rang out, and warm blood splattered across Chun Haonan's face. In that moment, Chun Haonan regained his senses. Gazing at the barely alive Baopi, he fell into deep remorse. Baopi, I'm sorry. Baopi pushed Chun Haonan away and turned to charge at Feng Yuxiu. Brother Nan, run. Faced with the loss of 2 individuals he held dear, Chun Haonan was engulfed in confusion. Just then, Shan Ji rushed over, forcibly dragging Chun Haonan away. Feng Yuxiu wiped the blood from his nose, looking at the fearless Baopi who clung to him as the steel rod descended. This was merely a small interlude. Amidst the cold glint of blades, more bodies continued to fall into pools of blood. It can be said that the morale of the Hongxing members was utterly shattered. Having long been accustomed to wielding power and influence, they had never encountered a society as relentless as Long Min, especially the likes of the White Phantom and others, whose formidable combat prowess instilled fear and trepidation within them. Rumors had it that the soft feared the hard feared the fierce, and the hateful feared those who dared to risk it all. Some younger members of Hongxing, witnessing the gruesome deaths of the Prince and Boss B, opted to flee. In such dire circumstances, notions of chivalry and the rules of Hongxing became insignificant. Survival took precedence above all else. After 10 minutes, Yi Tianlong emerged from the Longmen headquarters, observing the scattering Hongxing members, and approached White Phantom and the others, stating, "We must seize the prince's territory tonight. Moreover, should the Ni family dare to cause trouble, we shall storm their estate." While Longmen faced their own battles, Ni Yongxiao seized the chaos to orchestrate covert assassinations of Gandhi, Wenzheng, Guohua, and Black Ghost. Meanwhile, Wang Jiangwo and Wang Jianjun had already dealt with Han Chun and Mary. Late at night, Yi Tianlong and Ni Yongxiao found themselves in a tea house. "Thank you for eliminating Han Chun for me," Ni Yongxiao remarked languidly. "I thought you would take the initiative tonight." Yi Tianlong exchanged a glance with Ni Yongxiao, calmly replying, "After all, my AK is in your possession." "Ha ha." Ni Yongxiao chuckled wryly. "Boss Yi, you truly possess a sense of humor." Indeed, aside from those sold, there were still some AKs within the Ni family, but he wasn't foolish. If he were to brandish them openly, all the crimes committed by Yi Tianlong would fall squarely upon him. At the very least, he couldn't bear the thought of killing his own father. "Boss and I, we currently stand at a crossroads with only two options. We can either become partners or adversaries." Yi Tianlong refrained from delving deeper into the topic, shifting the conversation instead. "Which will you choose?" Ni Yongxiao squinted his eyes. "Cooperation for mutual benefit. Previously, you assisted me in selling arms without a share, but now that we have it, I propose an 80-20 split. There will be more business collaborations in the future." Yi Tianlong articulated slowly. Had it been anyone else, Yi Tianlong might have dismissed them outright. However, Ni Yongxiao was an ambitious and intelligent individual, worthy of the risk of collaboration. "If I am not mistaken, Boss Ni's intention in sending you abroad for studies was because he realized he could not cleanse his own hands, but you could," Yi Tianlong continued. The Ni family was an old established clan in the flower business, and it was precisely because Ni Kun recognized this that he sent Ni Yongxiao abroad for further education. Do not meddle in family affairs, lest you attract calamity. The notion of redemption was deeply ingrained in Ni Yongxiao, for it was a lifelong mission instilled in him by Ni Kun, emphasizing the importance of cleansing oneself and returning to a proper life. "Let me consider it." Ni Yongxiao, though intrigued, clearly found Yi Tianlong's terms lacking. Moreover, given Yi Tianlong's current capabilities, he had not yet met the criteria for redemption. In other words, how could someone who was himself mired in deep waters hope to lead the Ni family to redemption without a hint of arrogance and ignorance? Yi Tianlong smiled silently. As long as he could instill this mindset into Ni Yongxiao's soul, there would be opportunities to directly incorporate the Ni family into his own operations. Chapter 25. The first step towards redemption. The following day, the prince's territory in Simsha Sui was assaulted by Longmen, systematically dismantling their operations. The deaths of the prince and boss be swept through the underworld like a tornado, effectively overshadowing the news of Han Chun and the deaths of the other 5. The entire underworld was shaken. Hongxing was indeed a top-tier society in the harbor, and when the 12 heads ventured out, who did not respectfully address them as sir. But now, 2 had perished in such a ridiculous manner, it was simply outrageous. What exactly is this Dragon Gate, that it dares to challenge the authority of Hongxing? Across Hong Kong Island, in every nook and cranny, tea houses and streets abound with countless gangsters engaged in fervent discussions. Damn, Dragon Gate is truly formidable. They even dared to strike at Hongxing, killing 2 of their leaders in one fell swoop. Now, even my personal intervention would be futile? I timidly inquire. Which faction does Dragon Gate belong to? What? You don't know Dragon Gate? Surely you've heard of Yi Tianlong? That overachiever from across the river. Of course I know him. He is the one who decisively took down the prince. My idol, the paragon of our generation. It's all over now. With Hongxing's wrath, countless lives will be lost, and what chance does my idol have to survive? However, when everyone anticipated that Hongxing would retaliate against Dragon Gate for the fallen leaders, they opted for silence, revealing not a whisper. Firstly, the deceased hold no value. Secondly, within the entirety of Hongxing, only Liang Kuan stands a chance of confronting Yi Tianlong. Liang Kuan is no fool. He understands the importance of discretion and will not be as reckless as the fallen leader Bi, who foolishly sacrificed himself for the prince. Thirdly, Jiang Tianxing has now lost both leader Bi and the prince. His grip on power is precarious. If Liang Kuan were to confront him directly, he would have no assurance of success, let alone the luxury to engage with Yi Tianlong. He could only feign activity on the surface. Instead of squandering energy on Yi Tianlong, it would be wiser to cultivate Chun Haonan or continue to rally the remaining leaders. Indeed, Hongxing is a top-tier organization on Hong Kong Island, yet it grapples with significant internal issues. Unlike other factions, Hongxing adheres to a fundamental rule, to refrain from engaging in the flower trade, since they do not dabble in flower. Generating income to support their underlings must be achieved through force. The entirety of Hongxing resembles an empire from a certain era. Jiang Tiansheng is akin to an exalted emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, yet devoid of real military power, governing through authority alone. The 12 leaders of Hongxing resemble feudal lords, each commanding their own troops, merely branding themselves with the Hongxing name, with all territories and establishments acquired through their own relentless efforts. Thus, pride runs deep among them, especially for ambitious leaders like Liang Kuan, who constantly eyes Jiang Tiansheng's position with aspirations of seizing it. For various reasons, Jiang Tiansheng's decision in this instance must lean towards swallowing his pride or symbolically stirring up minor troubles for Dragon Gate. Concurrently, there are those who believe the Ni family will obliterate Dragon Gate. However, times have changed. Ni Yongxiao must weigh his options carefully before taking action against Dragon Gate. Furthermore, having recently eliminated Han Xun and others, Ni Yongxiao may appear to be securely seated as the head of the Ni family, yet both internal and external risks persist. He needs time to solidify his position and would not dare challenge Dragon Gate at this juncture. A week has passed, and Dragon Gate has seamlessly absorbed the territories of the prince and Wang Bao. For those disgruntled, lowly figures, defiance leads to violence, and those who persist in their resistance will face severe consequences. If they continue to boast of their gangster bravado, they may well find themselves in dire straits. The effortless acquisition of the prince's domain was akin to a zero-cost purchase. The system rewarded them handsomely, with a clean influx of 80 million Hong Kong dollars, along with a formidable team known as the Cold-Blooded 13 Eagles. This elite unit comprises Black Eagle, Human-Faced Bald Eagle, Owl, Soaring Eagle, One-Eyed Eagle, Gray Eagle, Yellow-Bald Eagle, and Red-Feathered Eagle. Their combat prowess is extraordinary, and as products of the system, they are undeniably top tier. Not only do they possess remarkable fighting capabilities, but they also integrate 21st century military knowledge and skills, making them exceptionally powerful. Their current mission is to discreetly guard the entrance of Dragon Gate. In addition to the system's rewards, the tangible benefits in reality are substantial. For instance, Dragon Gate now reaps dividends from investments in hotels, casinos, and other establishments previously held by the prince, which amount to a considerable sum. After organizing the clean funds, Yi Tianlong found himself with a total of 100 million Hong Kong dollars, all invested into the Kowloon warehouse. As for the remaining funds, they are too tainted to be displayed. Their origins are dubious, particularly those from protection fees, which are decidedly unclean. While such money could be freely utilized by an average person, for Yi Tianlong, an investor, it is a different matter. Should it come to scrutiny in the financial sector, his true nature would be exposed, leading to dire repercussions. After all, the foreigners are not to be trifled with. They have a clear agenda when it comes to the Chinese, and they can eliminate anyone without hesitation. Yi Tianlong is acutely aware of his current strength, without substantial backing. He would never invite trouble upon himself. Nevertheless, times are improving, as Dragon Gate has grown significantly. The roster now boasts 2,000 individuals. However, managing the expenses for such a large number is considerable. Although Yi Tianlong is currently capable of meeting these costs, over time, they will accumulate into a significant burden. With Dragon Gate not engaging in the flower trade, and the arms business still unclarified by Ni Yongxiao, they are facing a financial deficit. A brilliant strategy is imperative. The source of funds must be clean, sustain the underlings, and facilitate the laundering of illicit money. Yi Tianlong immediately conceived an excellent plan to establish a security company. This company would operate similarly to a 21st century property management firm, legally charging fees while providing security services to the public, ensuring their safety and managing local law and order, preventing any encroachment from rival gangs. Most crucially, it would serve to legitimize Dragon Gate and gradually guide it onto the right track. Yi Tianlong is not joking about the path to legitimacy. As a time traveler, he is well aware that the return of Hong Kong to the north is an inevitable event. The pathway of gangsters will undoubtedly become untenable. With these concerns in mind, Yi Tianlong, ever decisive, promptly summoned by Yuling and others to set the security company plan into motion. The purpose of today's gathering is to finalize the establishment of a security company that will incorporate all members of Dragon Gate, providing them with fixed monthly salaries, along with benefits such as provident funds and pension insurance. The security company will primarily offer safety services to businesses and residential communities. We will eliminate all forces within our jurisdiction and gradually expand Dragon Gate's security coverage, strengthening and growing step by step. In the future, the security company could also undertake more business, such as private security services and financial transport protection. Yi Tianlong articulated. A security company? Security fees? Brother Gui, are you serious? Isn't this just a disguised way of collecting protection fees? What is the difference? Awu scratched his nose, puzzled. Yi Tianlong had painted such an extravagant picture of the security company that everyone was momentarily taken aback, especially Wang Jiangwo and others, who found themselves struggling to adapt to their new identities. From starting as robbers to gang members, they now transformed into legitimate security personnel. Damn, this is more thrilling than a roller coaster. Forget that. This is even more exhilarating than robbing a jewelry store. Chapter 26. Establishing Dragon Gate Security. Recruiting Lu Jiaming. No, security fees are not protection fees. The distinction between these two phrases carries significant implications. You all should strive to elevate your understanding and broaden your perspectives. In the past, we were merely a gang of ruffians. Now we are an organization, and in the future, we shall be security personnel. By the way, the art of war must be mastered by everyone henceforth. Yi Tianlong recalled Gao Qiqiang and remarked casually, do not underestimate the current security companies, which may seem inconsequential and often bullied by various organizations. However, once established, their future prospects are boundless. The legality of it goes without saying. If we leverage Longmen as our foundation and spread security services across every street and alley, gaining public recognition equates to acquiring greater resources. Encompassing the entirety of Hong Kong Island in the future is not a mere fantasy. We can also expand into additional business ventures. With Longmen Security in Hong Kong Island and the Divine Dragon Mercenary Group beyond it, this will become a truly magnificent goal. The immediate objective is to strengthen and expand Longmen under the guise of security, gradually assimilating the various organizations to reap greater profits. Organizations cannot dominate because they are illegal, and the Hong Kong government harbors ulterior motives in its policy of using Chinese to control Chinese. However, security companies can operate legally and dominate. Even the Hong Kong government cannot openly challenge this. After all, Hong Kong Island is one of the 4 Asian tigers. It would not risk tarnishing its reputation built over decades. Let us do it. Wang Jiangwo immediately voiced his agreement. As for Bai Yuling and Feng Yuxiu, they merely nodded. Their loyalty to Yi Tianlong is unwavering. Any command from him, and they would fearlessly face any peril. Go forth, remember the art of war, engage with courtesy before conflict, and do not allow others to speak ill of us. That night, a bruised and battered man appeared before Yi Tianlong. It was none other than Lu Jiaming, the very one who had shot Boss and I. Now thriving at the West Kowloon police station, he has ample opportunity to rise in rank. Do you wish to live? Yi Tianlong exhaled a plume of smoke, speaking nonchalantly. Yes, yes. Lu Jiaming clutched his abdomen, fear evident in his voice. Good, cooperate with me, and I will help you ascend. You need only serve as my informant at the police station. What do you say? Yi Tianlong laid out his terms directly. Lu Jiaming hesitated, still reeling from Mary's death. I can tell you unequivocally that I killed Mary, and she personally confirmed that you are the murderer. I have the recording. Yi Tianlong said flatly. Why did you kill Sister Mary? I will kill you. Upon learning the truth, Lu Jiaming charged at Yi Tianlong like a crazed bull. Yi Tianlong raised his hand and effortlessly sent the lad flying. I know you loved Mary, Yi Tianlong said calmly. Not at all angered. It is entirely normal for a young man like Lu Jiaming to be enamored with the charming Mary. However, you were merely a pawn in her game. Here is the video of your boss and Sister Mary. Watch it, then answer my questions. With that, Yi Tianlong inserted the tape into the VCD. The footage of Huang Go and Mary unfolded before them. The initial scenes were decidedly inappropriate. After 10 minutes of their discussion, Huang Go posed a question. You mentioned you had a way to deal with Boss and I? What method? Assassination. That is no simple task. He has 3 elite bodyguards by his side. Humph, they are all motivated by money. Just offer a bit more. Who would carry it out? I have a very suitable candidate. He is young and proficient with firearms. Who? I cannot disclose that. Aren't you afraid he will betray you? Not at all. He is just a young lad, utterly infatuated with me. Even if I asked him to do something unpleasant, he would not hesitate for a second. What? Am I not charming enough? Yes. At this point, Yi Tianlong abruptly stopped the tape. This young man Mary spoke of as you. I assent it? What a lovesick fool, Yi Tianlong mocked. Lu Jiaming's face twisted in rage. He never expected the graceful and dignified Mary to be involved with his superior. A revelation that filled him with disgust. Moreover, the fact that his genuine feelings were so readily dismissed was unbearable. I killed Mary to avenge you, of course. This video has been seen by Ni Yongxiao as well. If I do not kill her, he certainly will not spare Mary. Let us leave it at that. I have said enough. Yi Tianlong flicked the ash from his cigarette, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Individuals like Lu Jiaming are all too common in the 21st century. Yi Tianlong's favorite saying is, you can be reduced to dust, yet at one even glance your way. Very well, I agree. After a long silence, Lu Jiaming raised his crimson eyes, determination flickering within. Han Shun and Huang Go are dead. He realizes he has no other options. Well, in matters of love and career. I hope you focus on one. I eagerly await the day you become the commissioner of police. After Yi Tianlong finished, he ascended to the second floor. The same principle applies. Let us leave it at that. As for how to explain Lu Jiaming's situation to Ni Yongxiao, it could not be simpler. Hong Kong Island is not a place where light can shine everywhere. Death occurs daily, meaning anyone could be Lu Jiaming. Anyone could be the murderer of Ni Cohen. Huang Go and Mary are dead, and the only one aware of the truth is Yi Tianlong. Lu Jiaming would not be foolish enough to expose himself. Half a month passed, and Ni Yongxiao had fully taken control of the Ni family, ruling like a true emperor. Simultaneously, he had caught the attention of Longmen. The conditions Yi Tianlong offered were indeed appealing. The notion of cleansing one's reputation and getting on track was striking, yet Ni Yongxiao considered himself destined for greatness. Capable of steering his own life. Why should he heed Yi Tianlong's guidance? Furthermore, since his return to Tsimsha Tsui, every scheme has been deftly manipulated by Yi Tianlong, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. If he does not seize the opportunity at least once, Yi Tianlong will forever loom as a shadow over his life, one he cannot shake off. Thus, he immediately devised a plan targeting Longmen, even preparing to contact Hung Hing. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlong had arrived at the financial trading center, once again encountering the voluptuous and haughty Huang Yihua. This time, the woman's demeanor was strikingly different. Dressed in black stockings and a sleek black business suit, Huang Yihua proactively began massaging Yi Tianlong's shoulders, more eager than the attendants at foot massage parlors. This was due to the surge in Kowloon Warehouse's stock price. Chapter 27. Kowloon Warehouse Soars. Oldly exits. Negotiations atop Victoria Peak. In less than 2 months, the price of Kowloon Warehouse had skyrocketed to 60 Hong Kong dollars, quadrupling Yi Tianlong's investment. On the surface, a mere fourfold increase may not seem substantial. However, this is deceptive. Those who can achieve such returns in the financial realm are exceedingly rare. The unpredictability of finance means that one moment may see gains, while the next could plunge into catastrophic losses. Engaging in finance requires not only a colossal heart, but also substantial capital. Mere mortals find it exceedingly challenging to endure. Moreover, the price of Kowloon Warehouse continues its upward trajectory. This implies that should they decide to cash out now, they would secure a guaranteed fourfold profit. Truly, the realm of capital is akin to tumultuous waves, with real riches seemingly raining from the heavens. Yi Tianlong, fixated on the K-chart and the ever-rising red line, displayed little surprise. Unlike Huang Yihua, a flicker of regret even crossed his eyes. If only he possessed more funds, he could continue to acquire shares. Alas, he was already exhausted and drained, and further purchases of Kowloon stocks were simply impractical. Presently, the likes of Jardine Matheson and the shipping magnate, Old Lee, had surfaced, intensifying the competition for Kowloon Warehouse. This led to dramatic fluctuations in the stock market, with prices soaring relentlessly. Yi Tianlong now needed only to bide his time, for he comprehended that Jardine Matheson, as the master of Kowloon Warehouse, would not idly allow the shipping magnate to undermine its economic viability. Conversely, the shipping magnate would not relinquish his claim to Kowloon's docks without a fight. Both parties found themselves in a state of tension, ready to unleash their arrows. The victor would be determined by the strength of their respective capabilities. One represented a century-old brand, while the other was the wealthiest individual on the island. Promising an exhilarating contest. Waiting for a share of the spoils alongside Yi Tianlong was Old Lee. Frankly, given his current financial scale, Old Lee's holdings in Kowloon Warehouse were insufficient to even make a dent in the interests of the shipping magnate and Jardine Matheson. However, this did not deter Yi Tianlong. The more competitors there were, the fiercer the contention, thereby enhancing the value of his 23 million shares in Kowloon. When the time came, Yi Tianlong would possess the leverage to negotiate with both Jardine Matheson and the shipping magnate. Those 23 million shares represented a significant portion of the 23 equity in Kowloon Warehouse. Whoever secured them would be one step closer to controlling Kowloon. That evening, as Yi Tianlong anticipated, Old Lee relinquished 5 million Kowloon shares, though the recipient remained undisclosed. Simultaneously, Old Lee's transfer reignited the fierce financial battle for Kowloon, propelling its price to unprecedented heights. The following morning, atop Victoria Peak in the affluent residential district, Yi Tianlong and Huang Yihua arrived at the Pak family estate. Guided by bodyguards, they entered the garden. It was evident that only the wealthiest could afford such grandeur. Besides the estate's opulence, the presence of extraordinary beauties was unmistakable. These women could easily rival even the most popular stars, some of whom were undoubtedly in attendance. Yi Tianlong was utterly envious. To reach such heights in life would render it all worthwhile. Tianlong, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. Upon seeing Yi Tianlong, the shipping magnate promptly arranged for chairs, exuding warmth and grandeur. As Yi Tianlong settled in and sipped his tea with a faint smile, he refrained from excessive conversation. It wasn't a matter of lacking manners, but rather the natural reticence stemming from their first encounter. His recent experiences on the island had profoundly influenced his demeanor. He was either navigating the treacherous waters of survival or engaging in cunning calculations. Faced for the first time with a tycoon like the shipping magnate, his guard was instinctively up. Tianlong, I know your journey has not been easy. The Kowloon warehouse situation could truly transform your life, the shipping magnate observed, scrutinizing Yi Tianlong and subsequently probing him. He had thoroughly investigated Yi Tianlong's background, a smuggler from the north who had forged a powerful organization amidst chaos. The perilous nature of that journey was daunting to contemplate. Additionally, the other party's background suggested a certain level of sophistication. With Kowloon's recent price surge, Yi Tianlong had the option to sell and secure capital for a lavish life. Moreover, as a young man, sudden wealth would be manageable for him, wouldn't it? Yi Tianlong remained silent, raising a hand. Huang Yihua promptly stood and presented a stack of documents. Here are the current investment details for Mr. Yi and Kowloon. Please review them. Upon receiving the documents, the shipping magnate confirmed their accuracy, aligning with his own findings. No issues here. I'll take the lot at 83. What do you say? Seeing Yi Tianlong's calm demeanor, the shipping magnate took a deep breath, eager to proceed. Meanwhile, his son-in-law's gaze was unabashedly appraising Huang Yihua, his eyes gleaming with interest. It was undeniable that Huang Yihua possessed striking beauty, a statuesque figure, embodying the essence of an elite secretary. It was a pity, however, that she was entangled with a mere ruffian. Mr. Pak, my presence here today is not solely to negotiate a favorable price, but also because we share a common heritage. I wish for your success, to see you triumph over Jardine Matheson, shattering the myth of British invincibility and igniting the rise of our people. Yi Tianlong reflected on historical evaluations of the shipping magnate, speaking with profound significance. 83 Hong Kong dollars? Is this not an outright insult? The current rate is 80. And you're only offering a trifling increase. It was crucial to note that the competition between the shipping magnate and Jardine Matheson was fierce, with final prices often surpassing the 100 mark. Yi Tianlong was confident that Jardine Matheson would present a more lucrative offer. Prior to this meeting, numerous calls from foreign capital had been directed to Huang Yihua, yet Yi Tianlong instructed her to decline. Nevertheless, he had personally ascended to Victoria Peak, driven by a lingering passion for his heritage. To put it plainly, the historical shipping magnate had pioneered an unprecedented turning point, symbolizing the ascendance of Chinese capital. While profit was significant, Yi Tianlong, as a Chinese individual, could not stand idly by while the shipping magnate faltered in this contest. If a tycoon on the island possessed such a limited vision, Yi Tianlong would be sorely disappointed. Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered across the shipping magnate's face. Yi Tianlong bore a striking resemblance to his good friend, Hua Ingdong. He had never anticipated that a smuggler from the north would possess such profound awareness, utterly astonishing. In contemporary Hong Kong, under decades of oppressive foreign policies and transformations, many had ceased to harbor such sentiments. This was a tragic reality. Yet what could he do? Even the wealthiest individual on the island could do little but sigh in resignation. If only everyone were like Yi Tianlong. The shipping magnate could scarcely fathom the future prominence of the Chinese community worldwide. Breaking the stranglehold of foreign capital in Hong Kong was merely a matter of time, potentially leading to global recognition, just as he prepared to propose a new price. Chapter 28. Kowloon Warehouse nets 2 billion. Huang Yihua joins forces, establishing Tianlong Group. Mr. Pak, today's negotiations have concluded. However, I will notify you before I sell my shares, and I hope you can bear the weight. Upon concluding their conversation, Yi Tianlong departed with Huang Yihua. He had no intention of selling directly to the shipping magnate, nor could he possibly entertain a sale to Iha. He planned to let both parties engage in a heated competition until the stock price reached his ideal valuation, at which point he would simply liquidate his holdings. Why complicate matters? The shipping king attempted to call out to Yi Tianlong, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. It was rather humiliating for the illustrious tycoon of the island to be admonished by a mere youth. However, as he reflected on Yi Tianlong's words, a twinge of regret washed over him, and a newfound understanding of Yi Tianlong began to take shape. Now composed, he found himself smiling knowingly. If old He were to find out, he would surely berate me. Father, should I not let the son-in-law's displeasure be known? Enough of this. You need not involve yourself. The shipping king replied, setting down his teacup with a measured tone. Upon returning to the Tianlong Group, Huang Yihua hesitated, wanting to speak, but ultimately holding her tongue. All she could muster was, "You truly are audacious, unafraid of the tiger." In the presence of the shipping king, she had outright rejected him, offering no regard for his stature as the wealthiest man on the island. Goodness, to put it another way, if the shipping king were to withdraw his investment in a fit of anger, the stock price would plummet. Forget about 83, it could very well drop to 30. How dare you, Yi Tianlong? She exclaimed in disbelief. All right then, reject all potential collaborators. We shall simply await developments. Yi Tianlong stated nonchalantly. He understood Huang Yihua's concerns. Yet without the proper incentives, there was nothing left to discuss. Understood, Mr. Yi. Huang Yihua, though puzzled, respected the financier's decision. That evening, a scarce number of high-priced Kowloon stocks appeared on the market, and upon their introduction, they were swiftly purchased, resulting in a surge in stock prices. The following day, Yi Tianlong, Huang Yihua, and the local executive convened in the office, all eyes fixed on the ever-fluctuating K-chart displayed on the large screen. Yi Tianlong gazed at the market value of 85 Hong Kong dollars with serene detachment, while Huang Yihua and the executive were on edge, their hearts racing with anticipation. Mr. Yi, shall we not seize the moment? The executive trembled, unable to contain his excitement. After years in finance, this was the most exhilarating moment he had ever experienced. Patience. Just a moment. Yi Tianlong replied coolly. Human nature is rife with greed. While the major shareholders remained steadfast, the retail investors would surely drive up the prices in hopes of profit. Given the fierce competition between Iha and the shipping king, any price would be acceptable for acquisition. 85. It still fell short of Yi Tianlong's expectations. As seconds ticked by, Huang Yihua, drenched in sweat, kept her gaze glued to the screen, fearful of a sudden drop in the K-chart. In stark contrast, Yi Tianlong sat on the sofa, sipping tea with utter tranquility. Later that evening, Yi Tianlong glanced at the large screen, picked up his mobile phone, and dialed the shipping king. Mr. Bao, in half an hour, I will commence a continuous sell-off. Please make the necessary arrangements. Yi Tianlong stated calmly. Understood. Thank you, you rascal. The shipping king replied, his demeanor unexpectedly amiable, seemingly unfazed by the previous day's events. In truth, having weathered many storms in life, the shipping king had gained a profound understanding of human nature and could appreciate Yi Tianlong's perspective. Ultimately, it was he who had erred in judgment. Otherwise, this predicament would not have arisen. Moreover, being informed in advance allowed him to acquire a substantial number of stocks in a short period. While Yi Tianlong had not sold directly to him, the difference was negligible. By midnight, the sale of 300 Kowloon stocks was completed, leaving a staggering sum of over 2 billion in the account. Yi Tianlong stood to gain a full 2 billion, even after deducting the trading center's management fees. In a world where no secret remains concealed, word spread like wildfire. Journalists from various media outlets reported on the extraordinary tale of Yi Tianlong amassing 2 billion at Kowloon warehouse. With embellishments and sensationalism, the story rapidly gained traction, soon circulating throughout the entire island. Numerous reporters began utilizing their networks to investigate Yi Tianlong's identity. The phone lines at Huang Yihua's financial firm were inundated with calls. However, under Yi Tianlong's strong insistence, Huang Yihua and the firm's executives refrained from disclosing any personal information about him. In Hong Kong, there were countless individuals with the same name. Yi Tianlong. Could it be merely a case of mistaken identity? At the Ni family's estate, Ni Yongxiao scrutinized the newspaper's contents, speaking to himself. He recognized that Yi Tianlong was no ordinary individual. Yet he could not fathom that the Yi Tianlong he knew was the one who had earned 2 billion at Kowloon warehouse. 2 billion is not mere pocket change. Even the entire Ni family, if they sold flour for another 20 years, might not reach such a sum. The renowned real estate mogul, Old Li, with his Yangtze 10 Industries, currently held a market value of only around 1.6 billion. Uncle, cease all preparations against Long Men and investigate the Yi Tianlong mentioned in the newspaper. Ni Yongxiao instructed as he hung up the phone, his brow furrowed in concern, exhaling a heavy sigh. At that moment, his mind was in turmoil, as if swarmed by 1,000 ants. If it truly is Yi Tianlong, then any attempt by the Ni family to strike against Long Men would be akin to a free gift. If Yi Tianlong were to casually invest 1 billion, rallying a call to action, how would the Ni family respond? Furthermore, if Yi Tianlong indeed possessed 2 billion, Ni Yongxiao was not foolish. Direct collaboration would be far more advantageous. Cleansing their reputation would no longer be a distant dream. Yet, a lingering sense of unwillingness remained within him. The following day, the stunning Huang Yihua made her appearance at Longman's entrance, drawing gasps from Bai Yuling and others. At last, the elder brother had a woman by his side. Come in. Have a seat. They haven't given you a hard time at your company, have they? Yi Tianlong said as he reclined in the head chair, his demeanor nonchalant. You offered 3 million to buy me. How could they possibly disagree? Huang Yihua rolled her eyes in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Yi Tianlong would be so dashing. Casually tossing 3 million in cash to the company executive and declaring, Miss Huang Yihua, I want her. Reflecting on it now, her heart raced with exhilaration. How could such a handsome man exist? Next, I need you to establish a group company in your own name to invest in finance and real estate on my behalf. Additionally, manage the accounts for Longman's security company and Longman's film division. I will grant you an annual salary of 3 million Hong Kong dollars. What do you say? Yi Tianlong inquired leisurely. In terms of compensation, it would only increase. The value was not merely in the numbers, but also in Yi Tianlong's recognition of her skills, physique, and character. Though slightly proud, who among us is perfect? 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Huang Yihua gasped, utterly astonished. Such a sum was something she could never hope to earn in her lifetime. All right, I can give it a try, but I cannot guarantee I will fulfill all your requirements. She conceded. Of course, I will teach you, Yi Tianlong assured her. The company will be named Tianlong Group. Chapter 29. An indelible passion concludes. Promotion. The third confidential meeting. 3 days passed, and Longman Security had begun to establish a certain scale in Tsim Sha Tsui and Yao Ma Ti, shedding some illegal operations and initially finding its footing. Various shops, hotels, and establishments along the streets have engaged security services, while major residential complexes have contracted property management services. It can be asserted that the monthly revenue is exceedingly optimistic. Although these funds are subject to taxation, their origins are legitimate, are they not? Even if the mightiest of figures were to arrive, Longman Security would still be considered a reputable industry. Concurrently, the first cinematic endeavor produced by Longman Films, having undergone meticulous refinement, is now ready for release. Yi Tianlong visited Longman Films and, upon a cursory glance at the completed project, felt an involuntary thrill. Overall, it is commendable. The filming details, settings, and camera work have all been optimized, rendering it more exquisite than what Yi Tianlong had witnessed in his previous life. Yi Yuqing's acting is noteworthy, and her physique is showcased to its utmost potential in the film. Of course, to align with market expectations and comply with regulatory scrutiny, ensuring a smooth theatrical release. A subtle artistic design has been employed to accentuate Yi Yuqing's figure without being overtly explicit. Wang Jing, you have done remarkably well. The profits from this film will not be lacking for you, Yi Tianlong remarked, extinguishing the VCD and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Thank you, President Yi. Wang Jing nodded appreciatively. By the way, are all the quotes and channels above board? Yi Tianlong inquired further. The primary objective of establishing Longman Films is, after all, to facilitate money laundering, a fact he has not forgotten. There are numerous methods to launder money through film, many of which are difficult to trace. For instance, inflating budgets, increasing production costs, blending illicit funds with legitimate ones, and using inflated expenditures to obscure illegal income. False advertising, exaggerating promotional expenses, and incorporating illicit funds into marketing budgets. Post-production costs can be overstated, allowing illegal funds to be injected into legitimate expenditures. Additionally, fabricating transactions, faking box office revenues, and multiple investments are all insider tactics within the film industry. These methods would be challenging to detect even in the future, let alone now. President Yi. There is no issue. The accounts are meticulously maintained. Wang Jing confidently replied. Although he is not a seasoned director, he has long grasped these matters and has collaborated with various organizations. However, due to the unreliability of those organizations, he suffered significant losses, leading him to seek refuge at Longman. Well, prepare the promotional efforts and liaise with cinemas across various regions to finalize the release date. Yi Tianlong stated nonchalantly. Certainly. Wang Jing nodded and turned to attend to his tasks. At that moment, Yi Yuqing entered, leaning over the office desk, eagerly gazing at Yi Tianlong. President Yi, did I perform adequately? Her role in this film was not merely for monetary gain. She sought to establish her reputation and demonstrate her acting prowess, making those who once underestimated her feel ashamed. As her superior, she yearned for his acknowledgement. Quite well. Yi Tianlong glanced at her, swallowing hard as he spoke. Upon meeting Yi Tianlong's gaze, Yi Yuqing chuckled softly and gazed deeply into his eyes. President Yi, since you were absent during the wrap party, shall we dine together tonight? No, I have matters to attend to. Yi Tianlong recalled the phone call from Ni Yongxiao earlier that morning and politely declined. Although Yi Yuqing was impressive, Yi Tianlong prioritized the greater good over personal interests. All right, Yi Yuqing replied, visibly disheartened. It was a rare opportunity to meet a man of her interest. Yet it seemed Yi Tianlong held little enthusiasm for her. That evening, at Longman's entrance, President Yi, did you hear about the individual who made 2 billion? Ni Yongxiao inquired while sipping his tea. The seemingly casual question was, in fact, the primary reason for his visit. Yes, I am aware, we share the same name. This individual is quite remarkable, managing to earn 2 billion amidst financial turmoil. A true talent. Yi Tianlong responded with a slight smile. It wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Ni Yongxiao set down his teacup, speaking lightly, though his gaze remained fixed on Yi Tianlong's face. However, to his disappointment, Yi Tianlong maintained his usual calm demeanor. Whether it is or not is inconsequential. What matters is how you have considered my previous proposal. Yi Tianlong lit a cigarette, locking eyes with Ni Yongxiao meaningfully. Their gazes met, as if intense sparks were clashing in the air. The last time they encountered each other, both were in a state of instability. Ni Yongxiao had been vague, while Yi Tianlong had shown little interest in pursuing the matter further. Yet, with time passing, over a month had elapsed without any response from Ni Yongxiao. Given this attitude, Yi Tianlong could easily surmise Ni Yongxiao's ambitions. To put it plainly, an answer must be provided tonight. If an agreement cannot be reached, there will be conflict. There is nothing further to discuss. Just a collaboration, is it? Your ambitions are likely more complex than that. Ni Yongxiao sensed Yi Tianlong's coldness and adjusted his glasses. The mere articulation of this statement stemmed from his awareness of Longman's overall transformation into a security service. Outsiders may perceive Longman's rebranding as an attempt to cleanse its image. However, Ni Yongxiao believed that Yi Tianlong's establishment of Longman Security was a strategic move aimed at capturing a more substantial market in Hong Kong. Perhaps even to unify various organizations under the guise of legality. If the other party truly harbored such thoughts, Yi Tianlong's proposed collaboration would hardly be a mere partnership. You are indeed correct. Yi Tianlong did not deny the label Ni Yongxiao imposed upon him. Upon hearing this, Ni Yongxiao fell silent. Presently, he could not fathom Yi Tianlong's intentions. The crux of the matter lies in whether the one who earned 2 billion is indeed Yi Tianlong. Ni Yongxiao. There is but one opportunity. Seize it, and the Ni family shall soar to new heights. Yi Tianlong stated with profound significance. You mean to have the entire Ni family submit to you, do you not? Ni Yongxiao directly questioned. I have stated before. I will lead your entire Ni family to legitimacy. Submission to me and collaboration with me are merely different ways of phrasing it. You are a perceptive individual. Why ask further? Yi Tianlong flicked the ash from his cigarette, responding without hesitation. No wonder he is regarded as the youngest godfather in Hong Kong. His intellect is indeed remarkable. His prior discussions with Ni Yongxiao about collaboration were merely a pretext. Individuals like Ni Yongxiao must either be subdued or made to submit. The notion of collaboration is non-existent. On what grounds? Ni Yongxiao retorted coldly. On the grounds that you have come here tonight and questioned me about who made 2 billion. You are already at a disadvantage. Moreover, you are well aware that if we cannot come to an agreement tonight, there will inevitably be a confrontation between Longmin and the Ni family. Yet, you still chose to come, did you not? Furthermore, I can guarantee that before your men storm in here, you will meet your demise. And your family as well. Yi Tianlong asserted emphatically. With just a glimpse of Ni Yongxiao's ulterior motives upon his entrance, Yi Tianlong had confirmed his suspicions. He was merely here to gauge whether Yi Tianlong had indeed earned 2 billion, and to ascertain if he possessed the capability to lead the Ni family to legitimacy. Upon hearing this, Ni Yongxiao could not help but smile wryly. He realized the extent of his defeat in tonight's confrontation. Yi Tianlong neither confirmed nor denied his acquisition of 2 billion, instead placing him on the edge of a blade. The fate of the Ni family now rested solely in Ni Yongxiao's hands. A step forward would lead to bloodshed, while a step back would signify submission to Yi Tianlong, which he found unacceptable. Yi Tianlong remained silent, patiently awaiting Ni Yongxiao's response. Reaching this juncture, one can only say that Ni Yongxiao has been overly hasty, too eager to prove his capabilities within the Ni family and the world of Jianghu. Chapter 30. Longmin Film is poised to release its movie. The attitudes from all sides. I am willing to take a gamble. However, I require you to demonstrate your abilities. Otherwise, I would rather see both fish and net perish. After much contemplation, Ni Yongxiao ultimately chose to relent. Firstly, the people of Longmen are bloodthirsty, and the Ni family cannot withstand that. Secondly, if he gambles that Yi Tianlong possesses 2 billion, then he is indeed qualified. Thirdly, redeeming his reputation is the aspiration of his father, Ni Lauda. Fourthly, if Yi Tianlong can conjure such a substantial stockpile of AK weaponry out of thin air in Hong Kong, he undoubtedly harbors even greater secrets. Fifthly, Yi Tianlong's quest for redemption is not mere boasting. He is genuinely undergoing a transformation. Sixthly, he does not wish for his family to be embroiled in turmoil. Considering all these factors, he is willing to take a risk. Yet, these elements are merely superficial. The leverage needed to subdue the Ni family is still insufficient. Are you not inquiring whether I possess the qualifications to facilitate your family's redemption? I can now unequivocally inform you that earning 2 billion Hong Kong dollars is merely my initial fortune. In the future, I shall amass even more. Yi Tianlong, no longer speaking in riddles, stated plainly. Initially, he refrained from revealing that he was the one who earned the 2 billion, as he was exerting pressure on Ni Yongxiao. Otherwise, if he offered sweets right away without any admonition, it would breed ingratitude and a failure to recognize priorities. In business negotiations, trade, gang affiliations, and even entering the political arena, the core principles remain unchanged and are inextricably linked to human nature. Upon hearing this, Ni Yongxiao's expression shifted. Do you know why I did not bring anyone to assault the Ni family? Without waiting for Ni Yongxiao's response, Yi Tianlong continued. You might say, Ni Yongxiao reluctantly replied. Because among the various gangs, you are the only one I deem worthy. Figures like Jiang Tiansheng, Luo Tuo, and Deng Bo pale in comparison. Yi Tianlong stated calmly. This is not flattery. Within the narrative, had it not been for Ni Yongxiao's excessive emphasis on familial ties and his soft-heartedness, he would have been the one reaping the rewards in the end. The youngest godfather of Hong Kong cannot merely be a title of empty reputation. You overestimate me. Ni Yongxiao squinted. In the coming days, I shall establish a conglomerate, and you will serve as the general manager. Furthermore, I will continue to supply you with firearms and other resources, but for redemption, I require you to sever all flower business ties of the Ni family. Is that acceptable? Yi Tianlong stated plainly. Certainly, but without the flower business, what will happen to the subordinates? Ni Yongxiao furrowed his brow. Longman Security will welcome them. Subsequently, the two discussed numerous matters, concluding only late into the night. I hope you do not disappoint me. Otherwise, I will dismantle everything you hold dear, one by one. As Ni Yongxiao was about to leave, Yi Tianlong warned him. I understand. Ni Yongxiao nodded and departed. Thus, yet another great conflict was averted, and Yi Tianlong acquired a capable aide. Seated in a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, Ni Yongxiao recounted the entire evening's events to an elder of the Ni family. Have you made your decision? The elder sighed. Uncle, my father once said, those who venture into the world must eventually repay their debts. He toiled his entire life, ultimately passing away without witnessing the redemption of the Ni family. This is an opportunity. I cannot let it slip away. Yi Tianlong is an intriguing individual, and I believe in him. Ni Yongxiao exhaled smoke as he spoke. Now you are the head of the Ni family. We revolve around you. And if you choose to depart, we shall accompany you. By the way, Xiao, regarding Hongxing, since we have broken our promise, send 500,000 over and declare that the collaboration is terminated. My Ni family no longer wishes to wade through this murky water. Time flew by, and a week had passed. The formalities for Tianlong Group had all been completed. The speed and legality of this accomplishment were entirely the result of substantial financial investment. Moreover, a building in Causeway Bay had been purchased to serve as the headquarters of the conglomerate. The primary overseers were Huang Yihua and Ni Yongxiao, to whom Yi Tianlong entrusted full authority. A startup capital of 100 million had already been transferred. Tianlong Group's business scope was extensive, encompassing finance, real estate, and construction industries. Of course, to secure these enterprises, a significant amount of capital and connections were necessary. This aspect could only be approached incrementally. Simultaneously, the release date for Uncontrollable Emotions had been firmly established, just 3 days away. The promotional efforts over the past few days had proven highly effective, even before the debut. Several cinemas in various regions had begun to accept advance reservations. The allure of the posters was simply irresistible. The appeal of Yi Yuqing's beauty, magnified, was beyond imagination. It incited jealousy among women and frenzy among men. Although the release of Uncontrollable Emotions by Longman Film was not widely recognized, it still made some ripples within the industry. In the entertainment circle, a fledgling company like Longman Film attempting to release a movie was naturally looked down upon. However, with the film industry currently in a slight decline and facing economic hardship, many wished to stake a claim. The veteran film companies, feeling disdainful, remarked, "Damn it, I can hardly afford abalone and seafood, and you still wish to sip from the same bowl?" Thus, when Wang Jing was negotiating collaborations with various cinemas, they devised numerous underhanded schemes. The results were indeed fruitful. Just a few days prior, no one was willing to acknowledge Wang Jing. However, thanks to the networking efforts of Ni Yongxiao and Yi Tianlong, several cinemas ultimately agreed to collaborate. This outcome left many veteran film companies disgruntled. But upon discovering the name of the chartered king, they chose to remain silent. The richest man in Hong Kong is not someone any single film company can afford to offend. Meanwhile, within the Jianghu, various gangs engaged in myriad discussions regarding Longman's impending film release. Some factions chose to support Longman. After all, if a gang were to produce a blockbuster, it would undoubtedly bring glory to the gang leader, right? Conversely, some gangs were dismissive of Yi Tianlong's venture. You, a gang, crossing over to make films? Truly laughable. The saying goes, different trades are like mountains apart. If everyone could make movies, who would still remain in gangs, living from hand to mouth? As for Hongxing, their response to this news was largely one of derision. After all, they were the most familiar with the pitfalls of gangs producing films. A prime example being Liang Kuan's Qiankuan International Film Production Company, which initially aimed to profit from filmmaking, but ended up producing works that lacked even the qualifications for release, ultimately having to downgrade to creating low-budget films. Meanwhile, Dongxing and Wuya were busy offering incense to Guan Eri, and upon learning the news, they were taken aback. They promptly reached out to Longmin, guaranteeing that their cinema in Causeway Bay would certainly screen uncontrollable emotions. Their motivations for this were manifold. Firstly, they shared a common enemy, Hongxing. Secondly, since Yi Tianlong's victory over the Crown Prince, they had begun to regard him with newfound respect. Thirdly, they all climbed up from humble beginnings, and they empathized with Yi Tianlong's journey. Otherwise, for an ordinary person to solicit Wu Ya's assistance, they would require sufficient leverage to even warrant a response. Chapter 31. Chun Haonan ascends as the boss of Causeway Bay. Seeking trouble. Suan Wan, the territory of Lianxing's leader, Big D. In the hall, Big D, tenderly embracing his wife, was engrossed in a romantic conversation when a scruffy-haired lad entered, recounting the news about a film being released by Longman. This young man always managed to bring unexpected surprises. Big D, lighting a high-end cigar, exclaimed in astonishment. "Darling, you're referring to Yi Tianlong, aren't you?" Upon overhearing their dialogue, Big D's wife interjected. "Indeed, you've met him before, last time at the Tiando boxing gym. You even praised his good looks." Big D clarified. "I never said that." Big D's wife teased, playfully pinching his waist. The sudden sting jolted Big D's mind, and he recalled something. Wasn't there a person named Yi Tianlong who had amassed $2 billion in finance? Could it be him? "Boss, there's no information available. Some say this person made his fortune and left Hong Kong, so it's rumored that the Yi Tianlong associated with Longmin shares the same name." The scruffy-haired lad scratched his head and replied, "Oh dear, how could you ask such a foolish question, my love? $2 billion isn't just pocket change. Can a gang earn that much?" Big D's wife was left speechless. Upon hearing this, Big D found her reasoning quite valid. Nevertheless, he still believed Yi Tianlong was no ordinary individual. He recalled that Yi Tianlong had, in just 2 rounds, defeated the formidable prince, renowned as the god of war, at the Tiando boxing gym, earning Big D's genuine admiration. However, what astonished him the most was that in less than 2 months, Yi Tianlong had managed to outmaneuver the prince and Wang Baobang, expanding Longman's influence significantly, a transformation indeed remarkable. Recently, he had even established a security firm and produced a film. What was even more peculiar was that Longman forbade anyone from engaging in the flower business. This was hardly the typical enterprise for a gang. Scruffy, immediately notify all cinema operators in Suan Wan that Longman Films movie must be screened. Also, you go and negotiate with them on my behalf. In no time, Big D made a decision akin to that of the Crow. While there were many like him, few had the audacity to openly offer cinemas to Yi Tianlong. After all, Hung Hing was still around. They couldn't withstand Hung Hing's retaliation. "Darling, you've offended Hung Hing. Dealing with Deng Bo won't be easy." Big D's wife was perplexed by his intentions. The confrontations between Hung Hing and He Lianxing were minimal, their relationship neither too good nor too bad, placing them in a neutral position between Dongxing and Hung Hing. Supporting Yi Tianlong would inevitably mean antagonizing Hung Hing. This involved the rivalry between the 2 major gangs. And old man Deng Bo would not overlook it, especially since Big D was preparing to vie for a leadership position within He Lianxing. Deng Bo could easily seize this opportunity to thwart Big D's ascent. "I'm not worried. If Deng Bo is going to make things difficult for me over such trivial matters, I'll simply withdraw from the gang, or even switch allegiances, or even establish my own." Big D's gaze turned icy as he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. To utter such words, he undoubtedly possessed considerable power. Nowadays, in He Lianxing, who had more influence and wealth, it was none other than Big D himself. With such strength, who else was worthy to assume leadership? The following day, Yi Tianlong learned that Big D, the Crow, and several other factions were eager to help him eliminate obstacles and provide cinema screens, which delighted him immensely. The more cinemas, the greater the box office, allowing him to launder more money. Naturally, he remembered the favors extended by these individuals. His philosophy was simple: if you respect me a foot, I will respect you a mile. However, for every favor, there were those who would harbor resentment in the shadows. To ensure the film's premiere went off without a hitch, Yi Tianlong tallied the number of relevant cinemas. He stationed personnel from Longmin Security to guard them, even equipping them with firearms. Acquiring a gun permit for a security company was significantly easier than for an ordinary individual, given the nature of the business. Moreover, with sufficient funds, one could achieve almost anything. Once these arrangements were made, Yi Tianlong promptly instructed Wang Zhangwo and others to investigate illegal activities across Hong Kong Island. The primary reason for this was that the options for zero-cost acquisitions were dwindling. Meanwhile, the arms trade was thriving and needed to continue. Thus, he sought to benefit without cost. Time flew by, and the premiere approached. At 10 p.m., it was time for Irresistible to be screened. Another film, The Wesley Legend, was set to premiere simultaneously. Tianlong was uncertain about the data regarding this movie, as it had limited box office records in the 21st century and was highly controversial. Some claimed it grossed 500,000, while others insisted it reached 1 million. He had Wang Jing investigate, and the relevant information soon lay before Tianlong. After a cursory glance, he noted the cast: Di Long, Su Guanjia, and Wang Zuxian. The production company, Galaxy Films, whether in terms of lead actors or company prestige. This was a formidable lineup in the current Hong Kong film industry, indeed a top-tier ensemble. However, from Tianlong's recollection, despite the star-studded cast and the influence of a leading film company, the film's box office performance was lackluster. The exact figures would only be revealed through tomorrow's box office statistics. Tianlong fixated on the name Wang Zuxian, drowning in nostalgic memories. An exquisite beauty, he simply had to recruit her. In Causeway Bay, several vehicles halted outside a cinema. Led by Chun Haonan, a group of gangsters emerged, brandishing machetes with a menacing demeanor. "Brother Nan, it's exactly 10 o'clock, Shanji remarked, glancing at his watch. "Tonight, we must ensure that Tianlong's film is not screened anywhere in Causeway Bay. Let us collect some interest for Brother B and Bao Pai." Chun Haonan's gaze was icy as he fixated on the bustling cinema ahead. Ever since Tianlong's men had killed Big Brother B and Bao Pai, he had been engulfed in torment day and night. After all, Big Brother B treated him like a son, while Bao Pai was his sworn brother. This vendetta against his father and brother meant that Chun Haonan could never coexist peacefully with Tianlong. However, Jiang Tianxing wanted him to solidify his position as the leader of Causeway Bay before seeking revenge. Through recent skirmishes, with Jiang Tianxing's support, he had not only won over Big Brother B's former subordinates, but also claimed the position of Causeway Bay's boss. He had swiftly transformed into one of Hung Hing's 12 Hall Masters. His rapid ascent was largely thanks to Jiang Tianxing's backing, but primarily due to his commendable reputation. Especially notable was the infamous confrontation he had with C2 Haonan of Dongxing in front of numerous subordinates. I, Chun Haonan, rely on 3 things to survive: ruthlessness, loyalty, and many brothers. This led many gangsters to desire to associate with Chun Haonan, for in an era dominated by triads, loyalty was paramount. "Let us go. No need to hold back." Chun Haonan tossed his long hair back, adopting a swaggering demeanor before lighting a cigarette and leaning against his prized red MR2 sports car. In this moment, the aura of a mafia leader surged forth. Shanji and the others were instantly inspired, filled with fervor as they marched forward with their machetes, resembling a swarm of bees, sending the surrounding crowd scattering in fear. In Hong Kong Island, everyone had a keen awareness: when gangsters stirred trouble, it was best to keep a safe distance. Otherwise, if one were to be injured or even perish, it would be a matter of accepting one's fate. The police? They are utterly indifferent. The security personnel at the entrance of Long Men, upon witnessing this scene, furrowed their brows and addressed the onlookers. "Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for alarm. We are representatives of Longmen Security Company, and we assure your safety." With that, he adeptly picked up the phone and dialed a number. Simultaneously, within the cinema, over 10 security guards emerged, armed and ready. Among them, 10 wielded rebar, while the remaining 5 were equipped with AKs and 3 with large black stars, all standing at the ready. Even when confronted by over 30 individuals, they remained unperturbed. As the saying goes, there is no situation that cannot be resolved. If there is, then a volley of fire is warranted. "Damn it, an AK!" exclaimed a short fellow with keen eyesight as he beheld the scene, his voice rising in alarm. At this exclamation, Shanji and his companions hesitated, a sudden chill gripping their hearts, their bravado swiftly dissipating. Upon closer inspection, Shanji confirmed with astonishment that it was indeed an AK and a large black star. However, with the arrow knocked, it must be released. Shanji steeled himself and approached. "What's this, Shanji? Do you intend to stir up trouble? This is our domain, overseen by Longmen Security. You would do well to temper your actions, for if we take your lives, it will merely be deemed self-defense." The team leader of Longmen Security stepped forward, his demeanor unflinching, delivering his words with calm authority. In terms of intimidation, the mere presence of the AK rendered Shanji and his group insignificant. No, we are merely passing through. Please do not misunderstand." Though Shanji was known for his reckless nature, upon realizing the scale of their adversary's weaponry, he opted for prudence. A mountain does not need to be tall. If it harbors a deity, it shall gain renown. Water need not be deep. If it contains a dragon, it shall possess spirit. Numbers do not matter. It is the presence of truth that counts. "Very well, please be on your way," the team leader replied coolly, faced with no other option. Shanji and his companions retreated, restoring order to the scene. At the same time, Feng Yuxiu, responsible for the overall security of the cinema district, had arrived with over 50 personnel, just in time to encounter Shan Ji and his crew. You think you can cause trouble and simply walk away? Feng Yuxiu regarded Chun Haonan and his companions with a gaze laced with indifference and disdain. As the saying goes, enemies meet with heightened animosity. Upon seeing Feng Yuxiu, Chun Haonan and Shan Ji's eyes blazed with fury. Feng Yuxiu, the hot-headed Shan Ji, known for his tempestuous nature, felt his rage surge to its peak upon encountering Feng Yuxiu, unable to restrain himself from hurling a stream of invectives. You're small in stature, but possess a fiery temper. Or is it that Hongxing lacks proper upbringing? Feng Yuxiu cast a glance at the onlookers surrounding them. Feng Yuxiu had undergone significant transformation, gradually adapting to his environment. He understood that Yi Tianlong sought not only capable fighters, but also subordinates endowed with intelligence, emotional acumen, perspective, and skill. Therefore, with so many eyes upon him, Feng Yuxiu refrained from hastily reprimanding Chun Haonan, and instead aimed to establish a commendable image for Longmen. Reputation is vital, akin to the stature of Lei Busi. Although he had only briefly tasted the fruits of wealth, the position of a fleeting tycoon remained unattainable for many. Come on, you cripple, for killing my brother B. Today I demand your life. Upon seeing Feng Yuxiu, Chun Haonan seemed to lose all reason. Charging forward with a machete before Shan Ji could even recount the earlier incident. Witnessing this, Shan Ji and his crew had no choice but to engage. A fierce clash erupted instantly. Chun Haonan faced Feng Yuxiu, raising his machete high, aiming for Feng Yuxiu's head. Yet, what appeared to be a decisive blow was deftly countered as Feng Yuxiu wielded his rebar, knocking Chun Haonan's blade aside and executing a swift kick to his chest. Thankfully, Chun Haonan reacted in time, crossing his arms to absorb some of the impact, preventing himself from being sent flying. However, the force of the blow left him drenched in sweat. The sheer power of his opponent exceeded his expectations. Brother Nan, although this person is a cripple, his fighting prowess rivals that of a prince. We must tackle him together. Shan Ji rushed over to support Chun Haonan, speaking earnestly. All right. After a moment of hesitation, Chun Haonan, brow furrowed, acquiesced. While he could flaunt his status as a red stick among others, facing Feng Yuxiu was a different matter altogether. The two exchanged a glance. Flanking Feng Yuxiu from either side, Feng Yuxiu felt no trepidation, his eyes glinting with cold resolve as he met them head-on. In their first exchange, Shan Ji was caught off guard and sent flying by a punch from Feng Yuxiu, crashing heavily against a nearby lamppost, rendered incapable of further combat. Brother Nan, watch out. Just as Shan Ji's warning fell from his lips, Chun Haonan found himself pinned by Feng Yuxiu's grip on his shoulder blade, followed by a powerful elbow strike that sent Chun Haonan reeling, his visage rippling as if disturbed by waves, leaving him disoriented and staggering. Feng Yuxiu advanced, seizing Chun Haonan's head, delivering a relentless barrage of punches to his face. Chun Haonan howled in agony, akin to a slaughtered pig. Subsequently, Feng Yuxiu dragged the barely conscious and somewhat disfigured Chun Haonan into the fray, tossing him into the melee. Not dead yet, there's still hope, Feng Yuxiu remarked with narrowed eyes, his tone nonchalant. Retreat. Shan Ji stumbled over, casting a wary glance at Feng Yuxiu. With the departure of the Hongxing crowd, Feng Yuxiu and his team also withdrew. The streets returned to their former state, with only traces of blood to testify to their presence. Such occurrences also transpired at the entrances of cinemas in areas such as Causeway Bay and various districts on the island, including Mongkok. However, under the meticulous orchestration of Truth and Yi Tianlong, the losses were minimal. After all, the forces antagonized by Longmen were few. As for the DS domain in Sunwan, the cinemas under the watchful eye of the crows remained largely untouched, for confronting their volatile tempers was truly perilous. This cinematic release can be deemed a thrilling yet safe venture, yielding commendable box office results. Chapter 33, Record-Breaking First-Day Box Office. Jiang Tianxin contemplates abdication. The following day, the box office data for Involuntarily had been meticulously compiled by Huang Yihua and delivered to Longmen Films. The figures were promising, with the first day's revenue reaching 1 million. While this number might have seemed inconsequential during the boom years of the film industry, in the current climate of decline, it was undeniably an outstanding achievement. In the present year, few productions from leading companies such as Shaw Brothers and Golden Harvest could boast similar numbers. The best-performing film had barely managed 1.5 million. Yi Tianlong had already conducted thorough research on these statistics, leaving him quite satisfied with Longmen Films' 1 million box office. By the way, Mr. Yi, here's the box office report for another film. Huang Yihua presented another document. The data therein pertained to the box office of the Wesley Legend. A mere 100,000. Yi Tianlong squinted. No wonder clear statistics were elusive in the future. This film had been meticulously crafted by Golden Harvest, featuring stars such as Wang Zuxian, Yet the abysmal box office suggested a possible embarrassment for the company. Let us speak plainly. The data has long since vanished. At that moment, Wang Jing entered the room, and Huang Yihua cast a fleeting glance at the chubby figure. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Yes, do carry on. Yi Tianlong nodded in acknowledgement. This is the fruit of your labor. Take a look. Yi Tianlong tossed the documents to Wang Jing. 1 million. Wang Jing exclaimed, rendered speechless by the figure. Although he had previously produced works, they had all, without exception, yielded dismal results. Moreover, he was acutely aware that this figure represented the opening day box office, not the final tally, based on the wisdom of past years. A film with a 1 million box office typically concludes its run with a final gross ranging from 10 million to 40 million. The overall expenses for this film, including salaries, costumes, props, personnel wages, venue rentals, and other expenditures, amounted to little over 2 million. A substantial profit indeed. Crucially, he was also aware that Yi Tianlong had inflated the production costs to facilitate money laundering, presenting an external cost figure of 10 million along with other investment amounts. Thus, the profit Yi Tianlong stood to gain was considerably more than it appeared. However, the exact profit would ultimately depend upon the final box office figures once the film concluded its run. Generally, a film's release lasts approximately 30 days, provided the investors do not withdraw it from the schedule. Now, leverage the power of the media to spread our data and garner more cinema collaborations. Yi Tianlong exhaled a ring of smoke as he spoke. Dragon Gate Pictures faced considerable obstacles in releasing their film, particularly with the various cinemas across the island. Some chose to collaborate, while others did not. However, the allure of $1 million box office could undoubtedly entice those cinemas that had previously been reluctant to cooperate. Understood. Wang Jing nodded in firm agreement. Cinemas are an essential component for any film, especially when the release window is limited to 30 days. In plain terms, the more cinemas that partner with Dragon Gate Pictures, the greater the profits. By the way, discreetly communicate with Wang Zuxian and see if you can entice him over with a salary of 5 million. He continued, additionally, here are 2 new scripts I've devised for Yi Yuqing. I, Pretender and the Beautiful Fool. Under Wang Jing's deliberate marketing efforts, the news of the opening day box office reaching 1 million swiftly spread through the media. Major companies within the film industry were left astounded by this data. After all, Dragon Gate Pictures had only recently been established, and this was their inaugural work, yet it had managed to overshadow countless other production companies. Was this not an affront to their reputations? Good grief. We must take measures against Dragon Gate Pictures. Meanwhile, Chun Haonan and others received the news as well. Particularly Chun Haonan, who lay in a hospital bed, his body swathed in white bandages. Upon hearing the news, he felt a deep sense of dismay. 1 million may not seem substantial, yet he recognized that such a result was indeed commendable in the film industry. Witnessing Yi Tianlong's meteoric rise was more painful to him than death itself. Perhaps in a fit of frustration, Chun Haonan's complexion turned crimson, and he promptly coughed up a mouthful of black blood, fainting on the spot. Nangu, Shanjia, and Datian Air rushed forward, their expressions filled with concern. In truth, each of them harbored their own ulterior motives. With Boss B dead, Jiang Tianxing had thrown his support behind Chun Haonan. If Chun Haonan were to fall, Shanjia or Datian Air would be next in line. Brotherhood is one thing, but when faced with the harsh realities of life and profit, such sentiments become trivial. Meanwhile, Di and Wu Ye had cleverly profited from the situation, adeptly navigating the intricacies of human affairs. They were confident that Yi Tianlong would not overlook their goodwill. At the Jiang family villa, Jiang Tianxing was lifting weights in the gym. 1, 2, 3. As the saying goes, one must make sacrifices in middle age, often resorting to goji berries in their thermos. However, as the leader of Hongxing, Jiang Tianxing could not afford to engage in such undignified behavior. Thus, he dedicated an hour each day to enhancing his physical strength to contend with his delicate wife, Fong Ting. Just then, Fong Ting entered, clad in a semi-transparent outfit. Brother Shang, I watched a film last night. What's wrong? Was it not good? Jiang Tianxing replied, while continuing his workout. No. It was quite excellent. It's a pity you did not join me. Fong Ting smiled appreciatively. Was it the Wesley Legend? That film was produced by Jiahe Pictures and features Wang Zuxian, Jiang Tianxing promptly stated. No, Brother Shang, it was uncontrollable emotion. Fong Ting shook her head. Jiang Tianxing abruptly turned, his gaze turning icy for a moment. The title was not unfamiliar, as the promotional campaign prior to Dragon Gate Pictures' release had been quite effective, and he had heard a bit about it from Chen Yao. Just then, Chen Yao entered and recounted the box office situation. Brother Shang, Dragon Gate's business is expanding rapidly. If we allow them to continue growing, they will become increasingly formidable. He warned. Haonan is now fully capable of fulfilling the role of Hall Master, adept at deploying personnel. I believe we can seek revenge for Boss B and the prince. Chen Yao immediately proposed. Right now, the outside world is criticizing Hongxing for its incompetence, lamenting the deaths of two hall masters, and Hongxing can only make a token show of protest before it ends. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing glanced at Feng Ting, who understood and left the room without a word. After a lengthy contemplation, Jiang Tianxing exhaled a plume of smoke and said, "Did you not mention that Liang Kuan sought to buy you out a few days ago? That lad clearly aims to seize control. If that is the case, let him have it." Chen Yao served as Hongxing's strategist, handling various matters on Jiang Tianxing's behalf and holding significant clout within the organization. Should Chen Yao endorse Liang Kuan, the likelihood of Liang Kuan ascending to power would soar to 80%. After all, the other hall masters were fickle, swayed by the winds of fortune. Few remained steadfastly loyal to Jiang Tianxing, as Bosby had. Aware of this, Jiang Tianxing resolved to permit Chen Yao to acquiesce to Liang Kuan's requests, orchestrating a gracious abdication. Once Liang Kuan rose to prominence, under both external and internal pressures, his combative and prideful nature would inevitably lead him to confront Dragon Gate. Once both sides had sufficiently exhausted themselves, Jiang Tianxing could then seize the opportunity to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. This strategy would simultaneously resolve internal strife and external challenges, a quintessential two birds with one stone maneuver. Chapter 34. A gang of ruthless thugs more fearsome than the masked AK. The invitation to the banquet of the Ship King. Mr. Jiang, Chen Yao found this decision perplexing and even somewhat shocking. After all, Hongxing was founded by Jiang Tianxing's father, Jiang Zhan, and it would not be an exaggeration to say it belonged to the Jiang family. Furthermore, the fierce rivalry between Jiang Tianxing and his brother Jiang Tianyang over the leadership position had been bloody. Ultimately, Jiang Tianyang was defeated, withdrew from the Underworld, and now resided in Siam, raising elephants. To relinquish such a hard-won position to Liang Kuan? Surely, you must be out of your mind. My decision is resolute. After years of leading, it is time to give the younger generation a chance, Jiang Tianxing declared with noble intent. Seeing this, Chen Yao, despite harboring some suspicions, refrained from further comment. To him, it mattered little who held the leadership position, for his role as the strategist white paper fan was not easily replaceable. Moreover, Liang Kuan had made substantial promises regarding financial backing. Indulging in the company of 10 young ladies, rotating them daily, is more than ample. While the external world is astonished by the first-day box office of Uncontrollable Love reaching 1 million, the reputation of Longman Security is ascending at an astonishing pace. Including its notoriety, this surge is not solely attributed to Yi Tianlong's deliberate arrangements. Rather, it is primarily due to the presence of peripheral figures like Chen Haonan, which has cast Longman Security in a favorable light. It can be said that Longman Security is currently inundated with orders, unable to accommodate them all. Numerous enterprises, shops, jewelry stores, and banks are seeking security collaborations. That evening, Bai Yuling and the others returned to the headquarters. Brother Ghost, we have uncovered a formidable team in Central. According to police reports, they comprise only 7 individuals, yet their operations are extensive, ranging from robbing jewelry stores to banks. In the past month, they have committed 2 significant crimes, even employing C4 explosives, instilling fear among the citizens of Central, with the police having made no progress thus far. Bai Yuling promptly relayed this information. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhangwo and the others inhaled sharply. Compared to such a criminal gang, their previous endeavors with the Dragon God gang seem trivial. They are nothing short of a band of ruthless brigands. If I am not mistaken, the senior inspector at the Central Police Station is named Zhang Wenyo, correct? Yi Tianlong inquired. Indeed. Bai Yuling nodded vigorously. With this confirmation, Yi Tianlong immediately recognized the identity of this 7-member criminal gang, the Tianyangxing 7 siblings, who had smuggled over from the south with the intention of targeting $100 million. Ah, it appears our opportunity to uphold justice has arrived. Yi Tianlong squinted, stating with righteous conviction. At that moment, Zhong and the others found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. However, there was no fault in his words. Combating criminal organizations is a shared responsibility. Zhangwo, Jianjun, Zhong, gather your gear. We are heading to Central now, keeping a close watch on Zhang Wenyo, especially his vehicle. Focus on surveillance. Yi Tianlong recalled the plot and made an immediate decision. Zhang Wenyo is a corrupt officer, long colluding with the Tianyangxing group. As the Central Police search tirelessly for the Tianyangxing gang, striving to apprehend them amidst such pressure, it is inevitable that they will continue their crimes in short order. Perhaps even orchestrating a grand heist akin to the $100 million robbery depicted in films. In essence, Yi Tianlong's role in this scenario is akin to that of a fisherman. Rather than risking everything to commit a robbery, it is far more gratifying to reap the rewards of their labor. Without delay, the group set about preparing their equipment and made their way to Central. As the hall fell silent once more, Yi Tianlong lit a cigarette, and soon, smoke began to curl around him. How delightful it would be if a lady were to join him at this moment. The following day, Huang Yihua delivered good news. The king of charter boats had secured the Kowloon warehouse, achieving victory in this financial battle. The media has reported extensively on this matter. The pride of the Chinese. A resounding blow to British capital. Various titles were bestowed upon the king of charter boats. In a flash, his name reverberated throughout the island. Countless Hong Kong residents rallied behind the king of charter boats, their spirits ignited. Although the British Empire attempted to assimilate the people of Hong Kong over time, the ideals were noble, yet the reality was lacking. Not to mention that the blood of the Chinese flows deeply within the veins of the Hong Kong populace. The actions of the local government have been far from commendable. In the past, any foreigner would seek to oppress the people of Hong Kong, proclaiming that human life is paramount, yet in their eyes, the lives of Hong Kong residents were scarcely regarded as such. They resembled a band of brigands invading a village, seizing livestock, abducting women, and slaying men. Despite the recent discussions surrounding the impending handover of Hong Kong, which led to some cooperative agreements between the two nations, the oppression of Hong Kong residents by foreigners persists. This is merely a behavioral issue. Economic pressures and other forms of suppression remain. In such circumstances, the king of charter boats, facing immense pressure, has successfully acquired the Kowloon warehouse under Jardine Matheson, undoubtedly allowing the blood of the Hong Kong people to surge forth. Yi Tianlong deeply empathizes with the sentiments of the Hong Kong populace, endlessly oppressed like cattle and horses, yet still willing to labor. It is not that they lack ferocity, but rather that life has dulled their edges, shackling them with the chains of worldly expectations. Thus, even when witnessing someone break through, even if that person is not themselves, they feel a surge of excitement. Just as Huang Yihua's call ended, the king of charter boats personally called to invite him to a banquet the following evening, assuring that an invitation had already been sent. Yi Tianlong accepted the king of charter boats' invitation without hesitation. As he hung up the phone, he fell into deep contemplation. Those attending the banquet would either be affluent or influential, either officials or merchants. In short, they are individuals of high stature. To seek collaboration among such individuals, one must present oneself suitably. Thus, Yi Tianlong instructed Ni Yongxiao to procure a luxury vehicle for him, while he set out to tailor a suit. Soon, he arrived on a street in Tsim Sha Tsui, the designated area for various clothing shops, including several tailor shops. Glancing briefly at the samples displayed at the entrances of various stores, he ultimately settled on a particular tailor shop and walked inside. "Sir, are you looking to customize or purchase?" The woman at the counter raised her head and inquired upon his arrival. "This fabric is from Scable, isn't it?" Yi Tianlong did not respond directly to her question, but instead focused on a piece of fabric hanging on the wall. Scable, hailing from the British Empire, is renowned worldwide for its exquisite fabrics, often referred to as the king of materials. The fabric is delicate and possesses an elegant sheen, making it the quintessential choice for crafting a top-tier suit, though its price is correspondingly elevated. "Sir, you have an excellent eye. This is a new fabric I just acquired," the woman remarked, observing Yi Tianlong's silhouette. "Very well, I require you to tailor a suit for me, to be completed by noon tomorrow. Any issues with that?" Yi Tianlong turned to the woman and stated. However, in the next moment, his gaze faltered. This woman struck him as strikingly familiar, as if he had encountered her before. "What's your name?" "Zhang Manyu." Indeed, upon receiving confirmation, Yi Tianlong was exceedingly pleased. To his astonishment, in the midst of tailoring a suit, he had encountered a beauty of such caliber. It is worth noting that this woman is among the 4 leading actresses of the Hong Kong film industry, alongside Wang Zuxian, Zhong Chuang, and Guan Zhilin, known for her alluring image that has captivated audiences across the nation. However, Zhang Manyu appeared somewhat youthful at present, lacking the embellishment of makeup, allowing Yi Tianlong to appreciate her beauty in its purest form. "Sir, your demands are quite high. I may not be able to fulfill them by tomorrow." Noticing Yi Tianlong's unwavering gaze, which seemed entranced, Zhang Manyu spoke up. "Beautiful lady, I need to attend a crucial banquet tomorrow. Could you assist me with this?" "Rest assured, the compensation will be generous." Yi Tianlong placed 20,000 Hong Kong dollars on the table. The cost of an ordinary suit typically ranges in the hundreds of Hong Kong dollars, while a high-end suit can indeed exceed 6,000 Hong Kong dollars, excluding labor fees. After a moment's hesitation, Manyu nodded in agreement. "Sir, 20,000 is excessive. Let us determine the precise amount once I have completed the work." Such an opportunity does not arise every day, and this time, the fabric utilized is from a prestigious lineage, a material that is beyond the reach of the average person. Missing this chance could mean a long wait for another. "Take it. You will need to expedite the work, and consider any extras as my tip." "Very well, sir. Please follow me. I shall take your measurements." The two proceeded to an inner room, where Zhang Manyu promptly began her work. I feel as though I have encountered you before. Stepping out of the room, Yi Tianlong paused deliberately and remarked, if my memory serves me right, you must have participated in last year's Miss Hong Kong pageant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Manyu's cheeks flushed. After all, there was a degree of exposure during the pageant. To be recognized in such a context made her wish for a hole in the ground to hide in. Your advancement to the finals already attests to your talent. Logically, you should be at least a runner-up. What brings you to a tailor's shop? Yi Tianlong still harbored some doubts. Although Zhang Manyu had experienced a period of silence, she was, after all, the runner-up of Miss Hong Kong, and she should still have some opportunities in the film industry. It had only been a year, after all, and she shouldn't be reduced to working in a tailor's shop. This is my friend's establishment, Zhang Manyu explained, then seemingly recalling something sorrowful. She forced a smile and continued, sigh, there are many who are more renowned and capable than I. Those individuals may acknowledge my abilities verbally, yet they offer me no resources. At this point, Zhang Manyu paused, as some matters were better left unsaid. Initially, she had believed that her selection would elevate her status, allowing her to shine in the film industry and escape a life of poverty and familial constraints. But the unpredictability of life had surprised her. Primarily, she had not anticipated the darkness of society, which delivered her a harsh lesson. Now, she found herself resorting to her friend's tailor shop for survival. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlong quickly grasped the situation. Such circumstances were hardly surprising. Each year, the Miss Hong Kong pageant takes place, and those who make it to the finals are invariably stunning beauties. However, how many truly achieve fame? Indeed, Zhang Manyu's placement among the top 3 and her status as runner-up in the pageant underscored her talent and beauty. Yet, the film industry's darkness is not something everyone comprehends. To put it plainly, who wouldn't desire to pursue a beauty like Zhang Manyu? To gain resources, one must often sacrifice their innocence. It was evident that Zhang Manyu was not adequately prepared for the harsh realities of the film industry. Otherwise, she would likely have already landed a role in a movie. I feel quite sorry for you. Yi Tianlong sighed. Are you aware that the film Overwhelmed by Emotion has recently become a sensation? The actress therein is truly fortunate. Her debut performance catapulted her to fame. And now she is soaring to new heights. How wonderful it would be if I could possess her luck, Zhang Manyu remarked while organizing figures in her notebook. Her tone rife with envy. Perhaps she had suppressed her feelings for too long, or perhaps her yearning to rise above her current circumstances was fervent. Under Yi Tianlong's guidance, her emotions surged forth. Little did she know, this was a fortuitous opportunity. I recognize her. She is an actress from Longmen Films. Yi Yuqing. How about this? You deliver the garments to Longmen Films tomorrow, and you can audition. You are exceptional, so do not give up. Here is my business card. If you encounter any issues, call me. Saying this, Yi Tianlong promptly produced and handed her his card. Yi Yuqing was a sensation in Hong Kong, while Zhang Manyu had the potential to be a global star. Such talent must be nurtured. Is that all right? Thank you. Zhang Manyu blinked as she accepted the card. A man capable of crafting high-end suits undoubtedly possesses some degree of influence. Perhaps he knows directors at Longmen Films. The following afternoon, at the appointed hour, Zhang Manyu arrived at the address provided by Yi Tianlong. As she surveyed her surroundings, she was taken aback by an astonishing sight. Yi Tianlong was engaged in conversation with Yi Yuqing and director Wang Jing, and their demeanor suggested a level of respect towards Yi Tianlong. Summoning her courage, Zhang Manyu approached with small, hurried steps, breathlessly stating, Sir, I am. Yes. Please hand it over. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Tianlong accepted the gift box with a gentlemanly smile. You're welcome. Zhang Manyu nervously addressed Director Wang and Miss Yi. Last night, she had gleaned some information about them through her friends, as she was eager to join Longmen Films. Director Wang nodded slightly, not particularly impressed by Zhang Manyu. People like her were not uncommon for him to encounter daily. Yi Yuqing, however, merely smiled. Zhang Manyu wished to say something more, but her nerves overwhelmed her. All she could do was blush and exchange a few words with the trio before hastily departing. Yi Tianlong did not immediately endorse Zhang Manyu, as the number of individuals auditioning was overwhelming. If he were to show favoritism, even if Zhang Manyu were to join Longmen Films, she would inevitably face scrutiny. Furthermore, if she could not handle such minor social nuances, it would indicate a lack of mental fortitude, hardly a quality befitting an actress. Meanwhile, Zhang Manyu sat down on a chair, reflecting on the earlier awkward encounter. And recalling Yi Tianlong's encouragement, she rose to cue for her audition. Yet, the others cast her peculiar glances, questioning what caliber of talent a mere delivery girl could possibly possess to audition alongside them. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tianlong patted Director Wang on the shoulder. That woman from earlier must be accepted. Very well, Mr. Yi. Though Director Wang did not fully understand, he complied. Chapter 36, The Grand Banquet. The tycoons gather, and the red-blooded capitalist, Hua Ingdong. That evening, Yi Tianlong boarded a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost identical to that of Ni Yongxiao. However, this particular vehicle was newly purchased, equipped with bulletproof glass and adorned with a pure gold emblem. "Let us depart," Yi Tianlong said nonchalantly while puffing on a cigarette. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuxiu pressed the accelerator, and the roar of the engine reverberated through the street. When it comes to making an impression, this wealthy configuration is second to none, causing countless passers-by to pause and gaze in awe. As night fell upon Victoria Peak, Baijia Manor shone brilliantly with lights and throngs of people. Luxury vehicles continued to arrive in droves. Remarkably, this was Yi Tianlong's second visit. During his first, he had been utterly penniless, with only a meager 23 million worth of Kowloon warehouse stocks languishing in his financial account. But this time was different. After all, his value had now been realized. Yi Tianlong strode along the lengthy red carpet toward the entrance, where security conducted a thorough search before he presented his invitation. "Esteemed guest, please enter." After confirming the validity of the invitation, the staff greeted him courteously. The hall, as splendid as ever, radiated opulence at every turn. Before his eyes were notable figures from the outside world, mingling and exchanging business cards, laughter occasionally erupting from their gatherings. Yi Tianlong's arrival garnered little attention, for he was still relatively unknown. Nevertheless, his formal attire made him quite the captivating presence. With a strikingly upright stature, handsome features, and a remarkable height exceeding 180 centimeters, he stood in stark contrast to the men surrounding him. These individuals, though affluent, were all notably portly, with bald heads and rounded physiques. The absence of comparison renders no harm. In an instant, Yi Tianlong captured the attention of numerous wealthy women. Their lives were devoid of financial worries, and their pursuits leaned more towards the quest for spiritual fulfillment. A man like Yi Tianlong, if only for a single night, would undoubtedly be worth it. The matter of wealth was secondary, the essence lay in joy. Just as these affluent women were preparing to approach Yi Tianlong with flirtation, the Yacht King, holding a glass of wine, approached him, having been engaged in conversation with Lao Li and others. "Tianlong, you've arrived. Come, have a glass of red wine." "Thank you." President Bao. Yi Tianlong was about to find a place to sit when, unexpectedly, the Yacht King approached him directly. To be honest, his primary purpose for attending this gathering was to understand the structure of the wealthy elite in Hong Kong Island, in order to identify potential targets and facilitate the rapid growth of Tianlong Group's business connections. This scene drew the attention of many onlookers, particularly surprising Lao Li and his companions. What caliber of individual was it that the Yacht King would personally leave them to attend to? Such high-end gatherings, especially those organized by the Yacht King, ensured that all eyes were on him with each of his actions. In other words, the level and strength he possessed were evident. Few could warrant the Yacht King's personal attention. Only a select few were worthy of such recognition today. Lao Li of the Yangtze River 10 Industries, Li Xiaoheng, the head of TVB, Zheng Yutong of Chow Tai Fook Jewelry, and Hoi Yingdong of the Hua family. It was only these individuals who could expect a personal welcome from the Yacht King. The others paled in comparison to Lao Li and his ilk, deemed insignificant in the Yacht King's eyes. Indeed, human relationships are of utmost importance. However, at the Yacht King's level, while such connections are necessary, the number of individuals who would approach him for networking has dwindled. Essentially, it is others who cater to his networking needs. With all these titles, few are truly deserving of the honor. "Just call me brother." The Yacht King patted Yi Tianlong's shoulder, adopting a big brother demeanor. "All right, brother." Yi Tianlong nodded, relishing the advantage of this address. "Come, let me introduce you. This is Hua Yingdong from the Hua family. You can call him Brother Hua. And this is Shun Bai, the chairman of HSBC. Yi Tianlong, this is the young man I was telling you about." The Yacht King promptly facilitated introductions among the three. Yi Tianlong was well aware of the legendary status of both Hua Yingdong and Shun Bai. Both were capitalists with a strong sense of patriotism, having made outstanding contributions to the North. Presently, Hua Yingdong had transitioned from the shipping industry to real estate, while Shun Bai held the esteemed position of chairman at HSBC. Both renowned figures in their own right. Impressive, truly impressive. Indeed, heroes emerge in their youth. Hua Yingdong approached Yi Tianlong, earnestly stating, "I am well aware of your accomplishments. You've done remarkably well. Without you, old Bao would not have secured Kowloon. In the battle for Kowloon, aside from the Yacht King himself, it was undoubtedly Yi Tianlong who reaped the greatest rewards." A newcomer to the industry not only had the foresight to invest in Kowloon at the right moment, but also managed to remain composed and steadfast, refraining from selling amidst the uncertainty surrounding the negotiations between Jardine Matheson and the Yacht King, ultimately earning a staggering 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. A few words hardly do justice to such an achievement. In reality, Hua Yingdong questioned whether he possessed such resolve. The answer was a resounding no. He might have succumbed to the temptation to sell when Kowloon's share price reached 20, 30, or even 50. Financial professionals are acutely aware of the market's inherent unpredictability. One moment, you could be riding high, the next, reduced to nothing. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the financial world. Moreover, what truly captivated Hua Yingdong's admiration for Yi Tianlong were the heartfelt words he expressed during negotiations with the Yacht King. As one of Hong Kong Island's most patriotic figures, Hua Yingdong found it hard to believe his ears upon hearing such sentiments from the Yacht King. A young man, no? A daring individual who had clandestinely crossed over from the north, teetering on the edge of danger, even leading a life of uncertainty, possessed such remarkable insight and awareness. If everyone on Hong Kong Island were like Yi Tianlong, why would they be oppressed by foreign powers? Why had the growth of Chinese capital on the island been so sluggish over the years? Let us not exaggerate. We are all Chinese, and mutual assistance is only natural. I raise a toast to you all. Yi Tianlong smiled faintly, lifting his glass. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the Yacht King and Shun Bai excused themselves to attend to other guests, leaving Hua Yingdong and Yi Tianlong to converse. My dear brother, your films are quite impressive. Allow me to introduce you to a talented actress. Her skills are exceptional. Hua Yingdong took a sip of champagne and continued. Sounds great. No problem at all. Yi Tianlong readily accepted this small favor. Before long, Hua Yingdong returned with a stunning beauty, clad in a red gown that seemed custom-made for her. It fit her exquisitely, accentuating her curves, complemented by an icy, elegant visage that radiated an extraordinary aura. Yi Tianlong was struck by the beauty's presence. Li Jiesin, one of the ageless goddesses. Her life story was incredibly captivating, having sparked considerable competition among the elite in Hong Kong. However, Yi Tianlong could understand the allure she possessed. Tianlong, let me introduce you to this year's Miss Hong Kong champion, Li Jiesin, Hua Yingdong announced. Ah, Miss Jiesin, I have heard much about you, but never had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Today, I am truly honored to make your acquaintance. Yi Tianlong offered his compliments. Thank you. Li Jiesin responded with a radiant smile. Cough, cough. You two carry on. I must attend to some matters, Hua Yingdong remarked as he took his leave. Have a seat. Yi Tianlong invited, and the two settled onto the sofa. They engaged in light conversation, eventually transitioning to the film industry, particularly about the sensational success of Uncontrollable. Mr. Yi, so you are the mastermind behind Longmin Films. What an honor it is to meet you. Li Jiesin gazed at Yi Tianlong with bright, wide eyes, clearly taken aback. She had initially assumed Hua Yingdong was introducing her to a figure of high status to expand her connections. Little did she know, it was for her own career's sake. During the meteoric rise of Uncontrollable, she had conducted thorough research on the screenplay, direction, and cast, discovering that a certain Yi Tianlong was at the helm of it all. This was the key to the film's explosive success. Thus, she was eager to learn more about Yi Tianlong. It was beyond her expectations to find him sitting right before her. To elevate an unknown actress like Yi Yuqing to such heights in Hong Kong was definitive proof of Yi Tianlong's prowess. Meanwhile, although she had signed with Shaw Brothers, the best resources and scripts were never allocated to her. After several films, she remained largely unnoticed by the public. This fueled her resentment, for she was, after all, the Miss Hong Kong champion. Miss Jiesin, your words are rather excessive. Our Longmin film industry cannot possibly compare with your Shaw Brothers studio. Yi Tianlong exhaled a plume of smoke as he spoke. Indeed, Li Jiesin is stunningly beautiful, possesses commendable qualities, and her acting skills are noteworthy, making her a talent worth pursuing. However, one must have the desire to do so. At least, she has not shown any inclination at present. And the reigning beauty of Hong Kong undoubtedly has abundant resources at her disposal. Alas, Mr. Yi, while Shaw Brothers Studio is indeed a large company, I am merely a newcomer. The good resources do not reach me. Although I have acted in several films, they have not yielded significant results. To be frank, I currently have no projects. Li Jiesin expressed with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlong was taken aback. Her situation bore a striking resemblance to that of Zhang Manyu. However, upon reflection, the reasons became apparent. A company, especially a large one, will only support actors of perceived value. Shaw Brothers Studio has not withheld resources from Li Jiesin. It is simply that the outcomes have not generated direct economic value, leading to her being overlooked. This is a normal occurrence. Every individual's career will experience such a silent period. During this phase, some choose to resign. Others opt to switch jobs, while some decide to persevere. Different choices lead to divergent paths in life. Miss Jiesin, our Longmin film industry is just beginning. If you do not mind, you are welcome to join us. I will personally craft a script for you, and you shall be the leading lady. Furthermore, for the next 3 years, your remuneration will be 3 million per annum, with the contract renegotiated based on your fame thereafter. What do you think? Yi Tianlong proposed his terms directly. 3 million? Li Jiesin gasped, her delicate hand covering her mouth, staring incredulously at Yi Tianlong. It is worth noting that currently, among the hottest female stars in Hong Kong, those earning 200,000 a year can be counted on one hand. As for those who earn 300,000, they are exceedingly rare. Indeed, 3 million. Once you join and sign the contract, the amount will be transferred directly. Yi Tianlong continued. Given Li Jiasen's current capabilities, she certainly does not warrant such a price. However, Yi Tianlong has always taken a long-term perspective. Thus, Li Jiasen becomes valuable in this context. Moreover, Longmen film industry serves as a means for Yi Tianlong to launder money. Supporting anyone is merely a matter of choice. Excellent. Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Jiasen leaned in closer to Yi Tianlong and, with a swift peck, took his business card and departed. Yi Tianlong wiped the red mark from his lips, feeling utterly exasperated. That was rather forward. Half an hour later, Yi Tianlong met with the boat king, Huangdong, to discuss various matters and expressed a desire for collaboration. After all, the Tianlong Group is still in its infancy and requires the support of these individuals. The two readily agreed, expressing their willingness to establish a multifaceted partnership with the Tianlong Group. Particularly in real estate, both were amenable to selling some land and providing construction teams along with equipment. After the dinner, Yi Tianlong bid farewell to the boat king and others and departed in his Rolls-Royce silvered Ghost with great flair. This banquet had proven fruitful. This lad should be investigated. Who on earth is he? Old Li mused, puffing on his cigarette as he watched Yi Tianlong leave. Just moments ago, he had intended to discuss real estate matters with Huangdong, only to discover that Huangdong had already assigned multiple projects to Yi Tianlong. Changjiang Real Estate, being the premier construction company in Hong Kong, was about to secure a major project, only to have it snatched away by an obscure young man. This left him quite displeased. Can't afford to offend Huangdong, and I certainly can't afford to offend this lad. Yes, Mr. Li. A week passed, and there were only 20 days left until the premiere of Involuntary Affection. Meanwhile, both Zhang Manyu and Li Jiasen had joined Longmen Film Industry, where Yi Tianlong tailored scripts for them, and filming had commenced. Yi Tianlong's strategy was straightforward. If a film could wash out 1 million, then 10 films would yield 10 million. Even if the box office was dismal, the inflated production costs would remain intact. As long as the dirty money could be cleansed, it would be a surefire profitable venture. The Tianlong Group, in the wake of the Boat King's banquet, saw Huang Yihua engage in business dealings with Huangdong's company, securing numerous collaborative projects. Today, upon Yi Tianlong's arrival, Ni Yongxiao and Huang Yihua presented a comprehensive report on the company's accounts. Overall, things were looking quite promising. Although they were still in a state of funding, once external capital was recovered, profits were assured. Ni Yongxiao had undergone considerable transformation. While he still bore the demeanor of a gangster patriarch, he now exuded refinement. The previous arrogance had subsided, for he had witnessed Yi Tianlong's rise firsthand and recognized his determination and will to cleanse his reputation. Moreover, he marveled at how a young man from the underworld could attend a banquet hosted by the wealthiest man in Hong Kong, the Boat King, and even gain the staunch support of the passionate capitalist Huangdong. In light of these accomplishments, could he, Ni Yongxiao, ever achieve such feats in his lifetime? He had confidence in himself, yet was uncertain about the path ahead. Chapter 38. Investigating the Land and Hong Kong Electric Group. Securing $100 million without cost. Triggering a rare reward. Ni Yongxiao, how have you been these past few days? Are you adjusting well? Noticing Ni Yongxiao's unusual demeanor, Yi Tianlong inquired immediately. Yi Tianlong intends to nurture and value Ni Yongxiao as his successor. While he may not match Huang Yihua in financial acumen, he excels in other areas far beyond her. Furthermore, the Tianlong Group will engage in many businesses in the future, and having a man negotiate is far more advantageous than a woman. Though everyone is equal, there are still distinctions between men and women, particularly in the current climate where women face certain limitations. Simultaneously, he understood Ni Yongxiao's perspective. A head of a prominent family like the Ni family is an influential figure, and working as a subordinate under Yi Tianlong might feel somewhat begrudging. However, Yi Tianlong was willing to invest time to prove that Ni Yongxiao's choice was the right one. Mr. Yi, I'm managing, Ni Yongxiao replied with a forced smile. Ni Yongxiao, I understand your reluctance, but my promise to you remains unchanged. I will lead the Ni family to redemption. Of course, if you are unwilling, you may withdraw from the Tianlong Group, and our verbal agreement can be disregarded. You can return to the Underworld as the head of the Ni family, where everyone will call you Mr. Ni Tian, basking in glory. This is your final opportunity to choose. There is no need to rush your response. Take your time and give me your answer tomorrow. Yi Tianlong exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking calmly. The previous collaboration was driven by necessity, but the situation has changed. Both Longmen and the Ni family have now stabilized in Tsim Sha Sui. The Ni family still possesses the strength to stand toe-to-toe with Yi Tianlong. Ni Yongxiao, upon hearing this, did not rise, but stated directly, Mr. Yi, there is no need to test my sincerity, nor should you doubt my commitment to our collaboration. I, and I Yongxiao, may feel discontent, yet having led the Ni family to join Long Min, I will not go back on my word. Redemption is my father's dream, and I will undoubtedly fulfill it. Excellent, well said. Your resolve is commendable, and I have not misjudged your character. Yi Tianlong smiled faintly. Henceforth, I shall address matters of financial affairs to Huang Yihua, while you will primarily oversee real estate. Is that agreeable? No issue. The two nodded in agreement. Very well. Yi Tianlong pointed at a company named Chung Kong Group on the document and said, Huang Yihua, please investigate companies related to Chung Kong Group, especially the shareholders' stakes and power assets holdings and any pertinent information. And I Yongxiao, you should liaise with Chung Kong Group to see if we can secure some land for development. Off you go. Yi Tianlong was well aware of the prestige of Chung Kong Group, a renowned developer even in the 21st century. From his understanding, Chung Kong Group, like Wheelock and Company, was a subsidiary under Jardine Matheson, holding vast tracts of land and having developed many future iconic landmarks, such as the Jardine House and Prince's Building, showcasing formidable strength. However, after Chung Kong Group divested power assets holdings, it began to decline, although it later experienced a resurgence. This was largely attributed to the favorable circumstances surrounding Hong Kong's return to China. Otherwise, it would have long faced bankruptcy. Yi Tianlong's strategy was straightforward. As long as Chung Kong Group cooperated with Tianlong Group, they could share the profits and resources. If not, Tianlong Group could easily take its place. That evening, a severe robbery occurred in Central, but that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Wang Jiangwo and his associates parked their vehicle in the Tianlong Group building's parking garage, laden with numerous bags and boxes, and ascended to the top floor via the elevator. Their foreheads were glistening with sweat, yet their faces radiated uncontainable joy. Brother Gue, it really is $100 million, not a cent less. Upon reaching the top floor, they unveiled the stacks of greenbacks, counting them excitedly. Some even sprawled atop the money, reveling in their newfound wealth. Their exuberance was understandable. Few had ever encountered such a sum in their lifetimes. The key was that this haul came effortlessly, without a single bullet being fired, smoothly acquired from the vehicle of the corrupt officer Zhang Wenyao. It was a testament to Yi Tianlong's astute planning. Observing the scene, Yi Tianlong exhaled a plume of smoke and smiled. This zero-cost acquisition was undoubtedly the largest and most authentic undertaking he had accomplished in Hong Kong, securing $100 million, which converted to 600 million Hong Kong dollars, was a remarkable feat. Previously, he might have fretted over how to launder this 600 million Hong Kong dollars. However, circumstances had changed. With a fortune of 20 billion earned in finance, Yi Tianlong could effortlessly launder this amount while utilizing it, paying cash for land, processing transactions through accounts, and compensating construction teams with cash were now mere trifles for him. Although transactions would incur taxes, the amounts were negligible. At this point, Zhang Wenyao and Tian Yangsheng likely found themselves at odds, swords drawn. Yet, whether Tian Yangsheng could survive the police pursuit in Central and escape Hong Kong remained uncertain. However, that was no longer his concern. They were merely a band of desperate individuals. As long as they did not cross paths with him, they could topple the Hong Kong government if they wished. All right, everyone will receive 1 million Hong Kong dollars and have a week off to rest. There will be more opportunities like this in the future, Yi Tianlong announced to Wang Jiangwo and the others. Yes, Brother Gue, no Yizong, they replied, nodding and joking. None showed any dissatisfaction, for they understood that without Yi Tianlong, such riches would not exist. In fact, without his protection, they would have perished in some alley long ago. Moreover, this money still needed to be laundered before it could be used. The crucial point was their confidence that Yi Tianlong would never shortchange them. Ding. Congratulations, host, for participating in the zero-cost robbery in Central, acquiring 600 million Hong Kong dollars, qualifying for the free rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 600 million zero-cost points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 10 integrated production lines for AKs and 100,000 sets of AK materials. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 10 integrated production lines for 416 Hong Kong dollars and 50,000 sets of 416 Hong Kong dollars materials. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 3 integrated production lines for TPG rocket launchers and 100 sets of materials. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a rare reward. Bulletproof vest. Appearance can be freely altered, impervious to knives and guns. You have gained the Eye of God, allowing you to investigate any financial trend worldwide for the next 6 months, limited to once a day. Chapter 39. The Golden Triangle, the prime choice for armories. Power assets holdings, a lucrative target. Wow, 600 million zero-cost points would keep Yi Tianlong well-equipped for a long time. However, he was currently troubled by weapons. He had long desired to delve into the arms trade, yet engaging in such activities in Hong Kong was akin to playing with firearms under the watchful eyes of foreigners. A direct provocation of the truth, bullets. Yi Tianlong had not yet reached the point of disregarding the Hong Kong government, the foreigners, and the police. Nevertheless, this business was not impossible. Hong Kong had Kowloon walled city, and beyond its borders lay the Golden Triangle, both notorious for their lawlessness. One could choose either. Yi Tianlong dismissed Kowloon walled city as an option. Its inhabitants were a mixed bag, and the terrain was unfavorable. It resembled a prison, making arms production untenable. The only viable route was the Golden Triangle. In that region, as long as one had the means, one could resolve over 99% of issues. He needed to make a trip to the Golden Triangle. Yi Tianlong snapped back to reality and opened the bulletproof vest description. This item was impressive. Not only did it boast a high level of protection, but it could also change appearance at will. A suit or a trench coat would suffice. And had he been a woman, he might have even included stockings emblazoned with letters. Overall, it was simply remarkable. However, the most astonishing aspect was the Eye of God. It could analyze the financial rise and fall of any stock worldwide over the next 6 months, granting Yi Tianlong a significant edge in finance. By simply selecting a stock and entering at an opportune moment, he could easily amass wealth, swelling his coffers. Truly, the Eye of God was an extraordinary tool. For Tianlong Group, it was like having a cheat code. For Yi Tianlong, he no longer needed to painstakingly review the historical trajectories of financial stocks. How delightful! Without hesitation, Yi Tianlong accessed the Eye of God interface, and countless stock names appeared before him. He maneuvered the page, filtering only for Hong Kong stocks. Soon, a stock named Zhongba Group caught his attention. If his memory served him right, Zhongba Group would soon face a defense battle akin to that of Wheelock & Company. As Baibao Corporation had long coveted Zhongba Group, Yi Tianlong clicked on it. Sure enough, based on the overall trend, Zhongba Group's stock was projected to skyrocket from 20 Hong Kong dollars to 60 Hong Kong dollars next month, a staggering increase of over 4 times, making it a worthy investment. The following day, at 9 o'clock, Ni Yongxiao and Huang Yihua simultaneously arrived in Yi Tianlong's office. Yi Zong, Chung Kong Group has declined to cooperate with us. Ni Yongxiao sighed. It truly is the case that the kind are often taken advantage of, and the weak are oppressed. During his visit to Chung Kong Group, no one paid him any mind. The reason was simple. Even C.K. Hutchison Holdings, one of the premier construction firms in Hong Kong, had to tread carefully in front of Chung Kong Group. What was Tianlong Group in comparison? They still dared to seek collaboration? The toad aspires to feast upon swan meat. A wish most fanciful. Ah, I see. In light of such circumstances, Yi Tianlong had anticipated this long ago. There are indeed numerous individuals in society who possess a dogged disdain for others. Huang Yihua promptly placed before Yi Tianlong the documentation containing pertinent information about the Chung Kong Group. Yi Tianlong cast a cursory glance. Currently, the Hong Kong Electric Group has not been divested by the Chung Kong Group. Since the Chung Kong Group is not inclined to collaborate, they cannot blame Yi Tianlong for being ungracious. First, he shall incapacitate their right-hand man, and then strike a decisive blow. Those who dare to act pretentiously before Yi Tianlong can only expect one outcome: demise. The Hong Kong Electric Group, a publicly listed company, commands over half of the electricity supply on the island, generating an annual revenue of 500 million Hong Kong dollars solely from its energy sector. Moreover, it possesses numerous other businesses, including substantial land holdings. Consequently, the Hong Kong Electric Group has become an enticing prize that many covet. At present, the shareholder composition within the Hong Kong Electric Group is exceedingly intricate, yet there exists no genuine controlling entity. A triad of shareholders has emerged, each vying for dominance. The Chung Kong Group is undoubtedly among them. Despite internal business conflicts, they remain the dominant force, holding a 25% stake. Next in line is Old Lee, who has long set his sights on the Hong Kong Electric Group and has accumulated a 23% share over time. Should he seize control of the Hong Kong Electric Group, he would acquire a wealth of land, propelling the operations of Chung Kong Holdings to new heights. Following closely is Chun Ching Song of the Jining Group, boasting a slightly larger stake than Old Lee at 24%. Yi Tianlong is well aware of Chun Ching Song's true nature. In his eyes, he is nothing more than a grand deceiver. However, in the eyes of the Hong Kong populace, he is revered as the golden finger of the island. Since the day of Hong Kong's return, he has appeared in the media as a prominent capitalist, spending lavishly to establish the Jining Group. While shrouding his image and background in mystery, many believe that he must have a wealthy benefactor behind him. Only Yi Tianlong knows that this individual is not a capitalist at all. Rather, he has engaged in numerous illicit dealings, transforming himself into a capitalist upon returning to Hong Kong by exploiting loopholes. Coupled with his eloquence, he has fabricated an enigmatic persona. Evaluating the strengths of the three parties and based on Yi Tianlong's understanding of them, only Old Li can be considered a respectable and capable contender. Although the Chung Kong Group appears outwardly robust, its ability to divest from the Hong Kong Electric Group reveals its inherent fragility. According to current reports, the financial situation of the Chung Kong Group is far from satisfactory, with debts exceeding 3 billion. This figure only accounts for external liabilities, while concealed debts may be even more substantial. The Jianing Group, while seemingly flawless on the surface, is merely a facade. As Yi Tianlong knows that Chun Chingsong is merely cooking the books, the internal fiscal reality is not significantly better than that of the Chung Kong Group. With substantial debt gaps, he can even speculate on this fellow's intentions. Chun Chingsong appears determined to seize the Hong Kong Electric Group, seeking to create an illusion of the Jianing Group's prosperity. Through such maneuvers and media manipulation, he aims to bolster the Jianing Group's market standing, thereby alleviating some of its debts. However, this individual is clearly overreaching, as history suggests that the financial situation within the Jianing Group is on the verge of collapse. Within 3 months, the truth regarding its debts will be thoroughly investigated, and Chun Chingsong will be imprisoned for fabricating falsehoods. Yihua, you must immediately purchase shares of the Zhongba Group. Buy as many as you can, and if possible, acquire shares of the Hong Kong Electric Group as well. Act swiftly. Yi Tianlong deliberated for a moment before speaking decisively. He has already gained comprehensive insight into these matters, and now is the time to exert control over the Hong Kong Electric Group. Chapter 40. Jiang Tianxing steps down. Yi Yuqing rises to prominence. Yi Zong. Significant upheavals have occurred within the Hung Hing society. Jiang Tianxing has stepped down, and the new leader is Liang Kuan. Should we pay them a visit to offer our regards and establish connections? Upon seeing Huang Yihua depart, Ni Yongxiao immediately remarked, while it may not be necessary for other factions to visit when leadership changes, it is essential to show support for a first-rate society like Hung Hing. This can be regarded as an unspoken rule within the underworld. How intriguing! This resignation at such a time suggests an inability to withstand pressure. Yi Tianlong squinted and chuckled softly. Since he eliminated the Big Boss B and the Prince, Hung Hing has refrained from launching a large-scale retaliation, leaving Yi Tianlong acutely aware of the rampant discussions circulating in the underworld. Indeed, Hung Hing's reputation has been utterly ridiculed, rendering them a mere shadow of their former selves. The members of Hung Hing are embarrassed to even proclaim their affiliation. After all, once they declare their association, they can no longer compete in verbal sparring. With external pressures mounting and Liang Kuan lurking menacingly, the loss of crucial supporters like Big Boss B and the Prince has rendered Jiang Tianxing powerless. He cannot even seek revenge against Yi Tianlong. Even if he were to elevate Chun Haonan, he would know that he could not contend with Liang Kuan, let alone utilize Chun Haonan to retaliate against Longmen and quell the underworld's gossip. In such a situation, Jiang Tianxing's decision to step down is indeed a prudent choice. At this juncture, the pressure has shifted to Liang Kuan, who must now contemplate avenging Big Boss B and the Prince. Based on Yi Tianlong's understanding of Liang Kuan, this individual, newly ascended to leadership, will not resort to impulsive actions to assert dominance over Longmen. Liang Kuan is a person of integrity and intellect. A man who has risen to the helm of Hung Hing from a position of lesser stature is certainly not to be compared with the mindless ilk of Big Boss B. Throughout the history of Hung Hing's leadership, none have been mere mediocrities. Observing the entire narrative from a divine perspective, when Liang Kuan is present, who among Dongxing would dare to provoke Hung Hing aside from engaging in petty squabbles? Conversely, when Liang Kuan is absent, Jiang Tianxing falls victim to the crows. This underscores Liang Kuan's exceptional prowess. Therefore, Yi Tianlong can deduce that while Liang Kuan will undoubtedly seek revenge, it will not occur in the immediate future. Given this, Yi Tianlong sees no need to provoke this volatile individual at present. His priority is to secure the Hong Kong Electric Group, take over the Chung Kong Group, and steer the Tianlong Group onto a path of legitimacy. The journey to redemption must be prioritized. A confrontation is inevitable, but there is no need for haste. Having contemplated these matters, Yi Tianlong spoke directly. Understood. Ni Yongxiao replied, refraining from further commentary. By the way, has Brother Hua's business dealings proceeded without issue? Yi Tianlong inquired, recalling matters concerning the Chung Kong Group. No problems at all. Hua Yingdong wields significant influence, and these individuals are quite courteous. Ni Yongxiao responded candidly. 20 days passed, and the screening of Uncontrollable Emotions came to an end. The major cinemas withdrew the film from their schedules. Following Huang Yihua's thorough analysis, the box office data was compiled and presented to Yi Tianlong. The final figure, after taxes, was precisely 30 million. This outcome is already quite commendable. Among all the box office earnings this year, it stands poised to claim the top spot. should no underdog films emerge in the near future, with figures surpassing 30 million. Uncontrollably Fond could undoubtedly secure a place among this year's finest films, without a doubt. Simultaneously, the media has fervently scrambled to report on the film's box office success, creating a veritable frenzy outside Longmen Pictures, where journalists have congregated in droves. They all desire an audience with Yi Yuqing, with even major television reporters expressing a wish to feature her in a special interview segment. This segment signifies a chance for television exposure, a moment to shine in the public eye, a golden opportunity for meteoric rise. It serves not only to promote Yi Yuqing herself, but also to elevate Longmen Pictures. Such opportunities are rare indeed. Yi Tianlong encouraged Yi Yuqing to make an appearance and say a few words. Naturally, she would not decline. Her purpose for joining Longmen Pictures to shoot a Category 3 film was precisely to achieve fame and compel those lacking vision to acknowledge her brilliance. After ensuring her appearance was immaculate, Yi Yuqing swiftly emerged into the public's gaze. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Li Jiesin and Zhang Manyu watched the scene unfold outside with envy. Wow, Sister Yi has truly made it big, and it's a sensational success. I envy her so much. When will I have so many cameras trained on me? Zhang Manyu remarked, her gaze fixated on the crowd surrounding Yi Yuqing. You will, just believe in Mr. Yi. If he can elevate Sister Yi, he can elevate us too. Li Jiesin replied, her expression resolute. It's worth noting that the two of them, one a champion and the other a runner-up of the Miss Hong Kong pageant, possessed undeniable confidence in the industry, despite not matching Yi Yuqing's familial background. Li Jiesin then pulled Zhang Manyu along, saying, let us head back and refine the script. Our moment to shine will come. The very next day, TVB aired the special interview segment featuring Yi Yuqing. In no time, she was bestowed with the title of Hong Kong's most beautiful goddess. Simultaneously, Yi Yuqing remained grounded, repeatedly emphasizing the significance of Longmen Pictures. Once the segment aired, coupled with the media's extensive coverage, Yi Yuqing's name skyrocketed to prominence. Her rapid rise to fame was no mere exaggeration. Given the current level of excitement, it wouldn't be long before she became a household name throughout Hong Kong. Beyond boosting her own profile, Yi Yuqing also received numerous advertising offers, with various film companies approaching her directly. However, she resolutely declined these overtures. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. She understood that without Yi Tianlong's mentorship, her current success would not have been possible. Moreover, she recognized that the fervor of fame is ephemeral. If she fails to produce good work subsequently, she would inevitably be cast aside by the market. She was acutely aware of the distinction between occasional indulgence and consistent success. This also served to enhance the reputation of Longmen Pictures. The media, ever eager to delve deeper and unearth sensational stories, not only reported on Yi Yuqing personally, but also highlighted Longmen Pictures, in a bid to create a stir. Some journalists even drew comparisons between Longmen Pictures and established giants like Shaw Brothers, insinuating that the latter paled in comparison to the nascent company. They went so far as to juxtapose this year's productions from various film companies, dismissing their works as worthless. Among these, The Wesley Legend, which premiered simultaneously, was labeled as a cinematic failure of the highest order. The news sent shockwaves through the film industry. Such reports were not mere fabrications, they were grounded in reality. And this factual basis only deepened the wounds of those already on the defensive. To be overshadowed and belittled by a fledgling company was an undeniable blow. Veteran filmmakers, industry experts, and executives from major companies expressed their outrage. Some executives publicly lambasted the journalists, exclaiming, "What is Longmen Pictures anyway? When we established Glory Pictures, Yi Tianlong of Longmen wasn't even born yet. Just a stroke of luck producing a hit film. Who do they think they are?" They challenged, "If you have the ability, produce another hit and show us." To these journalists, who were oblivious to the intricacies of the industry, they admonished, "Stop babbling without understanding the context." Hours later, these remarks reached Yi Tianlong's attention. Chapter 41. There are rules in the Jianghu, and rules in the film industry. The three titans are enraged. Yi Tianlong sought not to elaborate further, instructing Feng Yuxiu and others to pay a visit and teach him a lesson. While he could overlook conflicts with others, he could not tolerate insubordination from those within his own sphere. Some form of retribution was necessary. Concurrently, Longmen Pictures attracted a plethora of actors, many of whom were struggling to find their footing in other companies or sought to transition to a new environment. Furthermore, some actors were drawn to Longmen Pictures by its burgeoning reputation. Upon hearing the news, Yi Tianlong promptly visited Longmen Pictures. To his surprise, Wang Jing, the portly young man, proved quite capable, successfully recruiting Wang Zuxian, who was offered a salary equivalent to Zhang Manyu and the others, all set at 3 million. Another talented leading lady had joined the team, promising a bright future for Longmen Pictures. While Wang Jing acted as the interviewer, Yi Tianlong observed those waiting in the interview area. He could confidently assert that this venture had not been in vain, for he had encountered Lin Jingying, the suave gentleman who was his idol. He was determined to secure him for the team. The following day, at Sinicheng Film Company, Xiao Yifu, He Guanchang, and Mai Jia were engaged in a leisurely tea chat, discussing the current slump in the film industry and its potential future direction. The three were the heads of the three major film companies in Hong Kong, Shaw Brothers, Sinicheng, and Jia Film, each possessing their own unique talents and strengths, commanding respect in the industry. At that moment, He Guanchang's secretary entered, relaying a comprehensive account of recent events, including the demise of the individual who had publicly insulted Longmen Pictures, who had passed away peacefully, with no signs of injury on his body. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Xiao Yifu and the others shifted. They were well aware of the media's narrative in recent days, but at their level, they no longer needed to engage in excessive debate. Nonetheless, they were taken aback by the sudden death of a figure who had spoken out for the industry. According to the police report, the cause of death was attributed to a heart attack, but they were not naive. They had investigated Yi Tianlong's background and knew him to be nothing more than a small-time thug. They were also vaguely aware of his ruthlessness. After all, one could hardly navigate the streets without encountering organized crime, and many syndicates had long since collaborated with them to launder money, forming a tacit alliance. How could they not be familiar with Yi Tianlong? The death of a film industry figure was undoubtedly his doing. This kid truly shows no regard for the law. Mai Jia remarked irritably. Indeed, when he's untouchable in the underworld, he dares to act brazenly in our circle. If we don't teach him a lesson, he might forget who the true authority is. Xiao Yifu slammed the table, coldly declaring, a newly established Longmen film industry has skyrocketed in popularity, leading to a mass exodus of its actors, while media reporters fervently publicize their incompetence. Now, they audaciously threaten individuals within the film industry. It is evident to any discerning observer that Yi Tianlong is issuing a stark warning to those in the industry. Anyone who dares to speak recklessly will face dire consequences. Is this not a slap in the face to the film community? If they remain silent, how will they continue to navigate the industry? This young man is under the protection of the Boat King, making him a formidable opponent. He Guanchang exhaled a plume of smoke, furrowing his brow as he spoke. The Wesley legend is a production of his company, yet it has been disparaged by the media and the public alike, rendered worthless in their eyes. If anyone harbors the most animosity towards Yi Tianlong at this moment, he would certainly rank among the top three. However, it seems that the Boat King supports Yi Tianlong, so he has refrained from retaliating. Isn't he a titan in the underworld? Do we not have our own influence? Xiao Yifu said coldly. Are you suggesting we combat darkness with darkness, and violence with violence? Mai Jia narrowed his eyes, instantly comprehending Xiao Yifu's implication. Yi Tianlong has his own organization. He is not to be trifled with. He Guanchang cautioned, eyeing Xiao Yifu. Enlisting a large organization will require substantial financial resources. Meanwhile, smaller organizations, when faced with Longmen or its security, are merely insignificant. I know Uncle Deng from Lianxing, but to persuade this old fellow to intervene would entail significant expenditure. Xiao Yifu understood He Guanchang's meaning and responded promptly. How about this, Xiao? This concerns the honor of our film industry. You should negotiate with the people from Lianxing. How much will we three share the costs? Mai Jia immediately offered his suggestion. His words carried an air of righteousness, yet in truth, he merely disdained the brazen and rule-ignorant Longmen film industry. A fledgling company, having produced a successful work, now behaves with such impunity. If Longmen film industry continues to flourish, they may soon disregard the three major titans entirely. I concur, He Guanchang promptly declared. His thoughts were aligned with Mai Jia's, but more so because the film Wesley legend had been mercilessly criticized externally, and all blame was directed at Longmen film industry. Agreed. Xiao Yifu naturally acquiesced. His involvement was due to his status as the strongest among the three titans, as well as being a veteran of the industry. As an elder being overshadowed by a mere newcomer, how could he not feel enraged? Originally, he had little interest in the media's discourse, but the fact that a life was taken has crossed a line. The underworld has its own rules, just as the film industry has its own. As 10 days passed, Yi Tianlong hosted a celebration banquet, distributing rewards to everyone within Longmen film industry, even extending generosity to the cleaning staff. Notably, Yi Yuqing received a bonus of 1 million. Following her was Wang Jing, but Yi Tianlong, aware of his ambitious nature, had him sign a 10-year contract outright. What choice did Wang Jing have but to begrudgingly accept this decade-long servitude? Soon after, Yi Tianlong presented Wang Jing with scripts he had prepared. The leading roles were designated for Lin Jingying, Li Jiasen, Wang Zuxian, Zhang Manyu, and Yi Yuqing. This effectively meant that Wang Jing was set to simultaneously commence filming at least 5 movies. Yi Tianlong was unconcerned with Wang Jing's capabilities or whether he could manage the workload. Ultimately, the funds were in place. Whether or not he could recruit talent was his concern. Yi Tianlong demanded results. In the course of these 10 days, Yi Tianlong had successfully laundered a significant amount of capital through the box office performance of Emotion Uncontrollably, which grossed 30 million. Furthermore, foreign regulatory bodies conducted a series of inspections, finding no issues. Nonetheless, Yi Tianlong still made a show of his finances during social gatherings. He even introduced the foreign guests to numerous nightlife venues. To his surprise, these foreigners proved to be rather indulgent, opting for 2 girls instead of 1. Yi Tianlong, uninterested in dealing with such insatiable individuals, delegated the task to Ni Yongxiao. In summary, what is this called? Human Relations. Chapter 42, Profiting 200 Million. Targeting Hutchison Whampoa. The 4 giants vying for the Hong Kong Electric Group. Over these 10 days, Longmin Security had completely established its presence in Yao Ma Ti and Tsim Sha Sui. Getting on the right track. Yi Tianlong also directed by Yuling and others to expand into Mong Kok. With Yao Ma Ti, Tsim Sha Sui, and Mong Kok remaining, it was imperative to consolidate their hold. Yi Tianlong then arrived at the headquarters of the Tianlong Group in Causeway Bay, specifically on the top floor, to inspect the work status of the company's employees. Overall, things were quite satisfactory, particularly in the financial department where the various financial operators exhibited proficiency in their business dealings. Other departments also performed admirably. The reason for his elevated spirits today was due to data from the Eye of God, indicating that today was the time to reap rewards. President Yi, we acquired 1 million shares of Zhongba Group, currently priced at 50 Hong Kong dollars per share. If we sell now, after deducting costs, we stand to gain 200 million. Huang Yihua promptly reported, struggling to suppress her inner excitement, yet unable to conceal the thrill evident on her face. Earning 200 million in a month was something she had never dared to dream of in the past. Now, facing Yi Tianlong, Huang Yihua no longer held her previous haughty demeanor. This was not merely a matter of salary. She genuinely admired Yi Tianlong. As a professional in the financial sector, she understood the complexities involved. Finance was akin to a barometer of fortune, fraught with unpredictability. Achieving consistent success in finance, mastering the timing of entry and exit while earning over 100 million, was not solely reliant on luck or effort. Yet, Yi Tianlong managed to accomplish it, inspiring profound admiration in Huang Yihua. Let us proceed with the sale promptly at 2 p.m. Yi Tianlong spoke calmly, then recalled something and added, also, initiate the acquisition of Hutchison Whampoa's stocks, following the usual protocol. Acquire as many as possible, and keep a close watch on whether HSBC is selling their 224 shares of Hutchison Whampoa. Hutchison Whampoa, Swire Group, Jardine Matheson, and HSBC are collectively known as the 4 great trading houses, wielding immense power on Hong Kong Island, having existed for over a century. Any capitalist seeking to conduct business cannot escape their influence. In essence, the 4 great trading houses control the economic lifeblood of Hong Kong Island. As for Jardine Matheson, it is as solid as a rock. Whether in project investments or decision-making, it is impeccable, making it the most formidable of the 4. HSBC is currently under the control of the Boat King, making it unnecessary for Yi Tianlong to interfere, as they are all of the same ethnicity. Jardine Matheson has suffered losses with the departure of Kowloon Warehouse, and Yi Tianlong is covertly undermining its subsidiaries like Hong Kong Electric Group and Chung Kong Holdings, leaving room for potential takeover in the future. As for Hutchison Whampoa, while not weak, it remains the most vulnerable target. This is due to the fact that HSBC holds shares of 224 within Hutchison Whampoa, indicating a lack of actual controlling shareholders. At present, Yi Tianlong merely needs to methodically acquire shares of Hutchison Whampoa, thereby augmenting his stake within the company, and then await the opportune moment. This moment will arise when Hutchison Whampoa finds itself ensnared in a debt crisis. At that juncture, as a major shareholder, HSBC will undoubtedly be eager to divest its equity to recoup funds to secure these 224 shares. Historical precedents suggest that the preferential price offered to Old Lee by HSBC would necessitate at least 600 million in capital. How many individuals on Hong Kong Island can muster such an amount? Fortunately, Yi Tianlong is one of them, and moreover, he possesses the funds in cash. Furthermore, he is acquainted with the shipping tycoon and HSBC chairman Shin Bai. With these prior connections, when the moment arrives, the acquisition should be straightforward. Should he successfully seize Hutchison Whampoa and integrate it into his own business empire, the future prospects for Tianlong Group's public listing would be bright. Of course, for now, he must discreetly accumulate shares of Hutchison Whampoa. Some matters must be approached gradually. One cannot become corpulent by devouring 100 hamburgers in one sitting. Very well. Huang Yihua nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yi Tianlong activated his God's Eye, compiling a list of promising investments from the stock market over the past few days, which he handed to Huang Yihua. Among these stocks, some may yield returns more slowly, requiring 3 months, while others may only need 1 month. The extent of profit will ultimately depend on the financial department's operational capabilities. However, one thing is certain, profits are guaranteed 100%. Based on my analysis, these stocks are indeed worthy of our investment. The timeline for investing and harvesting has been clearly indicated above. Please follow the guidelines I have provided. Do you understand? Yi Tianlong stated with utmost seriousness. Understood. Huang Yihua replied as she accepted the investment list, brushing her hair aside with a dazed nod. Brother, how does this feel like picking up money? You've even meticulously detailed the investment and return timelines. When did financial investments become this straightforward? The market fluctuates daily. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her concerns. By the way, Mr. Yi, we invested 100 million to acquire a 10% stake in Power Assets Holdings. Yet our actions have been exposed. Yesterday, Jianing Group held a press conference. Chairman Chen Xingsong announced his intention to fully acquire Power Assets Holdings and even called me to request our shares, which I declined. Shall we continue our acquisition? Huang Yihua inquired immediately. A mere clown's futile struggle before his demise. Yi Tianlong scoffed at the remark. The ownership of Power Assets Holdings has become painfully evident. Even public knowledge. C.K. Hutchison, Jianing Group, Swire Properties, and his own Tianlong Group are the 4 formidable players now surfacing. Moreover, considering the percentage of shares, Chen Xingsong's attempt to acquire Power Assets Holdings faces significant challenges. At this juncture, no one is inclined to relinquish their stake. Therefore, Chen Xingsong's press conference was merely a publicity stunt, aimed at asserting that Jianing Group remains formidable. It serves to encourage more investors to purchase Jianing Group stocks and fill the financial gap. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that someone, unable to persist, might sell their shares to Chen Xingsong. If that rascal manages to secure Power Assets Holdings, one cannot deny that Jianing Group could experience a miraculous revival, executing a remarkable turnaround. Yi Tianlong has no intention of selling, for his goal is to seize Power Assets Holdings, not merely to partake in the spoils. As the ultimate victor in history, Old Li would never consider such a course of action. It is worth noting that once this individual acquires Power Assets Holdings, he will subsequently take control of Hutchison Whampoa and Jiahong International, ultimately merging with C.K. Hutchison, thereby forming a colossal commercial empire. If Kowloon Warehouse merely laid the foundation for Old Li, then Power Assets Holdings, Hutchison Whampoa, and Jiahong International represent the superstructure, propelling Old Li to unprecedented heights. The only potential rival is Swire Properties. However, this would necessitate negotiations. Moreover, any strategy Yi Tianlong can conceive, Old Li and Chen Xingsong can likewise devise. Indeed, the next moment, Old Li and Chen Xingsong called directly, both expressing their desire to acquire 10% of Tianlong Group's shares. Chapter 43. The shipping tycoon sells a favor. Meeting with the president of Swire Properties for negotiation. Yi Tianlong instructed Huang Yihua to decline outright. He also asked Huang Yihua to inquire whether they were willing to sell their shares, which left Old Li and Chen Xingsong perplexed. You think Tianlong Group's 10% stake can simply devour Power Assets Holdings? What an absurd fantasy. Since both had made their positions known, Yi Tianlong deemed it necessary to initiate negotiations with the two. As for Swire Properties, after Ni Yongxiao's recent encounter regarding collaboration, which ended in failure, there was no need to humiliate himself further. If they wish to compete, let them do so. Inevitably, someone will falter. When the clam and the heron contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. Simultaneously, following Chen Xingsong's press conference, Power Assets Holdings instantly became the center of attention. Numerous media outlets swiftly unearthed information regarding Swire Properties, C.K. Hutchison, Jianing Group, and Tianlong Group. A multitude of unscrupulous media, driven by profit, sensationalized the situation, resulting in significant volatility in Power Assets Holdings' previously unremarkable stock. At Victoria Peak, the shipping tycoon also learned of the 4 major groups besieging Power Assets Holdings. Furthermore, Old Li and Chen Xingsong personally called him to act as a mediator, urging Yi Tianlong to relinquish his 10% stake. In response to their request, the shipping tycoon neither acquiesced nor outright rejected, as he sought to first ascertain Yi Tianlong's stance. It is not that Old Li and Chen Xingsong lacked the requisite relationships or favors. Rather, since the Kowloon warehouse conflict, he had been observing Yi Tianlong. Whether through Longmin Security or Longmin Films, or even Tianlong Group, he held great admiration, especially when the two were involved in negotiating the Kowloon warehouse. Their every word resonated with clarity, as if it had occurred just yesterday. Young individuals like Yi Tianlong, imbued with red-hot ambition, are a rarity. Sometimes, a person's impression and demeanor are of utmost importance. Just as the shipping tycoon regards Yi Tianlong, the golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters the tempest, it transforms into a dragon. Few on Hong Kong Island have managed to capture his attention as Yi Tianlong has. Tianlong, do you wish to feast on meat or merely sip broth this time? The shipping tycoon inquired meaningfully as he reached Yi Tianlong on the phone. Brother, I certainly wish to feast on meat, Yi Tianlong replied, exhaling a plume of smoke. You desire meat? This particular cut is not easy to obtain. Your adversaries are numerous, and their strengths are formidable. The shipping tycoon squinted, gazing out at the horizon, speaking in a measured tone. In just a few words, he had discerned Yi Tianlong's intentions. Yet acquiring power assets holdings would not be a simple task. Currently, none of the four parties showed any inclination to relent. Brother, hunting tiger meat is surely no easy feat. There are wolves lurking, but these wolves are old and have long been riddled with wounds. Yi Tianlong reclined on the sofa, speaking nonchalantly, as if he held the balance of power. Oh, elaborate, the shipping tycoon said, momentarily taken aback, his curiosity piqued. Comparing the other three companies to Wounded Wolves was indeed intriguing. My dear brother, within 2 months, I shall secure the Jinning Group. By then, Old Li will not have much time left, and the only troublesome entity will be the Land Group. With that, Yi Tianlong recounted the recent discussions that Ni Yongxiao had with the Land Group regarding a potential collaboration. You, my young friend, possess quite the ambition. Very well. Since you are so confident, I shall lend you a hand. As for the president of the Land Group, I will communicate with him, but do not let me down. Upon hearing this, the Boat King felt a jolt in his heart and replied. Since Yi Tianlong wished to reap the rewards, he could not act as a mere intermediary, allowing Yi Tianlong's equity to be sold to Old Li and Chen Qingsong. Furthermore, the conversation had reached this point. A mere introduction and a bit of assistance were no great burden. Thank you, Brother Bao, Yi Tianlong said, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, a turn of fortune. If he could secure the Land Group ahead of time, matters would simplify considerably. Ha ha ha, no need for thanks. Just don't let me suffer significant losses next time. The Boat King replied heartily. Ahem, brother, it won't happen again. Yi Tianlong touched his nose, recalling the last instance when the Kowloon warehouse had taken advantage of the Boat King. In truth, the price offered by the Jardine Matheson was not high at all, merely 85. Who could have predicted that, after some provocative remarks, the Boat King would immediately raise it to 90? After hanging up the phone, Yi Tianlong waited in silence for news from the Boat King. Soon enough, the Boat King delivered good tidings. President Kaiseker Henry of the Land Group had agreed to meet with Yi Tianlong. The meeting was scheduled for that very evening. Yi Tianlong promptly instructed Ni Yongxiao to make arrangements for the reception. That night, at 8 p.m. in Central, at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, a 5-star establishment renowned worldwide for its impeccable service and exquisite environment, a favored venue for hosting luminaries, business elites, and dignitaries, Yi Tianlong approached as Kaiseker arrived. Good evening, Mr. Kaiseker Henry. Kaiseker Henry, a member of the Kaiseker family hailing from the British Empire, was one of the most influential shareholders of the Land Group. Good evening, Mr. Yi. Kaiseker Henry expressed mild astonishment upon seeing such youth in Yi Tianlong. It was indeed remarkable that a young man could command the attention of the Boat King. He was already well informed about the ongoing situation with the Hong Kong Electric Group. Logically, the Boat King would advocate for Old Li and Chen Qingsong. Please, have a seat. They greeted each other before taking their places. Ni Yongxiao and Huang Yihua accompanied Yi Tianlong on his left. While at Kaiseker Henry's side sat a man, the general manager of the Land Group, who had previously rejected and ridiculed Ni Yongxiao. This general manager now appeared somewhat anxious. The reason was straightforward. Upon learning at noon that he would be meeting with representatives from the Tianlong Group that evening, he immediately conducted a thorough investigation. The findings were unexpected. A company in its infancy, almost obscure, had managed to enlist the Boat King's personal involvement. Moreover, he recalled his previous remarks about Ni Yongxiao with trepidation, fearing for his position as general manager should the other party take offense. Mr. Yi, my associate is rather inexperienced. I hope you will extend your forgiveness. Kaiseker Henry, noticing the unusual behavior of his companion, spoke up. He had only just learned of this matter today. However, he had not given it much thought. To put it plainly, had it not been for the Boat King's influence, he would not have attended at all. An apology? Merely a formality. Mr. Kaiseker Henry, you are being overly modest. It is said that one does not truly know another until they have clashed. Moreover, Manager Wang is merely performing his duties fairly. I can understand. Yi Tianlong replied with a faint smile, then presented a box of high-quality cigars to Kaiseker Henry. I know you enjoy high-quality cigars, so I have prepared quite a few for you. Thank you. I shall accept them. Kaiseker Henry nodded in appreciation. Mr. Yi, you should be well aware of the current situation regarding the Hong Kong Electric Group. The Land Group holds a 25 stake. I understand you possess a 10 stake, and I am willing to offer you a price above the market rate to acquire it. What say you? Kaiseker Henry, lighting a cigar, spoke in a nonchalant tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. Chapter 44, 35 of the equity secured. Let us observe the unfolding drama. As his words echoed, the entire room fell into a heavy silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Dense smoke, mingling with the warmth of the gathered bodies, wafted above their heads. Ni Yongxiao gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with a fierce intensity. Even Huang Yihua, as a woman, felt an involuntary urge to speak out. Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes, a calm smile playing on his lips. Indeed, one could not underestimate the audacity of a man from the British Empire. He found it hard to believe that Kaiseker Henry was unaware of the true purpose of their meeting that night. What a cunning play it was. They often say that the business world is akin to a battlefield, and the adage proved true. Mr. Kaiseker Henry, to be candid, I have conducted an investigation into your esteemed company. On the surface, it appears you carry a debt of 3 billion. Surely, there is more that remains undisclosed. Presently, the competition in Hong Kong is fierce, with an increasing number of real estate companies, all vying for a share of the pie, including individuals like Old Lee. Is it not misguided for the Land Group to focus its efforts on the Hong Kong Electric Group? Furthermore, it is well known that there is discord within the Hong Kong Electric Group itself. The power business is currently facing market pressures that could lead to its absorption by another company at any moment. As a significant shareholder in the Hong Kong Electric Group, you are more acutely aware of this than I. Additionally, the Hong Kong Electric Group does not align with your company's core resources, presenting substantial risks. Divesting from the Hong Kong Electric Group could improve the financial status of the Land Group, reduce debt, and mitigate investment risks. What are your thoughts? Yi Tianlong delivered the unvarnished truth with calm composure. The highest form of harm is the revelation of truth, as the reality often cuts deepest. Upon hearing this, Kaiseker Henry's earlier composure vanished. For Yi Tianlong had spoken the facts, which were indeed matters he had been contemplating himself. He was fully aware that even if the Land Group became the actual controlling entity of the Hong Kong Electric Group, apart from increasing investments, the benefits would be minimal. After all, the industrial chain of the Hong Kong Electric Group was set, primarily in power. Its annual income remained relatively constant. After expenses and dividends, the actual profits that reached him were scant. Moreover, he would still face investment risks. Divesting from the Hong Kong Electric Group and selling off the equity was indeed the best option to stabilize the Land Group. In truth, his intent to acquire Yi Tianlong's equity was merely to maximize his profits from Chun Song and Old Lee, aiming for a favorable price. Little did he know that Yi Tianlong was far more perceptive than he had anticipated. So what price are you prepared to offer? Kaiseker Henry asked, resigned. In that moment, he conceded. Initially thinking Yi Tianlong was merely a naive youth he could easily manipulate, he was taken aback by the latter's shrewdness. Given the circumstances, it seemed wiser to sacrifice some profit, give the boat king face, and forge a connection with Yi Tianlong. A win-win situation. 1 billion. Yi Tianlong tapped the table lightly, stating matter-of-factly, "Young man, are you out of your mind?" The manager surnamed Wang interjected coldly, rising from his seat. After enduring this recent turmoil, the market capitalization of the Hong Kong Electric Group has skyrocketed from over 1 billion to a staggering 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. You propose to offer 1 billion for a 25 stake in the Land Group? What an absurd international joke. How can you even consider 2 billion? Currently, multiple conglomerates are vying for a piece of the action, selling for 3 billion would not be unreasonable. Upon signing the contract, the funds will be immediately transferred. Yi Tianlong remarked nonchalantly. In the realm of business, liquidity is always the most advantageous bargaining chip. As for the rationale behind the substantial investment in Hong Kong Electric Group, the reason is quite simple. Within 2 years, the group is poised to reach its zenith, potentially exceeding a market value of 10 billion. During the same period, even Shun Kong Holdings may find it challenging to compete with Hong Kong Electric Group. Manager Wang was utterly taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Under a mere glance from Kaiseker Henry, he quickly silenced himself and obediently took a seat, resembling a docile puppy. Yi Tianlong harbored no desire to even glance at such individuals. Not only did they fail to support their own, but they also resorted to oppression. This reminded Yi Tianlong of a saying, "The audacity of those who bully others with their power. Without the title of manager, they are nothing but worthless." Yi Tianlong could easily crush him if he so wished. Are you certain? Kaiseker Henry adjusted his posture, fixing his gaze on Yi Tianlong. Absolutely. If you doubt it, feel free to call Brother Bao right now to confirm whether my Tianlong group possesses such capabilities. Yi Tianlong declared, exhaling 2 plumes of smoke from his nostrils. His expression cold and indifferent. Very well, we will finalize the contract tomorrow. Kaiseker Henry nodded in agreement. The reason for not signing the contract today was straightforward. Firstly, it was too late. Secondly, he needed to compare offers. Old Lee and Chun Song had already contacted him, and discussions could commence tonight. Thirdly, he intended to verify with the shipping magnate Yi Tianlong regarding his liquidity. No problem. Yi Tianlong said little more, instead instructing for a sumptuous feast to be prepared. The following day, the contract was signed smoothly. Mr. Yi, may our collaboration be fruitful, Kasika Henry said, setting down his pen, a smile spreading across his face. After comparing offers, he ultimately chose Yi Tianlong. Chun Song had shown no sincerity. Although he spoke grandly, he meandered around the point without ever addressing it directly. Meanwhile, Old Li proposed a staggered repayment plan over 5 years. In comparison to Yi Tianlong's straightforwardness and strength, these two were easily dismissed. Moreover, he had confirmed Yi Tianlong's financial prowess through Brother Bao. There were no issues. May our collaboration be successful. Yi Tianlong took a sip of tea. Kasika Henry, with a glint of inquiry in his eyes, asked about the financial aspect. Within 3 days, I guarantee that every cent will be credited to your company's account. Yi Tianlong replied coolly. No problem. I await your good news. With that, Kasika Henry and his entourage departed. Those greedy, cunning little schemers, Huang Yihua exclaimed, hands on her hips, watching the departing figures, unable to restrain her disdain. Indeed, they even sought our equity last night. And Yongxiao exhaled smoke, visibly displeased. If possible, he would relish the idea of eliminating those two. Well, business is a two-way street. Next time, I shall make them understand what true despair feels like. Yi Tianlong squinted, a fleeting chill passing through him. Including the 25 stake in the land group, Yi Tianlong now possessed 35. Securing either Old Li or Chun Song would grant him actual control over Hong Kong Electric Group. However, both of them were currently creating a ruckus outside, inflating the stock price of Hong Kong Electric Group even further. The competition among accounts was equally fierce. Yi Tianlong felt no urgency. He could comfortably wait and observe the impending clash between the two. Eventually, one of them would falter. Chapter 45. Yi Tianlong transforms into Lei Busi. The Xiaolingtong explodes in popularity. However, with 1 billion already spent, and considering financial investments and real estate developments, the remaining funds were indeed limited. Only about 1 billion was left, with an additional 800 million in black money still being laundered. Washing it clean would require time. Yi Tianlong promptly accessed the zero-cost purchase system, browsing the exchange page. Beyond elite talents and weapons, various types of mobile phones, Xiaolingtong, Motorola, and Apple devices were available. At this juncture, Yi Tianlong opted for a venture involving Xiaolingtong, ready to embark on this endeavor. As the saying goes, technology transforms lives. Lei Busi once proclaimed that technology should serve the people, making it accessible rather than an elite privilege. Currently, the channels of information dissemination in Hong Kong are scarce, and avenues for communication between individuals are limited. Traditional newspapers, black and white televisions, and VHS tapes are the primary means of communication, rendering information quite opaque. Although mobile phones exist as a medium for communication, they are far from affordable for the average person. One device typically costs no less than 10,000 to 20,000 Hong Kong dollars. It remains uncertain whether an ordinary household can save enough to purchase one in a year. In essence, mobile phones are akin to Rolls-Royces, symbols of wealth exclusively catering to the affluent. For the less fortunate, participation comes at a steep price. Not enough to bankrupt them, but certainly enough to cause prolonged heartache and effort. Conversely, for the wealthy, acquiring a mobile phone is as simple as purchasing a snack. If the era does not change and technology does not advance, the market will perpetually serve the rich. Since no one else is willing to alter the status quo, Yi Tianlong is eager to become Lei Busi, pioneering a distinctive market. Without hesitation, Yi Tianlong spent 10 million zero-cost purchase points to procure 1,000 production lines and invested an additional 20 million in materials to manufacture 100,000 Xiaolingtong devices. With technology and production lines in hand, the next step would be addressing the factory and labor concerns. These are all easily resolvable. Yongxiao, you are to promptly acquire a large factory. Additionally, expedite the laundering process for the funds. Yi Tianlong instructed Ni Yongxiao. Currently, Yi Tianlong was not without money laundering operations. However, to maintain cleanliness, it required time. We are talking about over 1 billion, not just a few million. Understood. Ni Yongxiao nodded in agreement and promptly exited the office. 3 days passed like a fleeting moment, turning into the dust of history. The factory had already been secured, and Yi Tianlong arrived there alone. It was a large workshop, perfectly suited for his ambitious plans. Yi Tianlong directly set up all 1,000 production lines from storage, and the warehouse was overflowing with materials for producing Xiaolingtong. He then invited Feng Yuxiu and others to oversee the factory's safety and production. As for Ni Yongxiao, certain aspects did not yet need to be disclosed to him. The sudden appearance of so many machines and materials could raise suspicions. Yi Tianlong activated a device and soon held a Xiling tong in his hands. To his surprise, this little gadget was quite remarkable, compact and lightweight. It was far more convenient to carry than the cumbersome mobile phone he had previously used. This product could easily dominate the current market. Next, he needed to apply for patents and arrange for the production of phone cards. The patent registration could be handled by Ni Yongxiao, while discussions regarding phone cards would require negotiations with the telecommunications company in Hong Kong. After all, the simulated telephone service has become a monopoly in the current Hong Kong island. Their base stations have extensively covered the area, and without these stations, wireless communication would be impossible. The mobile phone would merely be a cumbersome brick. In the afternoon, Yi Tianlong visited the Hong Kong Telecommunications Company to discuss a potential collaboration, and the process unfolded remarkably smoothly. There were no instances of fellow villagers betraying one another, resulting in tears. After all, Hong Kong Telecommunications is still a nascent company. In terms of business, aside from dealings with mobile phones and black and white televisions, there are not many avenues for cooperation. Yi Tianlong's introduction of the small telecommunication device was undoubtedly a novel concept. With a proposal for collaboration at hand, it was certainly advantageous. Both parties reached a comprehensive agreement regarding communication services, such as telephone and monthly fees, as well as various value-added services. A month passed, and the patent for the small telecommunication device was successfully applied for. Furthermore, following 20 days of pre-launch publicity, it officially commenced sales today. Posters and advertisements for the small telecommunication device are plastered across every street and alley. The promotional slogan reads, "No need for 20,000 or even 10,000, just $39.99. And you can take a phone home. Are you still longing for your family from afar? It takes a journey of thousands of miles to hear the voices of your loved ones. This small telecommunication device will resolve your worries. For just $39.99, you can have the companionship of your family. Can't afford $3,999? You can opt for installment payments." Countless similar promotional statements have been crafted through Yi Tianlong's collaborative brainstorming. In addition to human-driven advertising efforts, Yi Tianlong also partnered with major television stations and various newspapers. Consequently, he invested several tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars. It must be said that advertising expenses at any period are quite staggering. However, the results have been impressive. Under the overwhelming promotion, numerous people gathered outside the stores of various direct sales departments. This device is particularly intriguing, and compared to the bulky mobile phones people are accustomed to, it appears smaller, more convenient, and boasts more functions, all at an affordable price, creating a striking contrast to the over $10,000 mobile phones. While they cannot bear to spend on devices over $10,000, the $3,999 device is within reach with a little effort. Additionally, the innate human tendency to compare drives the desire to possess what others have. If you can afford the $3,999 small telecommunication device, why can't I? If your wife can use one, why can't mine? The world is never short of discerning individuals. With the first batch of buyers, positive reviews began to emerge after their experiences. The media and public quickly took notice of this wave of favorable commentary. Those who were once hesitant could no longer resist, as the cost-performance ratio was simply too compelling. Not to mention, in terms of functionality, it surpassed the bulky mobile phones in every aspect. Naturally, a second wave of purchasers soon followed. 3 days passed as usual, and the small telecommunication device made a sensational debut on Hong Kong Island. The phenomenon of the small telecommunication device swept across the entire island like a fierce gale, igniting a fervor among consumers. This resulted in bustling storefronts for the small telecommunication device, with lines of customers extending from the east to the west of the street. In stark contrast, the mobile phone stores stood deserted. 100,000 units of the small telecommunication device had been sold out, with sales figures exceeding 3,999 billion. Chapter 46. The small telecommunication device's explosive popularity, price without market. The competition for the Hong Kong Electric Group reached a fever pitch. When Yi Tianlong learned this news, he was momentarily stunned. He initially thought that with 100,000 units, they would last at least a month, if not longer, especially since it was a new product. He lacked confidence in the small telecommunication device. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this was his first formal venture into entrepreneurship, which made him a bit anxious. He never anticipated that they would be sold out in just 3 days. Ultimately, he had underestimated the wealth of the people of Hong Kong, as well as the potential of the small telecommunication device. Now, the entrance of Tianlong Technology, a subsidiary of the Tianlong Group, was already overflowing with people. With the direct sales stores out of stock, they had no choice but to go to the headquarters. It is important to note that this is merely the initial phase. If 80 of Hong Kong's population owned one, oh my, with a population of 6 million, it is unthinkable, truly unthinkable. Therefore, Yi Tianlong sought to redeem materials for 500,000 units of the small telecommunication device from the system vendor, arranging for delivery directly to the manufacturing facility. He also instructed Huang Yihua to procure relevant materials for the small telecommunication device. Even when it comes to falsifying accounts, one must ensure it is comprehensive. People are not afraid of having cash in hand. Rather, they fear becoming well known, as it makes them targets. At the top of the Tianlong Group building, Yongxiao publicly announced that the Tianlong Group holds a 35% stake and is determined to acquire the Hong Kong Electric Group. Upon understanding the current situation of the Hong Kong Electric Group, Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly, Lao Li and Chen Qingsong, competing against one another within the Hong Kong Electric Group, have clearly exhausted their energies. Neither dares to make a public statement, as if they have vanished without a trace. In truth, ever since Yi Tianlong acquired shares in the Land and Housing Group, they have refrained from presenting themselves boldly in front of the public. The reason is simple. The competition among them has caused the market value of the Hong Kong Electric Group to soar, doubling in value. No one is foolish enough to allow it to continue escalating unchecked. Their objective is to acquire each other's shares and ultimately take control of the Hong Kong Electric Group. The higher the market value, the more they would need to pay during the acquisition. No one wishes to be the one to bear the brunt of such costs. Additionally, their own capabilities do not permit them to act ostentatiously. Lao Li possesses talent, but it is impossible for him to produce 10 or 15 billion in an instant. As for Chen Qingsong, his troubles are even more profound. While others may be unaware of the debts of the Jianing Group, he is acutely aware. Although he has managed to rejuvenate the Jianing Group to some extent through several promotional efforts, it is still far from sufficient. The key issue is that this fellow must still feign an air of certainty regarding the Hong Kong Electric Group. You mean to say that the Tianlong Group already holds a 35% stake in the Hong Kong Electric Group, and that they are determined to acquire it? Lao Li inhaled smoke in his office, and upon hearing the secretary's report, his eyelids twitched. The phrase determined to acquire has now crossed his path for the second time in 2 months, once from Chen Qingsong and once from Nai Yongxiao. Truly, they are two arrogant individuals. Does he think Lao Li is non-existent? Or that the 23% stake he holds was acquired for a mere pittance? Worthless? Indeed, Director Li. According to the information we have received, the shares of the Land and Housing Group were acquired by the Tianlong Group over a month ago, selling for only 10 billion. But the funds flowed back within 3 days. The secretary spoke with a slight parting of her lips, her long hair cascading as she reported. 10 billion returned within 3 days? That is quite intriguing. Lao Li's gaze flickered, and a hint of astonishment crossed his features. Completing a transaction in just 3 days indicates extraordinary capability. Thus, the Tianlong Group is not as simple as it appears on the surface. I must review the documents. Lao Li tossed aside his cigarette, and opened the relevant materials concerning the Tianlong Group. Nai Yongxiao, Huang Yihua, Nai Yongxiao, Lao Li murmured, as if he had encountered this name somewhere before. Director Li, the last time you asked me to contact Yi Tianlong, I couldn't find any connection between him and the Ship King, but I discovered that there is a significant connection between Nai Yongxiao and Yi Tianlong. Thus, the secretary recounted the situation in Tsim Sha Sui. The Nai family is merely a criminal syndicate, their origins dubious at best. And with a maximum of 1 or 2 billion in sight, given Nai Yongxiao's capabilities, it is utterly impossible for him to produce 10 billion. After understanding the circumstances, Old Li conducted a thorough analysis. Although he refrained from delving into the affairs of the underworld, he could certainly surmise the weight of these factions in Hong Kong. Yi Tianlong, that young man, is no simpleton. Not only has he garnered the admiration of Boss Bao, but he is also entangled with the Tianlong Group, making him undoubtedly a puppet of Nai Yongxiao. After much contemplation, Old Li arrived at a conclusion, one that was remarkably accurate. If Yi Tianlong were present, he would surely commend Old Li with a nod of approval. Li Zong, shall we proceed with the heist? The secretary inquired, taking a deep breath, her chest rising and falling with anxiety. As Old Li's secretary, her fortunes would rise alongside his. Her mission was to serve Li Zong wholeheartedly. Old Li pondered for a moment, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the table, and deliberated. Heist? Let us observe the developments. Both parties are creating a spectacle, presenting themselves as if they will not rest until they devour the Hong Kong Electric Group, hoping to incite a chaotic clash. We might still have a chance. However, we must feign an intent to seize, driving up the prices. Even if we cannot consume the Hong Kong Electric Group, we must at least secure a share. Next, we shall sit back and watch the tigers contend. Upon concluding his thoughts, Old Li's gaze shifted, and suddenly a new plan sparked in his mind. We shall publicly announce that our Changjiang 10 Industries also intends to acquire the Hong Kong Electric Group. It is imperative. What? The Tianlong Group possesses 35% equity? Damn it. Chen Qingsong, while restraining the secretary by the neck and speaking on the phone, felt his fury surge. His expression morphed, veins bulging on his forehead. Just as Yi Tianlong had surmised, he was now consumed with an inner fire. Each day, he found himself venting his frustrations on the secretary. What alleviates worry? Only the secretary could provide solace. Is this true? Chun Song restrained his anger and inquired once more. The voice on the other end confirmed. Chun Zong, indeed, and moreover. The land group privately sold to the Tianlong group a month ago. With a resounding crack, the phone shattered, startling the woman beside him into a tremor. She had never witnessed Chun Song so enraged. It was as if he had transformed from his usually composed demeanor into a completely different individual. Damn it. No wonder that scoundrel Kaiser Henry refused to sell the equity to me. It appears he already had a buyer lined up. Chun Song clenched his teeth, his gaze icy. He had initially assumed the land group was merely holding onto the equity to foster competition. But now he understood that a far greater competitor loomed in the shadows, the Tianlong group. A company he had never regarded highly had managed to secure 35 equity. It was utterly perplexing. Chapter 47. Old Li, the Top Hunter. A Journey at Sea. This has become quite a predicament. Chun Song picked up a blowtorch from the table and lit a high-end cigar, gazing out at the towering skyscrapers with a melancholic expression. Securing 25 equity from the land group had already demonstrated the formidable nature of the Tianlong group. He recalled having previously presented conditions to Kaiser Henry, only to be rebuffed or dismissed. Now, with the Tianlong group acquiring 35, they only needed to obtain an additional 16 to achieve a controlling stake of 51 in the Hong Kong Electric Group. To compete with the Tianlong group, he would have to eliminate Old Li. However, he was acutely aware that Old Li was equally determined to seize the Hong Kong Electric Group and would not easily part with his interests. They had long engaged in both overt and covert discussions. The current situation was awkward for Chun Song, as the internal finances of the Jining Group were on the verge of collapse. Income and expenditure are two distinct concepts. The growing deficit was becoming increasingly obscured. He knew that under the present circumstances, the Jining Group could not hold out much longer. He faced a choice. Either go all in to acquire the Hong Kong Electric Group and secure financing for a bailout, or sell off the equity in the Hong Kong Electric Group to recoup funds and sustain the faltering Jining Group. Undoubtedly, he leaned toward the former option. The latter was not a consideration, as he understood that Old Li lacked substantial cash flow. Even if an agreement was reached, funds would not materialize in the short term. As for the Tianlong Group, he was unfamiliar with their operations, but he could test the waters. With this thought, a glimmer of hope flickered in Chun Song's eyes. Soon, Yi Tianlong learned of Old Li's impending press conference. At this juncture, making an appearance bore significant implications. Yi Tianlong could easily deduce Old Li's intentions. He currently held the least equity, presenting the smallest opportunity, which could be interpreted as a disinterested stance. A direct maneuver to artificially inflate prices seemed prudent. He was engaging in a gamble, wagering that both the Tianlong Group and the Jining Group would inflict mutual harm, allowing Old Li to make a grand entrance and reap the rewards. After all, if Old Li did not participate, Yi Tianlong would have to contend with Chun Song in a financial duel. As the market value continued to rise, how long could either party endure? Once funds ran dry and the company faltered, Old Li could seize the opportunity, choosing either side or even swallowing both to acquire the Hong Kong Electric Group. Alternatively, the Tianlong Group and the Jining Group could remain locked in a stalemate, not achieving the anticipated mutual destruction. In such a scenario, Old Li's 23 equity would become increasingly significant, its value soaring. Indeed, Old Li is a masterful hunter, possessing unparalleled commercial acumen, a worthy adversary. However, Yi Tianlong would not allow Old Li to have his way. Just as he prepared to instruct someone to contact Chun Song, Chun Song's associates had already arrived downstairs. It was as if fate were conspiring against him. Through Ni Yongxiao's inquiries, Chun Song sought to discuss matters regarding the Hong Kong Electric Group. Yi Tianlong agreed and resolved to make an appearance himself. At this point, he saw no need to conceal his identity any longer. It was time for the major capitalists of Hong Kong to recognize him, lest they continue to regard him with disdain, their arrogant heads forever tilted downward, never daring to look up, but only casting glances from the side. The following day, at the Kwai Tsing District Pier, the local gang influence was primarily held by Hongqing's Han Bin. This individual was the one whom Yi Tianlong feared most within Hongqing, an international arms tycoon and smuggling mogul. He possessed formidable capabilities, strength, and financial resources, earning him the moniker Binny Tiger. Rumor had it that he was the only individual whom Jiang Tiansheng had expended great effort to recruit, even directly bestowing upon him the title of leader. In the eyes of the diminutive mule, Han Bin's ascent was akin to a meteoric rise. Following the demise of Jiang Tiansheng and others, he was supported by the Hongqing members to ascend to the position of the fourth-generation leader, a testament to his extraordinary stature. Currently, he had no dealings with Yi Tianlong. However, Yi Tianlong was still inclined to explore potential future collaborations regarding arms. After all, it was about making money, and some past grievances could be set aside for discussion. Profit above all else. This was Yi Tianlong's principle of existence. At the pier, a luxurious yacht was ready, and groups of elegantly clad women boarded the vessel. The yacht and the beautiful women seemed like scenes from yesterday. After all, Yi Tianlong was well acquainted with this spectacle in his previous life. It was during the ensuing events that he closed his eyes and, upon reopening them, found himself in this world. As Chen Qingsong approached Yi Tianlong, donning sunglasses, he greeted General and I, saying hello. He then turned his gaze towards Yi Tianlong, inquiring, "This is the enigmatic mogul of the Tianlong group, isn't it? What a pleasure to finally meet you. Your presence is as striking as that of Zhou Yu." However, Yi Tianlong had no intention of engaging in verbal sparring with Chen Qingsong and instead directed his attention to the beautiful women aboard the yacht. He was acutely aware that he could not outmatch Chen Qingsong in a battle of wits. The latter possessed the uncanny ability to distort reality, convincing one that a crow was a phoenix. The self-proclaimed king of bluster was indeed formidable. "All right, let us set sail." Chen Qingsong nodded, and the group boarded the vessel, embarking on their journey. As they conversed along the way, Chen Qingsong showcased his talents to remarkable effect. He artfully blended elements of salesmanship and multi-level marketing, elevating the art of rhetoric to its zenith, thereby instilling an inexplicable sense of trust in those around him. Moreover, he skillfully employed a plethora of information asymmetries. Exhibiting a demeanor of utmost composure and poise, his persuasiveness was undeniable. Even someone as resolute as Yi Tianlong, fully aware that Chen Qingsong was playing a game of deception, found himself momentarily swayed by Chen's rhetoric. This impression was especially potent given Yi Tianlong's extensive knowledge. Had a less informed individual faced Chen Qingsong, they would undoubtedly have been led astray. "Chen, let us dispense with the superfluous flattery. The grandiosity of today's gathering surely serves a purpose beyond merely enjoying the sea breeze. Does it not?" Yi Tianlong interjected, cutting short Chen Qingsong's animated discourse. He set down his glass of red wine and leaned against the railing, gazing at the splendid sky while savoring the gentle sea breeze, accompanied by the exuberant laughter of the lovely ladies nearby. At that moment, life felt sublime. "Mr. Yi, to be candid, I am interested in acquiring the 35 stake of Tianlong Group in the Hongdang Group. Would you consider parting with it?" Chen Qingsong approached, wine glass in hand, feigning nonchalance as he tested the waters. "Mr. Chen, as Zhuangzi stated, the frog in the well cannot discuss the ocean, for it is confined to its shallow abode. The summer insect cannot speak of ice, for it is bound by the season. The petty scholar cannot converse with the sage, for he is shackled by his teachings. Can you comprehend this?" Yi Tianlong exhaled a plume of smoke, squinting slightly as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingsong's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening. As a man whose livelihood depended on eloquence, he possessed a profound cultural foundation. Yi Tianlong's allusion was merely a subtle reminder that Chen had yet to fully grasp his own limitations. "Mr. Yi, your erudition is impressive. You effortlessly cite ancient wisdom." Chen Qingsong restrained his irritation and ventured a second probe. "Might you consider relinquishing your shares to me? The Janning Group is but a facade, a mere grasshopper after the autumn harvest. Do you truly believe you can gamble everything to seize the Hongdang Group and secure financing? How naive. For every lie that emerges, it takes 10 or even 100 truths to atone. You should know better than I. Even if you manage to acquire the Hongdang Group, it will only sustain Janning for a year at best, and after that, will you be prepared to gamble yet again on another acquisition?" Yi Tianlong laid the situation bare, his tone laced with sardonic wit. The Janning Group's initial rise had been built on dubious foundations, relying on falsified accounts to go public. Though the company had expanded, the blemishes of its deceptive practices lingered, necessitating a continuous influx of capital to mask the truth, creating a vicious cycle akin to usury. The economic benefits derived from Janning were insufficient to cover the gaps left by its fictitious finances, leading to an impending debt crisis. Chen Qingsong was visibly shaken, particularly by the realization that his secrets had been unearthed. Curiosity gnawed at him. How had Yi Tianlong acquired this knowledge? Logically, such insights were scarce. On the surface, the Janning Group's accounts appeared flawless, exuding an air of prosperity. "Mr. Chen, you now face 3 choices. First, confront me head-on, a collision between egg and stone, with inevitable shattering. Whether you or I shall be the egg, we can ascertain. Second, I shall acquire the Janning Group and can promise you financing to bridge all debt gaps. Third, you may sell your 24 stake in the Hongdang Group to me, allowing you to continue managing it independently. Choose wisely. Of course, there remains an alternative, bankruptcy and liquidation. You know better than anyone the ramifications of your actions. The Hong Kong government will not let you off lightly." Yi Tianlong stated plainly. At that moment, Chen Qingsong's legs weakened, and he hurried back to his seat, staring at Yi Tianlong's silhouette, feeling disoriented. It was as if Yi Tianlong had a grasp on every misstep he had taken along his journey. Yet, the only individuals privy to this information were himself and his close associates. Is the choice that difficult? Yi Tianlong inquired, approaching with a calm demeanor. Could you reveal how you came by this insider knowledge? Chen Qingsong inhaled deeply, taking a drag from his cigarette. Absolutely not. Yi Tianlong replied, scratching his nose, bemused by Chen's desire to unearth a mole at this juncture. May I have some time to consider? I will provide you with my answer before we disembark. Chen Qingsong exhaled a cloud of smoke, speaking earnestly. After all, this decision pertained to the culmination of his life's work, and making a choice regarding the Janning Group's fate was no trivial matter. Yi Tianlong nodded in acknowledgement. It was only natural for one to weigh the pros and cons, especially in relation to a substantial entity like the Janning Group. Mr. Yi, have all these lovely ladies been arranged for your enjoyment? I wonder if any have caught your eye? Many among them are new to this experience. There are teachers, professionals, and only a select few who are seasoned in this realm. Chen Qingsong remarked, noting Yi Tianlong's gaze lingering on the dancing women. That one. Yi Tianlong pointed to a woman in the crowd who appeared somewhat shy, yet graceful. Beautiful. Please bring me the third woman on your right. Mr. Yi will reward you handsomely. Chen Qingsong was well versed in this domain. He promptly stood and addressed the lead woman. You. Greetings, Mr. Chun, the selected woman said, her surprise evident as she approached with composure. Under the sunlight, her figure was perfectly illuminated. Please be sure to attend to these two gentlemen splendidly. Chen Qingsong cast a casual glance at her before taking the lead woman's arm, finding a reason to depart. His agitation was palpable, requiring immediate alleviation. The woman turned, placing her hands just below her navel, respectfully addressing Yi Tianlong and General Ni. Greetings, General Ni, Mr. Yi. Prior to my arrival, I was briefed on the essential details about the three of you. It was not surprising that she knew their names. Such knowledge was a requisite skill for a woman venturing into the sea. What is your name? Yi Tianlong inquired, appraising the woman with keen interest. She bore a striking resemblance to a certain renowned actress, Qiu Shuzhen. As Yi Tianlong prepared to engage in business discussions, General Ni adjusted his sunglasses and rose to leave. Understanding that as men, he recognized Yi Tianlong's interest in the woman. During a discussion between the boss and employees, one must be astute. My name is Qiu Shuzhen. Qiu Shuzhen shyly replied. Indeed, she is Qiu Shuzhen, who, with her unique acting prowess and innate charm, has become the object of admiration for men not only throughout Hong Kong Island, but also in the northern regions. What prompted you to choose this industry? Yi Tianlong could not restrain his curiosity. Last year, I participated in the Miss Hong Kong contest, but I was falsely accused of having undergone plastic surgery, which forced me to withdraw and lose my opportunity. Qiu Shuzhen lamented softly, revealing her pearly white teeth. Plastic surgery? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlong immediately recalled the controversy surrounding Qiu Shuzhen's alleged surgery. In truth, being excessively beautiful can be a curse. Otherwise, with Qiu Shuzhen's looks and figure, she could easily compete with Li Jiesin, the reigning Miss Hong Kong. Come sit. Yi Tianlong gestured to the sofa. The two conversed for quite some time, delving into various topics, allowing Yi Tianlong to glimpse into the depths of this woman's heart. Her upbringing was not affluent, yet the sole advantage was that her family supported every decision she made. What are your plans for the future? Yi Tianlong inquired gently, eyes closed. I have none. Perhaps my life has reached its endpoint. Yi, next time you come, just remember to take care of me. Qiu Shuzhen sighed deeply, a flicker of resignation from life's trials shining in her eyes. As she gazed at the carefree dance of the wind, envy filled her gaze. Then, she fixated on the stack of cash Yi Tianlong had just produced, swiftly stowing it away. Yi, do you have any requests for tonight? I would like to prepare. Qiu Shuzhen hesitated before asking nervously. Though it was her first foray into such maritime dealings, she understood that receiving payment entailed fulfilling obligations. Chapter 49, Mastering the Hong Kong Lighting Group. Old Li's helplessness. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlong rubbed his nose and surveyed Qiu Shuzhen. Indeed, it is impressive. However, that was not my intention. The funds he provided to Qiu Shuzhen were merely to assist her in improving her circumstances, not to be misconstrued. You misunderstood. There is no need for preparation. It is a pity for someone as talented and beautiful as you to be in this line of work. Other companies will not accept you. After this maritime venture, go for an interview at Longmen Film Industry, mention my name, and if there are any issues, call me. As he spoke, Yi Tianlong placed a business card on the table. Qiu Shuzhen's acting skills spoke for themselves. She swiftly rose to fame with her pure and alluring style, producing numerous successful films. Even after exiting the entertainment industry, she remained an unforgettable goddess in the hearts of many men. All right then, Xiao Shuzhen bit her lip and accepted the business card. Although she was unaware of Yi Tianlong's true identity, it was clear that he was not an ordinary individual. Furthermore, she knew Longmin Film Industry, a fledgling company that had achieved acclaim with a single successful work. Regardless, it was an opportunity worth pursuing. Thank you, Yi. I will ensure to serve you well tonight. Xiao Shuzhen exclaimed excitedly, not forgetting her current responsibilities. All right. Yi Tianlong did not decline. Soon, evening descended, signaling the conclusion of today's maritime excursion. Chen Qingsong emerged from the cabin, feeling refreshed, but upon seeing Yi Tianlong and Ni Yongxiao, his pleasant demeanor was abruptly shattered. Chen, have you given it some thought? Yi Tianlong approached Chen Qingsong, cigarette in hand. Yi, let me be frank, how much are you offering? Chen Qingsong hesitated before inquiring. Confronting the Tianlong group was beyond his capabilities, especially with Old Li looming as a threat. It was not a wise course of action. Selling the Jianing group to Yi Tianlong was not something he was willing to concede. The title of President Chen symbolized his identity, not Little Chen. Therefore, he planned to sell 24 of his shares for liquidity to stabilize the Jianing group while retaining his position as president. As for future matters, he believed that solutions would arise when faced with challenges. I previously discussed this with you. You were unwilling to sell. Now, I can only offer you 900 million. Yi Tianlong laid down his terms. To be honest, Yi Tianlong felt quite disappointed with Chen Qingsong's decision. This was not the best choice for him. In reality, the Jianing group had potential, encompassing real estate, property management, and hotel operations, and Chen Qingsong himself was quite capable. If he acquired the Jianing group, he would rectify the dubious accounting practices that Chun had employed, propelling the company to new heights. Since the other party was unwilling, Yi Tianlong did not press the issue. That is too little. Chen Qingsong wiped the sweat from his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. Cash. 900 million will be transferred within 3 days. Yi Tianlong declared, presenting his offer. Cash in 3 days? Chen Qingsong's pupils dilated in shock. Before coming, he had speculated that Yi Tianlong's ability to offer 1 billion in cash for the acquisition of the GD Group's shares was extraordinary. But he had not expected him to come through. Now, hearing 900 million, he felt tempted. Are you certain? Absolutely. Yi Tianlong replied calmly. Very well, let's not delay. Let us return now and sign the contract, shall we? Chen Qingsong eagerly suggested, fearing that if they delayed, Yi Tianlong might change his mind. Just like Old Li had with his installment payments. By the time the 900 million was secured, the Jianing group might well have gone bankrupt. Of course, no problem. Let us go. Yi Tianlong responded with a hearty laugh. That evening, after finalizing the contract, Yi Tianlong prepared to return to the hotel for some rest, but was intercepted by Xiao Shuzhen as soon as he stepped downstairs. Miss Qiao, it's quite late. You should head back and rest. I can arrange for someone to escort you, Yi Tianlong said, rolling down the car window to gaze at the breathless Xiao Shuzhen. Yi, I. Xiao Shuzhen attempted to speak, but faltered, placing a wad of cash against Yi Tianlong's chest before hastily departing. Observing this, Yi Tianlong let out a wry smile, amused by the young woman. Shall we not attend to her? Ni Yongxiao inquired, exhaling a plume of smoke. No need. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. I have already offered her an opportunity. Yi Tianlong rolled up the car window and closed his eyes. He was not a sentimental man, nor one who prioritized women above all else. The following day, news spread rapidly that the Tianlong Group had acquired 24 of the Jianing Group's shares, raising their total stake to 59. Under Ni Yongxiao's orchestration, this information circulated swiftly. Simultaneously, Yi Tianlong emerged before the public as the behind-the-scenes executive of the Tianlong Group. The entire business community erupted in a state of fervor, akin to water reaching a boiling point. Many were hearing the names Yi Tianlong and the Tianlong Group for the first time, and were utterly astonished. No one anticipated that in the fierce competition among the top 4, it would be the Tianlong Group, with the least original shares, that would emerge victorious, achieving actual control over the Hong Kong Lighting Group with a substantial 59 stake. One could only say that circumstances create heroes. Yi Tianlong, accompanied by Ni Yongxiao and Huang Yihua, went directly to the headquarters of the Hong Kong Lighting Group to attend the board meeting. Old Li was present, along with several minor shareholders, all of whom appeared bewildered. Previously, they had never encountered these 3 individuals, yet they had silently secured actual control over the Hong Kong Lighting Group. Moreover, upon his arrival, he directly ascended to the position of a board member, becoming their immediate superior. The other shareholders were relatively unfazed. Their stakes were minor, and the identity of the chairman mattered little. Whoever wielded control over the board made little difference. However, for Old Li, the situation was quite challenging. He visibly flinched upon encountering Yi Tianlong. He had anticipated a fierce competition between Tianlong Group and Jianing Group, hoping to reap the benefits in the aftermath. Little did he expect that merely a day later, Jianing Group would be firmly grasped by Tianlong Group, given the current circumstances. Attempting to negotiate a price with Yi Tianlong using his 23 stake had become utterly pointless, let alone playing the role of a bystander. He had initially felt confident about his scheme to secure an advantage over Gangdang Group, yet now he found himself facing failure. For the first time, he felt a profound sense of defeat in his business endeavors. As Yi Tianlong took his seat, he noticed Old Li's expression, which struck him as somewhat amusing. While others remained silent, Old Li's face was etched with worry, almost as if he were on the verge of tears. All right, everyone, from today onwards, Ni Yongxiao and Huang Yihua will serve as the general manager and deputy manager of Gangdang Group, respectively. The rest will continue their duties as per their previous positions. Following this announcement, Yi Tianlong proceeded to outline several demands and subsequently dismissed certain individuals from their roles while abolishing unnecessary positions, creating a dramatic scene reminiscent of a new official starting with a fiery fervor. Not a single person dared to voice dissent regarding Yi Tianlong's various stipulations, for they were acutely aware of their own insignificance in this context. Moreover, it was evident that Yi, as the chairman, was delivering directives rather than soliciting suggestions. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Yi Tianlong retained Old Li for a private discussion. Old Li expressed his desire to maintain his stake in Gangdang Group, a sentiment that Yi Tianlong had anticipated. Apart from its primary focus on electricity, Gangdang Group also held significant land assets, engaging in diverse real estate development and hotel management ventures, yielding considerable returns for investors. Thus, Yi Tianlong did not dismiss his proposal. Having one more ally meant one less adversary. Chapter 50. A personal interview with Yi Tianlong. Conceptualizing monopoly in the power industry. As news spread like wildfire, the acquisition of Gangdang Group by Tianlong Group surged to the trending headlines. The headquarters of Gangdang Group was soon surrounded by media outlets, creating a veritable storm. While engaged in discussions about integrating Gangdang Group's land and real estate projects into Tianlong Group, Yi Tianlong found himself momentarily troubled by the influx of attention. Fame can be a double-edged sword. If he didn't team-manage the swarm of reporters, he might struggle to exit Gangdang Group that day. Consequently, he arranged for the renowned TVB journalist, the illustrious Hai Mimi, to negotiate. Media reporters can serve as a double-edged sword, wielding both positive and negative influences. However, in the case of Tianlong Group's acquisition of Gangdang Group, leveraging the media's power for promotion was a strategic move. It would bolster Tianlong Group's reputation, ensuring that while it might not achieve universal recognition, it at least garnered significant acclaim. After all, how could he negotiate partnerships if potential collaborators had never even heard of Tianlong Group? In a cutthroat society, lacking a modicum of resilience means one must carefully consider their chances of success when stepping out into the world. As the largest television station in Hong Kong, TVB's promotional prowess was unparalleled. Without hesitation, TVB dispatched Hai Mimi to Gangdang Group's headquarters. Soon, Yi Tianlong found himself face-to-face with the most renowned news queen of the station. Hai Mimi. Her nickname was well-earned, given her formidable presence. It was no wonder that many, particularly middle-aged men, seemed drawn to TVB. The allure was palpable. Hello, Mr. Yi. I didn't expect you to be so young and talented. It is truly an honor to meet you. Hai Mimi entered the office clad in a professional suit, her smile illuminating her face as she initiated the customary pleasantries. For others, meeting a prominent figure might induce anxiety, but for her, it was second nature. You flatter me. Please, have a seat, Yi Tianlong replied, rising to adjust his suit and gesturing towards the sofa. Hai Mimi sat down with poise, her demeanor reflecting not only her cultivated grace, but also the undeniable allure she exuded. She discreetly assessed Yi Tianlong, noting his tall stature and handsome features, embodying the ideal Prince Charming of many women's dreams. Mr. Yi, I wonder if you have a girlfriend? You are so young and handsome. I could introduce you to some lovely friends. Hai Mimi casually inquired, flipping her hair with feigned nonchalance. Yi Tianlong paused momentarily, then fixed his gaze on Hai Mimi, responding, Whether I have a girlfriend is inconsequential. What matters is that if you were to introduce yourself to me, I would be more than willing to take care of you. He flashed a mischievous grin. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yi certainly has a sense of humor. I'm afraid I am too past my prime to be worthy of a young talent like you. Hai Mimi replied, slightly taken aback, yet smiling warmly. She had not anticipated Yi Tianlong's forthrightness in expressing his willingness to care for her, especially with that charmingly roguish expression adorning his handsome face, which sent her heart racing. No woman can resist a dashing man, particularly one who possesses wealth, power, and influence. Of course, she recognized that his remarks were likely playful banter and did not dwell too much on them. Ah, the innocence of youth. Mistaking a mature woman for a naive girl, it's individuals like you, brimming with charm, who truly captivate. Yi Tianlong continued to flirt. Mr. Yi, Perhaps we should focus on the interview segment first. Hai Mimi swiftly redirected the conversation, initially intending to ease the tension, but finding herself overwhelmed by Yi Tianlong's flattery. Before long, they completed a 30-minute interview segment. After wrapping up, Hai Mimi took a few sips of tea, realizing she could no longer withstand Yi Tianlong's advances. She left her business card on the table, concocted a casual excuse, and departed. Once Hai Mimi exited the Gangdang building, the other media reporters dispersed, fully aware that all pertinent information had been secured by her. Spending more time there was futile. It was far more productive to return and refine their articles in anticipation of the airing of the TVB interview segment, preparing for subsequent sales. The following day, Yi Tianlong re-emerged in the public eye with a refreshed demeanor. TVB had crafted a highly successful personal interview segment for him. Although the overall interview was brief, it still afforded him visibility. At this point, he had become a recognized figure. Were it not for the absence of the internet, Yi Tianlong would undoubtedly be a social media sensation. Although information channels in Hong Kong were somewhat restricted, within the circle, his name had become widely known. Upon seeing Yi Tianlong on television, it was not only revealed that he had made a substantial acquisition of the Hong Kong Electric Group, but he also acknowledged the staggering profit of $2 billion from Kowloon warehouse. The major societies were momentarily taken aback, rubbing their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the familiar visage on the screen. Indeed, it was the Yi Tianlong they knew, the master of longmen. A figure so notorious that even the Hongxing gang could not hold their heads high in his presence. As the news spread like wildfire, the entire underworld erupted in chaos. A mere street thug, involved in violence, was now engaging in finance, acquiring one of the two electric giants on Hong Kong Island. This was utterly absurd. Truly, he was a silent achiever, making a stunning revelation when least expected. As the underworld trembled, it was Yi Tianlong's handsome features, dignified posture, and commanding aura that sent many young women, married ladies, wealthy socialites, and office workers on Hong Kong Island into a frenzy. With such looks, the presence of wealth became secondary. The primary desire was simply to be in Yi Tianlong's company. However, Yi Tianlong remained indifferent to such trivialities. After assessing the land associated with the Hong Kong Electric Group, he convened a second meeting to announce that all land and construction projects would be allocated to the Tianlong Group. All shareholders concurred, except for Old Li, who expressed dissatisfaction during the meeting, as he too desired a share of that land to elevate the Yangtze tin industries. Nevertheless, Yi Tianlong possessed absolute decision-making authority, rendering Old Li's protests inconsequential. Of course, as the second largest shareholder with a 23% stake, Old Li's face needed to be considered. Thus, a tenth of the land was granted to him, which finally earned his agreement. Simultaneously, Yi Tianlong insisted that the Hong Kong Electric Group continue the development of the second phase of the South Asia Island project. The first phase of the South Asia Road project had been a significant investment by the Hong Kong Electric Group, and Yi Tianlong's ambition for the second phase was primarily to expand capacity and gradually consume the entire electric industry of Hong Kong Island. Chapter 51. The Hong Kong government reforms the electric industry, offering strong support. What is the Hong Kong government, your father? To dominate the electricity market, one must possess sufficient power reserves and transmission capabilities. Although the first phase on South Asia Island was operational and yielding good returns, the strength of the other electric giant, China Power, should not be underestimated. Yi Tianlong's goal was to achieve a monopoly in the electric sector, not merely to survive. However, the expansion of the second phase on South Asia Island required approval and negotiation with the Hong Kong government. The government had clear regulations regarding the management of various industries in Hong Kong Island. For instance, societies could exist, but no single entity could dominate, or they would face suppression. In the electric sector, they employed the rationale of preventing malicious competition to avoid monopolistic situations. Yet, Yi Tianlong was undoubtedly capable of persuading them to support the Hong Kong Electric Group in the expansion of the second phase, perhaps even establishing a monopoly. In the afternoon, Yi Tianlong, accompanied by Ni Yongxiao, visited the electric management department of the Hong Kong government to meet with the person in charge. This individual, a foreigner named Deli, was quite courteous in his reception. After Yi Tianlong outlined his intentions for the electric expansion, Deli promptly uttered a single English word. No, Mr. Deli. The economy of Hong Kong is currently experiencing rapid growth, with an increasing number of manufacturing industries. The yearly population growth is causing a surge in electricity demand. You are more aware of the data than I am. Even though our Hong Kong Electric Group's first phase on South Asia Island is functioning without issues, it merely achieves a balance in supply. In the future, the economic progress of Hong Kong Island will be exponential, and by the time we consider constructing the second phase, it may be too late. If we proceed with the expansion of the second phase, we can adequately address any unforeseen circumstances that arise. What do you think? Yi Tianlong stated earnestly. In truth, this was not something he should have initiated. When the issues arose, the electricity supply would falter, and the Hong Kong government would be left scrambling to formulate supportive policies for the electric industry. However, he could not afford to wait for the government to recognize the problems before enacting policies. Historically, the Hong Kong Electric Group had taken 2 years to reach a market value exceeding 10 billion, but Tianlong intended to truncate that timeline as much as possible. If I agree to your expansion of the second phase, it would disrupt the internal balance of the industry. What if other electric companies make similar requests? How should I respond? Deli exhaled a puff of smoke, clearly dissatisfied. He was referring, of course, to China Power. The other electric companies were barely surviving, managing only the most basic supply of electricity. Mr. Deli, the survival of the fittest is the law of nature. The investment in the expansion project is substantial, and our Hong Kong Electric Group possesses that capability, unlike other companies. Moreover, I am considering the long-term electricity needs of Hong Kong Island's future to prevent a supply shortage. Tianlong asserted directly. All right, I will consider it. Deli replied, casting a glance at the very serious Tianlong and nodding. He was well aware that the electric industry was facing immense challenges. The Hong Kong government's regulatory standards for electricity supply ensured stable revenue for both the industry and government taxes. The economic benefits were not particularly evident, and many electric companies were merely scraping by. When issues arose, they might not even have the funds to invest in small power stations, let alone construct large-scale plants like the first phase on South Asia Island. As Hong Kong's economy soared in recent years, a flood of enterprises and personnel surged in, increasing various electricity demands. While the current situation could be maintained, it was inevitable that a supply shortage would arise over time. Tianlong's proposal for the expansion of the second phase on South Asia Island was indeed worth considering from a long-term perspective. However, this was not a decision he could make unilaterally. Mr. Deli, this is a birthday gift for you, albeit belated, but the sentiment remains. Tianlong produced an unmarked check from his pocket, tucked within a book, and pushed it forward. All right, you are too kind, Deli exclaimed, revealing a smile brighter than a blooming flower. Compared to the previous Kaiser Henry, he greatly admired Tianlong's character. The following day, the Hong Kong government promptly announced a new policy regarding the electric industry, a regulatory plan agreement with straightforward content. It lifted some of the previous restrictions, allowing all electric companies on Hong Kong Island to earn profits based on a fixed asset net value ratio of 20, increasing by 10 from the previous baseline. This meant that electric companies could raise their electricity fees by an additional 10. With this surplus funding, various electric companies could invest in essential infrastructure. This was excellent news for any electric company, and for a giant like the Hong Kong Electric Group, the profits would be even more substantial. Originally, they could earn 500 million a year. Now, they could make at least 1 billion annually. And if the second phase of the South Asia Island project were constructed, the numbers would soar beyond imagination. At Victoria Peak, you spent such a fortune acquiring the Hong Kong Electric Group. Was it worth it? Asked the Boat King, gripping his golf club. 19 billion, an entire 19 billion, had been expended on the Hong Kong Electric Group, considering its current market value was merely over 30 billion. Moreover, when considering the return on investment, it would require at least 8 years for Tianlong to recoup the 19 billion, perhaps even longer. Worth it? Tianlong squinted his eyes and replied in a nonchalant manner. He never engages in ventures devoid of value or those that do not yield short-term returns. However, he refrained from disclosing the specific reasons. After all, he couldn't very well say, I, Tianlong, am aware that the market value of Hong Kong Electric Group may surpass 10 billion within 2 years. Could he? You young lad, aiming to delve into real estate, dominate the power sector, and involve yourself with associations, all while attempting to juggle so many pursuits. It's only a matter of time before you wear yourself thin. Bao Chuanwang couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He indeed held Tianlong in high esteem. Yet he did not believe that acquiring Hong Kong Electric Group was a prudent move. However, that little PHS you developed is quite impressive, Bao Chuanwang remarked enviously, pulling it out from his pocket. Who would have thought that Tianlong Technology, under the banner of Tianlong Group, would create something far superior to the traditional mobile phone in such a short span? Nowadays, very few people are inclined to purchase the conventional mobile phone. Its demise is merely a matter of time. In the future, even more high-tech products will emerge. Brother Bao, do you have the inclination to invest? 10 billion is not too little, 20 billion is not too much, and if it were 30 billion, that would be even better. Tianlong inhaled deeply and exhaled a puff of smoke, his face beaming with delight. You think too highly of yourself. Do you believe the Hong Kong dollar grows on trees? Bao Chuanwang set down his golf club and approached Tianlong, speechless. If it weren't for his own status, he would have liked to give Tianlong a piece of his mind. Just listen to what you're saying. At that moment, the butler presented a newspaper, and Bao Chuanwang casually glanced at it. Just as he was about to set it aside, he quickly picked it up again for a closer read. What the hell? The power industry is being reformed. The Hong Kong government is clearly intent on vigorously supporting the power sector. Bao Chuanwang puffed out a cloud of smoke, astonished. The government has relaxed regulations, allowing power companies to earn profits equivalent to 20 of their fixed asset net value. Originally, they could earn only 1 billion a year. But now, even without any changes, they can make an additional billion annually. This level of support is quite substantial. This is akin to a windfall falling from the sky. Chapter 52, New Policies in Play. Longmin Film Industry Under Attack. The Venomous Snake, Yang Jingro. Wait a minute, could it be that you already had insider information? Bao Chuanwang fixed his gaze on Yi Tianlong, his eyes filled with yearning. Yi Tianlong had just acquired Hong Kong Electric Group, and the very next day, the Hong Kong government rolled out supportive policies. If Yi Tianlong had not been stirring the pot, he would find it hard to believe. A year of double funds given for free. The Hong Kong government does not engage in charity. They never conduct transactions that result in losses. There must be something he is yet unaware of. As for coincidences, that is sheer fantasy. You may laud the Hong Kong government as supremely mighty, a shining Ultraman. But one cannot assert that foreigners would willingly pave the way for the Chinese. It's merely luck, nothing more. Yi Tianlong himself was taken aback, not expecting the government's actions to be so swift. TSK, with the backing of this new policy, you are poised to soar once again. Bao Chuanwang scrutinized the contents of the newspaper repeatedly, his eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief. As for Yi Tianlong's response, Bao Chuanwang dismissed it entirely, treating it as inconsequential. Luck? That is merely a ruse for deceiving 3-year-old children. Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation, touching upon the affairs of Chung Kong Holdings and the property group, causing Bao Chuanwang to nearly lose his composure and curse aloud. How dare you? Just having secured Hong Kong Electric Group. Now you have your sights set on these two major listed companies? Having departed from Victoria Peak, it was already 8 p.m. In the car, Yi Tianlong took out Hai Mimi's business card, about to make a phone call to arrange a meeting. Just then, a call came in from Feng Yuxiu. The Longmin Film Industry base had been vandalized by unknown forces, resulting in extensive damage to equipment and sets, with Wang Jing and others sustaining varying degrees of injuries. There had even been fierce gunfire exchanged with Longmin's security personnel, leading to 3 fatalities and 10 injuries among the security staff. By the time the remaining security forces arrived on the scene, the assailants had already retreated. The entire ordeal had lasted a mere 5 minutes. Executed with remarkable speed and professionalism. It was evident that this group had premeditated their actions. Yi Tianlong gritted his teeth and hung up the phone, his gaze deepening, revealing a rare hint of murderous intent. To Longmin Film Industry. Upon arriving at Longmin Film Industry, he was met with utter devastation. Bullet holes peppered the walls and glass. And there was significant blood at the entrance, with 3 corpses covered by white sheets. It was clear how intense the gunfire had been. Even the trained Longmin security personnel had faltered. This was highly unusual. Inside the company, apart from the police maintaining order at the scene, rows of staff were being questioned by the officers. At this moment, Chen Qichong, who spotted Yi Tianlong's arrival at the entrance, hesitated for a moment, then flicked away his cigarette, and approached. Mr. Chen, have you identified the assailants? Yi Tianlong scanned the surroundings and inquired in a cold tone. We are currently gathering evidence. According to our investigation, this gang is not to be trifled with, Chen Qichong explained, maintaining his composure despite his irritation towards Yi Tianlong. Yet, out of a sense of duty as a police officer, he chose to provide an explanation. Of course, the most significant factor was that the Longmin security team, which Yi Tianlong had established, was highly effective, deterring many gangs from causing trouble and dissuading some hot-headed youths from stirring up conflict. It can be said that the emergence of Longmin security significantly reduced the crime rates in Tsim Sha Tsui and Yau Ma Ti, allowing the police to enjoy an unusually light workload during this period, even garnering praise from their superiors due to the decline in criminal activity. Yi Tianlong, who was once a harbinger of doom, had now become a beacon of hope. Damn it, you can't find anything? What are you all still doing here? With so many people at Longmin Film Industry, by the time you finish questioning everyone, it will be dawn, Yi Tianlong exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Qichong. Then turned his attention to Wang Jing and the others in the crowd, who were pale with fear and nursing various minor injuries. And you lot, are you police officers blind? Haven't you noticed that my people are injured? Where are the ambulances? Yi Tianlong, I've given you some face. And you truly think of yourself as a big shot? How dare you speak to our Mr. Chen like that? Just then, a young police officer stepped out of a newly arrived patrol car. Dressed sharply and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes darted around like a venomous snake, continuously surveying Yi Tianlong. Yi Tianlong raised his gaze, his expression growing colder. Yang Jingrong, the head of the security department, was calm and graceful, yet possessed a heart of stone, particularly when dealing with thugs, often preferring to respond to violence with violence. However, his presence here indicated that he had been assigned by superiors to take over Huang Gou's position. This man was far more dangerous than Huang Gou, operating independently and self-centered, never engaging in undercover tactics. He was a formidable opponent, but merely formidable. What, are you dissatisfied? Do you want me to administer a dose of my medicine right now? Feng Yuxiu approached, casting a cool gaze at Yang Jingrong. Madman. In the midst of this bustling crowd, Yang Jingrong would not be foolish enough to engage in a physical confrontation with a member of the Underworld. He deftly circumvented Feng Yuxiu and turned to enter the scene of the incident, meticulously investigating with an air of professionalism. Yang Jingrong focused intently on the bullet and scrutinized the tire marks, and within his heart, the answers began to crystallize. Observing this scene, Yi Tianlong chose not to linger any longer. A mere flurry of activity would yield little, and even if the truth were uncovered, it was unlikely to be communicated to him. All the injured, come, we shall take you to the hospital. Who dares to obstruct us will face the consequences. Yi Tianlong declared emphatically. With his command, Wang Jing and the others promptly exited. The surrounding police officers attempted to intervene, but as Yang Jingrong exchanged glances with Yi Tianlong, he calmly instructed, let them pass. Upon witnessing Yi Tianlong and his group depart, Chen Shichong approached Lu Jiaming and inquired, Old Yang, have you uncovered something? I suspect it is the Yuanan gang, Yang Jingrong replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Suspicions cannot serve as evidence. Chen Shichong lamented. Although you are new to the West Kowloon police station, you have been briefed on the information. This Yi Tianlong is a former big player in the scene, known for his vendettas and ruthless methods. If we do not provide him with a clear explanation, it will be difficult to manage. As he spoke, Chen Shichong lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. I have dealt with the Yuanan gang before. The bullets are of the same type, and the tire marks are identical to those we discovered in Mong Kok a week ago. However, capturing these individuals is challenging, as they lack a fixed base of operations. Much like the big players, Yang Jingrong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Despite his arrogance, he felt somewhat impotent against an organization like the Yuanan gang. Furthermore, pursuing a case for Dragon Gate films across various regions of the island was an impossible task. The only option was to disseminate this information to the lower ranks, allowing Yi Tianlong to handle it himself. Chen Shichong suggested, observing the busy officers. Agreed. Yang Jingrong nodded and subsequently summoned all the officers. Having briefly outlined the situation, he conveyed this message to Yi Tianlong, fully aware that there would undoubtedly be undercover agents within the police force, though their identities remained unknown. Chapter 53, The Yuanan Gang on the Sands. Feng Yuxiu's theatrical performance. Shortly thereafter, all the injured, including Wang Jing, were transported to the hospital for treatment. Yi Tianlong descended to the ground floor, lit a Marlboro, and took a drag. The attack on Dragon Gate Films was merely an attempt to thwart its flourishing success. In essence, the existence of Dragon Gate Films intertwined with the interests of major film companies. Smaller firms would not dare to offend him, but the larger ones had more to lose. Hiring assassins was commonplace. However, he could not ascertain who was behind this. Based on the statements from Wang Jing and the others, these assailants were not only skilled, but also possessed exceptional marksmanship and professionalism, all while donning masks. Such information proved utterly useless. Just as Yi Tianlong was deep in thought, a call from Lu Jianming interrupted him. After hanging up, Yi Tianlong remained silent for a moment. Chen Shichong and Yang Jingrong seemed to grasp the situation well, recognizing the opportunity to leverage him against the Yuanan gang, which piqued his interest. This would not have happened when Huang Gou was still alive. Reflecting on the Yuanan gang, Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes. He was well aware of this group, a faction born from the Underworld, characterized by both bravery and cunning. It was no wonder that the conflict tonight appeared so professionally executed. The Yuanan gang, led by the three brothers Tony, engaged in nefarious activities, primarily arms smuggling, robbery, and extortion. In short, these individuals were madmen willing to do anything for money. Their arsenal was impressively equipped, including explosives, replica AKs, sniper rifles, and timed bombs. The core of the trio was Tony, the second brother, who, despite being in a subordinate position, was the mastermind. His demeanor was calm and strategic, possessing formidable combat skills, capable of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. The eldest brother, Asia, served as the gang's leader, brash and fond of seizing beautiful women, a mad dog among mad dogs, possessing a modicum of intelligence, but not much. Appearing tough, yet ready to abandon anything in the face of death. The youngest brother, Ahu, was brutishly built, lacking intellect, and relied solely on his fists, embodying savagery and bloodlust. This trio formed the very heart of the Yuanan gang. Investigate immediately. Whoever provides the first lead on the Yunnan gang will be rewarded 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Yi Tianlong swiftly dialed the numbers of Bai Yuling and others. The vast Dragon Gate security could not possibly be unable to uncover a single lead on the Yunnan gang. Daring to pluck feathers from the tiger's back, Yi Tianlong was determined to eliminate these ungrateful ruffians, even if they fled to Kowloon City. Of course, the more pressing matter was to identify the puppeteer behind the scenes. Yi Tianlong despised being manipulated by others. As his orders spread throughout Dragon Gate security, every member diligently sought traces of the Yunnan gang, even leveraging connections they typically refrained from using. Amidst this undercurrent of activity in Mong Kok, the Baiyunshan nightclub buzzed with life. The Tony brothers, having completed a day of work, arrived in fresh attire, and without hesitation, Asia ordered 10 stunning women. Their only common trait was their ample figures, embodying the essence of abundance. Asia embraced 5, while Ahu did the same, leaving Tony to sip his drink alone. As a natural leader, he remained perpetually vigilant of his life's safety, unwilling to entrust his fate to mere women. While the others indulged, their movements were already relayed to Yi Tianlong. Concurrently, at the entrance of Tsim Sha Sui Hospital, Bai Yuling, Cold Blood 13 Eagles, and others had gathered. Wang Jiangwo, Wang Jianjun, take your AKs and scour the areas frequented by the Yunnan gang. Show no mercy to anyone associated with them. Bai Yuling commanded, Nai Yongxiao, Feng Yuxiu, Heiying, come with me. We're heading to the Baiyunshan nightclub's underground parking lot. Yi Tianlong fixed his gaze on the Santana parked 30 meters away, patiently waiting. This time, in addition to seeking revenge and uncovering the mastermind, he also had his sights set on the Yunnan gang's stockpile of weapons. In simpler terms, this was a lucrative opportunity, a chance for a free ride. For both personal and logical reasons, he had to deal with these individuals. Bai Yuling and Feng Yuxiu sat quietly, eyes closed, exuding an air of calm composure. Heiying was inside the nightclub, monitoring the Tony brothers. Meanwhile, Nai Yongxiao's gaze was profound. He could not comprehend Yi Tianlong's reluctance to confront the Tony brothers directly and resolve the matter with 2 shots. What if they simply hailed a taxi and left? Would they have enough time to stop them? Wouldn't that render their ambush futile? In reality, Nai Yongxiao's concerns were unwarranted. A cautious individual like Tony would never entrust his life to others, especially since Huaxing was still waiting for the trio in the vehicle. Moreover, Yi Tianlong had his own plans. An hour passed, and Tony glanced at the time. Let us go, it's getting late. Upon hearing this, Asia and Ahu reluctantly withdrew their hands from the women's clothing. We'll come back for more next time. Several women, with an air of flirtation, nodded in agreement as they discreetly tucked the banknotes from the table into their garments. Tonight promised to be extraordinarily lucrative, with earnings equating to a week's worth of their labor. They had indeed encountered a formidable boss. After exchanging a few words, the trio, donning their caps, made a cautious call to Huaxing to confirm that everything was in order before discreetly departing the venue. Concurrently, Black Hawk promptly retrieved his phone to relay the information. Upon receiving the news, Yi Tianlong rolled down the car window and lit a cigarette, observing as the white phantom stealthily approached the Santana vehicle. Just as Huaxing ended the call, a sharp and deadly dagger was thrust into his neck. In the next moment, the Tony trio arrived at the parking lot. The white phantom and Feng Yuxiu moved with a swagger reminiscent of petty thugs, brandishing their small daggers to block the path of the 3 men. Tony and his companions immediately became alert, preparing to draw their weapons. However, the following moment, the banter from the duo eased their tension. What's this? Don't recognize us? Come on, we sent you to deliver goods for Shanghai. It's been months. Are we sending it to the moon? They continued. And look at Feng Yuxiu, what a transformation. His acting skills have improved so much that he could easily win an Oscar in Hollywood. Realizing they were from a Shan's crew, Aja chuckled, loosening the tension in his demeanor. Over the past few weeks, they had been riding high. Not only robbing several jewelry stores, but also securing over 80 million worth of goods from Shan. Most importantly, tonight's operation against Longman Pictures had netted them an effortless 10 million, bringing their total earnings to over 100 million. They were ready to wash their hands of this life and, in a few days, depart from Hong Kong Island to indulge in a lavish existence in the Eagle Empire. Can you manage the 80 million worth of goods or not? If not, Shanghai will find someone else. Feng Yuxiu and the White Phantom stepped forward, casting cold glances at the Tony trio. Upon hearing this, Ahu's anger flared, and he removed his cap, ready for a confrontation. At that moment, Tony intervened. Brothers, let us keep the peace and not disturb the harmony of our world. Within 3 days, I will personally negotiate with the Shan and settle the accounts. Very well. We await your news. Feng Yuxiu feigned dropping his dagger and turned as if to leave. Aja and Ahu exchanged glances and shared a subtle smile. There was no way they would part with 80 million worth of goods. In the next moment, both the White Phantom and Feng Yuxiu pivoted. their daggers glinting ominously as they struck with lethal precision. Ahu barely had time to react, clutching at his throat. Acting on instinct, Aja raised his arm in defense, losing it in the process and becoming incapacitated. Yet Tony, being a formidable adversary, reacted swiftly, evading the fatal strike. He rolled away from their grasp, attempting to draw his weapon. Just then, Yi Tianlong's icy voice rang out. "Tony, your opponent is me." Startled, Tony turned and unleashed a barrage of bullets at Yi Tianlong. As the bullets approached, Yi Tianlong summoned all his strength, employing his master-level Bagwazang and Tai Chi techniques to effortlessly evade. After emptying 6 rounds, Tony, upon witnessing Yi Tianlong's unscathed demeanor, felt a chill of panic wash over him. What kind of monster could dodge bullets, and not just once but 6 times in succession? The suddenness of it left him bewildered, unable to comprehend how Yi Tianlong managed such feats. However, facing the advancing Yi Tianlong, Tony was unwilling to concede. He drew dual hidden daggers from his shoes. Adopting a battle-ready stance, "Yi Tianlong, what is your intention? To kill my brother?" Yi Tianlong had become a figure of renown, while not universally recognized in Hong Kong. Any major gang operating near Tsim Sha Tsui was likely aware of him. "Do you not know your own actions?" Yi Tianlong stated coldly. "I offer you a chance to live. Reveal the mastermind behind this night's ambush. Otherwise, death awaits you." "I don't know what you're talking about." Tony gritted his teeth and lunged forward. Yi Tianlong brandished a specially made iron rod to meet him. After 3 exchanges of blows, Tony found himself at a disadvantage and quickly retreated. Sweat beaded his forehead as he realized his opponent was a true powerhouse. His own strength felt akin to that of a mere child in comparison, utterly defenseless. Shaking his trembling and numb fingers, Tony for the first time lost his composure, contemplating surrender, yet his pride held him back from uttering the words. In the next instant, Tony's pupils dilated as he saw an iron rod descending towards him. Instinctively, he raised his dagger in defense, but Yi Tianlong's force was overwhelming. The dagger was sent flying, and the iron rod struck hard against Tony's skull. His head caved in, blood cascading down his face. As Tony's vision blurred, Yi Tianlong swung the iron rod once more, this time striking his cheek. Tony's body was propelled against a load-bearing wall, consciousness flickering back momentarily, yet the countdown of his life had already begun. In that fleeting moment of clarity, it was merely a last gasp. Within seconds, Tony, unwilling to accept his fate, closed his eyes for the final time. He had come to Hong Kong to carve his name in the annals of power, yet less than 6 months into his journey, he would not even be able to return to Yunnan. Yi Tianlong approached Aja, who had lost half an arm. Blood dripped from the iron rod, echoing ominously in the silence of the underground chamber. "Aja, leader of the Yunnan gang, I hold you in high regard. If you wish to survive, I implore you to disclose who instigated the attack on Longman Pictures tonight." As Yi Tianlong tore the shirt off Ahu to bandage Aja's wound, he recognized that keeping Aja alive was crucial. His ambition was vast, yet his abilities were lacking, making him more susceptible to yielding information than Tony or Ahu. Witnessing the demise of both Ahu and Tony, Aja quickly exclaimed, "If I tell you, will you spare my life? I don't want to die." "Of course. You know who I am. You should be aware that prior to your attack on Longman Pictures, you had dealings with Ni Yongxiao. What is there to fear?" Yi Tianlong glanced back at Ni Yongxiao, speaking nonchalantly. "Indeed, Aja, you can trust Yi's strength and character." Ni Yongxiao adjusted his glasses in agreement. All right. It was Lin Bale. He approached us 2 weeks ago, offering us 10 million. Aja, perhaps overwhelmed by fear and pain, blurted out the truth. "Lin Bale?" Yi Tianlong inhaled deeply. He had indeed had some minor skirmishes with He Lianxing and Tsim Sha Tsui, but they were trivial matters. At the time, Yi Tianlong had controlled the Prince's Street, needing to hold it for 3 days and nights when Lin Bale attempted to encroach, only to be repelled by Longman's men. Moreover, there were no casualties on either side. Are you harboring resentment over such a trivial matter? Spending 20 million to undermine Longman film industry? Quite intriguing. This situation is only becoming more convoluted. "Coco, could you please release me?" Arjo weakly uttered. Tony and the others are no longer, whether it be about vengeance or not. Yet he knows that a fortune exceeding 100 million is firmly within his grasp. The only prerequisite is that he survives the night. The news he received earlier was merely a ploy to spare his life. From this point onward, he must purchase his survival with cash. In other words, the losses incurred by my Longman film are substantial, and 3 of my subordinates have already been killed by your hands, not to mention the injuries sustained. As the leader of the Yunnan gang, you owe me an explanation. I demand the goods and cash owed by Mountain Lord. Yi Tianlong squatted down and spoke meaningfully. Arj's eyes darted around, and amidst the pain and fear, although he felt quite displeased, he could not help but find Yi Tianlong's words exceedingly reasonable. Observing Arj's hesitation, Yi Tianlong unleashed his ultimate move, revealed a hiding place, and I shall release you immediately. Hongxing Avenue, XXX5, 3rd floor, room 301. Arja replied dizzily. Take him away. I hope you are not lying. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of your two brothers. Yi Tianlong offered a reminder. No, I am not deceiving you. Arja's breath had become rapid. Faced with death, he no longer wished to engage in any schemes, for all their wealth was scattered. If he surrendered Ashen's goods, so be it. Did he not still possess tens of millions? As the saying goes, with green mountains, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Soon, they arrived at Hongxing Avenue, room 301. Yi Tianlong forcibly breached the safe, only to discover it contained a mere 10 million. What is going on? 10 million is insufficient to buy your life. Yi Tianlong coldly fixed his gaze upon Arja. Damn it, Tony has deceived me. Ahu was momentarily stunned. Their collaboration with the UNN warlords was frequent, and they hailed from the same locality. Trust between the two sides was strong. According to Tony, UNN had already sent over 80 million this time, with the goods still at the dock. Tony's intention was to make a profit from both ends and flee after reaping this bounty. Little did he expect to be betrayed by his own brother. Chapter 55, Zero-Cost Acquisition of the UNN Gang. Securing $1 billion in channels. Pressuring He Lianxing. Warehouse No. 5 at the dock contained a batch of arms valued at 80 million. Arja hesitated for a moment, but to survive, he had no choice but to divulge. However, the next second, the white phantom pressed down on Arja's head, the dagger gliding across, blood flowing. Why you? You said you wouldn't kill me. Arja gazed at Yi Tianlong in disbelief. Brother, did I ever say that? The white phantom replied coolly, wiping the blood from the dagger. Arja struggled a few times before meeting his demise. Yi Tianlong took a deep breath, thankful that Arja's life was spared this time. Otherwise, had it been Tony and Ahu, he might not have been able to acquire this wealth. In truth, the safe indeed contained 80 million in cash. But Yi Tianlong had transferred it to his storage space. Yongxiao, you and your men must head to warehouse number 5 at the dock immediately and retrieve the arms. Yi Tianlong gazed at Arja's lifeless eyes and stated calmly. Understood. And I, Yongxiao, witnessing this scene, nodded in disbelief, although he was naturally aloof. After witnessing Yi Tianlong's shamelessness and capability, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. In one night, arms valued at 80 million were secured. In the past, how much flour would the NI family have had to sell to earn such an amount? Nevertheless, with Yi Tianlong, it all made perfect sense. Earning a clean sum of 2 billion was entirely feasible. What was 80 million in arms compared to that? As for the bodies of Tony, Ahu, and Arja, disposing of them was a mere trifle. Cementing the corpses, artificially filling the sea, dissolving the bones in nitric acid until not a trace remained. A crematorium day tour with ashes scattered to the winds, or digging a pit in Moth Mountain to use as fertilizer, if all else fails. Chop them up to feed the dogs. Simultaneously, Wang Zhangwo and others, having gathered extensive information on the UNN gang members' gathering spots, transformed into masked figures in black, initiating a bloody massacre. Around 5 o'clock in the morning, those involved in last night's operation returned to the Longmen headquarters. They reported the relevant circumstances and tallied the income from this endeavor. Overall, this venture of free acquisition proved quite fruitful. The arms, illicit funds, and more would not amount to less than 1.5 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the zero-cost acquisition of the UNN gang, qualifying for the free acquisition reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1.5 billion zero-cost points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a rare reward. Fun crit, 100 million Hong Kong dollars money laundering channel. Note, 100 million in black money can be automatically cleaned weekly, facilitating a seamless and lawful transfer to the account, integrating into the world. Please confirm the account, host. Yi Tianlong promptly entered the account of the Tianlong Group. Just as he completed the input, Yi Tianlong could see the balance in the Tianlong Group account. Ding! Congratulations to the host for laundering 100 million, reducing the amount of black money in the storage space by 100 million. In the next moment, the Tianlong Group's balance, initially 1 billion, suddenly surged to 1 billion. Wow! Yi Tianlong couldn't help but marvel at the system's astonishing efficiency. Unlike certain departments that torment the masses, deducting sums of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions in seconds, and yet, when it comes to refunds of mere hundreds, they require endless audits and signatures, 1 day, 2 days, a month, half a year. Of course, Yi Tianlong's remark was directed at the Hong Kong government, whose character as part of the British Empire was well established. The arms and flour would naturally be handled by Ni Yongxiao. He had the channels. Speaking of arms, Yi Tianlong gazed at the various arms production lines in his storage space, feeling a rush of eagerness. He was well aware of the speed at which the production of small communication devices occurred, and the pace of arms production would undoubtedly be no slower. The key was that arms were always in demand. Moreover, the return on investment was significantly quicker than that of small communication devices. Regrettably, he could not spare the time to inspect the Golden Triangle. After organizing everyone, Yi Tianlong picked up the satellite phone and contacted the leader of the Dragon Mercenary Corps, Sandakik, played by Van Diesel. After a brief while, the call was connected. Sandakik provided a detailed report on their recent international dealings. Overall, the Dragon Mercenary Corps was doing remarkably well. In just a few months, they had made a name for themselves internationally, earning recognition from major global organizations and ranking 60th among mercenary groups. Not only had they flawlessly executed multiple missions, but they had also amassed $200 million. This efficiency was undeniably commendable. Sandakik, put your work on hold for now and head to the Golden Triangle. I need you to acquire a large tract of land for a weapons depot. Yi Tianlong commanded directly. Understood, boss. Sandakik immediately acquiesced. 6 days passed, and under the prowess of cash, Longmin film industry had returned to its former glory, equipped with a substantial number of security personnel, ensuring that the situation from 6 days prior would not recur. All necessary new equipment for filming had arrived, and the production of movies had gradually resumed. Thankfully, the filming that took place during this period did not encounter issues. Otherwise, they would have had to start all over again. In response to the deaths of 3 security personnel, Yi Tianlong not only provided them with a lavish burial, but also granted their families a substantial sum of 1 million as a resettlement fee. As for Wang Jing and others, all medical expenses continued to be covered entirely by Yi Tianlong. Chen Qichang and Yang Jingrong from the West Kowloon police station visited several times, feigning inquiries into the case. They even probed Yi Tianlong regarding the annihilation of the Yuannam gang and the mysterious disappearance of the Tony brothers. Yi Tianlong's response was succinct. I don't know. Although the two were convinced of Yi Tianlong's involvement, they lacked evidence and could only leave in frustration. Their demeanor during this visit exhibited a notable shift. Previously, they could have easily summoned Yi Tianlong to the West Kowloon police station based solely on their suspicions, securing accolades in the process. However, Yi Tianlong was no longer someone they could so easily manipulate. Furthermore, the presence of Longmin Security Company had indeed alleviated much of the workload for the West Kowloon police station. Otherwise, they would have been overwhelmed, constantly entangled in skirmishes and thefts. In summary, the current situation was mutually advantageous for both parties. In Tsim Sha Sui, at the Longmin headquarters, Brother Goe conveyed that he Lianxing sought peace talks and invited them to the Yu Guqi Jiulo, Restaurant of Integrity, for this evening. Mark rushed over, relaying the situation. All right, gather the team, we depart tonight. Ever since uncovering the hidden machinations through Ajia, Yi Tianlong was determined not to relent easily. 3 days prior, he had warned He Lianxing to surrender Linbale. Naturally, He Lianxing refused. Consequently, Yi Tianlong issued a direct order to attack He Lianxing. Longmin members launched assaults on various venues controlled by He Lianxing across multiple districts, including Mongkok and Saiwan. Within 3 days, Longmin had taken over numerous establishments belonging to He Lianxing. Throughout this period, Yi Tianlong refrained from sending anyone to strike Linbale's territory in Jordan, as he aimed to exert pressure on both Deng Bo and He Lianxing to deliver Linbale. Of course, these strategic maneuvers stemmed from the reality that Longmin, at present, lacked the strength to eradicate He Lianxing entirely. A full-scale conflict could lead to mutual destruction. Yi Tianlong had not forgotten the various gangs, such as Hung Hing, that were eyeing Longmin with hostility, especially since Hung Hing had remained unusually calm since Jiang Tianqing's abdication. Such abnormal tranquility warranted caution. Chapter 56. The Restaurant of Integrity and Peace Talks. Dongxing's camel takes the lead. The Restaurant of Integrity, located in the Causeway Bay area, was the preferred venue for negotiations among various factions in the Underworld. Rumor has it that this establishment has endured numerous trials and tribulations over the years, having witnessed the rise and fall of countless underworld leaders and having weathered countless storms of gunfire. Its ability to navigate the tumultuous waters of gangland politics and remain standing is undoubtedly a testament to its formidable backing. Otherwise, it would have long since been reduced to rubble by thugs. Upon Yi Tianlong's arrival with Ni Yongxiao and others, dozens of luxury vehicles surged onto the street, led by the impeccably organized Longmin security personnel, all standing in unison. The atmosphere was charged, exerting an oppressive force akin to dark clouds looming over the members of He Lianxing. As Yi Tianlong approached the Restaurant of Integrity, the He Lianxing members, who had just been vociferously threatening to kill him, instinctively parted to create a path. Such presence is not merely contrived. It is a reflection of countless accolades and formidable strength. Upon seeing Yi Tianlong, visions of his legendary exploits flashed through their minds. Inside the private room, Nearly all of He Lianxing's most representative figures had assembled: Deng Bo, Chuan Bao, Long Jin, De Di, and Lin Bale. To Yi Tianlong's surprise, Dongxing's leader, Camel, was also present, evidently brought in by He Lianxing for support. "Please, take a seat, Yi Zong," Deng Bo said, his aged eyes sparkling with intensity. In terms of presence, Deng Bo indeed possessed a unique advantage, being one of the most powerful figures among the older generation of the underworld. To him, the likes of Jiang Tianxing and Camel were mere juniors, respectfully addressing him as Deng Bo. Following Deng Bo's gesture, Jimmy placed a box of Cuban cigars before Yi Tianlong, saying, "Yi Zong, please help yourself." Yi Tianlong opened the box, casually igniting a cigar and inhaling deeply, seemingly oblivious to the gazes directed at him. As time ticked away, the room fell into a profound silence. "Yi Zong, allow me to introduce you. This is Camel, the leader of Dongxing," Deng Bo interjected, breaking the awkward silence. "Deng Bo, why did you bring Dongxing's people for support? Do you think I, Yi Tianlong, am easy to bully?" Yi Tianlong did not even glance at Camel, but instead fixed his gaze on Deng Bo, inquiring. Deng Bo's expression turned frosty, recognizing the imprudence of the remark. "Oh, Yi Zong, you exaggerate. I merely happened upon this establishment to dine, and fortuitously encountered Deng Bo after quite some time. We were just catching up." Camel exhaled a cloud of smoke, maintaining a steadfast gaze on Yi Tianlong. "Is that so? I had thought you two were conspiring to eliminate me." Yi Tianlong flicked the ash off his cigar and replied nonchalantly. "How could that be? You, Yi Zong, are the head of the Tianlong Group, worth billions. A taxpayer to the Hong Kong government. We would not dare to touch you," Deng Bo retorted with a sarcastic tone. Despite the mockery, he felt an undeniable envy towards Yi Tianlong, who had elevated his status and identity dramatically in just a few months since establishing Longmen as a top-tier gang leader. He too aspired to cleanse himself and rise above, much like the likes of Li Jia and Causeway Bay, who had completely washed his hands of the underworld, engaging in legitimate businesses such as real estate, and even founding the TVB television station, living unabashedly in the sunlight. With that said, let us not linger on pleasantries. Hand over Lin Bale, and we can consider our grievances settled. Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Lin Bale. "Yi Zong, I am fully aware of the situation's intricacies. You claim that Alu provided the Yuan Nam gang with 10 million to sabotage your Longmen film industry. Do you possess any evidence? Surely, you cannot unjustly accuse the members of He Lianxing," Deng Bo said coldly, his demeanor darkening. He was aware of the massacre of the Yuan Nam gang, but remained unconvinced that Yi Tianlong was responsible. In his mind, since Yi Tianlong was intent on a path toward legitimacy, he had no reason to create such chaos and invite trouble upon himself. In essence, the loss of Longmen film industry and the risk of annihilating the Yuan Nam gang were two vastly different matters. Only a fool would act so recklessly. He suspected that this young man was merely posturing before him based on hearsay from the underworld. "Deng Bo, we are all reasonable individuals here. I will only say this, had I not personally learned the specifics from Tony's own lips. Do you think I would be foolish enough to confront you and He Lianxing based merely on underworld gossip?" Yi Tianlong's gaze turned frigid. Having come to this venue for negotiations, to feign ignorance was to disregard even the most basic semblance of dignity. With that statement, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted. Yi Tianlong's words effectively acknowledged that both the mysterious disappearance of the Tony brothers and the bloodbath of the Yuan Nam gang were indeed orchestrated by him. The camel squinted its eyes, a rare look of solemnity crossing its features. Its perception of Yi Tianlong shifted dramatically in an instant. Could the Dongxing, as a premier gang on the island, truly possess the ability to annihilate the Yuan gang overnight? Yes, but such a clean execution was utterly improbable. In other words, it was entirely reasonable that the police could find no trace, as they were a bunch of incompetent fools. However, for the entire underworld to uncover not a single piece of information, Dongxing simply lacked that competence. Lin Bale's expression subtly altered. He was uncertain whether Yi Tianlong was fishing for information or stating a fact. Deng Bo exhaled a cloud of smoke, casting a meaningful glance at Ni Yongxiao behind Yi Tianlong. "Haha, Mr. Yi, does this imply that the masked AK is one of your men, and that the murder of Boss Ni is also attributed to you?" "Indeed, he is one of mine," Yi Tianlong boldly affirmed. At this point, he no longer felt the need to conceal anything deliberately. In other words, the masked AK might soon cease to exist. However, there could very well be masked figures wielding HK-416s, explosives, or RPGs. How would you respond to that, my lord? Upon hearing this, those surrounding them displayed expressions of schadenfreude. All eyes fixed on Ni Yongxiao, who was unaware that the Ni family placed the utmost importance on familial bonds. Such remarks were sufficient to incite a bitter feud between Ni Yongxiao and Yi Tianlong. Yet, to their disappointment, Ni Yongxiao remained composed throughout, exhibiting no signs of emotional upheaval. Observing this, Deng Bo felt disheartened, aware that his scheme had failed. Perhaps an Ai Yongxiao had already known, or perhaps he was completely under Yi Tianlong's thumb. Deng Bo, my patience is finite, and my time is equally precious. If your purpose today is merely to have me listen to your sophistry and explanations, I regret to inform you that I have no time for that. Yi Tianlong extinguished half of his Cuban cigar and rose abruptly. Mr. Yi, wait. Deng Bo clenched his teeth, taken aback by Yi Tianlong's blatant disregard, especially with both top-tier gang leaders present. Chapter 57. Negotiations Collapse. A 50 million bounty. Deng Bo's strategy of balance. Didi's ambitions. Alu bribed members of the Yunnan gang to sabotage your Longmin film industry, resulting in personnel and property losses. How about this? We, alongside Lianxing, will cover all losses incurred by Longmin film industry, along with medical expenses and compensation for the deceased. Furthermore, we will additionally compensate you with 5 million, and let us turn hostility into harmony, shall we? Deng Bo urgently proposed. It was not that he genuinely feared Longmin, but rather that when two tigers contend, both are bound to suffer losses. Allowing Dongxing, Hongxing, and other gangs to reap the spoils would not bode well for him. Having weathered many storms, he could clearly perceive the dynamics of the underworld. Thus, it was prudent to settle matters amicably. Moreover, with Lin Bale and Didi currently vying for dominance, escalating the situation would undoubtedly play into Didi's hands, leaving Lin Bale with no opportunity. As the self-proclaimed sovereign, how could he maintain his voice against Lianxing? Deng Bo, have you grown elderly and dull-witted? Today, you must hand Lin Bale over to me. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. Yi Tianlong shot a defiant gaze at Deng Bo. In truth, Deng Bo's stance was quite commendable. However, Yi Tianlong was aware that there must be someone behind Lin Bale, and he needed to uncover the truth. Yi Tianlong, do not force me to remind you of the rules of the underworld. Must we descend to such a level where all lose face? Deng Bo's anger flared, the flesh on his face trembling. Having roamed the underworld for decades, he had never encountered anyone as ungrateful as Yi Tianlong. Truly, a case of giving face and having it thrown back. I said to hand over Lin Bale. Are you deaf? Yi Tianlong slammed the table, causing the wine within the glasses to splash. He vowed not to relent until he uncovered the mastermind behind it all. Otherwise, with his enemies lurking in the shadows, he could easily meet an untimely demise. Thus, he had to resolve this lingering threat. Deng Bo's expression darkened, his countenance so grim it seemed capable of dripping water. A mere junior dared to declare his deafness in front of so many. For years of commanding respect, those who spoke to him in such a manner had long since perished. Yi Tianlong, do not overstep your bounds. Calling you Mr. Yi has inflated your ego, hasn't it? Lin Bale erupted, unable to contain his fury any longer. Yi Tianlong had persistently sought his life, and he could no longer endure it. At that moment, both parties rose simultaneously, glaring at one another, the air thick with tension. A violent confrontation could erupt at any moment. Mr. Yi, allow me to interject with impartiality. The situation is clear. Lianxing acted unjustly, but we all inhabit the same island, and escalating matters would be detrimental for everyone, wouldn't it? Perhaps we should seek a more diminutive resolution? At that moment, the camel stepped forward as a mediator, although he assumed the role of peacemaker. His words dripped with veiled warnings. Very well, camel, I shall grant you this favor today. Yi Tianlong raised an eyebrow, then turned his gaze back to Deng Bo. Continuing, since you cannot hand over Lin Bale, I shall not pressure you. However, I, Yi Tianlong, operate on the principle of reciprocity. I am now issuing a 50 million bounty for his head. Is that not reasonable? Yi Tianlong's approach was characterized by extravagant audacity. Deng Bo narrowed his eyes, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. However, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. The rules of the underworld were indeed firmly established. Camel, you are today's witness. You have comprehended the entire sequence of events. Am I acting reasonably? Yi Tianlong fixed his gaze upon the camel, inquiring. Aiming to extend a favor to Lianxing, Yi Tianlong could not allow this old fox to have his way. Well, Deng Bo, it is not uncommon for juniors to encounter some friction. Let them handle it themselves. Between gangs, harmony should be prioritized, correct? The camel, being astute, deftly redirected the situation onto Deng Bo, avoiding any offense. Very well. Deng Bo gritted his teeth, fully grasping the camel's insinuation. Should Lianxing and Longmin engage in conflict, the losses would extend far beyond mere millions. Amidst the crowd, Didi's gaze turned icier. He was eager for Deng Bo to turn over the individual, as that would solidify his position as the spokesperson for Lianxing. However, Mr. Yi, I hope you will restrain your men from causing further disturbances, lest this escalate beyond mere personal grievances. Deng Bo promptly cautioned. Agreed. Until Lin Bale and I reach a conclusion, my men will absolutely refrain from launching any attacks on you or Lianxing. I hope the same applies to your side. As for future matters, we shall address them later. Thank you for the meal, but I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, Yi Tianlong strode out of the private room, accompanied by Ni Yongxiao and the others. The room fell into a profound silence, leaving Deng Bo and his associates exchanging glances. Each individual present was a notable figure in the underworld, yet today's negotiations had taken an unexpected turn. Who could have anticipated that Yi Tianlong would issue a bounty of 50 million? It could only be said that he truly lived up to his reputation. Having wealth allowed for such audacity. Legu, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but your attempt to stake a claim in Simsha Sui ended in failure. Such is the nature of competition, quite normal. To retaliate by sabotaging someone else's film company over this minor issue? Have you lost your mind? If you were to take over Lianxing, it would only be a matter of time before it fell apart. Upon encountering an individual who remained silent, Didi could no longer restrain himself and raised his voice to voice his grievances. This presented an excellent opportunity for comparison. Who, between him and Lin Bale, held greater legitimacy to ascend as the decision-maker? The answer was glaringly obvious. Enough, Didi. Regardless of Al Li's intentions, he is one of us, affiliated with Lianxing. Are you really advocating for an outsider? Upon noticing Deng Bo's complexion, which was more sallow and grim than that of refuse, Chuan Bao immediately intervened to halt Didi's tirade. Everyone knew that Deng Bo prioritized equilibrium both internally and externally to fortify his own authority. Didi's ambition to rise in status was well known to all. Under such circumstances, Didi ought to adopt a more discreet approach, rather than drawing attention to himself. Otherwise, before Lin Bale could meet his end, Didi might find himself in peril. After decades, Chuan Bao surely understood Deng Bo's nature. Enough, Uncle Bao. Didi sought to make his point, but Chuan Bao slammed the table in frustration. That's enough. Your foolishness is infuriating. If it weren't for the generous compensation from Didi, I wouldn't even bother playing the role of a good Samaritan. Well, Deng Bo, I have matters to attend to at the precinct, so I shall take my leave. Observing the escalating tension, especially since this was a family matter, Luo Tuo stood up and declared, very well. Deng Bo nodded, rising to depart with Lin Bale. Soon, the private room was left with only Chuan Bao and Didi. Didi, why are you so oblivious to the situation? Chuan Bao remarked while picking up a piece of roasted duck and chewing thoughtfully. Chapter 58. Didi's proposal for collaboration. Jordan encircled. Uncle Bao, now is the moment for us to displace Lin Bale. Didi appeared not to grasp Chuan Bao's implication. Displacing him is not merely a matter of words. It necessitates tangible action. Chuan Bao said with a meaningful glance. Uncle Bao, I'll provide you with an additional 500,000. What should I do? Didi's eyes sparkled as he leaned in eagerly. 500,000. For what I have in mind, a significant business deal. You must provide me with 5 million. This will even enhance your chances of ascending by 80%. Chuan Bao immediately laid down the conditions. No problem. Didi thought of the prospect of seizing the position of decision-maker, his eyes aflame with ambition. Haven't you had dealings with Longmin and even supported him? Chuan Bao guided him. By doing this, not only can you secure 500 million, but you can also eliminate your greatest rival. What do you call that? Killing two birds with one stone. Didi exclaimed. A teachable child indeed. Rest assured Chuan Bao, will be the first to back you. Chuan Bao nodded with satisfaction. Deng Bo held a position akin to an emperor among Lianxing. How could Chuan Bao not desire to sit in that seat himself? Conveniently, he could realize his aspirations through Didi, the rebellious upstart. Upon returning to the precinct, Yi Tianlong immediately instructed by Yuling, under the name of Longmin, to issue a bounty throughout the martial world for Lin Bale's assassination. The message was simple. Whoever killed Lin Bale from Lianxing would receive 50 million in cash. As soon as the news broke, the entire martial community was shaken. A bounty of 50 million for Lin Bale's life. Such extravagance was astonishing. Without waiting for outsiders to claim the bounty, Wu could no longer contain himself and rushed over to Yi Tianlong, eager to receive orders. He intended to storm Jordan and eliminate Lin Bale. Yi Tianlong found himself somewhat speechless. Truly, Wu was a man who valued money above all else, even clamoring for more in his final moments. You'd best consider your own fate. If you die, I won't be responsible, Yi Tianlong said coolly. The bounty of 50 million could be pursued by anyone. However, killing Lin Bale was far from a simple task. All right, Ghost Brother, no, Mr. Yi. Wu nodded and took his leave. At midnight, while Yi Tianlong was enjoying tea, Feng Yuxiu entered. Didi is at the door, claiming he wishes to see you. So late, and he still wishes to meet me. How intriguing. Yi Tianlong mused to himself. Let him in. Mr. Yi, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Didi entered, accompanied by a beautiful woman, and promptly placed several gift boxes on the table with a beaming smile. No need for formalities. Please, have a seat. Yi Tianlong said nonchalantly. He remembered Didi well. During the release of Longmen Pictures, the D had been of considerable assistance, akin to a raven. You don't come uninvited without cause, the D. Speak your mind. With that, Yi Tianlong gestured for Feng Yuxiu to light a cigarette. The D took a Marlboro and said, Mr. Yi, to be frank, I am here to discuss a collaboration with you. After all, we share a common enemy. Do elaborate. Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes, contemplating. At present, Lianxing was engaged in a contest for the decision-maker position, with the D and Lin Bale as the contenders. Should Lin Bale perish, the D's chances of ascending would significantly increase. It was a reasonable choice to seek collaboration with him. I can provide you with all the information regarding Lin Bale and his whereabouts, but the act of killing him must be carried out by you personally. The D stated succinctly. As one of the wealthiest and most influential men within Lianxing, it would be trivial for him to buy off those close to Lin Bale. Yet, he could not overtly eliminate Lin Bale. Otherwise, he risked being caught in a scandal and losing his eligibility in the race for the decision-maker position. The taboos of the martial world were no mere trifles, especially since Lianxing operated differently from other factions, with Deng Bo at the helm commanding the greatest authority. These elders were entrenched in tradition, adhering to the rules of the martial world. Very well, no problem. Yi Tianlong did not even hesitate to agree. The D was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. 50 million. The D exhaled a puff of smoke. For the information you provide, I will offer you 20 million. Yi Tianlong replied coolly. To ask for 50 million for mere information is to treat money as if it were leaves. No problem. The D nodded, demonstrating his self-awareness. In that case, go investigate the residence of Lin Bale's son. Bring him to me. This should not be an issue, correct? Yi Tianlong, eyeing the opportunity presented by the D, conceived a new strategy. Issuing a bounty merely served to create trouble and pressure for Lin Bale. He had initially intended for Feng Yuxiu and others to abduct Lin Bale amidst the chaos to question the true puppet master behind the scenes. However, since the D had come forth offering information, the situation no longer needed to be so convoluted. Yi Tianlong was aware that Lin Bale had only one son, whom he doted upon dearly, treating him as his lifeblood. By leveraging Lin Bale's son, he could test the waters. All right, I will give you an additional 5 million. 2,500,000 to complete this task. Is there any issue with that? Observing the D's feigned hesitation, Yi Tianlong immediately upped the ante. Mr. Yi, how generous. I await your good news. The D beamed with a smile brighter than a blooming flower. Although the outcome of the negotiation differed from his expectations, the prospect of profit sufficed. 3 days swiftly passed like smoke. The entire Jordan area fell into chaos. Ever since the bounty of 50 million was announced, previously inconspicuous martial artists flocked to Jordan. Big circle thugs, assassins, and even the cleaning lady at the door could potentially be a killer. The entire Jordan was a veritable melting pot of chaos. The ones most affected were undoubtedly those affiliated with Lianxing. They constantly faced ambushes from rival factions, all while living in fear of assassination attempts. In the various halls of Jordan, discontent reigned supreme. Everyone harbored resentment towards Lin Bale, lamenting his poor choice to offend none other than the powerful and affluent Yi Tianlong, whose wealth amounted to billions. Now, they found themselves too fearful to even venture out for a barbecue, confined to their halls day in and day out. Lin Bale, the most aggrieved of all, had initially intended to take the initiative, not to annihilate Yi Tianlong, but to impart a lesson. Little did he know, with the announcement of a 50 million bounty on his head, he became the target of these ruthless individuals before he could even make a move. Brother Lu, the external forces are overwhelming. Our comrades are either injured or dead. The atmosphere of fear has already permeated among us, and if this continues, we may not endure for much longer. Head Horse rushed in, his urgency palpable. While Jordan was their territory, they could not withstand the onslaught of so many forces. The frenzy surrounding the bounty had driven outsiders mad. Do not fret. I have already conferred with Uncle Deng and the others. The gang will send reinforcements to assist us. Lin Bale replied calmly, lighting a cigarette with a nonchalant demeanor. His tranquility stemmed from a clear understanding of Uncle Deng's temperament. He would never allow the arrogant Big D, who disregarded the elders of the gang, to rise to power. Thus, Uncle Deng was compelled to ensure Lin Bale's safety to maintain the so-called balance within the gang, which in reality was merely to preserve his own dominance. All right, I'll notify the brothers immediately. Head Horse nodded, ready to leave, when suddenly, his pager beeped insistently from his pocket. Upon learning the grave news from the other end of the line, he was drenched in cold sweat. What is it? Lin Bale noticed the change in Head Horse's demeanor and furrowed his brows in inquiry. The young master has been taken. They said if you want to save your son, you must go to Tsim Sha Sui tonight immediately. Head Horse stammered. Brother Lu, I am truly sorry. I have failed in my duty. In recent days, Lin Bale had remained holed up in the hall, entrusting the protection of his son to Head Horse. What? Lin Bale instinctively rose. his expression darkening to an extreme as he seized Head Horse by the collar. Repeat that. I am sorry. I couldn't protect the young master. Head Horse was genuinely terrified by Lin Bale's fury. Get lost, you worthless fool. Lin Bale, who was usually all smiles, seemed to have lost his sanity, grabbing a chair and smashing it against the room in a fit of rage. Even the statue of Guan Yu, a symbol of brotherhood, was reduced to a shattered wreck. Head Horse fled outside in fear. Time passed, and an exhausted Lin Bale collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he cursed, Yi Tianlong. May you suffer a most wretched end, despicable and shameless. Ah, my son. He was torn between his lifelong ambition and his only son. A choice had to be made. As the afternoon waned, Lin Bale rose, placing his hand on the statue of Guan Yu, laughing maniacally, in truth. What I loved was gold. If I cannot protect myself, what use are you to me? With that, he smashed the statue to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Gather everyone, arm yourselves, and let us charge out. No mercy for any faction, Lin Bale declared, his face grim as he exited, casting a cold glance at Head Horse. He had lost all reason. He understood that to eliminate Yi Tianlong, he must first resolve the immediate troubles. Only then could he compete with Yi Tianlong. Clearly, he chose his career over his son. After all, he was on the brink of rising to power, having endured countless hardships throughout his life. He could not afford to relinquish it so easily. As for his son, he could always have another. Yes, Head Horse nodded. Gripping his machete and armed with a large black star, he notified the younger brothers in every hall to prepare for a desperate fight. In the stillness of the night, Yi Tianlong awaited Lin Bale's arrival, feeling a twinge of disappointment at his absence. It was the first time he misjudged human nature. Indeed, in the face of profit, the darker sides of humanity are magnified. Meanwhile, he learned of the current situation in Jordan. Lin Bale was engaged in a bloody battle with various factions, leading hundreds of men. Moreover, under Uncle Deng's orders, a significant number of reinforcements were already en route to assist Lin Bale in defending his territory. Feng Yuxiu by Yuling. Wang Zhangwo, take your men to Jordan immediately. Once Lin Bale and these factions have exhausted each other, seize Jordan for me. And remember, I want Lin Bale alive. Yi Tianlong exhaled a plume of smoke, speaking coolly. If one plan fails, then another must be executed. Ah, the night shall be graced with blood once again. Feng Yuxiu's face was alight with excitement. Where's that brat Ao? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Wang Zhangwo remarked, noticing Ao's absence from the crowd. He left for Jordan 3 days ago. Feng Yuxiu scoffed. What? That fool is truly blinded by greed. Wang Zhangwo's expression froze, speechless. Very well, let us go. Yi Tianlong said indifferently. As the night deepened, the streets of Jordan buzzed with activity, with groups from the Alliance of Victory wielding machetes, clubs, and various weapons, clearing out external forces street by street. Witnessing the seriousness of the Alliance of Victory and the overwhelming number of reinforcements, the various external factions either fled or scattered, leaving only a few reckless individuals to fight for their lives amidst the chaos. It was utter pandemonium, particularly in the territory where Lin Bale was located. The scene could only be described as intensely fierce. The level of chaos among the factions was simply a tumult within a tumult. Dongxing's Situ Haonan, Hongxing, and Zhang Xinyi were all embroiled in the fray. Ao was among them, leading his younger brothers to confront the Alliance of Victory at every turn. Their intention was simple, to seize wealth amidst the chaos. Whoever could rush into the hall and kill Lin Bale would undoubtedly achieve fame and fortune. With a bounty of 50 million at stake, a rare opportunity indeed, driving them to madness. At the same time, Dongguan Zai, Jimmy Zai, and Fat Corpse arrived with members of the Alliance of Victory. The intensity of the gunfight escalated to a new level. This tumultuous scene continued until 2 a.m., ultimately concluding with the Alliance of Victory emerging battered but victorious, forcing the various factions to retreat. Of course, among them were those who shared Yi Tianlong's ambitions. Another batch of fighters surged forth. Damn it, these people are relentless. Dongguan Zai took a deep breath, gripping his knife's hilt, and led the charge. Vaulting over the railing with ease, kill. By 4 a.m., although the Alliance of Victory had sustained significant losses, they still managed to protect Lin Bale's position. However, Dongguan Zai and his men were now utterly exhausted, each bearing wounds of varying severity. Lin Bale's most loyal dog, Feiji, had long since been slain by Ao. Yet, Ao too had met his end, stabbed by Dongguan Zai. Brothers, thank you. I, Lin Bale, will not forget your loyalty. I will double your appearance fees. Lin Bale emerged from the hall, fixing his gaze upon Dongguan Zai and the others. Truly, Brother Lu, you are remarkable. This evening has not been in vain, exclaimed the Dongguan lad with enthusiasm. Clear the scene. Lin Bale immediately instructed the lead horseman. Soon, before the crowd, over 20 corpses were carried away from the azure bricks. And as fresh water was poured over, Blood seeped through the crevices of the bricks, flowing into the drain. Let us go, brothers, you must be exhausted. Allow me to treat you to some barbecued delicacies and chilled beer. Lin Bale declared as he noticed the site was nearly cleaned up. However, at that moment, dozens of buses and several vans, led by a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, arrived. Yi Tianlong stepped down from the vehicle, clad in gleaming leather shoes, and addressed the departing crowd. What is this? Not even dawn yet, and you wish to retreat to your slumber? Simultaneously, Feng Yuxiu and his associates swiftly encircled the crowd. Chapter 60. To slay Lin Bale, the man behind the curtain, Xiao Yifu, a unified Jordan, securing the CF squad. Damn it, the Dongguan lad furrowed his brows. After laboring for half the day, they had forgotten that Yi Tianlong, the instigator, was lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. Yi Tianlong, what exactly do you desire? With Yi Tianlong's presence, Lin Bale's fury was palpable. Not only had he paid 50 million for his own life, but he had also had his son kidnapped. And now, he was here to kill. He had shown no regard for Lin Bale whatsoever. What do I desire? Are you truly unaware? Yi Tianlong replied, unfazed by Lin Bale's impotent roar. Arrogant fool, do you think I fear you with so many of us from Lianqing here? Lin Bale feigned nonchalance as he stepped forward, his words laced with menace. Is that so? I have changed my mind. I not only want your life, but also aim to seize Jordan, Yi Tianlong said coldly. The moment his words fell, Feng Yuxiu and his associates sprang into action. Observing this scene, the members of Lianqing hastily retreated, whether out of fear was another matter. They were indeed weary. Furthermore, Yi Tianlong's men outnumbered them. Let us withdraw. Dongguan lad, Jimmy, and others mirrored the action, then turned to Lin Bale with regret, saying, Brother Lo, it's not that we don't want to assist you. We simply lack the capability. None were fools. Engaging in a fierce battle with the Longmen members now would be tantamount to courting death. It was more prudent to leave than to perish. Take me with you. Lin Bale, in a frenzy, rushed towards Dongguan lad's vehicle. However, he was promptly kicked away by Dongguan lad. What kind of international joke is this? Taking a burden worth 50 million with us now would only invite disaster upon ourselves. They had no desire to return to their territory with a liability, potentially facing a situation akin to that of Jordan. Moreover, Yi Tianlong's madman demeanor had made it clear he explicitly sought Lin Bale, and it was a matter of life and death. Brotherhood aside, when trouble arose, everyone would return to their own homes. At that moment, as Jimmy prepared to take Lin Bale away, Feng Yuxiu swung a knife at him, forcing Jimmy to retreat in frustration. As Yi Tianlong's cigarette burned down to ash, the crowd that had once numbered in the hundreds now dwindled to a mere few dozen kneeling on the ground. Do not be deceived by the big brothers in the underworld. Each could summon hundreds, even thousands, but when it came to life and death, many would flee. This night, after numerous confrontations, faced with long men, a significant number of gangsters chose to escape, leaving behind only those committed to the principles of the underworld. Yet, under Longman's oppressive might, defeat was still unavoidable. By Yuling, Jiangwo, you go take the remaining territories. I want a unified Jordan. Feng Yuxiu commanded as he took Lin Bale and returned to Tsimsha Sui. How has it been these past few days? Exciting, isn't it? Yi Tianlong remarked with a hint of amusement at Lin Bale's facade of calm. Yi Tianlong, are you unwell? Why do you keep staring at me? Is it merely to sabotage a company of yours? Lin Bale retorted, seething with rage. Just a company, and you spent 50 million, all to seize Jordan. What kind of absurdity is this? The underworld does not operate in such a manner. Indeed, from the beginning, I never sought your life. However, I offered you and Lianqing an opportunity. That chance has now vanished, and you must perish. Yi Tianlong's gaze turned icy. Initially, Yi Tianlong had demanded Lianqing hand over individuals without mentioning death. This was a fact. He sought to uncover the true puppeteer behind the scenes through Lin Bale. What? Why didn't you say this sooner? Lin Bale, upon hearing, was instantly thrown off balance. Previously, Yi Tianlong's imposing presence suggested he would not rest until Lin Bale was dead. Speak, who ordered you to sabotage my company? Yi Tianlong squatted down, lighting a cigarette and offering it to Lin Bale, inquiring softly. I did it myself. Who told you not to let me plant my flag, leaving me with no face in the community? Lin Bale's expression shifted slightly as he spoke hastily. Very well, since you are unwilling to divulge. Tonight I shall send both you and your son on your journey to the afterlife. Yi Tianlong stood up, and at that moment, a child donned in a hood was brought in. Daddy, save me, please. He was swiftly taken away again. Upon hearing this, Lin Bale's heart trembled, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked, if I reveal the truth, will you let my son go? Of course, in the underworld, we abide by the rules. I would never harm your son at such a tender age. It is Deng Bo. In other words, it is Xiao Yifu. Xiao Yifu. Yi Tianlong's eyes narrowed. The situation suddenly became clear. It had circled back to validate Yi Tianlong's initial suspicions. It was indeed the entertainment industry that could not tolerate the rise of longmen film and television. Yet, he had not anticipated it to be Xiao Yifu, one of the three giants of the film industry. In this world, when you make mistakes, you must take responsibility. What do you say? Yi Tianlong took a deep breath, squatting down to impart a lesson to Lin Bale. To the victor belong the spoils. I accept my defeat. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Bale understood his fate was sealed and ceased to argue. But please, do not harm my son. He is still so young. Lin Bale appeared aged beyond his years. Rest assured, your son will not perish. However, since you are so loyal to Deng Bo, I shall ensure he soon accompanies you on the road to the underworld. Yi Tianlong's gaze flickered. Then he released one of Lin Bale's hands and placed 3 cigarettes on the ground. Smoke them. These are the last 3 cigarettes of your life. Thank you. Lin Bale lit one, tears welling in his eyes. It was unclear whether they were tears of fear in the face of impending death or tears of regret reflecting on his life. The following day, Jordan was effortlessly captured. Another day of zero-cost acquisition, a day of free indulgence. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the zero-cost acquisition of Lianxing's Jordan territory. And you have received 20 million Hong Kong dollars, qualifying for the free reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 20 million zero-cost points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving the CF Squad gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the suit-wearing thug, Gao Jin. Gao Jin. Not bad, intelligent, capable, and powerful, an embodiment of charisma. However, what intrigued Yi Tianlong more was the CF Squad gift pack. The dream of 900 million girls, playing with fire-breathing poop, was an unforgettable joke for Yi Tianlong. CF Squad members, Black Hawk, Blade, Saber-Toothed Tiger, White Wolf, Avenger, Orchid, Mandala, Pandora, Spirit Foxer, Night Rose, and Fox Hunter. The first 4 were male, while the latter were female. Moreover, they featured a realistic manifestation. As Mandala and others appeared before him, Yi Tianlong's heart raced, and his nose grew warm. Damn, I can't handle this. I simply cannot. Yi Tianlong hastily exchanged several modern garments from the commercial domain for them to wear. However, it was not until they donned these clothes that the figures of the stunning beauties were accentuated even more magnificently. Ahem, you may leave now, Yi Tianlong said, feigning composure as he exhaled smoke. After sipping a cup of tea to steady his inner emotions, the arrival of the CF team undoubtedly alleviated his pressing concerns. With Sander Keach having secured the land in the Golden Triangle, the CF team was perfectly poised to take over and ensure security. He intended for Ni Yongxiao to lead a construction crew to the Golden Triangle to establish a super arsenal. That evening, Yi Tianlong summoned Ni Yongxiao and presented him with a detailed blueprint for the arsenal, while also introducing him to the CF team. They immediately boarded a large cruise ship bound for the Golden Triangle. Chapter 61, The Conference of He Lianxing. The Authority of Deng Bo. Targeted D. In the meeting room of He Lianxing, tendrils of smoke curled ominously above the heads of the attendees, creating a chillingly silent atmosphere. As the presiding figure, Deng Bo wore a countenance as dark as storm clouds, brooding to the utmost degree. The spokesperson, Chu Ji, occasionally cast furtive glances at Deng Bo, keenly observing his demeanor before taking action. Meanwhile, the elder members, including Chuan Bao, remained utterly silent. The members of D sat quietly, their composure unyielding. The cause of this tense tableau was straightforward. The previous night, Lin Bale was taken away by Yi Tianlong, and since then, not a whisper had surfaced. Everyone was acutely aware that Lin Bale's prospects were grim, perhaps even fatal. As the leader of He Lianxing, Lin Bale was a rival to the current spokesperson, and his brazen abduction and likely demise at the hands of an outsider represented a profound humiliation for the entire organization. Yet, the dilemma lay in the formidable stature of their adversary. To engage in an all-out conflict with longmen over a deceased individual did not align with the ethos of He Lianxing, nor did it resonate with Deng Bo's intentions. So, what is this? Are you all not so formidable in your daily lives? Whether it be conquering the moon or vanquishing Hongxing, why do you all seem so deflated now? Deng Bo surveyed the room, his anger palpable. He was genuinely taken aback by the lack of anyone speaking up for Lin Bale, leaving him profoundly disappointed. In truth, no one was a fool. They understood the choice between a deceased individual and a powerful figure like D. However, silence reigned. Dongguan Zai, Jimmy, why did you not come to AL's aid? Deng Bo slammed the table, fixing a cold gaze on Dongguan Zai and the others. Subsequently, Dongguan Zai recounted the events leading up to the incident. I'm sorry, Deng Bo. Deng Bo, recognizing the truth, felt his features quiver in anger. But it was too late to voice any further objections. Al was, after all, the leader of He Lianxing, and now that he was dead, they had to teach that brat Yi Tianlong a lesson. Who among you is willing to restore the organization's honor? Deng Bo spoke with an icy tone. Jimmy, Dongguan Zai, and the others exchanged glances, opting for silence. Deng Bo, it is not that I do not value the organization's reputation. However, the power of Longmen has grown exponentially, and Yi Tianlong himself is a billionaire. He is not someone I can afford to offend. My stance remains unchanged. I will not participate and will maintain neutrality. D exhaled smoke, casually declaring his position. With Lin Bale's demise, he found himself uncontested. He could simply wait to ascend to the position of spokesperson with ease. Engaging in a conflict with a madman like Yi Tianlong was not an option he would consider. Furthermore, he understood that once he had a falling out with Longmen, he would undoubtedly be the first target, given his prominence. To think he could use this opportunity to undermine his own strength? Such naivety. As these words fell, although many elder members were displeased with D's attitude, the facts were undeniable. Each was primarily concerned about their own interests, and how could they possibly confront Longmen for the sake of a deceased individual? Moreover, the lesson of Lin Bale loomed large. Who would dare provoke Yi Tianlong? After all, he had thrown down 50 million. How would you respond to that? Yet, Deng Bo remained surprisingly calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He took a sip of tea and stated, "Since all has passed, we must select a new candidate for spokesperson. I invite your recommendations." Deng Bo did not linger excessively on Lin Bale's demise. Instead, he sought to elevate another to serve as his puppet, preserving his control over the organization. Above all, he could not allow the arrogant D to ascend. Deng Bo, what do you mean? Without gone, what is wrong with my ascendancy? Or do you imply I am unworthy? Do you all look down upon me? D, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, rising from his seat, his eyes sweeping the room as he teetered on the brink of rage. He believed he was firmly seated in the position of spokesperson, only to discover that Deng Bo intended to nominate another candidate. Was this not a blatant attempt to prevent his ascension? D, what is your attitude? How dare you speak to Deng Bo in such a manner? Sit down and behave yourself. Chuan Bao rose to sternly chide him, then turned to Deng Bo, saying, Deng Bo, according to the rules, with AL's death, D is the only remaining candidate for spokesperson. What did you say? Deng Bo glared fiercely. If I say we will increase the candidates, then we shall increase them. That is the rule. Otherwise, every time there is a struggle for the spokesperson, one could simply eliminate the opponent. What need would there be for me? What use are your opinions, you elder members? Upon hearing this, Chuan Bao felt as though he had been struck down, awkwardly taking his seat. He dared not openly confront Deng Bo, lest he wished to forfeit his share in the organization. Very well, you younger members may leave now. Deng Bo promptly issued an order for them to depart. Humph. D let out a cold huff, begrudgingly exiting in indignation. The meeting room returned to stillness. And Deng Bo spoke again. Now we can converse freely. In light of this, I recommend Jimmy. He is exceptionally suitable. Uncle Quan chuckled and immediately added, Indeed. I believe Jimmy is a viable choice. Whenever there are matters, he is the first to step up, contributing both effort and finances. This is evident to all. He is fully qualified to compete with D. Long Jin immediately interjected. As Jimmy was his godson, he would undoubtedly support him. Moreover, who would not desire to elevate their own ally? Very well, since we are in agreement, let it be decided that Jimmy shall be the candidate for the new spokesperson. D, being young and impetuous, would certainly not grasp my reasoning. To prevent any conflict between them, let us establish a rule. Whoever secures Tsim Sha Sui first will become the next spokesperson of Helianxing. What is your opinion on this? Deng Bo squinted his eyes, pouring tea with a detached demeanor. You D wish to play the role of the benevolent one without exerting any effort? Unless you do not wish to be the spokesperson. Deng Bo, I concur. This brat D is increasingly undisciplined, believing that merely clearing Tsun one elevates him to greatness, without contributions or efforts. If he desires to be the spokesperson, he must make some noise in the underworld. Chue Ji immediately asserted. Indeed, we agree. Seeing that the spokesperson Chue Ji had voiced this sentiment, Chuan Bao and others nodded in assent. In Deng Bo's presence, they had little authority. However, Deng Bo's proposal to seize Tsim Sha Sui seemed somewhat pointedly directed at D, as Jimmy lacked the capacity for such an endeavor. Only D had that power. To put it plainly, this was Deng Bo setting a trap for D. Very well, announce it to the public. By the way, Chue Ji, ensure the dragon head staff is well hidden. That brat D is not to be underestimated. Deng Bo cautioned. Rest assured, Deng Bo. The dragon head staff is secure and not in Hong Kong. Chue Ji replied. Serve the tea. Deng Bo was immensely satisfied as he lifted his teacup and leisurely uttered 2 words. Chapter 62, The Fury of Big D. Encountering Chiu Ti. What? Compete with Jimmy? And under the condition that whoever seizes Tsim Sha Sui first can take the helm. This group of old-timers is deliberately targeting me. Just returned to Tsuen Wan. Big D received the news and immediately erupted in a tirade. This condition makes it exceedingly difficult for him. In the past, he could still make a move on Tsim Sha Sui. However, that territory now belongs to Yi Tianlong, who has formed a formidable alliance with the Ni family. Even Yao Ma Ti has fallen under Yi Tianlong's control, creating a situation where anyone who dares to step in will be besieged. Fine. So this is how you want to play, is it? You wish to bring about my downfall, but I shall not make it easy for you. Big D's eyes gleamed with menace. He yearned for the position of authority, yet the thought of facing Yi Tianlong quelled his ambition with a wave of rationality. Darling, shall we collaborate with Yi Tianlong for something grand? Big D's wife quickly proposed. Not only Big D, but even she, an outsider, could clearly see that Deng Bo and the others were obviously intent on preventing Big D from ascending to power. Since that is the case, why not usurp their authority and crown ourselves? A splendid idea, but such a bold move should not be taken lightly. I must deliberate further. Big D rubbed his temples and sighed. Since childhood, he had harbored deep respect for Lianqing, and even now, the mere thought of Deng Bo instilled a twinge of fear within him. Moreover, such a scheme to seize power requires time to devise meticulous steps. Otherwise, ending up at the palace gates would be a fruitless endeavor. All right then, darling, let us go. Tonight I'll take you to a bar for a wild time. I'll introduce you to a few lovely ladies. Big D's wife exclaimed with a glint in her eye. She might not be the epitome of virtue, but she is undeniably a wonderful wife. All right, Big D readily accepted his wife's kind offer. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlong had just exited the Tianlong group and was heading to a milk tea shop across the street to purchase a chilled silk stocking milk tea. However, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a woman lurking in the shadows, observing him. Typically, Yi Tianlong would not pay any mind to such trivialities. Yet this woman had been tailing him for several days. He had seen her in Tsimsha Sui. Go, bring that woman to my room tonight. Yi Tianlong lit a cigarette and said in a low voice. Understood. Gao Jin nodded, disappearing into the crowd. Yi Tianlong bought a silk stocking milk tea, sipping it while taking in the sights, and after half an hour, he returned to his villa. As a billionaire, Yi Tianlong had long purchased a luxurious villa near Tianlong Group, often retreating there during his leisure time. Just like tonight, upon stepping into the hall, he was immediately greeted by the sight of a woman bound and gagged. TSK, what a stunning beauty. With her long, slightly curled hair, fiery red lips, exquisite features, and a figure that could be easily discerned from her slender waist, her proud assets truly captivated the gaze. Especially that face, simply breathtaking, as if sculpted by a master craftsman. Alluring yet refined, innocent yet exuding the charm of a mature woman. Truly, Bing Bing has delivered an impressive performance in this role. Yi Tianlong instantly recognized her identity, Qiu Ti, the girlfriend of Hua Sheng. However, Hua Sheng had recently met his demise at the hands of Xiao, the one who drove for the Tony brothers. By now, Hua Sheng's body was likely decomposing. My dear, while you are undeniably beautiful, your act of stalking me is your own folly. Yi Tianlong crouched down, tearing off the tape from Qiu Ti's mouth, and spoke with a gentle demeanor. I did not follow you. Do not slander me, she retorted, her temper still flaring despite her current predicament. And if I don't? Do you think just because you have a G-class, you are something special? Do you believe all men are enamored with you? Yi Tianlong slapped Qiu Ti across the face, forcing her to confront reality. Speak. Gao Jin drew out a large black pistol, the click of the bullet chambering echoing ominously as the cold muzzle pressed against Qiu Ti's forehead. The chilling pressure extinguished Qiu Ti's haughty demeanor, and in fear, she stammered, I'll talk, please don't shoot. My boyfriend Hua Sheng has gone missing, and outsiders claim he was killed by you. No. By the people of Longman. Qiu Ti cautiously gazed at Yi Tianlong. Her pitiful appearance stirred a protective instinct within Yi Tianlong, a man well versed in the ways of women. Truly, she was a natural temptress. Yet, from this information, Yi Tianlong gleaned Qiu Ti's motives. Yang Jingrong had released news suggesting that the Yuannan gang had attacked Longmen Entertainment, and that very night, the entire Yuannan gang was wiped out. Hua Sheng, as a member of the Yuannan gang, was understandably implicated in Qiu Ti's suspicions. However, he would not admit to anything. After all, no one had the evidence to prove his involvement. The downfall of the Yuannan gang was certainly not his doing. However, since you mentioned Hua Sheng, I am familiar with that name. From what I hear, he was likely killed by Tony after his identity as an undercover cop was exposed. Yi Tianlong replied, looking down at the pitiful Qiu Ti with a detached tone. Armed with prior knowledge of the unfolding events, he found it effortless to absolve himself of suspicion and manipulate Qiu Ti's perceptions. If you doubt me, you can inquire with the head of the Causeway Bay Major Crimes Unit, Ma Jun. He will provide you with the answers. He then presented her with his business card. Rising to settle onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette, his calmness stemmed from a simple understanding. The disappearance of the arms and the destruction of the Yuannan gang could be interpreted as Tony and his brothers escaping to preserve themselves. Ma Jun would likely arrive at the same conclusion, and given the inability to contact Hua Sheng, He too understood that Hua Xing's cover had been blown. Should Ma Jun insist on linking the Yuannan gang's demise to him, that was fine, provided there was evidence. Otherwise, with Ma Jun's fiery temper, he would have barged in with the police long ago. How could he allow such insolence to persist? Meanwhile, Gao Jin had already untied Qiu T's restraints, and with her disheveled hair, she stood and said, "Thank you," before hastily departing. Chapter 63, Inquiry from Ma Jun. Recruiting Qiu T as a secretary. The following day, Yi Tianlong arrived at Longmin Entertainment. He inquired about the conditions of Qiu Shuzhen, Li Jiahui, Zhang Manyu, Yi Yuqing, and Wang Zuxian, and these lovely ladies performed admirably, exhibiting great dedication without any airs. Qiu Shuzhen had just joined Longmin Entertainment the previous day, and Yi Tianlong provided her with a script. This young lady was quite stubborn. She had only arrived after the maritime journey concluded, but thankfully, she was now present. Although her salary had not reached the 3 million mark, she was still compensated with 2 million, a sum that would undoubtedly transform her life significantly. This would allow her to focus on showcasing her most exquisite acting skills. In the office, Yi Tianlong exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze sharp and penetrating. "So, have you thoroughly investigated Xiao Yifu's film base? Since the investigation has revealed that the masterminds behind the scenes are Deng Bo and Xiao Yifu, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Others have already given gifts. Yi Tianlong cannot be ignorant of social etiquette and must return the favor. Mr. Yi, we have clarified the matter. Here is the list from the film base." Wang Jing promptly extracted a notebook from his bag and placed it on the table. "Excellent. Now, get to work, but ensure the quality while speeding up the shooting progress," Yi Tianlong calmly instructed. Although he was no longer in a hurry to launder money, he had to prepare for arms dealings. The funds from selling arms would amount to a substantial sum. "Understood, Mr. Yi." Wang Jing nodded emphatically, with the list in hand. Yi Tianlong departed from Longmin Film Industry and made his way to Longmin headquarters. Gao Jin, Feng Yuxiu, Bai Yuling, Wang Zhangwo, Wang Jianjun, Mark Gu, Adong, Bajong, Ji, and others had already gathered. "Tonight, each of you is to bring 30 subordinates to the film base I designate. Smash everything, and I mean smash it hard. Feel free to destroy the equipment. Give the male and female leads a good beating. They shouldn't be permanently incapacitated, but they should be unable to get out of bed for a few months. However, no fatalities are allowed. Go." Yi Tianlong exhaled a plume of smoke as he spoke nonchalantly. "Yes." The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. It was merely an act of vandalism, not a death sentence. How simple could it be? After the group departed, Ma Jun approached Qiu T alone. This time, Ma Jun came in a personal capacity. Without any arrogance. "Mr. Yi, may I ask how you became aware of Hua Xing's death?" Upon meeting Yi Tianlong, Ma Jun spoke candidly. To eliminate the Yuannan gang and bring the Tony brothers to justice, he had meticulously arranged for his trustworthy partner, Hua Sheng, to infiltrate the Yuannan gang, gaining the Tony brothers' trust. To his dismay, he lost contact overnight. From Qiu Ti's words, it seemed that Yi Tianlong knew something. The outside world is rife with rumors that I eradicated the Yuannan gang due to the matters concerning Longmin Film Industry. However, I am not privy to this affair. I too am searching for the Tony brothers to clarify whether they were responsible for the destruction of my film company. Yet, my capabilities are limited, and I cannot find them. Yi Tianlong explained coolly. "Then how do you know Hua Sheng was a police officer?" Ma Jun's tone grew colder. "Come on, ma sir. Do you think I would allow there to be moles in your police station while you have one next to me?" Faced with the impending wrath of Ma Jun, Yi Tianlong remained unfazed. All right. Ma Jun fixed a penetrating gaze upon Yi Tianlong. In just a few brief exchanges, Yi Tianlong had effectively dispelled any suspicion surrounding him with sound reasoning, demonstrating that he was not to be trifled with. "Qiu T, let's go." Ma Jun gritted his teeth as he turned to leave. "I will not go. I still have questions for Mr. Yi." Qiu T insisted stubbornly. "He is a dangerous individual." "You cannot disregard Ma Jun's words." Qiu Ti's temper flared. "Officer, I am merely cooperating with your investigation. I am not your suspect. And you have no authority to dictate my departure." "Very well." Ma Jun's expression darkened, but out of professional ethics and guilt over Hua Sheng. He glared at Yi Tianlong and warned coldly, "Mr. Yi, I hope you do not lay a hand on a young lady. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily." "Ma sir, I am a model citizen, a law-abiding individual. You need not worry." Yi Tianlong leisurely exhaled smoke. Hearing this, Ma Jun stormed off in a huff. "My, you have the audacity to confront an officer. You truly are bold," Yi Tianlong remarked with a smile. He found himself increasingly drawn to this woman. Humph. What is so impressive about the police? Just a bunch of bluster. A few of them have vanished without a trace, and to this day, there is not a whisper of news. They are no better than the petty thugs on the streets. Qiu Ti retorted, fuming, as she plopped down on the sofa with her small handbag, her irritation palpable. After a moment of silence, Feeling somewhat awkward, she added, Mr. Yi. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chiu Ti. Yi Tianlong acknowledged with a nod, then inquired, what are your plans moving forward? Chiu Ti hesitated, forcing a bitter smile. I suppose I will return to selling liquor. People like us are no match for someone like Mr. Yi. Miss Chiu Ti, if you would not mind, I could offer you a position as my secretary. I not only guarantee your safety, but also offer an annual salary of 1 million. What do you say? Yi Tianlong squinted, speaking in a measured tone. It was not that he sought any romantic entanglement with Chiu Ti. He merely wished to have her as his secretary. After all, Chiu Ti was in her prime, both in appearance and demeanor, perfectly suited for the role. As a renowned magnate of the Tianlong group, it was rather embarrassing not to have a secretary. Chiu Ti gazed at his earnest and handsome visage. Her heart fluttered. She realized that this young man before her was a billionaire. If she accepted the offer now, a salary of 1 million would render her liquor sales unnecessary. Weighing the contrast between a life of comfort and one of hardship, Chiu Ti ultimately decided to accept Yi Tianlong's proposal. Very well, starting tomorrow, you will begin working at Tianlong Group. Yi Tianlong withdrew his gaze from Chiu Ti and promptly called Huang Yihua to come over. Before long, Huang Yihua arrived and met Chiu Ti. After understanding Yi Tianlong's intentions, she felt a twinge of jealousy but chose not to voice it. After all, Chiu Ti was indeed striking, possessing a commendable image and demeanor, and she drove a luxury G-class vehicle. With a bit of refinement and training, she would undoubtedly make an excellent secretary. Chapter 64. Smash Xiao Yifu's film base. Pressure mounts on major police departments. Heads of the underworld assemble. That evening, Feng Yuxiu and the others had already taken their positions at the addresses on the list. It was no surprise that the film company established by Xiao Yifu boasted dozens of filming bases. However, Feng Yuxiu and his companions opted for larger-scale film bases, dismissing the smaller ones as unworthy of their time. Brother Xiu, we've gathered intel. They are still working overtime like cattle. A subordinate reported, kneeling before the car window. Good. Wait a moment. Let the brothers smash things up, right? Give the male and female leads and the director a thorough beating. As long as no one dies, it's fine. Feng Yuxiu mimicked Yi Tianlong, exhaling a puff of smoke as he spoke. Move quickly and make it look stylish. We must complete the task before the police arrive. With Feng Yuxiu's orders, the subordinate signaled to those behind him, and a line of Dragon Gate security personnel disembarked from their vehicles, brandishing clubs. In that moment, they shed their Dragon Gate security identities, transforming into primitive thugs, whistling as they charged toward the film base ahead. The entrance guard, a group of elderly men in their 50s, fled in terror at the sight of the aggressive crowd. Soon, Feng Yuxiu and his group gained unrestricted access, attacking anyone in sight and smashing any decorations they encountered. The commotion immediately drew the attention of the crew members, who were laboring tirelessly. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the crew members were dumbfounded. They could hardly comprehend the situation, especially when they saw Feng Yuxiu and his companions, all wearing masks, surrounding them. Fear rendered them trembling. The jarring clamor of weaponry, the shattering of objects, and the boisterous shouts infused the atmosphere with a palpable menace, causing the crew's morale to crumble. The director and his team, seasoned veterans of tumultuous experiences, were no strangers to confrontations with ruffians. Go, inquire about their intentions. The director commanded the screenwriter and assistant director, before signaling the male lead to call the police. However, in defiance of the director's orders, the screenwriter and assistant director cowered, shielding their heads and feigning ignorance. None were fools. To stand out at such a moment would surely mark them as the first to be struck down. Moreover, reasoning with thugs was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Infuriated, the director's nostrils flared, and he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Trembling as he stepped out of the crowd, approaching Feng Yuxiu, he offered, "Brother, have a smoke. This is our Shaozong's film base. Surely, you must be mistaken." Yet, Feng Yuxiu dismissed him entirely. The director continued, "Our Shaozong maintains amicable relations with various factions. Do not let a trivial misunderstanding lead to..." Lead to what? Feng Yuxiu's slap sent the portly director flying several meters. Then he pointed at a man and woman in splendid attire, presumably the leads, and commanded, "Attack." With that utterance, chaos erupted once more. Cameras, lighting rigs, and valuable props met their ruin, while the air filled with anguished cries and pleas for mercy, particularly from the male and female leads, who, battered and bruised, found themselves trapped, as though this mob had come solely to exact violence upon them. The remaining crew members received merely symbolic blows. As long as they remained silent, they faced little consequence. Amid this turmoil, the male lead, enduring the beating, stubbornly exclaimed, "Damn it, why do you only know how to hit me? Just because I'm handsome doesn't mean you can keep coming after me." Yet, with each word, the severity of the blows intensified. "You have the audacity to claim such beauty, resembling a toad. I'll beat you to death." Such scenarios unfolded across the various film bases meticulously crafted by Xiao Yifu. This night would undoubtedly mark the most grievous loss of his life. That same evening, as Xiao Yifu indulged in a royal bath and massage, he received the news, abruptly halting his session to contact Deng Bo of Lianqing, as well as the Eastern Star and Hung Hing factions, insisting that this band of miscreants be brought to justice. Thus, the underworld stirred, with police forces mobilizing across regions. Regrettably, by the time they arrived on the scene, they found nothing but chaos, crew members too frightened to speak. The director, screenwriter, assistant director, and the leads were all left unrecognizable from the beating. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiu and Gao Jin had long since vanished. Faced with Xiao Yifu's furious reproach, the heads of the police stations, such as Yang Jingrong and Ma Jun, could only seethe in silence. They were aware of Xiao Yifu's stature, yet they had no leads regarding this incident. Witness testimonies amounted to mere fragments, masked assailants, and a few license plate numbers. These plates were surely fake, and pursuing them would only be a waste of time. Given the organized and premeditated nature of the incident and its wide-reaching implications, under Xiao Yifu's ire, the foreign factions demanded that all police stations collaborate to apprehend the instigators. At the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Central, upon learning of the police's actions, Xiao Yifu maintained a stoic expression. While the police were taking action, the outcomes were uncertain. However, the thought of tonight's losses ignited a fierce anger within him. Xiaozong, do not be alarmed. With such a significant commotion tonight, it is impossible there will be no traces. Seeing Xiao Yifu puffing on Cuban cigars, Deng Bo quickly offered words of comfort. Deng Bo's assertion rang true. They would apprehend these individuals, and with their forces mobilized, it would not be long before the true culprits were identified. Luo Tuo added, while Liang Kuan remained silent, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought as he smoked. Xiaozong, have you recently offended anyone? Could this be retaliation? Luo Tuo's eyes darkened momentarily, and he inquired. At this, Xiao Yifu and Deng Bo exchanged glances, as if struck by a revelation. Outside of the film industry, the only person Xiao Yifu had antagonized was Yi Tianlong of Longmen Film. What do you think of Yi Tianlong? Xiao Yifu asked, surveying the trio's expressions with a measured tone. Do not underestimate his ability to orchestrate the simultaneous appearance of these individuals. It undoubtedly required substantial financial investment. You suspect him? This kid? Yet, it is not without possibility. Yi Tianlong is one to bear grudges. Those who offend him rarely end well. Luo Tuo replied, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 65, Steady Career Progression. Xiao Yifu's Resignation. Indeed, this brat is capable of anything. Deng Bo concurred, while also noticing Liang Kuan's silence and deliberately asked, Ah Kuan, why so quiet? There is nothing to say. For someone to dare strike at so many of Xiaozong's film bases, if not from within Xiaozong's circle, it is likely Yi Tianlong. Liang Kuan replied coolly, assessing Deng Bo and the others. Xiao Yifu was one of the three giants in the film industry, a lucrative avenue for many factions. No one was foolish enough to offend him without consequence. Yi Tianlong, however, was different. He did not require Xiao Yifu's assistance. Of course, that did not rule out others. As for who Xiao Yifu had offended, he was genuinely unsure. Ah Kuan, if my memory serves me right, this kid has killed 2 of your faction's leaders. Ever since Jiang Tianqing stepped down, you have not made a move. What gives? Are you afraid? Deng Bo squinted, deliberately provoking. Afraid? Your Lianqing's leaders weren't killed? Why not take action? Liang Kuan retorted, not angered, but rather exposing Deng Bo's vulnerabilities. At this, Deng Bo's expression darkened, but he chose not to respond further. Everyone understood that engaging Longmen would lead to mutual destruction, benefiting no one but the adversary. All right, gentlemen, we are here to assist Xiaozong with his issues, not to quarrel. Luo Tuo interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Deng Bo, assuming the role of mediator. I had no idea your 2 factions harbored such deep grievances with Yi Tianlong. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yifu began to grasp the intricacies of the underworld's rivalries. Given this understanding, once the true culprit was identified as Yi Tianlong, he could leverage Hung Hing and Lianqing. However, judging by Liang Kuan and Deng Bo's attitudes, it was evident they were reluctant to confront Longmen directly. Yet, these were not insurmountable obstacles, as long as the profits were substantial. He believed these 2 would agree to anything. Thank you all for your assistance today. I promise your payments will reach your factions by tomorrow. Also, if we identify the true culprit, I hope you all can lend a hand. After conversing for a while, Xiao Yifu rose to his feet. Regardless of who it was, anyone who dared to encroach upon his territory would pay dearly. Of course, Xiaozong's matters are our own. Upon your command, we will not hesitate, Deng Bo proclaimed, raising his glass in a show of loyalty. Unlike Liang Kuan and Luo Tuo, the majority of Deng Bo's faction's illicit earnings needed to be laundered through Xiao Yifu. To put it bluntly, Xiao Yifu serves as the mouthpiece for them in Lianqing. A modicum of respect is certainly warranted. Excellent. Liang Kuan and the camel nod in agreement. As long as the benefits are in place, everything can be reconsidered. A month has passed since the incident at Xiaoyifu's film base. Yet the police's special investigation team has been unable to find any evidence, and it has gradually faded from public memory. At the very least, Yi Tianlong has long since forgotten about it. Perhaps only Xiaoyifu still remembers. Tianlong Technology. Following Yi Tianlong's substantial investment of 500,000 sets of PHS, the previously rampant supply-demand imbalance has been effectively alleviated. Although the most explosive period has passed, the sales of PHS remain robust as ever. Another 400,000 units have been sold, yielding Yi Tianlong an impressive revenue of 1.6 billion. Just as stocks seemed to dwindle a fortnight ago, Yi Tianlong instructed Huang Yihua to ramp up production once more. Under the onslaught of PHS, the market for traditional mobile phones teeters on the brink of obsolescence. It can be said that a casual glance on the street reveals that 1 in 10 individuals is now wielding a PHS. This rate of proliferation is a pinnacle that traditional mobile phones could never hope to achieve. This is the wisdom imparted by Lei Bus. One must not merely focus on profit, but rather consider whether the masses can afford and utilize the product. The art of providing economical and practical solutions must be mastered. Unlike certain entrepreneurs who exploit the populace, setting prices beyond the reach of ordinary individuals under the guise of selling at a loss, while in reality reaping profits by hundreds of times, they constantly flaunt their high-end status. Is it not utterly nauseating? Ahem, I digress. At Tianlong Finance, following Yi Tianlong's directives, Huang Yihua not only engaged in stock acquisitions of Hutchison Whampoa and Chung Kong property, but also ventured into numerous other markets. Indeed, these stocks exhibited the upward trends that aligned with the timelines provided by Yi Tianlong, allowing Huang Yihua to sell off and earn an impressive 400 million Hong Kong dollars. She eagerly anticipates the performance of the remaining financial assets in 2 months' time. Since Yi Tianlong took control, the Hong Kong Electric Group has undergone internal restructuring and external operational framework reforms, buoyed by government policies, leading to a meteoric rise. Not only has the stock market surged, but the recovery of funds in the power sector is remarkably swift. The profits for Tianlong Construction have soared, accumulating records of revenue while continuing development. Once completed, the influx of capital will yield a substantial return. However, these ventures are not Yi Tianlong's primary concern. Rather, he is focused on the construction of a large arms depot in the Golden Triangle. Currently, the overall progress of the construction is quite promising, and it is expected to be completed within 3 months. After all, Yi Tianlong has made considerable investments in manpower, resources, and finances in this endeavor. Nevertheless, the Golden Triangle is a tumultuous area rife with darkness, and the construction of a large arms depot has attracted the attention of many nefarious individuals. Fortunately, the CF team has proven formidable, having recruited significant armed forces, successfully withstanding pressure in the Golden Triangle and carving out a bloody path. Of course, the assistance of the Dragon Mercenary Corps has played a role, with several high-profile drug lords and warlord leaders being assassinated. With such lessons learned, other factions tread carefully. It is best not to offend the CF team. Once they do, their leader will be the first to perish, swiftly followed by a barrage of retribution. Although the military factory construction remains unfinished and munitions have yet to be produced, Yi Tianlong is far from unprepared. He has already dispatched a multitude of heavy equipment, such as Apache attack helicopters and RPG launchers, to them. With such configurations, coupled with the CF team, the military factory can be adequately defended. Thus, the safety of Ni Yongxiao and the construction crew is assured. In addition to these endeavors, Longman Pictures has released 3 films. I Am Not Crazy About You starring Yi Yuqing, The Ghost Lover featuring Wang Zuxian, and Beastmaster with Li Jessen. Zhang Manyu and others have also produced works, while Lin Zhengying's Mr. Vampire is still in production. These 3 films explore different genres. A deliberate choice by Yi Tianlong for a simple reason. The film industry is currently facing an unprecedented downturn. This situation arises from a lack of originality, akin to a person running out of talent. Furthermore, the industry suffers from severe homogenization, where a successful genre prompts other companies to imitate and churn out sequels, leading to a lack of creativity and inevitable viewer fatigue. It is entirely reasonable for audience numbers to dwindle. Consequently, Yi Tianlong plans to carve a new path, aiming for innovation and themes to dominate the film market. Chapter 66, Acquiring Cinemas. Training Chioti. However, to avoid simultaneous releases and ensure the emotional well-being of the cast, Yi Tianlong has opted for a 2-week buffer, releasing 1 film at a time. Yi Yuqing's reputation is currently soaring, making it an opportune moment to capitalize on her momentum. The first film to be released will be I Am Not Crazy About You, starring Yi Yuqing. Following this, the focus will shift to promotional activities. With the insights gained from Yi Tianlong's previous guidance, Wang Jing no longer requires Yi Tianlong's oversight and takes the initiative. The emphasis is on being considerate. Moreover, Yi Tianlong has confirmed the release date, set for 10 days from now. During this period, he plans to acquire cinemas across Hong Kong Island extensively. The reasons for this are manifold. First, he won't have to appease anyone or worry about scheduling conflicts. Second, it will save a significant portion of the cinema's revenue share. Otherwise, cinemas are akin to a horde of vampires. From a film grossing $1 billion. After distributing shares to various cinemas, little remains. Just like the blockbuster Neza from the 21st century, how much of that $100 billion in revenue actually reaches the producers? Third, should other film companies wish to release their projects, he can profit from the cinemas, as it's a win-win situation. Especially if he ever finds himself displeased with Xiao Yifu. He can simply deny him a screening. Fourth, this strategy serves primarily to launder money. In summary, the benefits are plentiful and worth pursuing. It can be said that if Yi Tianlong gains full control over the cinemas of Hong Kong Island, his film empire will undoubtedly take flight. He has entrusted this acquisition to Gao Jin, who, with his charisma and demeanor, will find negotiations considerably easier. In this endeavor, Yi Tianlong's philosophy for Gao Jin is straightforward. If it can be negotiated, money is easy to discuss. If not, isn't it only fair that we all go down together? If there are hidden influences, it matters little. In Hong Kong, there is no major player that Yi Tianlong cannot afford to offend. Worst case scenario, they can simply confront it. Cinemas are merely businesses, not some rare government-supported projects. Amidst the bustling activities of Longmen Pictures, Yi Tianlong is also mentoring Qiu Ti, which is to say, instructing her in the relevant fields of finance, construction, power, and more. Naturally, the transformation of her image is equally crucial. Her posture, demeanor, overall presence, and communication skills are all being refined to meet modern standards as part of her training. The fundamental concepts of these matters were imparted to Qiu Ti, and Yi Tianlong also had numerous requests regarding Qiu Ti's attire. Stockings and high heels were indispensable, and as for the suits, they were to be selected according to the type of occasion. Qiu Ti, being a young lady with a temper, was somewhat reluctant to be coerced into change. However, under Yi Tianlong's gentle demeanor, she graciously acquiesced. Compared to the sale of liquor, she found greater pleasure in her current lifestyle. Mr. Yi, do you have time tonight for a meal together? Gazing at the proximity of Yi Tianlong, Qiu Ti felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, prompting her to speak instinctively. Having lost washing, she was in a particularly vulnerable state, and encountering such an exceptional man as Yi Tianlong felt like destiny itself. Certainly, Yi Tianlong nodded in agreement. How could one refuse an invitation from such a beauty? Moreover, this was Qiu Ti's third invitation. To decline again would be discourteous. Qiu Ti possessed a perfect physique. Her body an embodiment of golden proportions, with a slender waist, cascading waves of hair, long legs, and a delicate visage. Truly a beauty of the highest order. After their dinner, the two proceeded to a hotel. The following day, as Gao Jin made headlines by acquiring more and more cinemas, the news reverberated throughout the film industry. No one anticipated Yi Tianlong's apparent ignorance and lack of foresight. With so many cinemas in Hong Kong Island, could he possibly acquire them all? Furthermore, given the current desolation of the film industry on the island, it was remarkable that many companies had managed to survive at all. Did Yi Tianlong truly believe he could purchase cinemas? No one was interested. Even if he secured all the cinemas on Hong Kong Island, what would it matter? This young man seemed to think that producing a single film granted him immunity from the realities faced by the island's film companies and its struggling economy. How naive. Mai Jiao took a sip of tea, mocking. If acquiring all the cinemas on Hong Kong Island could elevate box office returns, they would have banded together to do so long ago. Ah, he's merely a child. Let him make his noise. As long as he doesn't touch the cinemas under my name. Although Xiao Yifu spoke lightly, he was profoundly dissatisfied with Yi Tianlong's actions. Nonetheless, he was eager to witness Yi Tianlong suffer significant losses from his cinema acquisitions, followed by continued failures at the box office. Xiao, the collaboration with Lianqing is rather lackluster. He Guanchong squinted his eyes, shifting the topic with a meaningful tone. According to Xiao Yifu, Yi Tianlong needed a lesson, while Longmen Pictures had indeed faltered. Given the current situation, it was as if they hadn't faltered at all. For Longmen Pictures had publicly announced that in the coming month, they would release 3 films. It was only a little over a month since the previous collaboration, and to produce 3 films in such a short span, even with overtime, would require 2 to 3 months at their current capacity. This implied that the earlier investment of 3 individuals, each contributing 10 million, had been in vain. I will continue to address this matter. You are all well aware of the circumstances surrounding my film base. Although the police lack evidence, I am 100% certain that it was Yi Tianlong's doing. I am not in a hurry. Why are you? Xiao Yifu spoke coldly, exhaling smoke. Upon hearing this, He Guanchong and Mai Jia exchanged glances, opting for silence. Indeed, Xiao Yifu was currently in a rather unfortunate position. Numerous large film bases had been left in ruins, and multiple film reels had been destroyed. This loss could not merely be quantified in millions. Now, back to the point. Xiao Yifu took a deep breath and stated, I do not care what the purpose of this young man acquiring cinemas is. In any case, I hope you will not sell your cinemas to him. No problem. He Guanchong immediately agreed. Xiao Yifu's words were sufficient. They would not sell. Despite the film industry being in decline, as a leading company, they needed to produce numerous films throughout the year. Even if box office returns were minimal, they could still collaborate with their own cinemas and associations, couldn't they? Indeed, I support you. Mai Jia also nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the three returned to their previous state, summoning several leading ladies from their company for a lively gathering. Relaxed and joyous. Chapter 67. Hong Tai causes trouble. A show of force in Mongkok. On the 9th day, Yi Tianlong was enjoying tea in the Tianlong Group office when Gao Jin entered with a list. Mr. Yi, we have acquired 80% of the cinemas on Hong Kong Island. However, the remaining 20% are already claimed. They are tied to various associations, including capitalists and numerous companies in the film industry. They are quite challenging to negotiate with. Gao Jin placed the list on the table as he spoke. 80. That is already sufficient. Yi Tianlong revealed a long-awaited smile. As for the remaining 20, it was only a matter of time before their owners sought to sell to him. At that moment, Feng Yuxiu made a phone call. The gist of it was that all the cinemas in Mongkok had been attacked, and the assailants belonged to a society known as Hong Tai. Besides Mongkok, there were signs of disturbances in other venues as well, with some owners even assassinated. Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes, filled with a murderous intent. Tomorrow marked the premiere of I Am Not Your Crazy, and the sudden chaos from yesterday to today was clearly a deliberate attack against him. Naturally, Yi Tianlong quickly identified the root of the problem. The primary issue was that the personnel from Longmin Security had not yet been fully deployed, leading to their absence in these cinemas. Moreover, the cinemas were scattered across various regions. Even if Longmin Security had coverage, the associations in each area would still take risks driven by profit. Had every district been as thoroughly secured as Tsim Sha Tsui, Jordan, and Yao Ma Ti, with Longmin Security fully stationed, such issues would not have arisen. It seemed that while conducting legitimate business, the speed of Longmin Security's deployment needed to be expedited. To address the current challenges, an example must be made. With this thought, Yi Tianlong looked up at the White Phantom and inquired, how is the coverage of Longmin Security in Mongkok? The influence of Hongxing, Dongxing, and Lianxing in Mongkok is minimal. We have eliminated all of them, leaving only Hong Tai to contend with. White Phantom replied promptly. In recent days, he and Feng Yuxiu had focused on securing Longmin Security's presence in Mongkok, facing some unwise opposition. However, thanks to the formidable entry of Longmin Security and the cooperation of the police, they had taken control of a significant portion of Mongkok, with only Hong Tai's territories remaining. Hong Tai, huh? Yi Tianlong exhaled smoke, quickly locking onto this target. It would serve perfectly to set an example. In the Underworld, Hong Tai was a formidable force, the foremost power in Mongkok. Moreover, as far as he knew, when Liang Kuan returned to Hong Kong Island, he did not dare to clash with Hong Tai, each maintaining their own territory. Is their leader named Mei Shu? Yi Tianlong continued. Since the complete takeover of Tsim Sha Tsui, he had been preoccupied with matters at Tianlong Group and had not inquired much about Mongkok. Thus, his knowledge of Hong Tai was limited. Indeed, the boss is Mei Shu, known as Uncle Mei, a portly figure among the elder generation. Mei Shu has a son, sharing the same name as the heir of Hongxing, also called the Prince. This individual was exceedingly arrogant, having repeatedly led attacks on their venues, even boasting of extinguishing Longmen. White Phantom and Feng Yuxiu were preparing to confront Hong Tai, he stated. Quite intriguing. Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes, realizing that the situation had escalated beyond control. Not only was a zero-yuan purchase possible, but it also served as a warning to others in the martial world, a demonstration of the consequences of offending him. Most importantly, it was a stark reminder to the film industry of the repercussions of crossing him. Damaging his cinemas would certainly lead to bloodshed. That evening, Yi Tianlong arrived in Mongkok, extending his condolences to various cinemas and generously covering their medical expenses while assuming all losses. The cinema staff were profoundly impressed by his magnanimity. With a leader like Yi Tianlong, they felt truly fortunate. Upon inspecting the area, he noted that, given the extent of the damages, only one cinema would be operational by the next night. The others required repairs. It was evident that such repairs could not be completed in a single day, an immense loss indeed, one that someone must bear. Have you gathered all the information? Yi Tianlong inquired as he entered his vehicle, lighting a cigarette. Yes, the Prince of Hong Tai is currently at the Tianxian nightclub. Feng Yuxiu responded. Let us go. Yi Tianlong tossed his cigarette but aside, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Upon arriving at the Tianxia nightclub, Yi Tianlong was met by a throng of Longmen security personnel who swiftly subdued all of Hong Tai's associates in the vicinity within 3 minutes. Yi Tianlong strode confidently into the nightclub, followed closely by Feng Yuxiu and others, their expressions impassive, while the security at the entrance stood paralyzed with fear. Yi Tianlong understood that the Prince of Hong Tai had come here, undoubtedly attracted by the allure of the captivating madam. Not only was the prince enamored, but Yi Tianlong himself found her appealing. Soon, he reached the door of a room where the sounds of revelry, laughter, and singing emanated, indicating that the occupants were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Wei Jixiang was crouched in despair, clutching his head in anguish. Yi Tianlong cast a glance at this pitiful man, lamenting his inability to protect Ruby, who was being harassed inside by the Prince of Hong Tai. Indeed, Wei Jixiang was no match for the prince. Yet, having chosen a life of turmoil, what was the point if he could not safeguard the woman he cherished most? At that moment, Wei Jixiang snapped back to reality. Startled by the presence of Yi Tianlong and his entourage. Panicking, he almost attempted to alert the Prince of Hong Tai, but was swiftly knocked to the ground by a sharp slap from Yi Tianlong. Hush! Yi Tianlong crouched down, gesturing for silence as he exhaled a cloud of smoke. Do you wish to save Ruby? Wei Jixiang hesitated. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out from within the room. Ah Xiang, are you trying to get yourself killed? Stop making a scene out there. You're ruining my good time. Once I'm done, I'll make sure to take you out. Upon hearing this, Wei Jixiang's face lit up with hope, eager to relay the information. But upon seeing Yi Tianlong brandishing a gun, his expression reverted to one of cowardice. Knock on the door. Yi Tianlong ordered coldly. Initially, he had intended to grant Wei Jixiang a chance, considering him Hong Tai's most formidable enforcer. However, the man's earlier display of weakness had left him disappointed. Bang, bang, bang. Brother Prince, it's me. The delivery of drinks has arrived. Wei Jixiang quivered as he announced. Damn it, you're truly insufferable. I've told you. As long as Ruby serves me well tonight, I'll resolve all your troubles. Do you want to die? As the tirade continued, the door creaked open, revealing Ruby with her disheveled hair. Chapter 68. Is it too much to call for an end to the line of descendants? The camel has returned to restore order. Yi Tianlong had no desire to witness this scene. With a mere glance, he signaled Gao Jin, who promptly kicked open the door and charged in. Within 20 seconds, Gao Jin emerged, wiping blood from his knuckles, reporting indifferently, Mr. Yi, all are under control. Yi Tianlong, enveloped in smoke, stepped into the room as by yelling silenced the raucous music. The room contained only a handful of people, 3 bodyguards, the Prince of Hong Tai, Ruby, and the despondent Wei Jixiang, racked with guilt and regret. The 3 bodyguards lay unconscious, and the arrogant Prince of Hong Tai was half dead, sprawled amidst shards of broken beer bottles. Frothing at the mouth, his gaze vacant, emitting incoherent sounds. Ruby, on the other hand, was curled up on the edge of the sofa, revealing 2 pairs of eagles tattooed beneath her shoulder blades, the same as Wei Jixiang's. Upon seeing these tattoos, Wei Jixiang was consumed by anguish and regret. Alas, in this world, there are no remedies for remorse. It can only be said that Ruby's affections for Wei Jixiang were misplaced. Who do you think you are? Do you know I am the son of the Hong Tai leader? You dare strike me? My father will not spare you. The Prince of Hong Tai stammered as he regained his senses, his tone icy. Ha ha ha, do you think your father is Li Gang? Yi Tianlong retorted mockingly as he stepped closer, fixing his gaze on the prince. What Li Gang? What Wang Gang? My father is the Hong Tai leader. This whole area is under my father's protection. Kid, if you don't want to die, kneel and call me father. If I'm in a good mood, I might consider sparing you. Clearly, he failed to recognize Yi Tianlong's true identity by appearance alone. Is that so? Here, take this phone and call your father, the Hong Tai leader. I, Yi Tianlong, wish to know how your father plans to make me submit. Yi Tianlong tossed the phone towards him, then took a seat on the sofa, lighting a cigarette as the smoke wafted above them. Yi Tianlong, Wei Jixiang, and Ruby exchanged a glance, profoundly shaken. They did not recognize Yi Tianlong, but they were aware of the rumors surrounding his name. He was the founder of Longmen and a billionaire, a figure both the underworld and the legitimate world feared. Never did they expect such a formidable presence to appear before them. Meanwhile, the previously arrogant Prince of Hong Tai wilted under the weight of reality. Mr. Yi, I realize my mistakes. Please spare me. Treat me as nothing. Just let me go. I beg you. The prince, stripped of his earlier bravado, crawled towards Yi Tianlong, desperately pleading for forgiveness. Who gave you the audacity to vandalize the cinemas I acquired? Yi Tianlong exhaled a plume of smoke, inquiring nonchalantly. I don't know. A few days ago, I found a box at my place containing $1 million in cash, along with a letter instructing me to destroy one of your cinemas and offering a reward of $1 million. The Prince of Hong Tai, fearing for his life, divulged everything under the pressure. A mysterious benefactor? An anonymous box deliberately targeting my cinemas? Yi Tianlong pondered. The ability to amass such funds could only be attributed to the top 3 industry giants or larger film companies. The meticulousness of this operation suggested they had learned from previous missteps. It was evident, either Xiao Yifu or Lianxing was behind this, persisting in their reckless endeavors. I am set to premiere my film tomorrow. You have ruined my company, causing significant losses. Here's the deal. I'll grant you a chance at survival. Call your father. Have him pay 10 million for your life. Yi Tianlong pondered for a moment before speaking. Very well. Without a second thought, the Crown Prince of Hongtai picked up the phone. The call connected, and a voice filled with concern emerged. Father. Son, what troubles you? Why are you crying? It was Uncle Mei, his worry palpable, as he feared any harm might have befallen his precious child. Yi Tianlong seized the phone, kicking the Crown Prince aside. Hello. Uncle Mei. If you wish to save your son, bring 10 million to Huafeng Hotel before 10 o'clock. If you're even a minute late, your son will lose a piece of flesh. As for where, well, that is a matter to discuss. Your son wishes to kill me. I shall ensure he is left without heirs. Is that too much to ask? Who are you? How dare you? If you touch a hair on my son, I will annihilate your entire family. Uncle Mei shouted, only to find the line abruptly disconnected, his fury igniting. It was crucial to him, as the Crown Prince was his only cherished son, a child born in his later years. Over the years, he had indulged the Crown Prince without reservation, supporting him unconditionally, and eagerly anticipating the day he would become a grandfather. He never expected Yi Tianlong would audaciously threaten the lineage of his family. Immediately summon all the hall masters and elders. Bring my men to Huafeng Hotel within 50 minutes. Anyone who is late will forfeit their share of the gang's profits. He glanced at the time. There was still an hour remaining. Uncle Mei retrieved a large black star from an ornate box and coldly declared, move swiftly. His underlings, fearful of the consequences of delay, scrambled to comply. Before long, Uncle Mei arrived with a throng of followers, surrounding Huafeng Hotel completely. In the words of the street, not even a fly could escape. As he anxiously checked the time and gazed down the street, a luxurious Benz approached from a distance. Luo Tuo and the 5 tigers of Dongxing disembarked, followed by 100 underlings wielding clubs, exuding an intimidating presence. The Hongtai members immediately parted to create a path. Uncle Mei, long time no see. You still look as sprightly as ever. Luo Tuo, cigarette in mouth, approached with courtesy. Ah, I've aged. My charm has waned since the days of yore. Uncle Mei replied, visibly pleased by the sight of the 5 tigers. His internal turmoil began to settle. What brings you here today? Is there anything that cannot be resolved in your own territory that requires my assistance? Luo Tuo asked without hesitation. That scoundrel Yi Tianlong has taken my son and demanded 10 million. It's utterly intolerable. You know I have only this cherished son. Uncle Mei sighed heavily. Yi Tianlong. At the mention of the name, Luo Tuo's expression shifted, his smoking momentarily interrupted. Generally, he would dismiss anyone of lesser stature, playing the mediator with confidence and a high success rate. Yet Yi Tianlong was notorious for disregarding familial ties. Remember the last time at the Yuguchi restaurant? He had the audacity to threaten the Crown Prince right in front of me. Uncle Mei, it's not that I don't wish to help, but Yi Tianlong's wealth and status afford him an audacity that makes him a formidable opponent. He is unrestrained in our realm and holds no regard for even the likes of Deng Bo. Luo Tuo feigned difficulty. Time is running out. I'll offer you double to accompany me on this venture. Uncle Mei, fully aware of Luo Tuo's hesitations, knew he needed to enlist his help rather than confront the situation alone. Well, this puts me in quite the predicament. Luo Tuo squinted, clearly dissatisfied. Triple. Very well. Let us cooperate. Tonight, I'll intervene, and I'm confident Yi Tianlong will grant me some face. Your son will be safe, Luo Tuo exclaimed, his demeanor shifting instantly as he led the 5 tigers forward. This old man truly disgusts me. Uncle Fat spat on the ground in disdain, voicing his displeasure. Enough of that. Let us proceed. Uncle Mei discarded his cigarette, irritation evident. Luo Tuo was recognized as the strongest mediator in the underworld. With a high likelihood of reaching a resolution, he was prepared to exhaust all his resources to save his son. Inside the hall, Yi Tianlong lounged casually, smoking a cigarette. Mr. Yi, it's been a while. Luo Tuo, accompanied by the 5 tigers, breezed through the security check and entered the room with a beaming smile, as if greeting an old friend. Luo Tuo, back again to play the mediator? Aren't you afraid the winds might blow too hard and leave you incapacitated? Yi Tianlong raised his gaze, his tone icy. Luo Tuo's presence was merely a show of force from Hongtai, and he had no intention of treating him kindly. Cough, cough. Mr. Yi, you flatter me. I'm still quite young. The ladies say I'm quite the catch. Luo Tuo boasted. At that moment, Uncle Mei strode in confidently, tossing aside his cigarette, and took a seat with an air of authority, igniting another cigarette. Do you realize, boy? that when I was navigating the treacherous waters of the underworld, your DNA had yet to form. He made no effort to soften his imposing presence. Seeing this, Luo Tuo felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. How had Uncle Mei, once a figure of respect, become so reckless and foolish? If he thought this would intimidate Yi Tianlong, he was sorely mistaken. Ah, you truly are remarkable, elder. Yi Tianlong exhaled a cloud of smoke, then coolly replied. If I were to live as long as you and achieve only your current accomplishments, I would rather end my life against a tofu block. Luo Tuo, do you agree with me? At this, Luo Tuo fell silent, unable to respond, fully aware that any answer would lead him into a pitfall. Youngster, regardless of our age difference, I am still your senior. Mind your words. Uncle Mei trembled with anger, wishing he could draw his weapon against Yi Tianlong. You have no right to wield your age against me, Yi Tianlong declared, picking up a fruit knife from the table and plunging it into an apple, his demeanor unyielding. Uncle Mei, intent on maintaining his dignity, failed to grasp that he had a son to rescue. Luo Tuo interjected, let us get to the point. Boasting won't help us. Yi Tianlong, I am aware that Hongtai has never interfered with your Dragon Gate operations. Why resort to such aggressive tactics as kidnapping my son? Uncle Mei inhaled deeply, gathering his composure. That matters little. What is essential is whether you have brought the 10 million. Yi Tianlong inquired with a smile. Here it is. Uncle Mei raised his hand, and shortly after, a large black box was placed on the table. The White Phantom stepped forward to inspect it, claiming the box for himself. All is in order. In the next moment, the disheveled crown prince of Hongtai was brought forth. His appearance a stark contrast to the earlier confidence of his father. You have gone too far. Uncle Mei rose, fists clenched, eyes ablaze with fury as he gritted his teeth, and spoke. Too far. I have a film premiering tomorrow, and your son has vandalized every cinema I own in Mongkok. Will this debt go unpaid? Or have you become so muddled in your old age that your mind no longer functions, perhaps even suffering from dementia? Yi Tianlong leisurely poured himself a cup of tea and began sipping it. Hello, you've already received 10 million. It is time to release my son. Uncle Mei chose not to engage in further verbal sparring with Yi Tianlong, primarily because the crown prince had been so thoroughly beaten that he scarcely recognized even his own father. Father, hurry, help me kill this little punk. You think you can act with impunity just because you have a few worthless lackeys? Here, I Hongtai, am in charge. Who do you think you are? Dare to strike me, and you will surely die. Upon seeing his father, the crown prince suddenly regained some vigor, speaking with renewed strength, and entered a state of incessant chatter. If words could serve as swords and glances as bullets, Yi Tianlong would have been riddled with wounds long ago. Cut out his tongue. In the face of the crown prince's outbursts, Yi Tianlong remained unfazed, responding with a calm demeanor. Do not provoke Uncle Mei. He moved forward, but was intercepted by Feng Yuxiu and by Yuling, along with the other members of Hongtai and the 5 tigers of Dongxing, who dared not make a move. This was due to the dozens of glistening black star guns aimed squarely at each of their foreheads. Gao Jin stepped forward and struck the crown prince on the head with an iron rod, subsequently pinning him down and brandishing a butterfly knife, executing his movements with fluid grace. It was nothing short of professional. The crown prince, bound and helpless, could only thrash about desperately in an attempt to alleviate his pain. What are you shouting about? Silence, or I shall sever your manhood. Yi Tianlong set down his teacup, reclining on the sofa, leisurely lighting a cigarette. This bloody scene seemed like a mere trifling matter to him. Hearing this, the crown prince quickly closed his mouth, but the agonizing pain caused him to lose control of his bodily functions. Aside from Uncle Mei, who was consumed by rage, the rest were left in stunned disbelief. Wait, my friend, just because someone insults you, you would go so far as to cut out their tongue? And in front of the crown prince's father, no less. It is evident that he holds both Uncle Mei and the 5 tigers of Dongxing in utter contempt. Yi Tianlong, you had better not go too far. Uncle Mei's lips trembled with fury. Chapter 70. Killing the Crown Prince of Hongtai. No respect means you shall be buried. Thank you. Oh dear. One cannot say it like that. I am merely assisting you. As the saying goes, a father's failure to teach falls upon the son. Your old eyes are clouded, unable to discern right from wrong. I am helping you discipline your son. Surely that would not offend you? Seeing Uncle Mei howl like a rabid dog, Yi Tianlong exhaled a puff of smoke, responding indifferently. In light of the circumstances, Uncle Mei was indeed furious, yet faced with the overwhelming pressure of the Black Star guns, he truly dared not make a move. Mr. Yi, now that the 10 million has been transferred, and your lesson has been imparted, shall we consider this matter settled? Luo Tuo rose, speaking in a conciliatory tone. The situation had reached a point where he needed to intervene. Luo Tuo, it would be wise for you to leave now. Otherwise, if you meddle in this, you may not leave here tonight. Yi Tianlong showed no signs of concluding the confrontation. Old Ding, let us go? Wuya immediately echoed. Yi Tianlong is a madman. Who knows if he might truly open fire? It is not worth losing one's life over a mere Hong Tai. Mr. Yi. We are all cultured individuals. The world is not merely about violence, but rather about human relationships and etiquette. Please, let us resolve this amicably. Luo Tua cast a glance at the Crown Prince, making one final effort. Get lost. I have granted you the courtesy of entering. Do not expect any further favors. I will ensure you all meet your end tonight. Yi Tianlong warned, his icy gaze piercing. I apologize, Uncle Mei. I have done my best. Hearing this, Luo Tua, though infuriated, refrained from further words, turning to apologize to Uncle Mei before leading the 5 tigers of Dongxing away. Luo Tua could personally suppress 90% of the forces in Hong Kong, yet he knew full well he could not contain Yi Tianlong. Rather than endure humiliation here, it was better to depart swiftly. What exactly do you want in exchange for releasing my son? Uncle Mei stepped forward, his voice cold. Your son is currently in considerable distress. I am a man of chivalry and cannot bear to see others suffer. Your son is in such agony. Allow me to relieve him. As Yi Tianlong's words fell, Gao Jin stepped forward, pressing down on the Crown Prince's head with a sharp snap. The arrogant and tyrannical Crown Prince of Hong Tai had finally met his end. Uncle Mei could only watch in horror as his eyes turned red, frantically preparing to charge forward, only to be kicked away by Feng Yuxiu. Yi Tianlong picked up the Black Star. Approaching Uncle Mei, you have wasted so much of my time, and I have helped you discipline your son, even liberating him from his suffering. Now say thank you. You scoundrel. Uncle Mei had yet to finish his tirade when Yi Tianlong swung his fist, striking him in the face, causing several yellowed teeth to fly out, emitting a foul odor. Before Uncle Mei could recover, Yi Tianlong's voice, sinister as a demon's, echoed. I have also resolved your dental issues, so say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Uncle Mei, ever defiant, stammered. Indeed, I, Yi Tianlong, am a man of my word. Your son has been returned to you. Take him away. Yi Tianlong rose with satisfaction, tossing the Black Star to Bai Yuling, speaking in a nonchalant manner. The elders of Hong Tai trembled with rage. What a hypocritical man. All talk of righteousness. However, upon reflection, Yi Tianlong's words were technically accurate. The Crown Prince had indeed been returned, albeit as a lifeless corpse. To put it plainly, under the precondition of 10 million, Uncle Mei had not specified whether he wanted his son alive or dead, and Yi Tianlong had not clarified either. Gao Jin dragged the Crown Prince, resembling a chick, to the door and unceremoniously tossed him outside, disdainfully remarking, just thinking about the things this little brat has done makes my hands feel dirty. This scene incited furious outrage among the Hong Tai members. The man was already dead, yet they were still mocked? Get lost. Do you intend to stay for a midnight snack? Feng Yuxiu roared, pulling the Hong Tai members back from their shock and fear. Let us go, let us go. Fat Uncle and Leopard Uncle quickly stepped forward, supporting the listless Uncle Mei as they prepared to leave. What's this, old rotten tooth? You don't want it anymore. Pick it up and get lost. Yi Tianlong smashed a teacup against Uncle Mei's backside, coldly stating, You had better not go too far, Yi Tianlong. Fat Uncle turned back, his small eyes filled with warning. Mr. Yi has ordered you to pick it up. Are you deaf? Feng Yuxiu stepped forward, kicking Fat Uncle and Leopard Uncle aside, delivering a slap to Uncle Mei's face, coldly declaring. With that slap, 3 more blackened, yellowed teeth were knocked out. Uncle Mei was left in tears, feeling as though he had lost most of his teeth and, consequently, his very mouth. Yet, above all, he needed to retrieve those teeth. Trembling, he lowered himself to pick up 1 or 2. May I take my leave now? Uncle Mei had lost all semblance of pride, appearing as docile as a little dog. Had you adopted this attitude sooner, you would not have had to return with a corpse, and you would not have lost so many teeth. Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes, speaking casually. Oh, by the way, should you wish to seek revenge, feel free to come at any time. I shall await your esteemed news. As Uncle Mei and his companions approached the entrance, poised to storm the Huafeng Hotel and incapacitate Yi Tianlong, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight of numerous vans arriving, with a multitude of Longman's underlings disembarking, brandishing steel bars and shouting threats. In that instant, they were rendered utterly dumbfounded. The sheer intensity of the situation was overwhelming. It seemed they were preparing to annihilate the entire Hong Tai group. It became clear that Yi Tianlong had no intentions of negotiating tonight. Big brother, we must retreat. Uncle Pang and the others, being fundamentally self-preserving, were quick to flee upon witnessing such a formidable display, with the aging Uncle Mei leading the charge. Mr. Yi, those old geezers have escaped. Shall I pursue them and eliminate them? Gao Jin stepped forward to report. Escape? Where could they possibly run to? Yi Tianlong replied with a faint smile. The following day, the entirety of the Hong Tai gang in Mong Kok was overtaken by Longman, with not a single fly managing to escape. A substantial amount of flour was discovered in the homes of Uncle Mei and other senior members of Hong Tai. all of which was subsequently confiscated by the West Kowloon police station. Liu Jiaming had undeniably garnered impressive accolades this time, ensuring his swift rise within the ranks of the West Kowloon police. Meanwhile, the junior members of Hongtai, faced with the overwhelming numbers of longmen, lacked even a shred of courage to resist, opting instead to surrender. As for Uncle Mei and his cohorts, they were all apprehended, and their prospects of release appeared grim. After all, Yi Tianlong had prepared quite a few surprises for them, including flour, large quantities of illicit substances, and various prohibited items, enough to keep them incarcerated for a lifetime. Should he leverage a bit more of his connections, their demise within prison could very well be a possibility. Chapter 71. The Effect of Killing the Chicken to Warn the Monkeys. The film was successfully released. Gao Jin, Feng Yuxiu, and Bai Yuling arrived at the hotel, presenting the compiled data regarding Hongtai's assets to Yi Tianlong. After a cursory glance, Yi Tianlong noted that the gang's enterprises were predominantly nightclubs and bars. However, given that Hongtai was an established faction, they controlled a dock in Causeway Bay, collecting several million in protection fees each month. Furthermore, the illicit funds sourced from Hongtai's operations amounted to approximately 30 million, while the legitimate accounts only reflected 10 million, barely sufficient to sustain the gang's expenses. Fortunately, Yi Tianlong had already plundered a substantial sum from Uncle Mei and the others, surpassing the 30 million from the gang's operations. Overall, this zero-cost acquisition of Hongtai proved to be quite rewarding. Congratulations, host, on the zero-cost acquisition of the Hongtai gang, resulting in an influx of 80 million Hong Kong dollars, qualifying for the freebie reward. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 80 million zero-cost points. Congratulations, host, for receiving a rare reward, a threefold monetary boost, totaling 2.4 billion Hong Kong dollars, which will be automatically legalized. This time, the rewards felt somewhat underwhelming. Nevertheless, even the smallest gains are still gains. 2.48 billion, totaling 3.2 billion. While this sum may not seem substantial now, it was a fortune he would have fought hard to earn during his earlier days. In 10 days, I want Mong Kok completely cleared. Is that understood? Yi Tianlong remarked, fixing his gaze on Feng Yuxiu and the others. Yao Mati, Sim Sha Sui, and Mong Kok. These areas, represented by Yao Mati and Sim Sha Sui, had already been thoroughly cleared. With the arrival of Longmen security, all factions in Mong Kok were retreating. Now that the top-tier Hongtai had been eradicated, a complete clearance was inevitable. At that point, Longmen security would be able to establish a stronghold throughout Mong Kok, collecting substantial security and property fees. It is noteworthy that the profits from Mong Kok were more than double those of Yao Mati and Sim Sha Sui. With the presence of Longmen security, his properties, such as real estate and cinemas, would be shielded from the destructive chaos that had previously marred them. Absolutely. Within 10 days, the task will be accomplished. In the tranquil underworld, the news of Hongtai's swift incorporation into Longmen sent ripples of astonishment through the ranks. They were not surprised that Longmen triumphed over Hongtai. Rather, they were astounded by the speed with which it transpired, just one night. Uncle Mei, the leader of Hongtai, along with Uncle Pang and others, were imprisoned, leading to the complete dismantling of the Hongtai faction. Such an achievement would have been impossible for the top-tier forces on the island. Simultaneously, a rumor circulated that Longmen's annihilation of Hongtai was spurred by the Hongtai prince's destruction of Yi Tianlong Cinema. Last night, within the walls of the Huafeng Hotel, the tragic fate of the prince also became a topic of hushed whispers in the underworld. Goodness, the leader of Longmen is indeed formidable. He executed the prince before Uncle Mei, and in doing so, obliterated Hongtai. What a madman. If this provokes him, one might as well prepare for their demise. Oh no, I think I was involved in that incident in Causeway Bay a few days ago. How do I escape? Surely Yi Tianlong isn't on his way to eliminate me? Quick, let us hide under the bridge for a month before resurfacing. Otherwise, you're doomed. Indeed, why provoke anyone when you could have avoided the wrath of Yi Tianlong? This lunatic. Wait, if I were to deliver you to Longmen, how much do you think Mr. Yi would reward me? No. We are brothers. How could you betray me like this? Greed leads to ruin, and the foolish perish for their desires. Blame yourself for crossing paths with the wrong person. In no time, the underworld was abuzz with news of the thugs involved in the cinema incident, treated like pariahs, scurrying to hide, while many surrendered themselves to Longmen. Upon learning of this development, Yi Tianlong felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had anticipated that by annihilating Hongtai, he would achieve such a deterrent effect. Generously, he instructed the Black Eagles stationed at Longmen's headquarters to distribute cash rewards. An established rate was set, 2,000 for each thug, and 100,000 for those akin to Chen Haonan. The focus was on being extravagant with funds. The immediate effect was that the entire underworld was put on notice. Those who had previously accepted money to create disturbances at cinemas now opted for refunds to avoid trouble. Particularly, the less powerful gangs convened emergency meetings, issuing orders forbidding their members from causing any disturbances at the cinemas. They even organized their members to attend the movies. Notably, the likes of Big D and the Crows remained steadfast in their support for Yi Tianlong. They not only rallied their subordinates to bolster the box office of Yi Tianlong's film, but also encouraged them to help maintain order in the cinemas. That evening, Yi Yuqing's starring film, I Am Crazy for You, premiered promptly at 9 o'clock across all cinemas in Hong Kong. An endless stream of viewers surged into theaters, eagerly purchasing tickets for I Am Crazy for You, while the other two films languished in obscurity. Typically, they had little time to visit cinemas, but the allure of a Longmin film featuring Yi Yuqing drew them in. They were not disinterested in films. Rather, they found previous offerings monotonous, lacking in flavor and excitement, so predictable that they could foresee the endings, rendering them utterly unengaging. My goodness, this scene is truly extraordinary, exclaimed Shisanmai, hand in hand with Han Bin, as they savored their milk tea at the cinema entrance. Indeed, it's a phenomenal spectacle, Han Bin replied with a gentle smile, his gaze fixed calmly on the orderly crowd before them. Although he was affiliated with the Hung Hing gang, even knowing that this was orchestrated by Yi Tianlong, he felt no hint of jealousy. Despite still identifying as a Triad member, his perspective and stature had transcended several tiers above that of an ordinary gangster. He held a deep admiration for Yi Tianlong's remarkable journey, from nothing to becoming the formidable boss of the Tianlong group, a feat few in Hong Kong could claim. Yi Tianlong's prowess was something he could only aspire to, achieving a monumental success of 2 billion in finance while maintaining his identity as a Triad member was unprecedented. Throughout his years navigating the underworld, Yi Tianlong stood alone in this regard. His vision was equally commendable. Among the myriad of gangs on Hong Kong Island, which one could pivot entirely to security overnight and embark on the righteous path, not to mention Yi Tianlong's establishment of the Tianlong Group, encompassing numerous subsidiary companies and the acquisition of the Hong Kong Electric Company. Come on, let us go support this kid's box office, said Sister 13 immediately. Indeed. Chapter 72. The first day's box office reached 4 million, a seating occupancy rate of 99%. Cowardly Chun Haonan. In Causeway Bay, Shan Ji and others recounted the explosive success of various cinemas. Brother Nan, are we still going? Shan Ji said dejectedly, recalling the news of the demise of Hong Tai. In the past, their youthful fervor would have driven them to confront the issue head-on. However, with Big Brother B having met his end and Jiang Tianxing stepping down to make way for others, they understood the depths of the underworld. It wasn't a matter to be solved through reckless actions. Thus, their contemplative nature had somewhat tempered their audacity. Moreover, he remembered the last time they had attempted to disrupt Yi Tianlong's first film, only to be soundly beaten. Chun Haonan still bore a scar on his forehead from that encounter, having spent a considerable amount on repairing his MR2 sports car. Let us go, how can we not? Are we going to let Big Brother B's vendetta go unavenged? Chun Haonan said, exhaling smoke coldly. He hadn't sought trouble with Yi Tianlong lately for various reasons. Firstly, he and Jiang Tianxing were plotting, needing to discreetly support Zhang's return. Secondly, he was recruiting and strengthening his forces, needing to guard against Liang Kuan while also plotting revenge for Big Brother B. Where would he find the energy for all this? Still, Big Brother B's death weighed heavily on his conscience, and as the leader of Causeway Bay, if he didn't clash with Yi Tianlong, the underworld might soon forget about him. Chun Haonan. To put it plainly, even if he didn't intend to act, he had to at least make an appearance before Yi Tianlong. Humph, Yi Tianlong can thrive elsewhere, but in Causeway Bay, there's nothing I can't level. Let us gather some people and smash up his cinema. Collect some interest. Chun Haonan rose, surveying the surroundings as he spoke coldly. Everyone knew Yi Tianlong's intention to eliminate Hong Tai as a warning to others. For other gangs, this might serve as a cautionary tale. But Chun Haonan feared nothing and would not be intimidated. For the sake of his reputation, he had to take action. All right, Shanji, de Tian Air. And the others nodded, promptly making arrangements. Soon, Chun Haonan swaggered into a cinema with his entourage, and upon witnessing the bustling scene, his expression twisted with jealousy. Yet just as he was about to advance, he noticed personnel clad in Longmin security attire patrolling, along with a significant police presence ensuring order at the cinema. Chun Haonan paused for a moment and immediately said, let us go. Find another place. I refuse to believe there are police everywhere doing this kid's bidding. After a night of fruitless efforts, Chun Haonan and his crew returned empty-handed. It wasn't that he didn't want to instigate trouble. Rather, every cinema either had police support or rival gang members aiding them. Chun Haonan was indeed formidable, but he wasn't foolish. In such circumstances, it was impossible to act. Damn it, this kid Yi Tianlong is only getting bigger, with connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles. It will be even harder to touch him in the future. Shanji lamented, slumped over the table. What is the rush? Liang Kuan promised at the last meeting that he would seek justice for Big Brother B and the prince. When the entire gang mobilizes, how can we not bring down Yi Tianlong? Even if we can't kill him, we must make him bleed profusely. Besides, Mr. Jiang is currently securing funding for us in the Netherlands. Chun Haonan quickly reassured. The next day, Yi Tianlong arrived at Longmin Pictures, inspecting the filming progress and performances of Lin Jingying and others. They were all dedicated, especially Li Jiesin and her peers, who displayed remarkable depth in their acting and did not flaunt their status as leading ladies. Upon Yi Tianlong's arrival, a throng of beautiful actresses surrounded him, chattering animatedly. It was no wonder the film industry often seemed shrouded in darkness. Faced with such a multitude of attractive women, could one truly remain unaffected? However, at Longmin Pictures, Yi Tianlong had issued a strict ban on such matters. If he discovered any staff member, screenwriter, or even director daring to make inappropriate demands of the actresses, they would face dire consequences, either cemented in silence or made to vanish without a trace. In short, Yi Tianlong had various methods of punishment. He simply upheld his own standards. He emphasized a personable approach, valuing humanity and caring for his employees. So far, the implementation of this system had been quite successful. At least, no one had yet dared to challenge the rules established by Yi Tianlong. Mr. Yi, what brings you here today? Are you missing us? Qiu Shuzhen said with a beaming smile. Mr. Yi, it's scorching hot. Why not come over for an ice-cold drink? Mr. Yi, are you free tonight? Let us have a meal together. Mr. Yi, it's such a joy to see you. Mr. Yi, how did the box office perform for Sister Yi Yuqing's film? It must be doing phenomenally. One after another, they bombarded him with questions, leaving Yi Tianlong feeling overwhelmed. Nonetheless, he selectively addressed the most pertinent information. The film that premiered last night performed exceptionally well. The box office reached 4 million, with a seating occupancy rate of 99. As Yi Tianlong's words resonated, the entire room fell into silence. All the crew members stared in disbelief. Li Jiesin and her colleagues covered their mouths, their expressions reflecting sheer incredulity. Being industry insiders, they had some understanding of the underlying dynamics. A first-day box office of 4 million implied a potential to exceed 40 million. And that astonishing 99 occupancy rate, while not perfect, was unprecedented in the entire Hong Kong film industry. Such figures, even during the industry's golden age, were unattainable by major companies. It could be said that Longmin Pictures had now become a benchmark in the film industry. Furthermore, it might even rejuvenate the sluggish film sector in the coming years. This film's release was undoubtedly a miracle in cinematic history, a milestone etched in the annals of film, destined to be remembered for ages. Wow, amazing. It's a smash hit, a smash hit. The crew members snapped back to reality, engulfed in a frenzy of excitement and joy. Some individuals, overwhelmed by their elation, even fainted on the spot. Their enthusiasm was genuine. Not to mention, the benefits Yi Tianlong provided them were undoubtedly fair, surpassing the industry standards by leaps and bounds. The company's film has achieved remarkable success, and everyone has played a crucial role. Well done. This evening, you may all collect 10 Hong Kong dollars, 000 from the finance department. Celebrate as you wish. Upon seeing a stunning beauty dancing before him, and even feeling the desire of Li Jiesin and others to embrace him, Yi Tianlong promptly declared. He then swiftly exited the scene. Li Jiesin and the others were left feeling utterly disappointed. After finally being so close to Yi Tianlong, he departed unexpectedly. Chapter 73. The Four Heavenly Kings recruit under their banner. Breaking the rules of the film industry. Xiao Yifu harbored ulterior motives. Wang Jing released the news promptly. Yi Tianlong stated nonchalantly upon returning to his office. This data is sufficient to elevate the reputations of Longmin Pictures and Yi Yuqing by several tiers. Furthermore, there remains a month until the film's release. During this month, let the people of Hong Kong contribute a bit more to the box office, creating a cinematic legend. This is not too much to ask. Of course, he was aware that some envious individuals would be displeased. However, he was indifferent. Their envy and discontent stemmed from their own incapacity. What concern was that of his? With Wang Jing's announcement, journalists and media representatives flocked to the entrance of Longmin Pictures with the speed of lightning, eager to return to their studios and modify the hot topics, embellishing the details. Articles sprang forth rapidly, dominating the headlines of the day. The people of Hong Kong, through such channels, came to learn about the fervor surrounding I Am Crazy for You and its intriguing content, instantly developing a keen interest in the film. The people of Hong Kong, with their rich cultural heritage, revel in gossip and discussion. It is no exaggeration to say that if one were to stroll down the street, half of the conversations would revolve around I Am Crazy for You, Yi Yuqing, and others. As for public opinion, 1,000 people will yield 1,000 perspectives. Perfection is unattainable. Yet, it is equally unlikely that all assessments would be negative, with Shaw Brothers Pictures, Jia Pictures, and New Art City leading the charge. The entire film industry was left in shock. The explosive success of a film is often attributed to fortuitous timing and favorable conditions, marking Longman Pictures' debut film. This was understandable. However, the second film achieved an even more explosive response, surpassing the first. This was no longer a matter of luck. With a box office of 4 million and an astonishing occupancy rate of 99, how many works in the history of film have attained such figures? It was a complete annihilation, indeed, a devastating blow with no comparison. However, this success only fueled the discontent of these film companies towards Longman Pictures. Yes, Longman Pictures had indeed risen to prominence, even being heralded by the media as the future giant of the film industry, a box office legend, and a leader in the cinematic realm. Was this not a blatant affront to the entire industry? Moreover, it was a more severe affront than the first. They found themselves utterly humiliated, stripped of dignity. After all, they were substantial players in the industry, yet could not compete with a fledgling company, an utter disgrace, leaving them with nothing but envy, admiration, and jealousy. 10 days passed, and the various gangs in Mong Kok were thoroughly cleansed, achieving complete uniformity. Longman Security swiftly established its presence, and it would not be long before they achieved full coverage. It can be said that the entire Yau Ma Ti area was now under their control. Meanwhile, ticket sales for I Am Crazy for You remained as fervent as ever, with packed screening rooms and cinemas across the city. During these 10 days, Yi Tianlong was not idle, leveraging the momentum of the film's success. He instructed Wang Jing to announce that Longman Pictures was actively seeking talented actors, directors, and screenwriters who shared a dream, all committed to the grand vision of cinema. He also tasked Wang Jing with recruiting from various companies. His keen interest in Longman Pictures stemmed from a simple rationale. Not only could it help him launder his earnings, but also, in the future, the economic value brought by the film industry would be immeasurable. In other words, a certain star could command a remuneration of over 100 million for a single film, highlighting the potential profits involved. Additionally, the future of the film industry promised diversification, movies, television series, short dramas, variety shows, advertisements, and even live commerce. These were all visible sources of profit, and moreover, highly lucrative. Otherwise, Yi Tianlong would not be foolish enough to offer Li Jiasin and other newcomers annual salaries in the millions. Initial investments would yield returns in due time. Yi Tianlong had always maintained a long-term vision and perspective. Another 10 days elapsed, and the screening of I Am Crazy for You concluded. The final box office reached 60 million. Although it did not create the highest box office record in film history, it stood out remarkably against the backdrop of a declining industry, significantly elevating the overall standards of the film sector. It underscored the incompetence of various film companies. With the peak box office of 60 million, journalists and media representatives once again went into a frenzy. They rushed to Longman Pictures, determined to secure an interview with Yi Yuqing. Of course, Wang Jing and others became the targets of their attention. After all, they were very curious about the origins of this innovative film and its fresh perspective. Who was the screenwriter behind such visionary thoughts and capabilities, crafting 2 excellent films in succession? To handle these media inquiries, Yi Tianlong entrusted Yi Yuqing and Wang Jing to manage the situation while he focused on screening actors who had applied for auditions. These individuals hailed from various film companies: Guan Jiling, Wen Bixiao, Zhang Guorong, The Four Heavenly Kings, Xuan Gulong, Chow Yun-fat, and Stephen Chow, among others, including renowned directors and screenwriters. Yi Tianlong invited them to join Longman Pictures. The reason these individuals were so eager to join Longman Pictures was simple. Yi Tianlong had shattered the traditional rules of the film industry. He established clear compensation standards, offering the hottest female stars an immediate salary of 4 million. For other lead actors, annual salaries ranged from 2 million to 3 million. Positions for screenwriters and directors also came with excellent remuneration. In other words, even the janitors at this establishment earned more than double what their counterparts at other companies made. Under such circumstances, it was entirely natural for so many individuals to flock to Longman Pictures within a month. When the pressure from capital reaches a critical limit, individuals will evaluate these capitalists based on their own judgments. It is evident that, compared to other film companies, Longman Pictures is a remarkably conscientious establishment. Very well, Yi Tianlong. This is how you choose to play. You destroy my film base, disrupt the rules of the industry, and poach my talent. You truly have some nerve. Xiao Yifu slammed the newspaper down on the table, visibly displeased, with a tinge of envy evident in his expression. The final box office of 60 million was indeed a height they could only aspire to reach. As a titan in the film industry, he wielded substantial capital and connections. However, the gradual decline of the industry over recent years had reduced his once profitable projects from 10 million to merely 3 million. Profits are undoubtedly attainable. However, witnessing a nascent company burst forth like a dark horse, penetrating the entirety of the film industry for the second time is nothing short of audacious. This is akin to snatching food from the jaws of a tiger. Who can tolerate such insolence? In other words, it is as if a diminutive figure were to defecate upon the head of a giant. Can the giant remain unperturbed? Especially considering that his own film base is still under repair, with the police yet to provide any leads. This fuels his suspicion that Yi Tianlong is the perpetrator. For apart from Mai Jia and He Shichong, only Yi Tianlong would dare to sabotage his own film base. Moreover, Mai Jia and his companion are too preoccupied with their own troubles to risk incurring Xiao Yifu's wrath. Contemplating this, an unnameable fury ignites within Xiao Yifu, his gaze darkening momentarily before revealing a sinister countenance. In recent days, he has meticulously investigated the myriad factions within Hong Kong Island, gaining a comprehensive understanding of their dynamics. It is evident that animosities exist between many major groups, and Yi Tianlong, particularly with figures such as Chun Haonan, Deng Bo, and Liang Kuan, who harbored deep-seated grudges against him. Yet, he has no time to concern himself with these feuds. What matters to him is that these individuals can serve as sharp blades for his purposes. Nonetheless, instigating these individuals to confront Yi Tianlong is no small feat. As a longtime ally of Lianxing, Deng Bo has been evasive, offering a plethora of excuses. Although he has agreed to the terms, thus far, he has yet to deliver any tangible results. With this in mind, Xiao Yifu picks up the phone to contact Mai Jia and He Shichong. If Yi Tianlong continues to wreak havoc, even if he is not cast aside by the tides of time, he may very well be obliterated by Longmen film industry. Chapter 74, Arriving at the Golden Triangle. An armory as secure as Fort Knox. The following day, Yi Tianlong remains at Longmen film industry, negotiating copyright and profit-sharing agreements with various film distributors, successfully concluding discussions by noon. He plans to meet with the four heavenly kings when a satellite phone call from the Golden Triangle interrupts him. Trouble has arisen in the Golden Triangle. Yi Tianlong immediately summons Wang Jiangwo, Wang Jianjun, and others. Follow me to the Golden Triangle at once. The Golden Triangle, globally recognized as a dark forbidden zone, lacks a fixed authority, resulting in a complete absence of regulations. Here, the darker aspects of human nature are magnified without restraint. The region is rife with armed factions and rampant drug lords. Numerous clandestine backers, including warlords and armed groups, as well as some failing nations, covertly support various transactions. The entire Southeast Asia region and many global areas depend on the resources originating from here. It is not merely rhetoric. The stakes are high, as everyone desires a share of the pie. Among them, the influence of Kunsha is paramount, commanding an armed force exceeding 30,000 men, ruling over their territory. Following closely are second-tier drug lord generals like Dongfang Tuhok and Zhou Jia. The ranks include personnel from Southeast Asian factions such as Yunnan and the Kingdom of Siam. In essence, the Golden Triangle is a magnified version of Hong Kong Island. While Hong Kong is characterized by brawls, here, it is all about real firepower. It is within this context that Yi Tianlong, or rather, Ni Yongxiao and others, find themselves in conflict with the drug lord general. The Golden Triangle, bordered to the north and adjacent to Hong Kong Island, falls within the drug lord general's domain. Deep within the jungle, in a stronghold, a bespectacled man smokes a high-end cigar, listening intently to his subordinate Charlie's report, nodding with satisfaction. Charlie, the general's right-hand man and the leader of the entire mercenary group, is ruthless and possesses formidable skills in one-on-one combat. Beside him stands a mute bodyguard, known for his exceptional fighting abilities, particularly in Muay Thai. So, it appears that the structures erected by these Hong Kongers are not factories, nor intended for flour production, but rather for arms manufacturing. The general remarks, observing the offerings of dozens of AKs and various weapons from Ni Yongxiao with a nonchalant demeanor. Their structures are vast, peculiar, and highly secretive. However, the ability to supply such an arsenal indicates underlying issues. Charlie nods in agreement. Go, probe further, and demand that they provide me with 1,000 AKs and an additional 1 million every month. Otherwise, I will annihilate them. The general states coldly, exhaling a plume of smoke. Can he tolerate the establishment of an arms factory under the guise of a flower base right beneath his nose? Had it not been for Ni Yongxiao's timely offerings, he would have sent men to confront them even before the construction was completed. Furthermore, they are merely a group of Hong Kongers, insignificant in the Golden Triangle. Very well. I shall notify them immediately. Charlie replies and promptly exits the room. The arms factory, now fully completed according to Yi Tianlong's specifications, has seen the withdrawal of all related construction teams and equipment. Only the CF squad, Ni Yongxiao, and some mercenaries remain. Damn it. These scoundrels have not only gone back on their word, but have escalated their demands. Ni Yongxiao mutters after hanging up the phone. Mandala strides in, her long legs drawing attention, and casually remarks, "I told you, these individuals are nothing but insatiable wolves. They must be dealt with. Indeed, they have made a grave error in targeting us." Blade and White Wolf follow closely behind into the room. "If it were up to me, I would eliminate that so-called general tonight, to spare us the charade." Hearing this, Enai Yongxiao does not object. The reason for his earlier feigned submission was not fear, but a desire to avoid complications that could delay the construction of the arms factory. Now, however, the factory is nearly complete. Do not act impulsively. I have already informed President Yi. He will arrive shortly. Enai Yongxiao quickly interjects, noting the eager expressions on the CF squad members. Over the past 2 months, they have endured numerous assaults from various factions. He has witnessed firsthand their ferocity. A single shot to the head is mere basic training for them. They are fearless, with impeccable accuracy, effortlessly decapitating enemy commanders amidst a sea of foes. Even overcoming overwhelming odds is commonplace for them. They have successfully repelled countless invading forces, safeguarding the arms factory security. Very well, we shall wait. He concedes, after all. My blade is itching for action. In the dead of night, Yi Tianlong arrives with Wang Zhengwo, White Phantom, Gao Jin, and others. Simultaneously, the Dragon Mercenary Corps, formed by extreme agents and the Yin Yun 18 riders, makes its entrance. "Boss, President Yi." The crowd greets Yi Tianlong with respect. "All right, there are too many eyes here. Let us discuss matters inside." Yi Tianlong remarks, surveying the factory resembling a bird's nest with satisfaction. This colossal arms factory appears as a steel predator that has slumbered for millennia. The reinforced concrete walls stand at least 5 meters high, topped with a ring of barbed wire entanglements, and visible remnants of various animal carcasses litter the perimeter. The entrance looms like the maw of a colossal beast, forged from 3-meter thick steel. Flanking the entrance, blood-red warning signs are posted every 10 meters, inscribed in multiple languages, including English and Burmese, proclaiming that intruders will be dealt with mercilessly. Within the confines of the fortified walls, over a dozen concrete watchtowers, each soaring more than 20 meters into the air, are equipped with searchlights, heavy machine guns, and vigilant guards. The searchlights are custom-made by Yi Tianlong from abroad, capable of illuminating movements within a 3-kilometer radius. Moreover, the external defenses of the military factory are equally formidable. The first line consists of barbed wire strewn with steel spikes and landmines. The second line features 10 reinforced concrete guard towers, supplemented by a significant number of security personnel and heavy weaponry. The third line is a murky river of stagnant water. Its hue is sinister blackish yellow, tainted with a mixture of concentrated sulfuric acid and other hazardous chemicals that waft through the air. The fourth line, situated less than 100 meters from the military factory, is embedded within the jungle, rife with steel spikes, numerous traps, and landmines. In the future, even more protective measures will be implemented. After all, having invested such a substantial sum, maintained a considerable workforce, and undertaken extensive preparations, it is inconceivable to allow them to be easily subdued in this chaotic golden triangle. Chapter 75, The Law of the Jungle. The strong survive, while the weak perish. The Siege of General Dazai. Yongxiao, have they made further demands? Yi Tianlong inquired languidly as he sat on the sofa, igniting a cigarette. Indeed, just a few days ago, they insisted we provide tribute, or else they would annihilate us. I have already delivered a considerable quantity of weapons and US dollars to them. Today, they called again, demanding a monthly tribute of 1,000 AKs and 10 million US dollars. Enai Yongxiao replied, his voice tinged with indignation. 10 million US dollars and 1,000 AKs. How audacious they are. Mandala retorted with irritation. Yes, do they think we are a money-printing machine, solely for their benefit? Sandakeki scoffed. How many men does this general command, and what type of weaponry do they possess? Yi Tianlong asked, his demeanor unperturbed. The Golden Triangle is inherently a place where one is devoured without mercy. The law of the jungle dictates that only the fittest survive, while the weak are cast aside. Emotional responses yield no tangible value or influence. They likely have around 2,000 armed personnel, equipped with a combat helicopter and a plethora of weapons. While they may not constitute a regular army, some of their ranks include mercenaries of considerable skill. Enai Yongxiao blurted out. He had already conducted thorough investigations into this matter. Understood. Let us take a day to regroup and prepare for action tomorrow night, Yi Tianlong stated calmly. Initially, a smaller tribute each month would suffice for peaceful coexistence. But their insatiable greed is becoming excessive. Enai Yongxiao seemed poised to voice his thoughts. But Yi Tianlong was already aware of the young man's concerns. A contingent of armed forces would arrive tomorrow. He then instructed Enai Yongxiao to have everyone rest. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlong ventured alone into the various warehouses, extracting production lines and materials for an array of weaponry from storage. The assortment was vast, encompassing AKs, HK-416s, RPGs, grenades, F-22 fighter jets, and Apache helicopters. Subsequently, he accessed the system's commercial domain, expending 1.5 billion zero-point purchase credits to acquire 3,000 members of a death squad, all of whom bore Asian features. Their capabilities were formidable, comparable to modern-day elite soldiers, proficient in operating tanks, aircraft, sniping, shooting, and hand-to-hand combat. Dealing with an armed force of inferior quality would be a mere formality. Concurrently, Tianlong also redeemed an F-22 fighter jet, 3 Apache helicopters, 10 tanks, and several green trucks. In his quest to establish a foothold in the Golden Triangle, Tianlong spared no expense, draining 10 billion zero-point purchase credits. However, as long as the arms production commenced, every effort would be worthwhile. Yet, witnessing his dwindling zero-point credits, it appeared he would need to pursue further opportunities for accumulation. The following night, all personnel were prepared for battle, led by Sandakeki, with Mandala as his aide. They organized the combat mission and detailed deployments for the 3,500 troops. Report, boss, we are fully prepared and await your instructions. Sandakeki approached Tianlong with a serious demeanor. After nurturing these forces for 1,000 days, tonight I hope you will demonstrate your capabilities. The future of our military factory rests on the outcome of today's battle. Now let us depart. Tianlong exhaled a plume of smoke, scanning the room with a composed expression. Upon receiving the command, Sandakeki promptly led the troops away. What about these men and weapons? Ni Yongxiao inquired with curiosity. Ask what you must. What you should not inquire into remains beyond your purview. I will not renege on my promise to cleanse the Ni family's reputation. After delivering this statement, Tianlong strode into the hall. It was not that he sought to project an image of superiority before Ni Yongxiao. Rather, these matters were shrouded in secrecy, akin to a clandestine communication. Ni Yongxiao, brushing his nose, lit a cigarette, visibly trembling as he observed tanks and fighter jets taking to the skies ahead of him. Where did these come from? The implications are chilling. As the clock struck midnight, on a hill 10 kilometers from General Dazai, Sandakeki and his team convened. Surrounding them were a multitude of death squad members, appearing as phantoms, their advanced gear exuding an intimidating presence. Each was armed with an RPG, while some were heavy machine gunners, encircled by belts of ammunition, and others wielded sniper rifles, or HK-416s. Their ferocity was palpable. Given their impressive armament, confronting the general's disorganized forces would be akin to a devastating asymmetrical assault. Moreover, F-22s and Apache helicopters circled ominously in the sky, while tanks advanced steadily. Mandala, you are tasked with seizing the high ground, gathering intelligence, and prioritizing the elimination of sentries and key figures. Sandakeki reiterated the assignments. No problem, our CF squad excels at this. Mandala confidently nodded in agreement. An hour later, all members of the death squad had assembled, and under Mandala's guidance, the CF squad had taken optimal shooting positions, encircling the mountain and controlling visibility from all directions. Adjusting his sniper rifle, Mandala, utilizing night vision goggles, effortlessly surveyed the entirety of Dazai. Despite being referred to as Dazai, it concealed many secrets. The exterior served as the assembly point for personnel, while behind it lay flower cultivation sites and large processing factories. Mandala relayed this intelligence to Sandakeki and others via satellite phone. Concurrently, Sandakeki led the death squad to the periphery of Dazai, with tanks positioned to cover the area. The F-22s and Apache helicopters remained concealed in the sky, ready to unleash missiles at a moment's notice, providing comprehensive coverage of Dazai. Within Dazai, lights blazed, and numerous armed personnel patrolled, some even engaged in smoking and conversation. When will such days come to an end? Murmured a few men in green uniforms at the entrance, gazing into the pitch-black night with a sigh. An end? Don't hold your breath. Simply being able to eat in such chaotic times is a blessing. Aspiring for more? Perhaps in the next life. Indeed, as long as we are with the general, we have a warm meal, venture outside, and corpses are devoured by wild dogs. Very well. You all take your turns. I shall rest for a while, and will relieve you shortly. At this juncture, it was precisely the time for their shift change. A moment characterized by a dense congregation of personnel. As was customary, Lieutenant Charlie emerged to remind everyone of the critical points for the night shift. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Mandala, through her telescope, spotted Charlie. She was all too familiar with him, having faced his incessant provocations at their arms depot in recent days. She had longed to put an end to this pestering fool with a single shot. Take heed in your next life, and do not provoke me, she remarked coolly, her gaze turning icily piercing. Chapter 76, A Rain of Bullets. Missiles aflame. A dimensional assault. In the next instant, a gaping hole appeared in Charlie's forehead as he lectured from the platform. His body collapsed forward like a mummified figure, crashing heavily onto the wooden floor. devoid of even a twitch before his sinful life came to a sudden end. Below, the onlookers were largely oblivious, still grappling with fatigue and irritation, their minds elsewhere, failing to witness the moment Charlie's head was pierced. Some merely speculated whether he was unwell. Yet, a few discerned the bullet that had struck him like a bolt of lightning. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Everyone, take cover! Shouted the commander beside Charlie, feeling a trickle of blood on his face, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. But in the next heartbeat, a bullet arrived as if summoned by the Grim Reaper, penetrating his heart. Following that, a barrage of bullets rained down, plunging the entire camp into chaos. The general, who had intended to rest, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing the commotion outside. Cautiously, he drew back the curtains to peer outside. At that moment, his most loyal bodyguard, the mute, burst in through the door amidst the hail of gunfire. Just as the general turned, a bullet grazed his face, taking a sliver of flesh with it. Damn it! What a blunder! Sighed the Avenger atop the mountain upon witnessing this scene. Ah hell! A sniper! The general exclaimed, covering his face as he dropped to the ground, fixating on the barely alive mute. What happened? Lieutenant Charlie is dead. There's an enemy attack, boss. You must flee. I can no longer protect you. My apologies. The mute, expending his final breath to affirm his loyalty, succumbed with unclosed eyes. The general adjusted his glasses, rage flooding his features, though it was but a fleeting moment before he regained his composure. Swiftly, he approached a box, tidying up before retrieving a walkie-talkie to contact the helicopter pilot. Thereafter, he carefully made his way toward the exit. For one who danced on the edge of a blade, he had long prepared an escape route. At that instant, a series of violent explosions erupted throughout the camp, the ensuing shockwaves causing the wooden structures to tremble. The general fell to the ground, his previously calm demeanor now replaced by terror. At this moment, half of his heart turned cold. With years of experience navigating the Golden Triangle, he recognized the unmistakable signs of tank bombardments and RPG launches, and the sheer scale of firepower was extraordinarily rare. Could it be Kunsha? He gritted his teeth, forcing himself upright to glance outside, only to quickly retract his head, panting heavily as bullets whizzed by his doorway. This was it. It truly felt like the end. The air was thick with a relentless barrage of rockets, raining down like there was no tomorrow. Several fighter jets joined the fray, not only sweeping the area with gunfire, but also launching missiles with ferocious intensity. He recognized the Apache armed helicopter, for he owned one. Yet, the ominous F-22 was an enigma to him. He had seen propeller-less fighters, even the Me-262, but the F-22, with its sleek design and unmatched speed, was beyond anything he could fathom. Such aircraft were simply not within the reach of a drug lord in the Golden Triangle. As the general was engulfed in disbelief, the bombardment from tanks, F-22s, and Apache helicopters continued unabated. Within the camp, 3 wooden watchtowers had already collapsed, consumed by flames. On the ground, armed personnel scurried like ants on a hot pan, some even attempting to flee in decrepit green pickup trucks. Explosions of shells, rockets, and missiles sent vehicles soaring into the air, creating a dazzling display of chaos. Others sought to retaliate, brandishing heavy machine guns in a desperate attempt to down the wildly maneuvering F-22. In the blink of an eye, a hail of bullets swept through, leaving the gunner riddled with holes, while the Apache helicopter, under the command of the one-eyed Augustus Gibbons, unleashed a missile that struck true. When they next glanced, the location of the heavy machine gun had transformed into a massive crater. Within mere seconds, the camp was filled with craters and cries of despair, the air thick with explosions. Their arms depot had been decimated beyond recognition, and the structures of the camp became primary targets. In the dense jungle of the rear mountain, the general clutched a box, hiding in the underbrush, his body drenched in sweat. The sight of his residence engulfed in flames sent a chill down his spine. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have met a grim fate. He cast his gaze toward the hidden Apache helicopter in the mountains, a flicker of hope igniting within him as he sprinted toward it. However, in the very next moment, the pilot opted to take off, abandoning all concern for the general. But just as the pilot prepared to change course in the air, the F-22 appeared, blocking his path. What is happening? Why isn't the radar detecting anything? The pilot, glancing at the F-22 and then at his display screen, was gripped by terror, drenched in sweat. The absence of radar detection signified that the enemy's aircraft was superior, boasting formidable stealth capabilities. In a heartbeat, a missile struck, obliterating the Apache helicopter's fuselage. Moments later, it plummeted to the mountainside, erupting in a deafening explosion. Witnessing this, the general was engulfed by despair. Just a moment ago, he had been cursing the pilot, and now fear gripped him. Suddenly, his legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground, paralyzed by uncertainty. Run? There's no escaping this. Mandala, who had been tracking the general, set down her walkie-talkie, observing his despondent demeanor. She had been watching him ever since he departed the wooden shack, needing only to ascertain the location of his concealed Apache helicopter. With the threat neutralized, the general no longer had a reason to live. With a swift sound, a searing bullet sliced through the air toward the general's eyes. And as a muffled sound escaped his throat, his life came to a definitive end. At the same time, the tank barrels in the jungle glowed ominously red, ceasing their operations, while F-22s and Apache attack helicopters hovered in the air, bringing the bombardment to an abrupt halt, as if the world itself fell silent. The surviving assembly personnel breathed a sigh of relief, having sustained only minor injuries. As long as life remained, hope persisted. However, a dense throng emerged from the shadows. 3,000 Death Squad members, led by Feng Yuxiu and Gao Jin, charged forward with HK-416s in hand. The relentless hail of bullets saturated the area. Under such firepower, not even a mouse could escape, let alone a fly. Yi Tianlong's orders were clear: eliminate them all. These individuals were notorious criminals, each with blood from countless innocents staining their hands, not to mention their crimes in the flower trade. Their actions could be likened to those of the 21st century's most notorious terrorist, Jelani, if not worse. Chapter 77. The Golden Triangle is in chaos. The general's backdrop is the eight-faced Buddha, the audacity of the overlord. The following day, news spread throughout the Golden Triangle of the overnight annihilation of one of the major drug lord strongholds. The various factions within the Golden Triangle were shaken to their core. Even though the general was not as formidable as others in the region, he still represented a second-tier armed force with considerable strength. Even the top-tier armed groups, like Kunsha, would hesitate to engage him unless absolutely necessary, especially when facing substantial losses. The fact that he was obliterated overnight was utterly unexpected. Many speculated that Kunsha must have been behind it, given his unparalleled strength in the Golden Triangle. However, upon learning the details of the scene, the factions erupted in shock. The evidence was indisputable. Large craters dotted the landscape, and the firepower was all-encompassing. Such a level of firepower was beyond that of ordinary armed forces. Only countries like Myanmar or the Kingdom of Siam could muster it. Moreover, the destruction of the valuable cultivation areas and the complete obliteration of processing factories was not the typical behavior of Kunsha, who lacked such firepower. The news of the general's demise also took Kunsha by surprise. Although the general was not as powerful as he had the backing of the affluent eight-faced Buddha from the Kingdom of Siam. Even if Kunsha wished to move against the general, he would have to consider the formidable backing of the eight-faced Buddha. The fact that the general was wiped out overnight astounded him, especially given the ferocity of the firepower, which rivaled that of Myanmar. Which faction dared to make such bold moves in the Golden Triangle? Have we identified who it is? Kunsha asked his deputy, exhaling a plume of smoke. It appears to be a small force in the general's territory, having only arrived in the Golden Triangle a little over 2 months ago. According to our investigations, they have established an arms depot there. Given what I know of the general, this newcomer must have attempted to exploit him, proposing terms that were simply unacceptable, leading to his demise, the aide noted. Intriguing. A tough character and a formidable one at that. Since they are in the arms business, gather some funds to investigate their true capabilities. If the price is right, we can negotiate. Kunsha narrowed his eyes, speaking nonchalantly. Ever since he absorbed the Roani star, his power had been steadily growing. However, his equipment was still lagging behind. He had to contend with Myanmar while also solidifying his position in the Golden Triangle. If he did not upgrade his arsenal promptly, it would only be a matter of time before someone swallowed him whole. His ambitions were grand. He aimed to establish a sovereign state in the Golden Triangle. The foundation of his power must rest upon formidable military strength. As for Yi Tianlong's arms factory, he had no intention of meddling with it for the time being. To put it plainly, the general's destruction primarily impacted the interests of the eight-faced Buddha and various generals from the Kingdom of Siam, rather than himself. Although these powerful backers resided in the Kingdom of Siam, each held a representative in the Golden Triangle. Of course, apart from them, there were also entities like Yunnan and other Southeast Asian countries with their own armed forces in the Golden Triangle. The chaos of the Golden Triangle, renowned for its lucrative flower trade, attracted many eager to carve out a share. The more chaotic the lower-tier armed forces became, the more secure Kunsha's position as the top armed force in the Golden Triangle would be. Yes, boss. The aide nodded, exiting the room. The Kachin, Shanhua, and other major warlords were equally attentive to this matter, yet they were all observing Kunsha's response. After all, the area where Yi Tianlong operated primarily affected Kunsha's interests. If Kunsha remained passive, there was no need for them to act. Within the Kingdom of Siam, in a magnificent palace, the eight-faced Buddha, with beads in hand, meditated with closed eyes, reciting Buddhist verses. His life had been a cycle of sin in the first half, followed by a facade of repentance in the second half. At that moment, his capable aide, Bobby, rushed in to report the happenings in the Golden Triangle. Who is so audacious as to challenge my eight-faced Buddha? Do they not value their lives? A heavy, aged voice resonated from behind the screen. Though the tone was calm, it was rife with fury. It is a force that has only recently established itself in the Golden Triangle, calling themselves the Sky Armory. Are you certain that a new force possesses such formidable firepower? After a moment of contemplation, the eight-faced Buddha responded coolly. Yes, I have confirmed this matter in discussions with Kuncha. Bobby replied. Quite interesting. The eight-faced Buddha furrowed his brow slightly, exhaling a thin stream of smoke. He had navigated the Southeast Asian landscape for years, and none would dare to address him without reverence. Yet, here was a brash newcomer disrupting his domain. Moreover, they had eliminated a general he had trained for over a decade. The general's death was inconsequential. He was merely an agent. However, the value of flour was no trivial matter. Should we send some men to eliminate this Sky Armory? Bobby pondered aloud. This could be a prime opportunity for merit. Although Kuncha had confirmed the Sky Armory's formidable strength, boasting aircraft and tanks, he doubted a new force could rival the military might of Myanmar. Surely, they were merely boasting. No, Kuncha is waiting for an opportunity. He cannot have his way. First, we must ascertain who is behind the Sky Armory before proceeding. Also, go to the Golden Triangle and support the emergence of another force. We need to expedite the supply of goods. The people from Mexico are demanding them. Furthermore, deliver a warning to the Tianlong Armory, demanding they compensate 60 million within 3 months. Otherwise, they shall face my wrath. The eight-faced Buddha stated calmly. Ding. Congratulations, host. On seizing the drug lord's stronghold and destroying flour worth 30 million, as well as looting gold bars valued at 10 million, qualifying for the freebie reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. For ridding the world of evil, earning a 10-fold critical reward. 2. For billion free points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 30 integrated production lines for AKs along with 600,000 sets of AK materials. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 20 integrated production lines for HK 416S along with 400,000 sets of 416 Hong Kong dollars materials. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 20 integrated production lines for TPG rocket launchers along with 300,000 sets of RPG materials. Ding. Congratulations, host, for ridding the world of evil and earning a rare reward, an integrated production line for the F-22 and 30 sets of F-22 materials, an integrated production line for the CH-47 transport helicopter and 20 sets of CH-47 materials. Over at Yi Tianlong's side, having just finished his lunch, he was greeted with delightful news. It truly is a zero-cost purchase. This reward is extraordinary. The inclusion of an F-22 production line is particularly remarkable. Should it all be produced, it would be sufficient to unify the Golden Triangle. The netizens no longer need to worry about my lack of arms to sell. Chapter 78. Collaboration with Kunsa. A warning from the eight-faced Buddha. Meeting the arms dealer, the doctor. That night, cloaked in darkness, Yi Tianlong deployed all the integrated production lines within various factories. Despite the abundance of production lines, many of the armory's facilities remained vacant. From the outset of construction, he had anticipated that the future armory would be vast, hence selecting a wide area that spanned several dozen kilometers. Naturally, if space becomes insufficient in the future, he could always build a few more. 3 days later, Yi Tianlong remained stationed in the Golden Triangle, aware that with the general under his control, the remaining forces in the area would not rest. In those 3 days, there were no less than 30 incidents of disturbances, instigated by various scattered armed groups testing the waters. For these individuals, a few warning shots were enough to send them fleeing. Soon, a significant figure arrived, Kunsa's adjutant. Even as a notable presence, he was denied entry into the Tianlong Armory and was instead placed at a reception point outside. After a conversation with Mandala, he reported back to Yi Tianlong, indicating that Kunsa wished to purchase some weapons. Furthermore, it was communicated that the general had wealthy backers. The eight-faced Buddha of the Siam Kingdom. Regarding the prospect of collaboration, Yi Tianlong did not refuse. All that could be sold would be sold, albeit with quantity restrictions and at a higher price. He had no desire for Kunsa to acquire formidable weaponry only to turn around and attack his Tianlong Armory. The adjutant did not object to these conditions, as weapons were currently in high demand and difficult to procure given their status. After all, the Southeast Asian region is not vast, and only a few possess a significant stockpile of arms. The negotiations proceeded smoothly, with the adjutant paying a portion of the deposit before departing. The eight-faced Buddha, Yi Tianlong, narrowed his eyes. This individual was indeed a formidable character, adept in both arms and flower trades, with a business that spanned the entirety of Southeast Asia, including Hong Kong. He held a certain standing in the Siam Kingdom. and no general dared to offend him lightly. At that moment, an armed individual was brought in by Mandala, blindfolded. Mr. Yi. He claims to hail from the Siam Kingdom and bears a message from the eight-faced Buddha. Speak. Yi Tianlong exhaled a cloud of smoke, his tone nonchalant. The individual relayed. The Buddha says, your defeat of the general reflects his inadequacy, yet the general is under the Buddha's protection. He demands that you compensate 60 million within 3 months. After which this matter will be considered settled. And if I refuse to pay? Yi Tianlong chuckled softly, incredulous at the audacity to demand such a sum based solely on his reputation. The Buddha has said he will not be courteous to you. Upon hearing this, the young man began to weep, tears streaming down his face. Big brother, I am merely a messenger. This is not my affair. Very well. Return to your Buddha and inform him that within 3 months, I am willing to compensate. Yi Tianlong replied thoughtfully. At this juncture, the Tianlong armory was just getting started, and there was no need to confront the eight-faced Buddha head-on. 3 months would be ample time for him to grow stronger. Moreover, Kunsa had the most significant presence here. The eight-faced Buddha's decision to send an agent was merely a consideration for Kunsa, even if he possessed armed forces in the Siam Kingdom. Would he dare to brazenly cause trouble in the Golden Triangle? It was likely that, should the eight-faced Buddha's men arrive, Kunsa would eliminate them before Yi Tianlong even had to lift a finger. This was not mere conjecture. After all, even dogs mark their territory with their urine. Kunsa would not allow the eight-faced Buddha to create a disturbance. Suspicion and prejudice are mountains in the hearts of men. Begone. This time I spare your life, but next time, it may not be so fortunate. Yi Tianlong said coldly. Mandala, clear this area of armed forces. Those willing to surrender may remain and be tasked with guarding the mountain. Those who refuse, execute them. As for the innocent civilians, assist them as needed. Yi Tianlong commanded. Understood. Boss. Mandala nodded in agreement. By the way, Yongxiao, who was the arms dealer you were in contact with previously? Yi Tianlong inquired, fixing his gaze on Ni Yongxiao. The doctor. However, I have never seen her true face. All my dealings were with her subordinates. Ni Yongxiao replied, taking a deep breath. The doctor? Yi Tianlong squinted. Could it be her? Get in touch and inform them that I wish to meet the doctor. If that cannot be arranged, sever all collaborations with them. Yi Tianlong reclined on the sofa, his words measured. The profession of arms dealing is indeed fraught with risk and scarcity, yet the world is vast. And Yi Tianlong was not devoid of avenues for sales. Just as there are countless women in the world, one cannot hang their hopes on a single tree. It is not as if they are adorned with gold and diamonds. Selling them could reap tens of millions. Soon, Ni Yongxiao received a response from the doctor, expressing her willingness to meet Yi Tianlong at the Triad Palace in the Siam Kingdom. Without delay, Yi Tianlong set off with Ni Yongxiao, Gao Jin, and others. As for the Tianlong Armory, he entrusted its management to Mandala. In the Siam Kingdom, a prosperous era breeds individuals, while a chaotic era breeds generals. The entire nation, aside from the king of the royal palace, possesses army branches across land, sea, and air, with the army holding actual power and numerous generals emerging with their own troops. Compared to the Golden Triangle, this region is certainly better off, yet it remains a haven for warlords and arms dealers. The doctor is among them, arguably the largest arms dealer in all of Southeast Asia. At the Triad Palace, upon Yi Tianlong's arrival, the palace's decor was extravagantly luxurious, its layout impressive, surpassing even some 21st century structures in grandeur. Armed personnel patrolled the vicinity, and upon noticing Yi Tianlong's arrival, they immediately assumed alert postures, exhibiting remarkable professionalism. Clearly, these individuals were experienced mercenaries. We are here to meet the doctor. Please inform her. Ni Yongxiao promptly stated. After confirmation from the squad leader, Yi Tianlong and Ni Yongxiao were granted entry, while Gao Jin and the others remained outside. Upon entering the courtyard, a woman was elegantly sipping tea. Attired in a short purple qipao that accentuated her alluring figure, her hair elegantly styled, exuding an undeniable charm. A paragon of beauty, she epitomized allure. Beside her stood a young man, brimming with vitality, his icy gaze harboring a concealed menace, fixated on Yi Tianlong and his companion throughout. Greetings, doctor. This is the Mr. Yi I often speak of. Ni Yongxiao approached, eager to introduce. He was taken aback, having not anticipated that the formidable doctor was, in fact, a woman, and a stunning one at that. Yi Tianlong cast a glance at her, recognizing her visage without surprise. This woman was indeed the female doctor he had initially suspected. Emerging from the ranks of the Skywalkers, the real doctor had perished long ago. She was merely carrying on her husband's legacy. Chapter 79, Trading with the Doctor. The emblem of the Tianlong Armory, 416 Hong Kong dollars. Investigating the eight-faced Buddha. The doctor lifted her cold and enchanting gaze, fixating on Yi Tianlong. Handsome, tall, and striking, These were the only three adjectives that came to her mind. This stirred ripples within her heart. A sentiment unexpected for someone who had been a widow for many years. Of course, the passions and desires of the flesh were mere trifles. What truly preoccupied her was the enigmatic figure behind Ni Yongxiao, who not only commanded the Ni family, but also possessed the extraordinary ability to manufacture unconventional weaponry, an almost unfathomable feat. Take the AK, for instance. In the market, genuine articles were exceedingly rare, monopolized by the military and substantial armed forces, with the majority being mere imitations. It could be said that the AK, in terms of performance on the international stage, surpassed most firearms and had become mainstream. However, the AKs sent by Ni Yongxiao were not merely comparable to the originals. Their performance and precision far exceeded that of the legitimate models, which naturally warranted a significant price increase. The potential for immense profit was precisely why she was willing to expose her intentions to meet Yi Tianlong. You are Mr. Yi, I presume? I didn't expect you to be so young. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. The doctor rose, smiling as she approached Yi Tianlong to shake his hand, smoothing her skirt gracefully before sitting down. Please, take a seat, both of you. This is premium Tiguanyin tea. Do give it a try. Mr. Yi, President and I mentioned you have goods? How many? The doctor took a sip of tea and inquired casually. Within a month, I can produce 150,000 AKs, 100,000 HK, 416S, 50,000 RPG rocket launchers, 100,000 rocket shells, combat uniforms, grenades, and landmines, Yi Tianlong replied, according to his estimates. This quantity was neither excessive nor insufficient. After all, it was merely the beginning. By the end of the month, they could reach a scale of at least 4 billion Hong Kong dollars. Of course, this was only a preliminary estimate. Specific details would need to be discussed with the doctor. Are you certain, Mr. Yi? The doctor raised her astonished eyes and asked solemnly. She had been selling AKs and grenades on behalf of Ni Yongxiao for some time, and was well aware that the weaponry emerging from Yi Tianlong's hands far surpassed the originals in performance, commanding at least double the price. If the volume was substantial enough to establish a reputation, it could even be priced at 3 or 4 times the original. Of course, in a partnership, integrity is the foremost principle, wouldn't you agree? Yi Tianlong exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking nonchalantly, without a hint of steel on his person. He would not make such bold claims. By the way, I've seen the other weapons you mentioned, the 416 Hong Kong dollars. Is it your newly developed model? The doctor quickly caught on to the detail. Indeed, its performance surpasses that of the AK. As a fully automatic rifle, Yi Tianlong explained. No, my friend. Do you even understand firearms? Malfunction rate of 0.01, precision of 0.1. You really speak without thinking, Long interjected, unable to contain his anger. Growing up amidst firearms, he was intimately familiar with various models and their capabilities. The 416 Hong Kong dollars, as described by Yi Tianlong, was nothing short of a divine weapon, a paragon of perfection. Bragging was not to be taken lightly. Yi Tianlong's expression turned cold. The 416 Hong Kong dollars was indeed the king of guns and had undergone systematic optimization. Achieving such standards was entirely reasonable. Little brother, step back. Who permitted you to speak to Mr. Yi in such a manner? Sensing Yi Tianlong's wrath, the doctor shot a glare at Long, coldly asserting her authority. If the 416 Hong Kong dollars were truly, as Yi Tianlong described, its price would indeed be several times that of the AK. In other words, a unique and powerful weapon priced at 10,000 each was not unreasonable. Long, witnessing this, sniffed defiantly and withdrew to the side. I apologize, Mr. Yi. My younger sibling is brash and inexperienced. The doctor smiled apologetically. No worries, I understand. Yi Tianlong replied, taking a sip of tea. In that case, how about I see the HK-416's power? Certainly. Soon, Ni Yongxiao entered, carrying in 416 Hong Kong dollars. The doctor accepted it. Examining it briefly, equipped with a scope, its overall design and craftsmanship were flawless. Moreover, its weight and other attributes were exceptionally well balanced. Just a touch revealed to the doctor that once this weapon hit the market, it would undoubtedly be a bestseller, overshadowing the AK series. Subsequently, the doctor detached the magazine, discovering it contained 60 rounds, a substantial capacity that did not compromise the overall weight, thus surpassing 90 of rifles in this regard. With a series of bursts, the doctor expertly took up the 416 Hong Kong dollars, firing at the targets in the courtyard until all 60 rounds were expended. She then softly praised, perfect, truly perfect. Beside her, Long, skeptical, loaded another 60 rounds, eager to test the weapon himself. As the rounds finished, Long's face lit up with excitement. Sister, what a marvelous gun. The precision and ballistic performance are astonishing. It's a headshot machine, so simple yet precise to aim, with minimal recoil, yet the shooting remains stable. What a fine weapon indeed. Long lauded it as if he had encountered his beloved. All right, Along, you should apologize to Mr. Yi. The doctor interjected with feigned annoyance. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry for my earlier rudeness. Tonight, let me treat you to some lovely Thai girls. They are all top tier. Along awkwardly scratched his head. Let us forego the girl business. Since you like it, this gun is yours. Yi Tianlong said, stepping forward nonchalantly. All right. Thank you, Mr. Yi. With that, Along eagerly departed with the 416 Hong Kong dollars in hand. Young and reckless, he speaks without a filter. Please don't take offense, Mr. Yi. The doctor lamented. Not at all. Yi Tianlong replied with a slight smile. The two then returned to the corridor to enjoy tea together. The 416 Hong Kong dollars was not merely superior to the AK. Moreover, there were no similar weapons available outside. The doctor inquired while pouring tea for Yi Tianlong. What do you propose as the price for it? Yi Tianlong held a measure of appreciation for the doctor's physique, yet the matter at hand was of utmost importance. 8,000 each. What do you think? After pondering, Yi Tianlong articulated. First, he intended to position the 416 Hong Kong dollars as the flagship weapon of the Tianlong Armory, adhering to the principle of rarity to maintain its price. Secondly, the weapon's performance justified its price, and Yi Tianlong intended to offer the 416 Hong Kong dollars exclusively to high-end clientele, akin to the Maodai of the 21st century. It could not be allowed to become commonplace among smaller armed factions. Otherwise, it would merely devalue into a common commodity, while 8,000 was indeed on the higher side. As long as the weapon's reputation was established, sales would follow. Having experienced the 416 Hong Kong dollars firsthand, the doctor found no issue with the proposed price. All right, let us proceed as before. You assist me with sales, but the commission must be lower. You take 20, and my condition is that aside from the 416 Hong Kong dollars, you can set your own prices. How does that sound? Yi Tianlong stated calmly. He felt uncomfortable with the idea of 1 million yielding a 30% cut, or 100 billion leading to a 30 billion demand. 20% was a compromise he could reluctantly accept. Sounds good. After a moment of contemplation, the doctor acquiesced. After concluding a discussion on some pertinent details, Yi Tianlong initially intended to explore the kingdom of Siam, to savor the local customs and cultural nuances. However, during their conversation, the doctor inadvertently fidgeted, acutely aware that should he linger any longer, he might fall prey to the other party's intentions. Though the young woman was captivating and voluptuous, some matters are best not indulged. Under the doctor's farewell, Yi Tianlong embarked on his flight, simultaneously requesting the doctor to investigate the eight-faced Buddha on his behalf. Yi Tianlong anticipated a confrontation with the eight-faced Buddha in the future. Thus, acquiring knowledge in advance would be prudent. For understanding oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in countless battles. Chapter 80. D conveys a secret. An encounter with Xiao Yifu. In the villa of Tsuen Wan, Hong Kong Island, D, having just returned from a meeting with the United Victory Society, was seething with anger. The reason was simple. Deng Bo remained inflexible regarding the conditions for the position of the leader, asserting that only he who could seize Tsim Sha Sui would ascend to that role. Moreover, he was aware that during the past 2 months, Deng Bo had been covertly supporting Jimmy with all his might. Presently, Jimmy, thriving on the illicit trade of smuggled adult films, had garnered a considerable following, expanding his influence to the point of ensnaring individuals like Dongguan Boy. If this trend continued, Jimmy would soon possess the capability to rival him. And should Deng Bo relax his conditions for ascension, D would once again find himself embroiled in the fierce clashes of power. The situation was quite evident. Deng Bo was deliberately creating obstacles to thwart D's rise to power. Despite having made private assurances, D no longer trusted Deng Bo Chong Mao. Let's go to Tsim Sha Sui. D's eyes narrowed as he contemplated, smashing a vase worth hundreds of thousands on the ground before storming out. D, what's the matter? Why come to see me so late? Yi Tianlong, just back in Hong Kong, inquired with curiosity. If there were no pressing matters to disturb his slumber at such an hour, he would have certainly delivered a couple of slaps to D. D, with a pained expression, recounted some of the internal information from the United Victory Society. Oh, Jimmy, while he has seen some success, surely lacks the capability to contest your position, does he not? Yi Tianlong mused, reflecting on Jimmy's current situation. Although he had profited from the smuggling of adult films, his overall strength was insufficient to challenge D. Deng Bo's stance is clear. Only he who can capture Tsim Sha Sui can ascend to the leadership. After a moment's hesitation, D finally voiced his thoughts without reservation. Quite intriguing, it appears Deng Bo desires to see us mutually annihilate each other, thereby facilitating Jimmy's rise. Truly, Deng Bo is a seasoned player in the game. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlong immediately discerned Deng Bo's intentions. Casting a glance at the furious D, he smiled slightly. I cannot assist you in any way. Yi, since they show no mercy, I too shall be devoid of righteousness. I wish to collaborate with you, D declared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Collaborate? To help you eliminate the United Victory Society? Or to assassinate Deng Bo? I cannot comply. Yi Tianlong replied coolly. As one of the instigators behind the assault on his Longmin Film Company, Deng Bo was indeed a target for elimination, yet the timing was not right. The rationale was straightforward. If one were to engage, it must be with full force. Merely killing Deng Bo would be too simplistic. His demise would only pave the way for another Deng Bo to rise in his stead, rendering the endeavor meaningless. Yi Tianlong sought to ensure the complete subjugation of the United Victory Society to his will before taking action. This necessitated the involvement of an insider from within the United Victory Society. In truth, he held a favorable view of D. But the latter's fear of Deng Bo rendered him a precarious ally, to be utilized only in dire circumstances. Should one storm in with blades drawn to slay Deng Bo, it would equate to declaring war on the entire United Victory Society. Deng Bo, after all, was the most seasoned figure in the underworld, possessing connections and influence. Individuals in this sphere valued experience and loyalty, and it was uncertain who might come to Deng Bo's aid. It would be unwise to position himself, Longmin, and the Tianlong group as targets of collective animosity. Moreover, the Hongxing and Dongxing societies loomed in the shadows, ready to pounce. All these factors warranted careful consideration. Unless absolutely necessary, Yi Tianlong would refrain from making a move. If the enemy remained static, so would he. Adhering to a Confucian philosophy, let them scold. In truth, the one who orchestrated the assault on your Longmin Film Company was not Lin Bale, but Deng Bo. D stated coldly. I was already aware of that. Yi Tianlong replied nonchalantly as he lit a cigarette. D indeed possessed a modicum of intelligence, attempting to wield a blade against his adversary. However, he still fell short. Oh. Well then, D was taken aback momentarily. He had hoped to subtly redirect the blame towards Deng Bo, much like he had done with Lin Bale. If Deng Bo were eliminated, his ascension would be inevitable. Rash indeed. D touched his nose, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Deng Bo appears intent on eliminating you, and he has even enlisted foreign mercenaries to carry out the task. Hongxing, Dongxing, and several smaller societies may all be involved. Our society's primary target is the Tianlong group in Simsha Sui, which is also part of their grand scheme. Since we share a common goal, why not collaborate? D finished in one breath, fully aware of the dangers yet determined to press forward. He was resolute in proving that he, D, was the rightful leader of the United Victory Society. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlong inhaled deeply, his gaze unperturbed. This was merely a matter of time. However, he had not anticipated Deng Bo's audacity in jeopardizing the entire society's interests to eliminate him. It seemed that Xiao Yifu, Deng Bo's influential backer, was beginning to falter. Indeed, the Longmin Film Company had been consistently producing hit after hit, rendering even the top-tier film companies unable to make a profit. It was only natural for them to perceive him as a thorn in their side, a source of irritation. Very well, please elaborate. Yi Tianlong squinted his eyes and said. Soon, D divulged the relevant details. Overall, Deng Bo's plan was commendable. However, he underestimated Yi Tianlong. Even had D not come to warn him tonight, Yi Tianlong was confident that their schemes would ultimately fail. Moreover, Deng Bo had proven exceedingly generous this time, directly offering millions in funding. As the vanguard, D received over 10 million, showcasing his financial prowess. Proceed according to my plan from here on out, Yi Tianlong stated calmly. Subsequently, the two engaged in further discussions. The next day, Huang Yihua called Yi Tianlong, who smiled in response. So, you finally agreed? Yi Tianlong swiftly drove his Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost to TVB television station, where he met with TVB's founder, Li Xiaohai. Li Xiaohai, head of the Li family, had once established their fortune through flour, carving out a formidable reputation among the gangs of Hong Kong. However, with the passage of time, the Li family had since moved on to legitimate business ventures. Presently, the Li family's enterprises were numerous, including the Hysan Place in Causeway Bay and a plethora of hotel and real estate ventures, among which was the highly influential TVB station in Hong Kong. To his surprise, not only had Mr. Li summoned him, but he had also invited Mr. Xiao. Entering the room and scanning the surroundings, Yi Tianlong found not only Li Xiaohai, but also Xiao Yifu. However, he was not surprised to see that old rascal there. Historically speaking, although Li Xiaohai was one of the co-founders of TVB, various circumstances ultimately led him to transfer ownership to Xiao Yifu. Immediately following, Mr. Xiao Yifu, leveraging the synergy between TVB and the film industry, pioneered a novel approach, embarking on a path toward a resplendent life. Allow me to introduce you to this distinguished gentleman, Mr. Xiao Yifu of Shaw Brothers Studio. Mr. Li Xiaohai smiled warmly as he rose to present him. Mr. Yi, I have long admired your reputation. Meeting you today is indeed a great honor. Xiao Yifu stepped forward to shake hands with Yi Tianlong, even intensifying the grip. Mr. Xiao, you are too kind. My reputation pales in comparison to yours, Yi Tianlong remarked with a strained smile, simultaneously tightening his own grip. In the next moment, Xiao Yifu's expression turned unnatural, feeling as though his fingers might snap. With a sharp crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed, yet Xiao Yifu gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Yi Tianlong subsequently released his grip, recognizing that this was Li Xiaohe's domain. After all, he was the host, and decorum must be observed. Please, take a seat, Li Xiaohe said, pouring tea on the sofa, entirely oblivious to the exchange between the two men. Gentlemen, I find myself in a dire financial situation, and my time is limited. I wish to leave a legacy for the Li family while ensuring that TVB continues to thrive. Both of you hold shares in TVB and are formidable individuals with substantial clout. Here is my proposition, submit your offers. And whoever acquires my shares will become the largest stakeholder. After a few coughs, he wiped his brow with a handkerchief and added, I'll grant you half an hour to discuss. I'll step out for a moment. How about you let me take over? I can offer you compensation. Xiao Yifu lit a cigarette, speaking coldly. Compensation? How much are we talking about? Yi Tianlong inquired with a smile. Compensation? With your current financial strength. You are hardly a match for me, he mused to himself. The titans of the film industry may dominate the cinematic realm, but the financial disparities among the elite are vast. 10 million. It will be transferred tonight, Xiao Yifu stated nonchalantly. 10 million? How could you, Mr. Xiao, even dare to utter such a sum? I will give you 100 million, deposited within half an hour. Now, vacate TVB. Yi Tianlong declared without reservation. The offer of 100 million was more than sufficient to acquire Xiao Yifu's shares in TVB. Xiao Yifu clenched his fists, his gaze darkening. But the pain compelled him to relent. You young pup, don't be too arrogant. When I was starting out, your DNA helix hadn't even formed. And what of it? Yi Tianlong replied, sipping his tea leisurely. Now you're just an old man here negotiating with me. Do you think I would yield simply because of your age? What do you even amount to? Initially, as business people, they would typically refrain from such sharp retorts, but the news regarding Liansheng had left Yi Tianlong irked. If one cannot compete fairly, resorting to underhanded tactics renders further discussion moot. The waters of Hong Kong are deep. You're out of your depth, Xiao Yifu warned, suppressing his inner fury, enunciating each word distinctly. Out of my depth? Are you implying that you have a firm grasp? Acting tough in front of me. Do you not fear the winds may turn and lead to your downfall? Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning icy. He despised those who leveraged age to assert superiority, fully aware of the implications behind Xiao Yifu's words. Was he not merely emboldened by his supposed alliances with groups like Liansheng? Enough. There's no need to spin tales before me. I have no time for idle banter. Let your strength speak for itself. Observing the flush of embarrassment on Xiao Yifu's face, Yi Tianlong lit a cigarette. This display of psychological fragility indicated a life of privilege, or perhaps a prolonged state of comfort had weakened his resolve. Have you reached a conclusion yet? 10 minutes later, Li Xiaohe weakly entered, accompanied by Haimamai. Speaking felt laborious, prompting him to have Haimamai act as his mouthpiece. I can offer 300 million for your shares. And yes, it's cash. Let us sign the contract now, and I assure you the funds will be transferred tonight or by tomorrow morning, Yi Tianlong stated, uninterested in prolonged discussions with Xiao Yifu. The current market value of TVB stood at a mere 600 million Hong Kong dollars. Thus, the price of 300 million exceeded the worth of Li Xiaohe's shares. In fact, an additional 300 million could potentially secure the entire TVB. Do you understand the rules? Xiao Yifu retorted, as if 300 million had struck a nerve, causing him to lose his composure and speak in expletives. Very well, Mr. Xiao, since you cannot meet this price, TVB will henceforth be managed by Mr. Yi. Noting Xiao Yifu's lack of composure, Li Xiaohe coughed lightly before decisively concluding the matter. Mr. Li, Xiao Yifu attempted to protest, but Li Xiaohe waved him off. Please see yourself out. With Xiao Yifu, the disruptor, departing, Yi Tianlong and Li Xiaohe smoothly signed the relevant contracts. Yi Tianlong even assured that TVB would continue to provide opportunities for the descendants of the Li family. This was the only promise he could extend to Li Xiaohe. As for Li Xiaohe's fate, Yi Tianlong lacked the power to alter destiny. One could only say that every individual has their own starting point, journey, and conclusion. This encapsulates the essence of life. Thank you, Mr. Yi. As Yi Tianlong prepared to exit the office, Li Xiaohe remarked softly. He understood that this parting might be eternal. In truth, he greatly admired Yi Tianlong, recognizing the parallels in their journeys amidst turmoil. However, his own life was now in countdown mode. Mr. Li, do not mention it. I shall ensure that TVB endures, and your legacy will be remembered. With that, Yi Tianlong turned back to give Li Xiaohe a resolute look before departing. Assist Mr. Yi well in the future. As he relinquished his concerns, a surge of warmth escaped him, and Li Xiaohe succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. He ascended to heaven. Upon returning to Tianlong Group, Yi Tianlong received the news of Li Xiaohei's passing. Lighting a cigarette, he reflected, life is indeed unpredictable. Minutes later, Inai Yongxiao and Huang Yihua entered the office. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. Yongxiao, Li Xiao has passed. Tomorrow, I need you to attend the funeral on my behalf. Yi Tianlong exhaled a thick plume of smoke, speaking calmly. Yihua, you will take over TVB tomorrow. Focus on resource optimization and integration. Additionally, sever all of Li's real estate and trading interests at TVB, transferring everything to Tianlong Group's name to concentrate on building a cohesive film and television strategy. Currently, while TVB may be regarded as a television station, under the Li family's stewardship, it had veered more towards real estate and trade, straying from its core mission. Therefore, he intended to cut these ties while simultaneously fortifying Li's South real estate and trade ventures. Moreover, I need you to investigate Li's television. If possible, acquire it. Chapter 82. Xiao Yifu's Conspiracy, the plot thickens. The deceptive Dongbo, the hidden D of Big D. Li's television, also known as Asia Television, is poised to become a heavyweight in the film industry, akin to TVB. In Yi Tianlong's perception, at this juncture, Li's television is beset with a myriad of challenges, with the specter of defeat looming ever closer. The reasons are quite straightforward. Firstly, the pressure from TVB is a significant factor. To vie for supremacy against TVB, one must present sufficiently captivating programs and dramas to capture the attention of Hong Kong viewers. Although Li's television has invested heavily in producing numerous popular works over the past few years, thereby increasing its viewership, this has concurrently led to substantial financial losses, creating an imbalance in revenue and exacerbating its debt crisis. Secondly, the stability of its foundation is questionable, as one must inquire at the corners of the walls. Typically, any television station cultivates one or more star talents to anchor its presence. However, when these stars are poached, it results in a loss that is akin to losing both the bride and her dowry, an endeavor wasted. Many of Li's television's flourishing stars have defected to TVB and other stations or film companies, delivering a heavy blow to Li's television. Thirdly, due to the aforementioned issues, internal equity changes have become frequent, leading to a revolving door of management changes. The management is the backbone of a company, possessing absolute will and strategic direction. A change in personnel necessitates a shift in approach, resulting in an erratic strategic course that ultimately undermines the organization, often referred to as self-sabotage. In summary, poor management has led to inflated costs, a burgeoning debt crisis, mirroring the plight of Chun Ching Song's Jianing Group. An explosion is inevitable. Once that occurs, selling will be their only option. Whether they choose to sell now is of little consequence. What matters is that they are aware of Yi Tianlong's intent to acquire. Much like Li Xiaowei, had it not been for Yi Tianlong's prior strategizing, he would never have had the opportunity to compete with Xiao Yifu. As the saying goes, opportunity favors the prepared mind. No objections. The two nodded in agreement and promptly set about their tasks. In the deep of night, at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Central, Xiao Yifu, Deng Bo, Luo Tuo, and Liang Kuan gathered together. Before them lay stacks of cash amounting to a total of 80 million. The proceeds from his sale of shares in TVB to Yi Tianlong. In truth, he had hoped to collaborate with Mai Jia and He Guanchong, but after their last discussion, they were unwilling to continue their dealings with Yi Tianlong. Thus, he was left to act independently. This is the promise I made to you, Xiao Yifu said coolly, surveying the group. Deng Bo, 40 million, Liang Kuan, 30 million, Luo Tuo, 20 million. Is that agreeable? No objections. The three nodded, visibly satisfied. Although Luo Tuo received the least, he had also exerted the least effort. Furthermore, should they successfully seize Yi Tianlong's territory, their share would be worth far more than 20 million. I expect you all to honor your commitments. Xiao Yifu continued. No problem, Xiaozong, we await your command. Luo Tuo chimed in, stroking his nose. With the involvement of 3 premier syndicates, he felt quite confident. All right, return within 2 days. I need your full cooperation as per our agreement. Xiao Yifu stated, flicking off the ash from his cigarette. After Liang Kuan and Luo Tuo departed, Xiao Yifu turned to Deng Bo with dissatisfaction. How are things progressing with that so-called 8-faced Buddha from the kingdom of Siam? When will the assassin arrive? It has already been 2 days. If news leaks, this kid is not one to be trifled with. To be honest, he was genuinely astonished by Yi Tianlong's financial resources. Acquiring Li Xiaowei cost him 300 million, while purchasing his shares cost 80 million, all without batting an eye. It is worth noting that the total value of Xiao's film industry is only around 800 million. His loss was indeed substantial, yet he remained unconvinced. He'll arrive by tomorrow afternoon. Deng Bo took a deep breath and replied. Were it not for Xiao Yifu discreetly providing him with considerable personal funding and rallying support from Hongxing and Dongxing, he truly would not have wanted to be the one to take the lead. Good, let us have a pleasant collaboration, Xiao Yifu said, taking a swig of strong liquor. After parting ways with Deng Bo at the hotel, both sides departed separately. Didi, how have you considered my suggestion? As soon as he got into the car, Deng Bo's icy gaze fixed on Didi. Deng Bo, no problem. I am willing to take the lead and join forces with Lianxing to eliminate Longman. However, once this is over, the position of decision-maker is mine, not Jimmy's. Didi pulled out a cigarette and lit it, striving to calm his emotions, wearing his usual expression. Remarkably, Yi Tianlong's teachings on emotional management and psychological suggestion were indeed effective, particularly when he silently repeated to himself, Deng Bo, you are a worthless scoundrel, an arrogant fool. His tension dissipated, his breathing eased, and his trembling voice and fingers returned to normal. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, plagued by guilt and fearful of Deng Bo's authority, he would have already given himself away. Jimmy means nothing. I say you are you. Deng Bo, having consumed a bit of alcohol, said coldly, then suddenly pressed Didi's seat back. This action startled Didi to the core, nearly causing him to lose control of the steering wheel as his pupils dilated and his throat tightened in sheer anxiety. Until Deng Bo leaned in close to Didi's ear. Didi, it was never my intention to target you. Back then, Lin Bale had just died, and you were unwilling to send anyone to Jordan for rescue. I suspected you were in cahoots with that rascal Yi Tianlong, which compelled me to impose stringent conditions upon you. Jimmy was merely a distraction tool. Wow. Didi was momentarily stunned. Deng Bo's words echoed Yi Tianlong's prior hints. Almost prophetic. Yi Tianlong, truly remarkable. Deng Bo, I understand your good intentions. I will ensure this matter is executed flawlessly. Didi, regaining his composure, looked at the inebriated Deng Bo and said, Deng Bo, you should rest. I will take you home shortly. Deng Bo was very pleased with Didi's attitude. A teachable child. Deng Bo reclined back in his seat and closed his eyes. Through the rearview mirror, Didi observed Deng Bo slumped like a lifeless creature, revealing an evil grin. That night, Deng Bo was stealthily out and about, with only a select few aware of his whereabouts. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Soon, Didi pulled out his pager and sent another message to Yi Tianlong. Chapter 83, Xiao Yifu is dead. Meet Deng Bo at Fei Yi Mountain. Didi beats Deng Bo. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yifu drove away from the hotel, he arrived at a park and instructed the driver to stop. He needed to step out for a moment. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. The luxury vehicle was blown into the air, crashing heavily back to the ground, flames erupting, causing several picnickers in the park to flee in a panic. At the same time, Gao Jin and Aji drove past in a luxury car, witnessing the driver and Xiao Yifu engulfed in flames before they departed. Of all the people to offend, why target our Yi? Truly hopeless, Aji remarked, retracting his gaze with a hint of derision. Indeed, he has been given numerous chances to live, yet he insists on courting death. A person with assets of barely 1 billion thinks he can contend with Yi. He is merely a fleeting shadow lost in vanity. And such a fate is both tragic and lamentable, Gao Jin stated coolly, pressing the accelerator and speeding away at over 100 kilometers per hour. Wow, Jin Go. You have become increasingly cultured. What, was I not before? No, I meant ever since Yi Zong imparted the art of war to us, everyone has become more erudite. Be careful with your words, or I might just teach you a lesson. Jin Go. Let me test your knowledge. What stratagem from the art of war did Yi Zong assign us to do tonight? Deceiving the heavens to cross the sea. Secretly crossing Chunsong. Watching the fire from the other side. Jin Go, impressive indeed. In Causeway Bay, Yi Tianlong drove a luxurious car from his villa to Moth Mountain. This place was once the burial ground for the formidable Boss B, but before he could be persecuted by Liang Kuan, he was swiftly eliminated by Yi Tianlong. Ironically, when Boss B ascended to the Western Paradise, he would owe his thanks to Yi Tianlong. After all, Liang Kuan had intended to annihilate his entire family. In this light, Yi Tianlong appears to be the savior of Boss B's kin. Before one's eyes, a large pit had been excavated. Leaning against the hood of the car, Yi Tianlong sipped his milk tea, relishing the gentle caress of the summer night breeze upon his face. It was softer than a woman's touch. Soon, Didi arrived in his vehicle, stepping out to approach Yi Tianlong. Deng Bo is in the car, quite inebriated and asleep. It's amusing that they plotted my demise while reveling in their intoxication. Yi Tianlong exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze turning icy. Go, drag him out. Didi understood that the moment he had driven to Moth Mountain, there was no turning back. With a thud, the slumbering Deng Bo was unceremoniously dropped to the ground, primarily due to his considerable weight. Didi, have we arrived? Deng Bo stirred, weary and reluctant to open his eyes. We have reached your final resting place. Yi Tianlong's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, penetrated Deng Bo's ears. Deng Bo instantly opened his bleary eyes, the alcohol fading from his system. He surveyed his surroundings, the desolate wilderness sending shivers down his spine. Yet, What terrified him more was the presence of Yi Tianlong. Yi Tianlong, what is the meaning of this? Deng Bo rose, leaning against the car door, straightening his disheveled jacket, his eyes like brass bells scanning Yi Tianlong and his companions. His gaze was sharp and lethal, as if it could kill. Truly, the former emperor of the underworld, Deng Bo commanded respect in the realm, instilling fear even into Di, who recoiled 3 steps back. However, Deng Bo's wrath and authority held no weight against Yi Tianlong, rendered utterly ineffective. Deng Bo, you have long held a revered position in the underworld, seldom making public appearances. For a junior like me to seek an audience with you is no easy feat. Yi Tianlong spoke softly, then offered him a cigarette. Yi Tianlong, you are not worthy to play tricks in front of me. Speak plainly, what brings you here? Deng Bo's eyelids flickered as he feigned calmness, accepting the cigarette, igniting it, and taking a deep drag. With the D present, what matters could possibly require your attendance? Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes, his cold stare piercing like a blade toward Deng Bo. In that moment, even the astute Deng Bo felt a tremor of fear within. He chose not to respond to Yi Tianlong's inquiry, instead glaring at D with palpable fury. D, I have treated you well, taking you in since childhood and treating you like a son. Why have you betrayed me? The last sentence erupted from him like a thunderous roar, causing D to tremble in fright. D, those who aspire to greatness do not sweat the small stuff. How Deng Bo has treated you, enlighten him. Do not let it be said that I, Yi Tianlong, exploited you. Yi Tianlong inhaled the smoke, quietly reprimanding D. In truth, he was quite displeased with D's current demeanor. After all, at this juncture, he should not be cowering. How could he, in a few days, expect to control the entire Heilianqing organization? Yi Tianlong had no intention of supporting a coward. Deng Bo, do you not understand? You, with your antiquated notions of seniority. I am the one with the most power and wealth in Heilianqing, the leader of Tsuanwan. It was agreed that elections would occur every 2 years. Yet I have been waiting for years. Do you have any idea how I have endured the changing seasons during these years? Your incessant talk of righteousness and balance, supporting those beneath me, I have tolerated it all, even refraining from contesting with them. When I expressed my intent to run in this election, you dismissed me for lacking qualifications, citing the need to balance Lin Bei. Yet you continued to support Jimmy. Now you say I should penetrate Sim Sha Sui and let me ascend, seeking to undermine my strength. Do you think I am a fool? D erupted, his fury akin to a firecracker, unleashing a tirade against Deng Bo. It was evident that spit flew from his mouth, splattering Deng Bo's face. Meanwhile, the flesh on Deng Bo's countenance trembled uncontrollably, his pent-up rage reaching a boiling point. With a swift slap, he struck D's face. D, is this enough of a ruckus? Everything I do is for the sake of the organization. I owe you no explanations. Wake up. Do you realize you are a member of Heilianqing? In a moment of clarity, D, emboldened, or perhaps pushed too far, retaliated with a fierce slap that shattered the car window. Clearly, this vehicle was of inferior quality compared to Chun Haonan's MR2. Enough, D, once we clear the air. How can you be so disrespectful to your elder? Yi Tianlong discarded his cigarette, but, pulling Deng Bo from the window, then revealing a congenial smile. Deng Bo, today I seek but one answer. Speak it, and I shall spare your life. Chapter 84. The Emperor of the Entertainment World. Codeword. D betrays Deng Bo. Ask away. Deng Bo gasped, breathless and feeble. So, you have contacted the assassin from the Eight-Faced Buddha, correct? When are they due to arrive, and where will you meet? Yi Tianlong inquired, having not anticipated offending the Eight-Faced Buddha during his trip to the Golden Triangle, only to cross paths with them again upon returning to Hong Kong. Since this was the case, why not eliminate the problem? Better to resolve one issue at a time. You, D, how could you betray me? Deng Bo realized that D had completely sold him out. At this moment, his only thought was to kill D, but before he could voice it, Yizong, you cannot do this. You cannot let this old man go. If he returns, I am surely doomed. D exclaimed in utter terror. You worthless trash. Do you think you can compare to Deng Bo? Feng Yuxiu turned his back to Deng Bo, delivering a flying kick that sent D tumbling over the cliff. Deng Bo, are you satisfied? Yi Tianlong remarked coolly. Quite satisfied. Deng Bo replied, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Mr. Yi, D could collaborate with you. And I too would like to partner with you. How does that sound? Very well. I have long harbored such intentions. You are the most reputable figure in our realm. Together, we could dominate all of Hong Kong. Yi Tianlong did not rush to inquire further, aligning with Deng Bo's proposal. Subsequently, he revealed his desire for D to take control of Heilianqing. Mr. Yi, I am willing to collaborate. As a gesture of goodwill, I will immediately call the Eight-Faced Buddha to withdraw their men. What do you think? Deng Bo suggested hopefully, having glimpsed a sliver of hope for survival. No. I intend to personally eliminate these individuals. Yi Tianlong's gaze was resolute as he recounted the entirety of the situation concerning the Golden Triangle. You were also engaged in arms dealing there. Deng Bo was left utterly speechless, and in that moment, he realized the gravity of the individual he had provoked. The transaction would take place at the Quiet Sing District Dock at 2 o'clock tomorrow night. Our agreed-upon code this time pertains to a specific category of goods. Deng Bo paused briefly before suggesting, perhaps I should accompany you tomorrow. Indeed, with the deceased, I find myself without a powerful ally in Lianqing. However, should you fail to cooperate, I am capable of supporting another, such as Jimmy. I could even dismantle Lianqing right now if I wished. You know I possess the strength to do so? Yi Tianlong gritted his teeth, speaking coldly. The items Deng Bo referred to fell into 5 distinct categories. Tea represented flour. Seafood denoted smuggled high-value goods, such as gold. Number 5 referred to the purity of the flour. White paper indicated the raw material for flour, and salted fish represented smuggled tobacco and alcohol. In other words, the likelihood of Yi Tianlong deducing the correct code was merely 1 in 5. Yi Xiaoyifu has been dealt with. He was obliterated in an explosion we orchestrated. And at the same time, Gao Jin and Aji arrived. What? Xiaoyifu is dead. Deng Bo panicked as Aji grinned. Haha, we merely placed a bomb. Nothing to be astonished about. Deng Bo, the opportunity is yours. You have 10 seconds to disclose the coded item, or you shall join Xiaoyifu in his fate. After all, you are old friends. Yi Tianlong inhaled deeply, having completely lost his patience. 10, 9, 8. As Yi Tianlong counted, Gao Jin drew out the large black star. The sound of the chamber being loaded echoed like a specter demanding a soul, sending shocks through Deng Bo's mind and heart. T. Realizing the icy muzzle was pressed against his temple, Deng Bo hastily exclaimed, Are you certain? If I discover you are lying, you will meet the same fate tomorrow. Yi Tianlong replied nonchalantly. No, it's number 5. Deng Bo immediately altered his claim upon hearing this. Very well, let us depart. Stay with me tonight. If your claim proves true tomorrow, you shall live. If false, I will obliterate your entire lineage. Yi Tianlong stepped forward, supporting Deng Bo, and cautioned him. Upon hearing this, Deng Bo shuddered, wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained. Noticing Deng Bo's peculiar behavior, Yi Tianlong turned and left, like the wind, without pausing for even a moment. Deng Bo was left in a daze, failing to grasp Yi Tianlong's intentions. At that moment, Didi was pulled back from the precipice. Deng Bo, I nearly perished just to bait you. The incredulous Deng Bo stared wide-eyed at Didi, his mind racing. MMP, it turned out that from the very beginning, both Yi Tianlong and Didi had been playing a ruse, their aim to extract the transaction location and code from the person associated with the 8-sided Buddha. I was acting. Were you not doing the same? Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes, speaking leisurely. In a transaction with a code, there are numerous variables. If the code does not match, the likelihood of a direct confrontation is 80%. It's up to you, a 50-50 chance. Deng Bo clenched his teeth, feigning calmness. He believed the facade he had constructed would keep Yi Tianlong guessing, thus ensuring his own survival. However, enough, I shall not waste any more time with you. Didi, come forth and eliminate Deng Bo. I will fully support your ascension. Yi Tianlong said indifferently. Didi, gripping the knife, eyed the imposing Deng Bo with a hint of trepidation. Choose wisely. My earlier promise to Deng Bo still stands. If you do not kill him, I shall eliminate you. Yi Tianlong narrowed his eyes, then raised his hand, signaling Feng Yuxiu to produce a camera, prepared for the moment. With someone like Didi, one must be cautious. Indeed, one must be overtly cautious, lest his pride lead to betrayal at any moment. Hearing this, Didi swallowed hard and tightened his grip on the knife, seemingly resolved. As he approached Deng Bo, for he understood that Yi Tianlong was speaking the truth. Yi Tianlong, even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Seeing Didi advance towards him, Deng Bo vented his frustrations. Having navigated the underworld for a lifetime, he never anticipated being outmaneuvered by Yi Tianlong time and time again. Moreover, he had not expected Yi Tianlong to grant him no opportunity. Yi Tianlong, do you not wish to know the true code? I already know, thank you. Yi Tianlong discarded his cigarette, but, his gaze sharp and frigid. Observing this, Didi took action. The scene unfolding beautifully as he vented his pent-up grievances from these past years. Feng Yuxiu, deliver Deng Bo to Hongxing. Yi Tianlong commanded before departing. As for Didi, he would be tasked with the grim duty of disposing of the body. After all, Deng Bo was his predecessor, and since he was the one who had slain him, it was only fitting. Chapter 85. Yi Tianlong's warning shakes the underworld. At Qian Kuan International Film Production Company, Liang Kuan was engaged in a game of blackjack with a woman, both engrossed in a game of 21. Damn it, I'm done. Liang Kuan exclaimed in frustration after losing consecutively, startling the woman beside him. Just then, head horse Shaggy barged in. Brother Kuan, There was an explosion on XX Street in Central, and the deceased is Xiao Yifu. What? Liang Kuan's eyes widened, and he rubbed his ears. Could you repeat that? The deceased is indeed Xiao Yifu. Shaggy replied meekly. This piqued Liang Kuan's interest. Upon hearing this, he narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. The death of Xiao Yifu could mean that the forthcoming operations might be jeopardized. However, he was curious about who could have orchestrated such a murder. Could it be Yi Tianlong? Brother Kuan, are we still going to pursue the Dragon Gate? Shaggy could not contain his curiosity. Since Jiang Tiansheng had stepped down, Liang Kuan had taken the helm of Hongxing, and ever since, Chun Haonan had relentlessly pressured him for revenge during the Hongxing meetings. Fixating on the deaths of the big boss B and the heir, as the leader of Hongxing, Liang Kuan was compelled to take tangible actions to appease the members of Hongxing. Otherwise, he would struggle to maintain order. Liang Kuan was acutely aware of this and had continuously used various excuses as a shield. However, with Xiao Yifu now out of the picture, he was ready to conclude matters. Yet, he had not anticipated that they were on the verge of action when Xiao Yifu was eliminated. Let us proceed. But I need to reconvene with Deng Bo and Camel, Liang Kuan said, rubbing his temples in resignation. The arrow is already knocked. How can it not be released? He was well aware that he had prepared Chun Haonan and others for action. If they did not proceed, they would face pressure from Chun Haonan and the other hall masters. Before rising to power, he had always desired to be a carefree leader. But now that he had assumed the role, he realized that within Hongxing, each individual harbored their own interests and thoughts. It was all trivial matters, and he was expected to make decisions personally. He found himself reminiscing about the days when he could act without restraint. Just as he was about to pick up his phone to call Deng Bo, a subordinate barged through the door, carrying a box that was dripping with blood. The young man trembled, his face pale, and his lower half was drenched in blood. Liang Kuan, whose temper was already explosive, was about to unleash a tirade but restrained himself upon witnessing the scene, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What on earth happened?" Yes. Just now, someone named Feng Yuxiu asked us to give you the box." The younger brother stammered. "What on earth?" Shaiqiang and Lian Kuan exchanged glances. Shaiqiang, suppressing his anxious heart, hurried forward and seized the box. In the next moment, he trembled uncontrollably, as though he had encountered a ghost. It's really him, speak." Witnessing Shaiqiang's terrified demeanor, Lian Kuan slammed the table in anger. "You two have never seen anything before." Shaiqiang swallowed hard and placed the box directly on the table. Upon seeing the contents, Alma let out a scream and fainted. "Damn it, what the hell?" Lian Kuan, startled, tossed his cigar aside, leaped up, and kicked the table away, shouting, "Get it out, get it out, get it out." It was evident that he was terrified as well. Shaiqiang covered his nose and pressed down on the younger brother. "Aren't you going to take it away?" The younger brother, feeling wronged, thought to himself, "Why is it always me getting hurt?" He closed his eyes, hugged the box, and rushed out. A minute later, Lian Kuan calmed his emotions, trembling as he picked up the cigar from the table and took several deep puffs, his gaze darkening. "Damn it. That brat Yi Tianlong is truly lawless. He killed Deng Bo and even sent me the head. This is outrageous." He recalled that he had only met Deng Bo and Xiao Yifu at 8 o'clock. How long had it been? Both were already dead. He understood the implications of Yi Tianlong's actions, killing a chicken to scare the monkey, specifically to send a warning to him, Lian Kuan. In other words, he knew everything about their conspiracy. Therefore, Xiao Yifu's death was linked to him. "Hey brother, what should we do? This lunatic dares to kill Deng Bo and Xiao Yifu." Shaiqiang spoke in a timid, tearful tone, filled with fear. Having navigated the underworld for many years, he had killed before. But he lacked the courage to face someone like Deng Bo. As for Xiao Yifu, he was a media mogul with considerable renown. People of his caliber didn't even have the privilege to meet him. Should we spread the news? Let the underworld know. Spread? What are you talking about? Yi Tianlong is a businessman who would take your words seriously. Or do you want to take the blame for Yi Tianlong, making others think we killed Deng Bo? You brainless fool. Lian Kuan slammed the table in fury. If anyone was truly terrified right now, it was him. With both Xiao Yifu and Deng Bo gone, who was next? "Damn it, Shaiqiang. Go get 30 strong men to guard the entrance 24 hours a day. I don't want to see anyone." Lian Kuan swallowed hard, immediately ordering. He was acutely aware that if Yi Tianlong could kill Deng Bo, he could easily kill him as well. "So, are we still going to do Dragon Gate tomorrow?" Shaiqiang nodded dumbly and cautiously inquired. "Yes, let Chen Haonan take care of it himself. Just say I've gone to Macau and am not in Hong Kong. How he wants to retaliate is none of my business." Lian Kuan exhaled a thick plume of smoke, gritting his teeth. "I know what to do now," Shaiqiang replied, scratching his nose before leaving. In the room, Lian Kuan gazed at the blood pooling on the table, contemplating, then dialed Luotu's number. East Star headquarters. Luotu was busy charming a woman when he answered the phone lazily. "Hello, Lian Kuan, calling me this late. Is there some good news? Have you received any news?" Lian Kuan probed. "None, what's up?" Luotu frowned. sensing something was off in Lien Kuan's voice. Today he sounded a bit timid. What was going on? Xiao Yifu is dead. And Deng Bo is dead. After a brief silence, Lien Kuan's cold and trembling voice came through the phone. Get out. Luatu felt a chill run through him. Suddenly standing up and kicking the woman beside him aside, swallowing hard. Is this for real? Xiao Yifu was blown up in his car. Deng Bo's head is here with me. Yi Tianlong had someone deliver it. If you don't believe me, you can come and witness it. Lien Kuan said calmly. This is insane. Luatu exclaimed, instantly panicking. What does Yi Tianlong want to do? Alright, my advice is for you to tread carefully tomorrow. Think about the rest on your own. With that, Lien Kuan hung up the phone. Trembling, Luatu put down the phone, lit a cigarette, and fell into deep thought. Chapter 86, Annihilation of Assassins. Expanding Dragon Gate. The media empire grows. The next day, Yi Tianlong summoned Big D. Now that Deng Bo is out of the way, it should be no problem to take over the whole Lianxing, right? Yi Tianlong inquired while having breakfast. No problem. Big D replied with a cigarette in his mouth. Nodding vigorously. Good. I expect you to have it under control within a month. Otherwise, I will come personally. You know I never cultivate idlers. Yi Tianlong wiped his mouth with a napkin and reminded Big D, fixing him with a steady gaze. Yi Tianlong's plan was straightforward. Once Big D took control of Lianxing, he could expand some legal businesses under their premises. Moreover, he understood that without sufficient strength, one could not create a monopoly. Otherwise, the Hong Kong government would intervene. Given his current capabilities, he was not in a position to confront the government head-on. As for Big D's competence, that remained to be seen. Big D trembled slightly, agreeing again before departing. That evening, Yi Tianlong, accompanied by Wang Zhengwo and others, arrived at the Kuaitsing district pier, while Feng Yuxiu and the others were tasked with maintaining order in their respective territories. With Deng Bo's disappearance and Big D's internal suppression, Lianxing was certainly unable to act. As for Hongxing, Yi Tianlong had already issued a warning. Regarding Dongxing, they were a bunch of old schemers. Knowing that Lianxing was leading, they would not stir. At 2 o'clock, the pier was deserted, with fishermen returning home to sleep. The breeze remained refreshingly cool. Soon, a boat emerged from the darkness, approaching the pier. It stopped 100 meters away. Zhengwo, go and signal. Just say number 5. Yi Tianlong squinted his eyes and instructed. Wang Zhengwo nodded and piloted a small fishing boat over. Before long, the signal exchange went exceptionally smoothly, with the other party maneuvering their boat to the shore. A glance revealed over 20 individuals, their features distinctively marked. They were all from the kingdom of Siam. Armed and exuding a fierce aura. The murderous intent they carried was far beyond that of the average gangsters in Hong Kong. Wang Zhengwo helped tie the boat to a steel pillar on the pier. The leader was highly cautious, scanning the surroundings for abnormalities before leading half of his men off the boat. Yi Tianlong had no intention of wasting words with this group. He tossed aside his cigarette, but the moment it hit the ground, a flurry of figures emerged from the surrounding boats. Ba Zhong, Adong, and others, raising their AKs to unleash a barrage of gunfire. Simultaneously, Wang Zhengwo hurled the hidden explosives from the shore onto the boat. And a thunderous explosion reverberated across the pier, sending a towering mushroom cloud soaring from the sea. On the pier, the 10 or so assassins never even laid eyes on Yi Tianlong before their bodies were riddled with bullets. Truly deserving of its title as the series of stalwart heroes. They remained resolute, even as bullets riddled their bodies, not uttering a single word. Yi Tianlong couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for them. If only they could survive amidst such a hail of gunfire. Ah, it is finished, concluded, time to depart. Yi Tianlong ignited another cigarette and nonchalantly drove away. As for those aboard the ship, he held unwavering confidence in their demise. The explosives were not only immensely powerful, akin to missiles, but also bore radioactive effects, containing instruments of death within. Simultaneously, Chun Haonan and his men were preparing to storm Tsim Sha Tsui. Fortunately, Jiang Tianxing had arrived discreetly in Causeway Bay just in time, allowing this young man to escape a dire fate. Their absence, however, did not imply that Yi Tianlong would simply acquiesce. In the realm of reciprocity, he was determined to exact a toll from them, even if he could not consume the entirety of Dongxing and Hongxing. That very night, he sent Gao Jin and his men to assault Causeway Bay, while dispatching Feng Yuxiu to strike Central, for each of these territories housed various syndicate interests. The annexation taking place that evening was merely the initial step. In due course, he intended to gradually absorb Dongxing, Hongxing, and every corner of the underworld, establishing Longmen Security as the guardian of safety for all enterprises under the Tianlong Group. The following day, numerous syndicates in Causeway Bay faced defeat, their territories forcefully seized by Longmen Security. Although Hongxing and Dongxing endured some losses, they could withstand it. However, smaller syndicates cried out in despair, for many of their venues constituted their entire livelihoods. Yet, Their lamentations bore no fruit, as they faced the indomitable Longmen. Chun Haonan, having lost half of his territories, lamented incessantly, escalating the situation to Hongxing. Nevertheless, Liang Kuan, preoccupied with his own troubles, remained sequestered at home, indifferent to the plight, leaving Chun Haonan to swallow this bitter pill alone. Concurrently, several media outlets reported on the death of Xiao Yifu and the gunfight at the Kuaixing terminal, inciting a wave of panic among the citizens of the island. The authorities, unable to withstand the pressure, dispatched an elite team to investigate these two incidents. As for these matters, Yi Tianlong exhibited no concern. He visited Shaw Brothers' studio to engage with relevant executives about a potential acquisition. After deliberation, they ultimately consented to sell. The death of Xiao Yifu was a significant catalyst, compounded by the fact that Yi Tianlong had already acquired the other two leading film companies, Sinicheng and Jia Film. Prior to his arrival, it was evident that the intent was to monopolize the entire film industry. With Longmen Films currently reigning supreme, many smaller film companies had already collapsed, and mid-tier companies were barely surviving, leaving the top companies reliant on their past successes. Perhaps, joining forces with Longmen Films would prove more lucrative. As Yi Tianlong aptly stated, "We are all here to make money. It matters not who the boss is, as long as there are profits to be made." Ultimately, considering a myriad of factors, they decided to transfer ownership to Yi Tianlong. 10 days elapsed, and Yi Tianlong had engaged in negotiations with virtually every film company of notable strength. Some executives, convinced of their destined prowess, believed they could shatter the status quo and surpass Longmen Films through trials and tribulations. Thus, they refused to sell. Human beings, after all, harbor dreams, and Yi Tianlong naturally respected their choices. However, after this 10-day period, Longmen Films had successfully acquired the top 3 film giants and several others, integrating resources and finances with efficiency. Numerous stars were enlisted, and a plethora of talented screenwriters and directors lined up. With such a formidable lineup, even if Yi Tianlong, the literary scribe, failed to produce themes and works, their capabilities could undoubtedly yield a multitude of high-quality productions. Simultaneously, he effortlessly acquired the prestigious Lee's Television. Stars like Zhang Guorong were welcomed into his fold. Now, Yi Tianlong commanded 2 renowned television stations, with an abundance of female stars under his banner. It wouldn't be long before he consolidated the entire film resources of the island, turning monopoly into not just a dream, but a matter of time. The expansion of Yi Tianlong's media empire was visibly progressing step by step. Chapter 87. The rules of the syndicate are shattered. The enlightened foolish Chang and the ignorant Chun Haonan. In the Hongxing headquarters, numerous hall masters had assembled. Most bore haggard expressions, their faces reflecting traces of anger. In recent days, the Longmen members had behaved as if possessed, seizing territories by night, while Longmen security forcefully established themselves by day. They could neither win in battle nor compete effectively. The reasons were manifold, particularly when essential figures transformed into Longmen security, bolstered by police support. To call the authorities would be akin to walking into a trap. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as their venues were devoured by Longmen at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, those untouched by Yi Tianlong's encroachment remained indifferent. The warmth and coldness of human connections were known to each. Even the boastful brother Ji had fallen silent, resembling a wilted monkey. "Everyone, I've lost half of my territory in Causeway Bay. What about you?" Upon noticing the silence, Chun Haonan immediately rose to steer the conversation. "Enough. Haonan, the Longmen's power is now immense. Can you truly defeat them?" 13 May, seeing through Chun Haonan's intentions, spoke with exasperation. She too had witnessed her influence in Mong Kok swept away by Longmen. Yet she reached an understanding with Gao Jin and others. As long as she refrained from engaging in the flower trade and allowed Longmen security to settle in, she could endure. Otherwise, had Yi Tianlong cleared out Mong Kok, she would have been driven from Borrington Street long ago. Thus, she remained unperturbed. "Oh, AB and the prince are dead. What of it? Things change, and there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. We are all here merely to seek fortune." I advised against provoking Yi Tianlong from the outset. Yet you, Chun Haonan, insisted on cornering Kuan Gu into making a decision. And now look where we are. Deng Bo has vanished, and Dongxing has been attacked. We are all affected, you foolish man. Foolish Chang slammed the table, unable to refrain from mocking. His tone was notably sharp now, as Liang Kuan, having risen to prominence, had directly appointed him as hall master. The enmity between them had festered since their days as underlings, and now, as hall masters, it had only intensified. "What nonsense are you spouting? Brother B and the prince were part of our syndicate. How much have they contributed? Is it wrong to seek vengeance for them?" Chun Haonan's eyes glimmered coldly as he gritted his teeth. "Are you, Chun Haonan, still asleep? For the sake of 2 deceased individuals, are you willing to place the entire Hongxing in jeopardy? Will seeking revenge against Yi Tianlong resurrect them? Will it elevate the syndicate? Will it win back our underlings? You speak without thinking. I implore you, Chun Haonan, to open your eyes and perceive the current landscape, rather than remaining ensnared in the shackles of reputation. Foolish Chong stood, enunciating each word clearly. In the past, he too deemed the syndicate's face vital, engaging in conflict to uphold pride, garner influence, and recruit new members. Thus, establishing a formidable reputation was of utmost importance. However, in the face of the now dominant Yi Tianlong, what significance did reputation hold? Setting aside the possibility of reclaiming it, the present circumstances of Hongxing rendered it utterly inconsequential. You, my friend, disregard the principles of the underworld. Sooner or later, Hongxing shall meet its demise at your hands. In the face of Sha Chong's admonitions, Chun Haonan exhibited no signs of enlightenment whatsoever. Alas, it seems you are just like Big Brother B, stubborn and inflexible. Conversing with someone of your ineptitude is futile. Sha Chong, rubbing his nose, retook his seat, ignited a cigarette, and, emulating Liang Kuan, puffed away with an air of nonchalance. However, the discourse of the two men struck a chord with Chun Yao and the numerous hall masters, illuminating their understanding. Particularly, Sha Chong's remarks bore considerable weight. In these times, one cannot rely solely on the code of the underworld for survival. Strength and financial resources must be robust, or who would wish to ally with you? Especially with the emergence of Longmen security, which has shattered decades of traditions among the gangs of Hong Kong. Their subordinates don tailored suits and ties, receiving a steady monthly salary comparable to that of mid-level white-collar workers, along with various benefits. What underworld figure would not be envious? In other words, had it not been for the formal records of their subordinates, many would have long since sought greener pastures. They are acutely aware of this reality, yet they remain reluctant to acknowledge and accept it. At that moment, Liang Kuan arrived, and everyone greeted him in unison. Brother Kuan, please have a seat. Liang Kuan took a deep breath, revealing a forced smile. Since his encounter with Uncle Deng, sleepless nights had plagued him, perpetually fearing an assault from Yi Tianlong's men. He was indeed rattled. I am aware of your circumstances. Yi Tianlong is indeed despicable. Now share your thoughts. Liang Kuan lit a cigarette, leaning back in his chair as he began to smoke. We must fight. Otherwise, how can we preserve the dignity of Hongxing? Chun Haonan sprang to his feet, his voice resonating with fervor, rivaling the imposing presence of Big Brother B from years past. Chun Haonan had anticipated that the others would rally behind his sentiments, casting approving glances his way. However, as his words concluded, the room erupted into genuine laughter, with some casting bemused glances as if he were a fool. No, my friend. You clearly did not heed Sha Chong's words. You show no adaptability. How pitiful. Sha Chong remarked, exasperated. Enough, sit down. Stop leaping up at every opportunity. You are not the main character, and not everyone is focused on you. I do not support violence. Hongxing has never engaged in petty squabbles. 13. Make and integrate with Long Men while maintaining independence. I can achieve that. Han Bin, who rarely spoke, declared. Indeed, I concur with Brother Bin's perspective. Mutual destruction benefits no one. Bai Gu and others echoed in agreement. Since Jiang Tianxing's departure from the gang, they had lost their anchor, having effectively aligned themselves with Liang Kuan, whose vision differed from Jiang's. While Jiang sought to consolidate power, Liang was keen on profit, bringing substantial benefits to the organization and lucrative dividends to its members. With everyone reaping rewards, why engage in violence? Their rapid shift in stance was primarily due to Liang Kuan's inaction and Longmen's overwhelming strength, leaving them speechless. Given this reality, if one cannot defeat them, perhaps joining them is the solution. There is no sense in feigning the role of a big shot. It is utterly pointless. After all, the lessons from Uncle Deng's fate serve as a stark reminder. Yes, Uncle Deng has vanished, but all of us have navigated this underworld for decades. We understand what disappearance truly signifies. It is merely a change in terminology. You bunch of cowards. Had Mr. Jiang been here, he would never have stood idly by. Chun Haonan shouted, his face flushed with rage, akin to someone who had taken several punches. Chun Haonan, mind your language. How can Jiang Tianxing be compared to Brother Kuan? If you do not wish to continue, simply leave the gang. Do not sully this space with your negativity. No one is obliged to tolerate you. Sha Chong retorted coldly. Chun Haonan gritted his teeth. Under Liang Kuan's leadership, he truly did not wish to continue, yet the thought of Big Brother B tormented him. Moreover, he felt the weight of Jiang Tianxing's trust in him. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to utter the words, I am leaving. Chun Haonan, I do not wish to hear such sentiments from you again. Liang Kuan stated with a calm authority, having sensed the collective will of the group. He then surveyed the room. I believe that in dealing with Yi Tianlong, it is best to prioritize harmony. After all, we are all here to seek fortune, and there is no need for mutual destruction. If we can all profit, why engage in conflict? Furthermore, I trust you have all received the recent news. The northern faction has begun negotiations with the Hong Kong government. What they are discussing remains unknown to us, but it is evident that the government has been rigorously cracking down on gangs lately. The winds of change are upon us. We must adapt to the times. The old ways of violence and bloodshed are no longer viable. If I were to provide an example, look at Tianlong. The goal is to cleanse oneself and gain legitimacy. What do you all think? The hall masters engaged in discussion, ultimately reaching a consensus to prioritize peace. Since there are no objections, I shall personally represent the gang in negotiations with Tianlong regarding collaboration. Liang Kuan concluded thoughtfully. Excellent. If we can partner with Mr. Yi, it will lead our gang towards glory. Sha Chong was the first to express his agreement. Shen Haonan's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 88. The Changing Environment. Setting sights on the property group. All is prepared. Only the wind is missing. The Dongxing headquarters, equally burdened, bore the countenance of distress among Wu Jiwei, C2 Haonan, Sha Meng, and Lei Yaoyang. It truly is a case of trouble arrives uninvited. They had not provoked Longmen, yet Longmen had still encroached upon them. Boss, Tianlong is going too far. Several of my venues have been taken over by them. Moreover, where Longmen security operates, our goods cannot be distributed, and if this continues, I will not be able to support my subordinates. C2 Haonan lamented. His situation mirrored that of Chun Haonan, having lost most of his territory in Causeway Bay, unable to win in confrontation and thus forced to retreat, leaving behind weakened venues to scrape by. We must stage a significant operation, or at the very least teach Longmen a lesson, so they understand our capabilities. Otherwise, how can we continue to exist in Dongxing? Sha Meng sighed, his voice tinged with bitterness. Wu Jiwei, Wu Ya, and Lei Yaoyang remained silent, sipping their tea. From Prince, Big Brother B to Lin Bale, Hong Tai, and Uncle Deng, what fate awaited those who opposed Tianlong? Each and every one of them surpassed those present in strength. Loyalty and profit are undoubtedly important. Yet one must consider the living examples. Boss, I believe we must exercise caution. While we are unaware of the specifics regarding Lianxing, it is clear that Hung Hing and other gangs are facing formidable pressure from Longmen, just as we are. I think we can afford to wait. Someone will inevitably act recklessly, and the first to step up will be the one to bear the brunt of it. If we engage Longmen now, we risk incurring even greater losses. Furthermore, Longmen's power is currently at its zenith, subtly hinting at a monopolistic dominance. Those who are overly ambitious will surely meet their downfall. The government will not overlook such matters. Just like the case of Inspector Lei Luo controlling the 4 major families, in the end, he too was suppressed by the government. Wu Jiwei, ever the astute strategist of Dongxing, articulated the gang's interests with clarity and precision. At the same time, he astutely analyzed the impending shifts in the dynamics of the underworld. I concur with Zhihui. He is absolutely correct. The situation has evolved, and adapting to the times while preserving one's strength is the undeniable truth. Violence and bloodshed will ultimately lead to obsolescence. Uncle Ben, who has typically refrained from expressing opinions, took a sip of tea and remarked nonchalantly. Like Deng Bo, he is an old hand in this realm. Over the decades, he has consistently monitored societal trends and the moves of the Hong Kong government. In other words, had the Hong Kong government deemed the existence of organizations unnecessary, he would have long since distanced himself from Dongxing. Why would he remain in the shadows, playing the role of a senior figure, occasionally needing to make public appearances? Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. From this day forth, in the face of Longmen, we shall resist if we can. If we cannot, we shall withdraw. Do not bring me trouble, or I shall not hesitate to be unyielding. The usually peace-loving and respectful Lata stated directly. The 14K, Yamaguchi-gumi, and Chung Sing-e organizations swiftly convened urgent meetings for intense and profound discussions to address the current situation. On the side of Chun Haonan, after concluding the meeting, he departed from Hong Kong Island and set off for the Netherlands to meet his elder brother, Jiang Tianxing. Meanwhile, Tianlong initially contemplated resuming old ventures to seize some goods for small-scale profit. However, following his previous victory over the general and the subsequent reward, he found himself in a position of abundance. At the same time, he was reviewing the information prepared by Huang Yihor regarding the Land and Development Group, intending to expand Tianlong Construction's influence throughout Hong Kong Island to achieve exclusivity. Relying solely on the current scale would be insufficient. The Land and Development Group controls a vast array of land resources and real estate development projects across the island. Should he manage to assimilate this real estate giant, it would undoubtedly propel Tianlong Construction to unprecedented heights. It is important to note that Tianlong's ambition in the construction sector extends beyond simply saturating Hong Kong Island. He aims to venture beyond it and penetrate the northern markets. The northern regions are characterized by their vastness, abundant resources, and dense population. The economic value derived from even a single household owning a home is incalculable. There is also potential to introduce various Southeast Asian nations into the mix. Historically, the Land and Development Group has weathered numerous crises and remains a dominant force in real estate, poised to continue its supremacy in the future. In Hong Kong, the most renowned structure is the core area of Central, which boasts over 450,000 square meters of Grade A office spaces and high-end shopping malls. This architectural marvel has earned the title of the Great Landlord. Its influence extends into the northern regions and Southeast Asia, where it has left its indelible mark through iconic buildings. Such a lucrative entity is one that Yi Tianlong must claim for himself. Presently, the timing is optimal for Yi Tianlong to acquire the Land and Development Group. Firstly, negotiations between the northern regions and the Hong Kong government, representing the ancestral British Empire, have led to significant fluctuations in the real estate market of Hong Kong Island, resulting in a sharp decline in prices. Secondly, the Land and Development Group has made substantial investments in real estate. However, due to mechanical inefficiencies, the construction timelines are prolonged, cash flow is sluggish, and as projects multiply, so too do their debts, culminating in a precarious financial situation. Thirdly, in light of the Kowloon warehouse matter, the Jardine Matheson Group has decided to relocate some of its assets to Hong Kong Island. With major players shifting their assets, the Land and Development Group is understandably apprehensive. This core reason compelled Kaiser Henry to divest from the non-core Hong Kong Electric Group amid competition from Yi Tianlong, Lao Li, and Shin Song, opting for cash to sustain the core operations and expenditures of the Land and Development Group. Fourthly, the Hang Seng Index across Hong Kong Island is currently on a decline. For the Land and Development Group, as a publicly listed company, each point decrease translates into substantial losses. Considering all these factors, Yi Tianlong's confidence surged. He has been eyeing the Land and Development Group for quite some time. With financial, material, and human resources at his disposal, only the process remains. Mr. Yi, the current debt-to-equity ratio of the Land and Development Group has reached 200, and our investigation has revealed that they have pledged 15 office buildings and 10 hotels to HSBC, Swire, C.K. Hutchison, and other firms. The valuation of these pledges exceeds market prices by 30. Moreover, they are engaged in a series of repeated pledges for cash. And thus far, the Hong Kong government has yet to uncover this loophole. Additionally, their external investment ratio has doubled compared to last year, Huang Yihua stated before pausing. They are liquidating assets. They may be preparing to transfer their assets. Kaiser Henry has indeed mastered the rules, Yi Tianlong remarked, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the materials on the table. The practice of leveraging pledged assets for cash is a grave offense. Do they believe that having the Jardine Matheson Group, a century-old British enterprise, as their backing will shield them? He then opened another document, which Huang Yihua had prepared at his request regarding the Land and Development Group's operations. In the futures market, Tianlong Financial had, a month prior, executed account operations to acquire futures contracts for 20,000 tons of copper and secured cobalt futures worth 500 million Hong Kong dollars. If settled with a five-fold leverage, Yi Tianlong could amass 3 billion, enabling him to short half of the Land and Development Group. This opportunity loomed like a sword of Damocles, poised to strike at the very heart of the Land and Development Group. In the stock market, he had also purchased a 20 equity stake valued at over 1 billion, which could potentially double. Prior to the negotiations with the northern regions and the British Empire, the Land and Development Group's market capitalization was 10 billion. However, due to the negotiations, it has significantly diminished to just 6 billion, and that is merely an estimation. Upon reaching this point, Yi Tianlong lit a cigarette and stated nonchalantly, "Contact Kaiser Henry and inform him that I have a significant business proposition to discuss." Understood, Mr. Yi. Huang Yihua nodded in response, collecting the materials from the table before departing. Just then, a phone call came through, and Ai Yongxiao immediately said, "President Yi, Liang Kuan wishes to invite you to dinner tonight at the Peninsula Hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui." "Liang Kuan, you say?" Yi Tianlong exhaled a puff of smoke, tapping his fingers on the sofa as he pondered for a moment. "Very well." Chapter 89. The attitude of Li Qian at the Peninsula Hotel. That evening, Yi Tianlong traveled from Causeway Bay to Tsim Sha Tsui. The Peninsula Hotel, akin to the Mandarin Oriental and Central, is one of the most prestigious hotels on Hong Kong Island, often favored by numerous dignitaries visiting the island. Rumor has it that the Queen of the British Empire once rested at the Peninsula Hotel, contributing to its illustrious reputation, and it remains one of the world's most renowned hotels even in the future. Before long, Liang Kuan arrived with his trusted confidants, including Sha Chong. Realizing that Yi Tianlong had yet to arrive, Liang Kuan signaled to Sha Chong and the others to position themselves along the sides of the hotel, ready for action. They had even donned suits, shedding the image of the lowly short mule from before. Meanwhile, Liang Kuan waited, smoking a cigarette, his demeanor devoid of the usual impatience or anger. He understood that this was Yi Tianlong's domain, and that realization weighed heavily on him. Do not be deceived by Hongxing's status as a top-tier organization. The underlings may bask in glory, but their influence is limited to a few streets. While they boast a purported membership of tens of thousands, the actual number of individuals who could be mobilized barely exceeds 10,000. And they are scattered across various regions of Hong Kong Island. In summary, they cannot be compared to Yi Tianlong's Longmen Security, which operates on an entirely different level. Soon, Yi Tianlong and Ni Yongxiao arrived in a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Liang Kuan squinted, casually discarded his cigarette butt, and hurried over to personally open the car door for Yi Tianlong, a smile gracing his face. Mr. Yi, you are too kind, Mr. Li. Yi Tianlong stepped out, adjusted his suit, and patted Liang Kuan on the shoulder, saying, Liang Kuan is my name in the underworld. My real name is Li Qiankuan. My film production company, Qiankuan International, derives from that. Ah, Mr. Yi, it's merely a small gesture. Please, after you. Li Qiankuan immediately gestured for them to enter. Indeed, Yi Tianlong and Ni Yongxiao made their way towards the Peninsula Hotel. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. As they passed by Sha Qiang and the others, a chorus of greetings erupted. Yi Tianlong felt a wave of irritation wash over him, dismissing the trivialities. Inside the luxurious private room, an array of exquisite dishes had already been laid out. Yi Tianlong and Ni Yongxiao took their seats. Mr. Li, this is quite extravagant. Have you gone to great lengths? Yi Tianlong remarked, a cigar perched between his lips, his tone laden with meaning. Mr. Yi, to be candid, I have come to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Li Qiankuan replied with a smile, taking a breath. Now that you are the head of Hongxing, a figure of high status, are you not concerned that collaborating with me might diminish your stature? Yi Tianlong exhaled a plume of smoke, his tone teasing. Li Qiankuan was someone Yi Tianlong held in a certain regard. Despite his arrogance, he possessed a keen intellect. In the realm of film and television, he had ascended from obscurity to prominence, proving his competence. Otherwise, with his abilities, he could have made Hongxing shine brightly. It was known that during his lifetime, no one from Dongxing dared to provoke Hongxing. Upon his demise, even Jiang Tiansheng, a head, was slain. This was enough to illustrate the formidable nature of this individual. Cough, cough. Li Qiankuan cleared his throat. Mr. Yi, I acknowledge that there have been grievances in the past. Rest assured, Hongxing will not trouble you in the future. And if trouble arises? Yi Tianlong retorted, unyielding. He felt it necessary to set the tone early, for he knew that regardless of Li Qiankuan's sweet words, conflict was inevitable. This was a foregone conclusion. Moreover, he recalled how Jiang Tiansheng had easily relinquished his position to Li Qiankuan, employing a clever ruse. Yi Tianlong had not forgotten. Now, the landscape of the underworld had shifted. One could never underestimate the return of this old adversary. Mr. Yi, as long as I remain in power, I can promise that no one will seek trouble with you. Li Qiankuan stammered. Very well. With that, Yi Tianlong chose not to press further, continuing. I wonder if you wish to collaborate in your personal capacity or on behalf of your organization. Personally, what do you wish to collaborate on? Yi Tianlong asked, intrigued. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Mr. Li Shaohai and Mr. Anai, to wash away my past and start anew under your guidance. Upon uttering these words, Li Qiankuan's demeanor relaxed. As the head of Hongxing, he had always held himself with pride. Initially, he thought such an admission would be humiliating. But once the words were out, he felt a sense of liberation. That is feasible, but why should I assist you? I currently lack for partners, Yi Tianlong replied, seemingly dismissive of Li Qiankuan, as if he regarded the head of Hongxing as inconsequential. Collaborating with Yi Tianlong might be simple, yet earning his respect required a significant display of humility. Moreover, Li Qiankuan's position was far superior to that of Ni Yongxiao in the past, and his arrogance was not to be underestimated. Mr. Yi, I, Li Qiankuan, may not be eloquent, but with just a word from you, I would be willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for you. Li Qiankuan took a deep breath, feeling somewhat stifled. Yet witnessing Ni Yongxiao's current ease made him feel more at ease. Ni Yongxiao adjusted his glasses, revealing a knowing smile. Oh, this is quite intriguing. Since you are so earnest, I am open to collaborating. However, the condition is that you must persuade Chun Haonan to relinquish control of Causeway Bay. No, rather, assist me in clearing all the factions from Causeway Bay. If you achieve this, we can proceed with the collaboration. Such are trifles. Yi Tianlong squinted, his fingers drumming on the table. Presently, half of Causeway Bay was under the aegis of Longmen Security, yet the area was lucrative, with Chun Haonan and various factions still present. It was not that Longmen could not take control, but rather that their expansion had been rapid, and in recent times, they had established a presence in nearly every region except Kowloon walled city. At this juncture, moderation was key, otherwise, it might attract undue attention and displeasure from the Hong Kong government, leading to adverse consequences. However, having Li Qiankuan handle this task would be different. He represented Hongxing, not Longmen. In essence, This strategy could be replicated in the future, utilizing Hongxing to take action while Longmen security entered under the banner of justice, gradually expanding their influence. This would win public favor and allow for a grand entrance. Surely, the Hong Kong government could not oppose public sentiment? Simultaneously, it could lead to a rift between Chun Haonan and Li Qianquan. Yi Tianlong believed that Jiang Tiansheng would not idly watch from the shadows. Hence, he preferred to let them play their own game. As for whether Li Qianquan could triumph over Chun Haonan and Jiang Tiansheng, that was up to him. Yi Tianlong did not support idleness or frivolous partnerships. Upon hearing this, Li Qianquan fell into deep contemplation. Sacrificing Chun Haonan's interests in exchange for a partnership opportunity was worth it. All right, Mr. Yi, I await your favorable response. Chapter 90. The camel comes to apologize and cedes Central. Farewell, Kaiser Henry. Dongxing headquarters. What? Liang Kuan is hosting Yi Tianlong at the Peninsula Hotel? Upon receiving the news, the camel's eyes widened in disbelief. Who did not know that Liang Kuan was notoriously arrogant? Jiang Tiansheng was beneath his notice. And now he was actively trying to curry favor with Yi Tianlong? What kind of bizarre maneuvering was this? Old Ding, I suspect he might be conceding. There's even a possibility of collaboration. If that's the case, Dongxing would truly stand out. Wu Jiwei pondered for a moment before making a quick conjecture. As longtime rivals, he was well aware of Liang Kuan's temperament. To have him lower himself to host Yi Tianlong could only mean he was seeking something in return. At a time when the underworld was in turmoil, various factions were tightening their operations and advising their subordinates to avoid trouble and stay low-key. To approach now was clearly a bid to appease Yi Tianlong, even potentially to collaborate. Should the two powerhouses join forces, with Liang Kuan leveraging Longmen's strength, Dongxing would face dire straits. Damn it. After a lifetime of mediating, I find that I'm not as astute as Liang Kuan. This kid possesses greater vision and insight than Jiang Tiansheng. The camel took a sip of his drink, self-deprecatingly. Logically, he should have been the one hosting tonight's gathering. However, after years as an underworld leader, he found it difficult to lower his guard and engage casually with a junior. Now, reflecting on it, he felt the urge to slap himself. All right, tomorrow I shall personally pay a visit to apologize. Early the next morning, as Yi Tianlong and Shou Ti were enjoying breakfast downstairs at the Tianlong group, the camel approached, flanked by a group of subordinates, including the 5 tigers of Dongxing, creating quite the spectacle. What? Do you want to fight? Gao Jin, upon witnessing the scene, set down his chopsticks and approached alone to intercept Camel and his companions. There has been a misunderstanding. We have come here specifically to pay a visit to Mr. Yi. Please show some leniency. Camel revealed a cordial smile and instructed his subordinates to retreat 100 meters, indicating his sincerity. Let them come, Yi Tianlong said, wiping his mouth with a napkin before lighting a cigarette, his tone nonchalant. Mr. Yi. Camel approached, carrying a large bag of gifts along with several black boxes, and spoke respectfully. What is the meaning of this? Yi Tianlong inquired knowingly. Mr. Yi, we were foolish before, and we have come specifically to apologize. Camel stated directly. What is there to discuss? I bear no grudges against you. We are all in this business, each doing our own thing. Yi Tianlong made his stance clear. Did they think such modest gifts would persuade him to set aside his grievances? Impossible. Camel forced a smile. Mr. Yi, I am willing to relinquish the venue in Causeway Bay to you as compensation. What do you think? No, I require your venue in Central. Yi Tianlong rejected the offer. The East Star's presence in Causeway Bay was limited, and besides, Liang Kuan had promised to assist him in clearing it. It would be redundant. Central, however, was a different story. The profits there were at least comparable, if not greater, than those in Causeway Bay. Moreover, East Star had numerous establishments in Central. Securing such a venue would significantly bolster Longmen's security capabilities and yield more obvious benefits. Camel rubbed his nose and glanced at the crows. Very well. But could we ask that your men refrain from disrupting our venues? Agreed. Yi Tianlong smiled slightly. Presently, he indeed had no intention of allowing Longmen's men to confront East Star. He needed Heliansheng and Hongxing to take action. Gao Jin, you will immediately take your men to Central to support Bajong. Yi Tianlong commanded, then cast a glance at Camel. Tonight, all your men in Central can withdraw, correct? No problem. Camel gritted his teeth in response. He had not anticipated Yi Tianlong's urgency, but for East Star's future development, he had no choice but to endure. Well then, consider the gifts forgotten. You may leave. Yi Tianlong stood up and departed with Shou Ti. He had no intention of being cordial with Camel, as East Star's members were. For the most part, rather cunning. As a person of considerable acumen, Yi Tianlong was well aware of their mindset. His current rhetoric was merely a means to placate them. In the afternoon, Yi Tianlong arrived at the Oriental Culture Hotel in Central, where he encountered Henry, the representative of the Land Housing Group, along with the previous manager Wang. This time, however, their attitudes had undergone a marked transformation. No longer did they regard him with condescension. After all, times had changed. Yi Tianlong's Tianlong Group had evolved into a substantial corporate entity, encompassing a multitude of businesses across various industries. It simply had not gone public yet, not due to an inability to meet the requirements, but because Yi Tianlong was not in a hurry, having grander ambitions in mind. Furthermore, he was somewhat entangled in the underworld. Should the media unearth this and it be exploited by those with ulterior motives, it could negatively impact the stock market. Long time no see, Mr. Yi. You still look as dashing as ever. By the way, who is this beautiful lady? Henry's gaze lingered on Qiu Ti, unable to restrain his curiosity. After all, Qiu Ti was extraordinarily stunning, both in figure and appearance. To this foreigner, the temptation was undeniable. Hello, Mr. Henry, I am Mr. Yes, Secretary Qiu Ti. Thanks to the guidance of Huang Yihua and Yi Tianlong, Qiu Ti had undergone a remarkable transformation, exuding an indescribable charm in her every gesture. It was truly difficult to ignore her presence. Greetings, greetings. Mr. Yi, shall we proceed inside to discuss? Henry reluctantly released Qiu Ti's delicate hand and suggested. Certainly. Soon. The four of them found themselves once again in the familiar VIP room. The setting remained unchanged, with the same four individuals, although this time, Qiu Ti had taken the place of Ni Yongxiao. Mr. Yi, Miss Wang mentioned you wished to discuss a collaboration with me? Upon seeing that the dishes and drinks were all properly arranged, Henry immediately inquired. Indeed, I would like to acquire the land housing group. What are your thoughts on this? Yi Tianlong asked while using a lighter to roast the high-quality beef. The moment those words left his lips, the previously amicable atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. The beef ignited under the flame, the red flames seemingly causing Manager Wang's throat to boil with indignation. Even Henry blinked in disbelief, questioning his own hearing. As he recalled Yi Tianlong's statement and verified its accuracy, an uncontainable anger welled up within him, his forehead visibly throbbing, his expression dark and foreboding. After 3 seconds, Henry lifted his head to gaze at Yi Tianlong, then burst into hearty laughter, adjusting his tie and gripping his glass tightly. Mr. Yi, it seems that after just a few months, your audacity has grown exponentially. Chapter 91. The negotiation collapses. Exposure of the land housing's dark operations. On the edge of controversy. A mere capital that had barely launched in less than 6 months, and one that was Chinese-owned at that, audaciously claimed in front of him that it intended to acquire his land housing group. How utterly preposterous. Although the land housing group had weathered numerous storms, even the skinniest camel is still larger than a horse, and its current valuation remained above 6 billion. Do you think I am jesting? Yi Tianlong exhaled a plume of smoke, his tone frosty. He vividly recalled the last time Henry had tried to play him. Just your Tianlong group? Of course. I do not underestimate you. It is simply that you lack the capacity. With that, Henry downed a glass of strong liquor in one gulp, sneering. Then turned to Manager Wang. To be honest, you Hong Kong folks can sometimes be quite overconfident. Like you, your words lack substance yet boast a grandiose tone. Manager Wang clenched his teeth, seething with indignation, yet he dared not retort against Henry's verbal insults, resembling a beast of burden in the 21st century. Even when faced with personal and spiritual humiliation, he could only seethe in silence. What a clever way to criticize indirectly, quite amusing indeed. They say that the business world is like a battlefield, and every businessman is a cunning strategist. This was particularly true for foreigners, who could be even more calculating than one might expect. Otherwise, they would not have suppressed Chinese capital for decades, aside from the shipping magnate who stood out. The rest were largely oppressed by the 4 major trading houses, and at times, even the Hong Kong government intervened, employing macro and precise controls to deliberately suppress. Had it not been for the timely return to sovereignty, many Hong Kong residents wishing to rise to prominence would find it nearly impossible. Thus, the shipping magnate's acquisition of Kowloon warehouse was rightfully hailed as a symbol of Chinese resurgence. The collateralized assets are a tangled web of cash flow. If I were to expose this, do you think the Hong Kong government would not intervene? Yi Tianlong stated succinctly, devoid of anger. What if you know? What if you report it? Which chairman of the 4 major trading houses do I not know? Henry's heart raced, yet he forced himself to maintain composure. Very well. We shall see. Observing Henry's obstinate attitude, which showed no sign of willingness to continue negotiations, Yi Tianlong chose not to elaborate further. True strength would reveal itself in time. Indeed, in our northern region, there exists a saying, a full cup of wine is a mark of respect. One must comprehend it for oneself. After Yi Tianlong concluded his statement, he departed with Qiu Ti. Kaiser Henry stared contemplatively at the half-filled glass before him. Chairman, should I call them back? Manager Wang inquired. His urgency palpable. While it was true that they shared a consensus with the 4 major trading houses regarding the repeated collateralization and cashing out, alerting the higher-ups would undoubtedly spell disaster. Call back? What nonsense. They intend to eliminate you. Kaiser Henry seethed, his teeth clenched, before delivering a sharp slap across Manager Wang's face. Fuck you. Upon leaving the hotel, Yi Tianlong sent Xiu Ti back, but did not return to the Tianlong group. Instead, he made his way to TVB, preparing to expose the clandestine dealings of the Land Development Group. In truth, he could effortlessly cash out on futures, shorting half the market value of the Land Development Group. However, from a standpoint of interests, the timing was not yet ripe. Kaiser Henry held a 35% stake in the Land Development Group, and should Yi Tianlong wish to acquire it, he would need to proceed with a valuation-based purchase. Ideally, as long as Kaiser Henry agreed, a slightly elevated price would not pose an issue, ensuring a pleasant collaboration for all. Now that the gloves were off, it was time to employ a strategy, a chain of schemes. He would leverage media influence to initiate a wave of public discourse, compelling the Hong Kong government to intervene, thereby inevitably diminishing the market value of the Land Development Group. Following this, he would cash out and short the company, making the acquisition not only simpler, but also significantly less capital-intensive. With two of Hong Kong Island's top television stations at his disposal, each boasting viewership exceeding 1 million, orchestrating public sentiment would be a breeze. Long time no see, beautiful. Working late, are we? Upon entering, Yi Tianlong greeted Hai Mima, who was preparing to leave for the day, with a smile. Mr. Yi, she replied, immediately coming over to assist him to the sofa. The largest shareholder of TVB had indeed changed, but it was not Yi Tianlong. Rather, it was Gao Jin, leading many to remain oblivious to the true power behind the scenes. Yet, she was fully aware. As Yi Tianlong leisurely smoked, he placed the documentation regarding the repeated collateralization of the Land Development Group on the table. Take a look at this. This repeated collateralization disrupts the commercial equilibrium. If this is reported, the Land Development Group will be engulfed in a media storm, and Jardine Matheson will undoubtedly face repercussions. Even the other 3 major trading houses could be affected. This would directly offend all 4 trading houses and amount to defamation. On the government side, Mr. Yi, perhaps you should reconsider, Hai Mima remarked gravely after reviewing the documents. In all of Hong Kong Island, who does not know that the 4 major trading houses control the very lifeblood of the local economy? Offending one is manageable, but antagonizing all 4 is a precarious endeavor. Even TVB would not escape unscathed. As a seasoned media professional, she was acutely aware of the unscrupulousness between foreign capital and the Hong Kong government. Should any defamation against British interests arise, governmental censorship would be swift. What are we afraid of? Whatever happens, I will bear the brunt. Yi Tianlong replied coldly. Simultaneously, contact all major newspapers and media outlets to ensure a unified report by tomorrow morning. The 4 major trading houses had oppressed Hong Kong Island for decades. It was high time to regurgitate what they had consumed. Very well, Mr. Yi. I shall prepare you a cup of coffee. The following day, the media, under the embellishment of journalists, brought to light the Land Development Group's repeated cashing out through multiple hotel and office properties, thrusting the matter into the public eye. This was not an unprecedented scandal. Such industry practices were commonplace among many corporations. Similar incidents had previously surfaced. However, this time, the spotlight was on the Land Development Group, a renowned developer in Hong Kong Island, making the implications far more significant, especially with the involvement of the 4 major trading houses. This distinction precipitated a media frenzy, placing the Land Development Group squarely in the limelight. Concurrently, the 4 major trading houses promptly issued a public relations statement, apologizing for the oversight and asserting their ignorance of the affair's underlying details. Ultimately, they shifted the blame onto the Land Development Group. Fuck, how utterly shameless. Those despicable Hong Kongers. Ah, Yi Tianlong, I swear I will kill you. In the top office of the Land Development Group, Kaiser Henry erupted like a man possessed, wreaking havoc throughout the office. His frenzied and menacing demeanor resembled that of a rabid dog, sending Manager Wang retreating in fear of collateral damage. Even the female secretary nearby was rendered pale with fright. Chapter 92. Market value plummets by 2 billion. Meeting with Kaiser Henry. A battle of wits. Damn it. Why are we still here? Hurry and initiate emergency public relations. Upon seeing Manager Wang, Kaiser Henry's irritation flared. Much like Yi Tianlong, you're all just yellow-skinned monkeys. Why yes, Manager Wang stammered, nodding nervously as he departed. You come here, Kaiser Henry commanded, pointing at the female secretary. The secretary, ever perceptive, turned to open a concealed door. Emerging in a more demure outfit, those who worked with secretaries understood that while it was merely a position, it bore dual responsibilities. As for salary, it would certainly not be lacking. Before long, the Land Development Group activated its emergency public relations strategy. However, instead of resolving the situation adeptly, it only exacerbated the public uproar. Naturally, Yi Tianlong's covert machinations played a significant role in this escalation. In fact, some irate Chinese investors and competitors of the Land Development Group joined the fray, intensifying the media storm. After all, the Land Development Group was a prime target. Who wouldn't want to take a bite at this opportune moment? In a single day, the company's stock price plummeted dramatically, resulting in a staggering market value evaporation of $2 billion. Upon receiving the news, Kaiser Henry was beside himself, hopping about like a monkey in a zoo, frantically leveraging every connection he had, even reaching out to government officials. What is the government? The law enforcement agency. Their response was rapid, demanding TVB, Lee's television, and all major newspapers cease coverage of the Land Development Group's repeated cashing out. Yet, Yi Tianlong personally intervened, rejecting the government's demands. He was indifferent to whether other stations complied. TVB and Lee's television must air the story. His rationale to the government was straightforward. The public deserved a fair and just opportunity. This left the government officials at a loss for words. Kaiser Henry, upon learning of this, immediately called Yi Tianlong in a panic, urging him to halt the coverage, only to be rebuffed. When I offered you a chance, you turned it down, acting all high and mighty. Now you want to save face? I'm sorry. The moment has passed. The opportunity is gone. The next day, under the pressure of public sentiment, relevant inspection departments of the government arrived at the Land Development Group to conduct an investigation. They subsequently made the findings public, effectively acknowledging that the company had indeed engaged in the practice of utilizing collateral and repeated cashing out with the 4 major trading houses. Following this, immediate penalties were announced against the Land Development Group, including the arrest of manager Wang, who served as the scapegoat for Kaiser Henry. Indeed, in light of the irrefutable evidence, Kaiser Henry shifted all blame onto his subordinate. While such actions were disgraceful, no one sought to investigate further, nor did anyone advocate for manager Wang's vindication. He was merely a dispensable pawn in this game. Following the operations executed by the Hong Kong government's law enforcement agencies, the tempest of public opinion gradually subsided, and the stock market of the Land Group likewise began to stabilize. Just as Henry Kessick could finally exhale a sigh of relief, Yi Tianlong had already arrived at the Tianlong Group. He instructed Huang Yihua to sell all 20,000 tons of copper futures and cobalt mine futures, settling directly with a 5-fold leverage. Originally, these futures could have yielded $3 billion, but according to the current stock market price of the Land Group, only 2 billion Hong Kong dollars were realized. With Yi Tianlong cashing out and making a swift exit, the entire office building of the Land Group was plunged into chaos. This maneuver directly struck at their lifeblood, draining their capital from the stock market. It even triggered another violent fluctuation in the Land Group stock, prompting countless investors to sell off their shares. As more and more stocks flooded into the financial market, the Land Group's stock price plummeted at an unpredictable pace. Henry Kessick immediately mobilized a substantial amount of company funds to acquire the scattered shares on the market. His directive was to purchase as much as possible, for only in this manner could the stock price of the Land Group be preserved. At that moment, Henry Kessick was pacing anxiously in his office, his efficiency in making calls exponentially heightened. He even demanded that the other subsidiaries transfer all funds from their accounts to the Land Group. However, given the current situation of the Land Group, the other companies were reluctant to assist him, leaving him with no choice but to resolve it himself. Just then, Yi Tianlong's call came in. Henry Kessick, shall we have a chat? Upon hearing this, Henry Kessick was instantly filled with rage, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet he restrained himself. He knew that it was Yi Tianlong who had driven the Land Group to such a desperate brink. Very well. Henry Kessick gritted his teeth and uttered a single word. Come to Tianlong Group. I await you. He added, oh, and you must arrive before 10 o'clock, otherwise I have no time to wait for you. With that, Yi Tianlong abruptly hung up the phone. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Henry Kessick fumed, his body trembling with anger. Being summoned to the Tianlong Group and subjected to a time constraint. When had he ever received such treatment after years of dominance in Hong Kong? Nevertheless, with the world in decline, Henry Kessick composed himself in front of the mirror, forcing a strained smile. Hello, Mr. Yi, or rather, hello, President Yi. Damn it. At 9:58, Henry Kessick finally arrived at the Tianlong Group building in Causeway Bay, his first visit. He was taken aback by the opulence of the Tianlong Group's decor, shattering his preconceived notions of Chinese capital. Soon, he met the much-anticipated Yi Tianlong. You look quite aged since we last met. Could it be that the affairs of the company have kept you too busy? Upon their first encounter, Yi Tianlong delivered 2 remarks that struck deeply, causing Henry Kessick's blood pressure to soar, his face flushed, as if he might suffer a cerebral hemorrhage at any moment. Indeed, some of those yellow-skinned monkeys below always aspire to rise above their station, failing to recognize themselves and the reality around them. They forget that Hong Kong now belongs to us, Great Britain. However, as a seasoned capitalist, Henry Kessick quickly regained his composure and replied coolly. So that is how it is. Please have a seat. Yi Tianlong, however, was not inclined to engage in pleasantries. Mr. Yi, Is it not somewhat unscrupulous of you to act in this manner? As soon as he sat down, Henry Keswick launched into thinly veiled sarcasm, laden with reproach. What basis do you have for such claims? Yi Tianlong leisurely pulled out a cigarette, lighting it while calmly gazing at him. Do not feign ignorance, Yi Tianlong. How can you be so despicable? If you cannot negotiate, then expose the truth. Have the guts to confront me directly. Henry Keswick, seemingly provoked by Yi Tianlong's gaze, ultimately could not contain his anger. We are both cultured individuals. Let us converse with decorum and not resort to wild barking like mad dogs. Yi Tianlong flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued. A mere tempest of public opinion has led to a loss of 2 billion for your land group. You truly are flying high. Generally speaking, a public relations crisis can indeed cause issues for a publicly listed company's stock, but under the right circumstances, the losses are usually minimal. The fact that the land group has suffered a direct loss of 2 billion clearly indicates the public's dissatisfaction with it. Henry Keswick, your face has turned even redder, and there's a metallic taste of blood in your throat. He struggled to maintain his composure and posed the question that plagued his mind. You sold off the futures this morning, did you not? Had you not shorted 2 billion in funds this morning? You could have stabilized the land group's stock market and even made a comeback. Yet, the stark reality is laid bare before us. You're not as foolish as I thought. Yi Tianlong openly acknowledged it, as there was no need for subterfuge. Upon confirmation, Henry Keswick's expression noticeably dimmed, and in a fit of rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Do not be so agitated. Victory and defeat are mere occurrences in the world of business. Why must you let your temper flare? Yi Tianlong exhibited no concern, indifferent to whether Henry Keswick lived or died, even if he were to perish in his own office. It would have no bearing on him. At this, Henry Keswick felt a murderous intent brewing within him. Yi Tianlong's sharp words pierced his heart like daggers. Just then, a female secretary approached, offering comforting words. Yi Tianlong barely glanced at her. After all, she was just a secretary, not a wife. A few moments later, under the secretary's soothing presence, Henry Keswick's emotions began to stabilize, and a hint of color returned to his pale face. Mr. Keswick, do you have any further inquiries? Yi Tianlong sipped his tea and inquired. This meeting was intended to make the other party recognize reality and relinquish the land group willingly. Seeing Henry Keswick remain silent, Yi Tianlong smiled slightly and said, given the current state of the land group stock market and your financial strength, how long do you suppose you can sustain this? If I am not mistaken, even Jardine Matheson has ceased to assist you. Am I right? With your few, barely surviving companies, how much capital can they raise for you? They lack funds, and your tangible business is bound to collapse, shrink, or even fold. The land group's rapid decline from a market value of 100 billion to now being worth less than 20 billion is a testament to your incompetence, is it not? Yi Tianlong's words struck like daggers to his heart. The harsh truths were often unbearable. Yi Tianlong stood up, retrieved a pre-printed equity transfer contract from his drawer, and tossed it before Henry Keswick. All right, Mr. Keswick, accept reality. 1 billion. The rest is for your troubles. All I need is for you to transfer your shares in the land group, and I will ensure that it swiftly extricates itself from its current predicament, preserving your family's grand ambitions on Hong Kong Island. Of course, you can choose not to sign. With my 20 stake in the land group, I can still achieve my objectives. Alternatively, you might consider transferring the land group. But I doubt there is anyone on Hong Kong Island willing to take on this hot potato right now. As his words fell, Henry Keswick felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Yi Tianlong was fully aware of the implications of his words. It was merely his unwillingness to confront reality that hindered him. However, what truly astonished him was the revelation that Yi Tianlong had already secured a 20 stake in the company without his knowledge, indicating that Yi Tianlong had been plotting for quite some time. In terms of valuation, Yi Tianlong had offered 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, which, given the current market value, was indeed a generous sum. So, you had your sights set on the land group all along, did you? Kaiser Henry felt a tightness in his chest, his composure beginning to fray as he retorted in indignation. To be outmaneuvered by a junior, a member of the Chinese capital, and to be led around by the nose by a mere ruffian was more infuriating than having his secretary supplanted by another. Yes, and let me be clear, the current equity holding exceeds 20. Yi Tianlong was in no rush to compel the other party to sign. In fact, he had anticipated a significant downturn in the land group's stock market prior to preparing for a future sell-off, prompting him to instruct Huang Yihua to devise a financial strategy aimed at aggressively acquiring shares and expanding their equity stake. In this game of strategy, let us not overlook that he possessed the advantage of a time traveler, with the protagonist's halo still shining brightly. Yi Tianlong's intentions were unmistakable to Kaiser Henry, yet he found himself unwilling to accept the reality. Given the current capabilities of the entire land group, it was questionable whether they could merely survive, let alone thrive in the future, especially under Yi Tianlong's machinations. Ultimately, he grasped the pen on the table, inscribing his name, and instructed his secretary to produce the company's seal, thereby imprinting his consent. From this moment forth, it signified the transfer of the Kaiser family's 32 stake in the land group. Having completed this transaction, Kaiser Henry exhaled a sigh of relief, though his visage visibly aged in an instant, as if decades had been stripped away from him. Nevertheless, the alleviation of his burden brought a semblance of joy to his spirit. "I shall grant you 10 seconds to reconsider," Yi Tianlong remarked leisurely. "Take it away." Kaiser Henry replied without hesitation, fully aware that Yi Tianlong was mocking him. It was a stroke of fortune to stabilize the retrieval of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Otherwise, given the current circumstances, he could easily succumb to pressure, facing a stock market crash that would inevitably lead to bankruptcy. Should the authorities come knocking to investigate, unearthing any fraudulent dealings, he would find himself behind bars. One must understand that in the realm of business, successful capitalists often navigate the murky waters of human relationships, engage in bribery, manipulate accounts, and entertain officials. In the past, he was unafraid. Money could sway even the most stubborn of forces, especially as he was a foreigner, a member of the Kaiser family. The issue, however, was that the current governor, Maclehos, was renowned for his integrity. Since the establishment of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, numerous officials and capitalists, regardless of their status, had found themselves incarcerated. Excellent. A fruitful collaboration. Yi Tianlong personally poured a cup of tea for Kaiser Henry, this time filling it only halfway. "The culture of your northern lands is indeed intriguing," Kaiser Henry remarked with a smile as he lifted the half-filled cup. In the afternoon, Yi Tianlong appeared at the land group under the auspices of the Tianlong Group, attending the board meeting. His assent was bound to herald sweeping reforms aimed at propelling his company toward future prosperity. The first step involved purging a number of expatriates, individuals who were largely connected yet contributed little of value, merely coasting through their days while drawing salaries. The second step entailed promoting capable members of the Chinese community to positions of influence. Presently, the majority of personnel within these foreign companies were expatriates, with very few Chinese individuals occupying significant roles. It was not that they lacked capability. Rather, the expatriates had systematically suppressed their advancement. This phenomenon had persisted for decades. It can be said that unless the stranglehold of British capital is broken, such conditions are likely to endure indefinitely.